The prodigious young girl, Su Xiaoxiao, finds herself reborn as a stillborn infant in a narrative, and through the remnants of her extraordinary abilities, she successfully orchestrates her own salvation. However, her devoted father is condemned to a fate of being torn apart as a traitor. Her extraordinarily talented and beautiful sister is destined to marry a hypocritical scoundrel, enduring profound humiliation. The gentlemanly brother transforms into a mere entertainer, while her maternal grandfather's family faces a gruesome fate of male members being dismembered and females sold into servitude. Su Xiaoxiao, while nursing, laments, "What a tragic fate for this family of cannon fodder." Before she can take action, her mother, no longer naive, decisively confronts the venomous mother-in-law who hides malice beneath a facade of gentleness. Not only has her father escaped dismemberment, but he has also risen to become a great general defending the nation. Her sister has driven away the scoundrel and ascended to the role of a female official. Her brother, proficient in both literature and martial arts, has achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations. The grandfather, once destined for a tragic end, has become the chief minister of the current dynasty, and her two uncles have also enjoyed a prosperous career. The little bundle of joy, Su Xiaoxiao, clutches her tiny feet and muses, "This plot does not align. How have they all become so formidable? It appears I have no part to play." The family, privy to her thoughts, exchanges knowing smiles, realizing that this child must be cherished dearly. Chapter 1. The little girl who became part of a narrative. A thunderous calamity claimed Su Xiaoxiao's life at the tender age of 15, akin to a blooming flower. Her master proclaimed her a rare gem, endowed with innate abilities across all elemental attributes and extraordinary talents. Initially, Su Xiaoxiao was skeptical, having been tossed around like a mere plaything by her relatives since her earliest memories. At the age of 7, she was taken in by her master and began cultivating alongside her fellow disciples. Rather than focusing on enhancing her abilities, Su Xiaoxiao was more intrigued by what to eat that day, having never truly been satiated. Yet, within less than a year on the mountain, her cultivation had nearly caught up to that of her eldest brother, and by the age of 15, she was capable of merging all elemental powers, attaining the highest level of mastery. Her master stated that once she overcame this trial, she would become one of the two godlike figures in the realm of abilities, the first being, of course, her master. Her master further warned that failure would result in her utter annihilation, returning her to dust and ash. In the moment of impending dissolution, Su Xiaoxiao calmly closed her eyes, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips, lamenting her perpetual streak of bad luck. Upon awakening once more, she discovered herself enveloped in darkness, with a cacophony of noise outside. The anxious maid, Lian Xiao, implored, "Madam, what troubles you?" The elegantly attired Lady Lu, the wife of the duke, hurried towards her, asking, "Yuanyuan, how are you faring?" Zhao Yuanyuan, her complexion pale, replied, "Mother, I fear I am about to give birth. Is Bowen returning soon?" Lady Lu grasped Zhao Yuanyuan's hand, reassuring her, "Bowen is away on official business and will not return soon. Do not fear, your mother is here." After speaking, Lady Lu commanded, "Aunt Zhang, hasten to summon Dr. Cui." Her tone was laden with urgency, yet her gaze towards Aunt Zhang bore a hint of malicious delight. Su Xiaoxiao, upon hearing these names, realized they resembled characters from the melodramatic narrative her master had insisted she read. This elderly matron, the duplicitous Lady Lu, disguised her venomous intentions beneath a veneer of concern for her daughter-in-law. Little did anyone know, this was not her first attempt to eliminate a rival. Over 30 years prior, while the Duchess was in labor, Lady Lu, as a concubine, seized the opportunity in the Duke's absence to commit heinous acts, declaring to the world that the child born was her own. That child was none other than Su Xiaoxiao's father, Su Bowen. 3 years later, she bore the Duke's second son, named Su Boheo, though in reality, he was fathered by her illicit lover. Thus, she harbored ambitions to eliminate the entire Su Bowen family, ensuring her biological son, Su Boheo, would inherit the Duke's title. Consequently, she resorted to her old tricks, tampering with Zhao Yuanyuan's prenatal medicine and dismissing all reputable doctors in the city, leading to a premature birth resulting in the death of both mother and child. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao jolted, realizing that she was now the infant in Zhao Yuanyuan's womb. This is utterly outrageous. While she teeters on the brink of life and death, I have already died once. How could Su Xiaoxiao possibly endure such a fate? Zhao Yuanyuan cried out in agony, "Mother, I am in great pain. I fear I am about to give birth. Quickly, summon the doctor." Calling her mother, yet she intends to bring about your demise. Contractions of pain surged through Zhao Yuanyuan, rendering her nearly faint, yet she suddenly heard a few infantile utterances, leading her to momentarily question her own senses. There were no small children in this room, and her mother-in-law treated her with more affection than a biological daughter. How could she possibly wish her harm? The second young mistress of the Su family, Zheng Yaxian, leaned close to Zhao Yuanyuan's ear and whispered, Sister-in-law, there's been an incident outside the city, and all the doctors have ventured out to provide consultations. Boheo has scoured the entire city, but found not a single physician. Nonsense. It was you who sent the doctors away, wishing to bring harm to my mother and me. There is no chance of that happening. I have never even experienced the nurturing warmth of a mother. Su Xiaoxiao thought, grasping the umbilical cord and continuously channeling her healing energy into her mother's body. Gradually, Zhao Wenyue regained her strength. Although she remained uncertain whether the voice she had heard was real, she dared not underestimate the situation. She could no longer allow Lu to remain in the room. Grasping Lu's hand, she implored, "Mother, I feel so unwell. Why has the doctor not yet arrived? Please go and check." Lu patiently replied, "Yuanyuan, do not fret. I shall go at once." After speaking, she exchanged a knowing glance with her second daughter-in-law, and the two departed. The malicious old woman has left. It is time to send the others away. Now, only Lian Xiao and Baizhi can be relied upon in this room. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyue instructed the maidens, "You all wait outside. Only Lian Xiao and Baizhi should remain." Although Su Xiaoxiao's current abilities were less than 1% of her usual capacity, it was still more than sufficient to assist an ordinary person. The contractions intensified, yet the continuous influx of power made Zhao Wenyue feel increasingly invigorated. Su Xiaoxiao kicked her little foot back with determination, thinking, "Now is the moment. I must emerge." Subsequently, she slid out from the darkness as if on a slide, and before she could react, Su Xiaoxiao instinctively let out a loud wail. "Wah wah. The young mistress has given birth to a daughter?" Lian Xiao exclaimed, cradling the suddenly emerged child. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around. "Wow, this family is quite impressive, yet alas, my father was framed and my mother perished during childbirth, along with the male members of the Jing'an Marquette, who were dismembered. How fortunate for that debauched young master Su Boheo. By the way, is there anyone to assist me in cutting the umbilical cord?" Listening to the little one's thoughts, Zhao Wenyue's heart surged with tumult. Would they all meet a tragic end? It was Su Xiaoxiao's last remark that reminded her, "Baizhi, please heat the scissors and cut the child's umbilical cord." Baizhi trembled as she held the scissors. "Young mistress, I cannot. I will fetch someone." Zhao Wenyue stopped her, for the outside was eerily quiet. If her mother-in-law truly cared for her, how could she be gone without a trace? Zhao Wenyue raised her voice. "If I command you to cut, then cut. How can a scion of the Zhao family lack such resolve?" Seeing her mistress's anger, Baizhi disregarded her fears, gritted her teeth, and decisively severed the umbilical cord. Lian Xiao wrapped the child securely, while Baizhi summoned a young maid to tidy the room and ensure Zhao Wenyue was comfortable. Zhao Wenyue held her daughter close and instructed, "Send a young maid to inform the old matron that she need not trouble herself searching for a doctor." This child had saved her life before even being born, and she was delightful, with a sweet mouth that was simply endearing. Zhao Wenyue spoke to her daughter, "Your father has already chosen a name for you. It is Xiaoxiao. Would you like to be called Su Xiaoxiao?" Su Xiaoxiao raised her somewhat clumsy little hand and responded, "This name is indeed my dream name. I adore it. But what should I do if I am terribly hungry?" Zhao Wenyue suddenly sprang into action. The child had arrived a month early, and the wet nurse she had arranged had yet to enter the household, so she would have to personally attend to Xiaoxiao's nourishment. Zhao Wenyue discreetly lifted her garment and gently said, "Xiaoxiao must be hungry. The wet nurse has not yet arrived. Would you allow your mother to feed you?" Su Xiaoxiao turned her head slightly, inwardly complaining, "What? Milk? I do not want that. I want cow's milk or goat's milk." Zhao Wenyue hesitated for a moment, fearing Xiaoxiao might realize she could hear her thoughts, so she purposefully leaned closer and urged, "Hurry and eat." Su Xiaoxiao pressed her lips tightly together and immediately turned her head away, refusing to look at her. Zhao Wenyue, a mother of 3, understood that a newborn could hardly turn their head freely. Xiaoxiao was indeed exceptional. Perhaps she was a prodigy. As the saying goes, one loves all that is connected to their beloved, and Zhao Wenyue felt her daughter possessed extraordinary talents. She saw nothing amiss in hearing her thoughts. She even believed this child was uniquely special, as they were connected in heart and mind, and her daughter was delivering her a message. Chapter 2. Saving Mother. Su Xiaoxiao tightly pursed her lips, refusing to nurse, which amused Zhao Wenyue. This child, is she actually rejecting her mother? She ought to know that her elder siblings never had such privileges. "Please, I am not rejecting you. I simply cannot bear to suckle. What I desire is milk." Woe is me. Perhaps due to her transformation into an infant, Su Xiaoxiao's temperament had also regressed to that of a child, and she truly cried from hunger. Lu Shi hurriedly rushed in again, her steps noticeably more frantic than before. "Wenyue, how did you manage to give birth so smoothly?" Zhao Wenyue replied half-jokingly, "Look at what you're saying, as if you were hoping for a difficult delivery for your daughter-in-law." Lu Shi's face stiffened for a moment, but she quickly smiled and said, "What nonsense you speak, child. Do you not know how your mother feels about you? Old hag, do you truly not realize? If it weren't for me, mother would have perished, and father would have died too, along with grandfather and uncle. How tragic it would be. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's words pierced Zhao Wanyue's heart like needles. She regarded Lu Shi as her own mother, yet Lu Shi had caused her family to be torn apart. Suppressing her rising anger, she forced a smile and said, "Mother, I was merely jesting with you." Lu Shi, with a warm smile, replied, "Oh dear, you're impossible. At your age, still so mischievous. No wonder your younger siblings say, I am biased. Come here, let me hold the child." Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "Wretched old woman. If you wish to hold me, then I shall present you with a grand gift." Seeing her exquisite granddaughter, Lu Shi felt a surge of resentment. How could her beautiful grandchild resemble a little monkey? Yet she said, "Oh my, this child has such a lovely nose and eyes. Truly beautiful. She doesn't resemble a premature infant at all." Zhao Wanyue, is this even a sensible remark? If you cannot speak wisely, then kindly remain silent. Su Xiaoxiao wiggled her body, warm liquid spilling onto Lu Shi. Lu Shi frowned. Oh dear, why did she just wet herself like that? Su Xiaoxiao stretched comfortably and began to wail. Zhao Wanyue stifled a laugh, hurriedly instructing Lian Xiao to take the child, saying, "Mother, I truly apologize. Xiaoxiao is being thoughtless and has soiled your clothing." Lu Shi glanced at her damp dress, feeling a pang in her heart. It was made of exquisite silk, and it was her only fine garment. Had she known, she would not have held this troublesome child. Yet she could not let the image of a good mother-in-law falter. Suppressing her anger, she said, "It's of no consequence. You should rest well. I will change my clothes and have the kitchen prepare some nourishing soup for you." Zhao Wanyue lay on the bed, feigning indifference. "Mother, take your time." As soon as Lu Shi departed, Su Xiaoxiao's cries ceased abruptly. "Oh dear, I can hardly cry anymore. I am so hungry." Zhao Wanyue gazed tenderly at her daughter, who was blowing bubbles, and instructed, "Bai Ji, please fetch that nanny goat from the backyard. Let us see if Xiaoxiao will drink goat's milk." Before long, Bai Ji brought the goat's milk, feeding it to Su Xiaoxiao spoonful by spoonful, who greedily drank, oblivious to how long she had been hungry. As she drank, her eyelids grew heavy, and she tilted her head, falling asleep. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts, Zhao Wanyue, unable to entrust her child to others, settled her beside her. Xiaoxiao's words unsettled her heart, prompting her to instruct Lian Xiao to investigate the city doctors outside and to send Bai Ji to look into her meals from the previous day. This matter was significant. She needed to be thorough in her inquiry. Remember to act discreetly. For what she could not accomplish, let the guards of the Zhao residence handle it. Lian Xiao looked puzzled. "Madam, do you suspect?" Zhao Wanyue casually replied, "Last night's events were too peculiar. It is prudent to investigate for peace of mind." Deep down, she could not believe that her benevolent mother-in-law would wish her harm. The next day, at dawn, Zhao Wanyue's mother, Madame Zhao of Jing'an Marquis, rushed over. Upon seeing her daughter and granddaughter safe and sound, she finally felt relieved. "Mother, what brings you here?" "I was just about to send someone to share the joyous news with you." Madame Zhao burst in. "How could I wait any longer? The entire city is abuzz with rumors that the Su family mobilized to find a doctor for you last night. I feared you might encounter some mishap. It is not yet a month since your due date. How could you suddenly go into labor? Your mother-in-law's family treats you quite well. They even smashed several medical offices in their search for a doctor. What good is that? Lu Shi is merely a smiling tiger. Your daughter nearly fell victim to their poison, and you still express gratitude towards her." In the end, the entire Jing'an Marquis residence was ensnared by their schemes, with the males being dismembered and the females sold. How tragically dire. Madame Zhao paused, glancing around in confusion, while Zhao Wanyue remained composed, her gaze fixed on the child in bed, as if she had heard nothing. Was this her granddaughter sending a warning? Madame Zhao, not wanting to bring trouble to her granddaughter, restrained herself, revealing no surprise. Zhao Wanyue was also startled. Seeing her mother's lack of reaction only solidified her belief that she alone could hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Madame Zhao, struck by Su Xiaoxiao's words, soon recognized the issue and inquired, "How strange. Last night, there was not a single doctor to be found in the entire capital." Lu Shi entered abruptly. "Oh, do not mention it. I had someone investigate today, and it turns out there was a grand banquet at a wealthy household outside the city. I do not know what they consumed, but over 100 people were poisoned, and by evening, all the doctors who could be summoned were taken away." Madame Zhao stood and paid her respects, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they sat down. Lu Shi, with eyes full of concern, remarked, Thank goodness, Yuanyuan is blessed with good fortune. Otherwise, how could I explain this to Bowen? That Bowen, too, has been gone for so long without a word. I have heard that the bandits of Heiyun village are notoriously ruthless. I wonder if he is safe. As Lu Shi spoke, tears began to fall. Seeing this, Zhao Yuanyuan's heart tightened. The old hag is cursing my father again. My father is a great hero, invincible, and will return soon. Zhao Yuanyuan felt reassured upon hearing this. Madame Zhao, holding Su Xiaoxiao, conversed with Lu Shi and could not help but ask, Yuanyuan's pregnancy seemed stable. How could she have gone into labor so suddenly? Before Lu Shi could respond, Zhao Yuanyuan interjected, I too find it puzzling, which is why I sent Bai Ji to investigate my meals from yesterday. I wonder if there are any results. Lu Shi's complexion changed drastically, her medication was potent, and a woman in labor would surely face severe complications. With Su Bowen absent, she had thought Zhao Yuanyuan was doomed, not having bothered to tidy up the aftermath. Who would have guessed that this cunning vixen would emerge unscathed, and even investigate her meals? She signaled to Zhang Mama, but before she could leave, Bai Ji returned carrying the remnants of the medicine. Madam, this is the medicine you consumed yesterday. Some of the herbs are rather peculiar. Lu Shi clenched her handkerchief and scolded, You little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you even recognize herbs? Could it be that someone in the Duke's residence would harm your mistress? Chapter 3. The little money grubber Zhao Yuanyuan observed her mother-in-law's facade of composure and understood the truth. With a calm smile, she replied, Bai Ji mentioned the herbs were strange. Since you've brought it up, we should indeed have someone investigate this medicine residue. Lian Xiao. Has Dr. Cui arrived? Lian Xiao respectfully greeted everyone. Madam, Dr. Cui is already waiting outside. Su Xiaoxiao applauded in her heart. Mother is brilliant, catching the thief red-handed. Even if Lu Shi can distance herself from this, she must be held accountable. Zhao Yuanyuan gracefully stated, Dr. Cui, although I had a smooth delivery, I still feel uneasy, so I ask you to take my pulse. Additionally, please examine what this medicine residue is for. Dr. Cui accepted the residue and examined it closely, stating, This is a prescription for invigorating blood flow. The ingredients, including safflower, salvia miltiariza, and chicken blood vine, are all used for stimulating blood circulation in women. As Zhao Yuanyuan's last glimmer of hope was extinguished, she realized that the mother-in-law she had treated with utmost sincerity truly intended to harm her. Suppressing her rising fury, she inquired, What will happen to the pregnant woman if she consumes this medicine? Dr. Cui, taken aback, replied, If the expectant mother ingests this drug, it is a death sentence. Premature labor and uncontrollable hemorrhaging will follow. Overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, Zhao Yuanyuan burst into tears, lamenting, Since marrying into the Su family, I have been cautious and respectful towards the elders and young ones. Who is it that wishes to see me harmed? Madame Zhao, equally enraged, slammed her hand upon the table, exclaiming, What pulse are you still checking? Sister, my daughter has been poisoned. You must uncover the perpetrator behind this, or I cannot in good conscience allow her, a frail woman with a daughter, to remain in the Duke's residence. Lu Shi attempted to deflect, suggesting, Perhaps there's been some misunderstanding. Madame Zhao, unable to contain her wrath, retorted, It is far too coincidental that she was poisoned just before all the doctors in the city were summoned away. This could very well be a ploy to confuse us. And we must investigate thoroughly. Grandmother is so astute, her words pierce the heart with every syllable. Lu Shi, tell me, are you not in a panic? He. Madame Zhao felt immensely gratified by her granddaughter's praise. Although the Su family held merely a marquise, the lord and his sons were indeed vital ministers of the court, far surpassing the faded glory of the former duke of the nation. Her daughter had indeed married down, yet Lu Shi indulged her daughter. Thus, she referred to her as sister. From Xiao Zhao's perspective, Lu Shi harbored malicious intentions, having harmed Yuanyuan and the entire family. Such behavior was intolerable. Lu Shi, maintaining her composure, said, Sister, Yuanyuan has just given birth and must not be agitated. Do not frighten her. I shall investigate immediately and ensure Yuanyuan is not wronged. As for the doctors, I have already sent someone to inquire. It was truly an accident. You may ask Dr. Cui. Madame Zhao replied tersely, Then sister, you must investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my temper will remain in check. Lu Shi chuckled as she departed, inwardly cursing the troublesome situation they had created.
Dottore Cui,
still clutching the remnants of the medicine, pondered deeply. Madam, did you truly consume that medicine? Allow me to examine you. I must ascertain if any fundamental harm has been done. He inspected her left hand, then her right, his brow furrowing further with each passing moment. Madame Zhao's heart raced. Dr. Cui, is there something amiss? Dr. Cui, astonished, queried, how peculiar. Your pulse indicates you have indeed suffered significant blood loss. Given your condition, it is a miracle you survived. May I ask, what extraordinary healer have you consulted to restore your vitality so swiftly?
Su Xiao Xiao, delighted,
Kicked her little feet and boasted, this old man possesses some skill. Naturally, my mother has absorbed my energy, undergoing a remarkable transformation. No amount of pondering will unveil the reason. Madame Zhao gasped, goodness, my granddaughter is truly a fairy. At that moment, Yuanyuan realized the source of the continuous strength flowing within her. She candidly admitted that she had not summoned any doctor, merely having fortuitously reclaimed her life. Dr. Cui, recognizing the delicacy of their situation, refrained from probing further, assuming they preferred to keep their benefactor's identity shrouded in secrecy. Once Dr. Cui departed, Yuanyuan promptly instructed Lian Xiao, send someone to investigate whether anyone is raising dairy cows. If Xiao Xiao is solely consuming goat's milk, I fear she may grow weary of it. Her daughter had indeed imparted energy to her, though she was uncertain of any implications for the child and could only ensure that she received adequate nourishment. Having a mother is such a blessing. She's even worried I might tire of goat's milk. Mua, kisses for my beautiful mother, I love you. Yuanyuan felt her heart swell with joy at her daughter's affection, a sweetness surpassing honey, her lips unable to suppress a smile. Madame Zhao, feeling slighted, remarked, it's merely a dairy cow. Why is the grandmother also seeking affection? She removed a white jade lotus bracelet from her wrist and placed it upon Su Xiao's arm, stating, I came in haste today, without a gift for you. Accept this bracelet as a congratulatory token. I shall bring more tomorrow.
Wow.
Grandmother is not only formidable, but also generous. This jade is so radiant and translucent. It must be worth a fortune. I have struck it rich. Yuanyuan couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Mother, this was passed down from grandmother to you. When I married, I sought it, and you would not part with it. Why then give it to Xiao Xiao today? She is far too young to bear such an expensive ornament. Madame Zhao scolded playfully, are you envious of your daughter's attention? Our Xiao Xiao is intelligent and beautiful. What treasures can she not deserve? Su Xiao wholeheartedly agreed. Grandmother has an eye for talent. Not only am I intelligent and beautiful, but I also have skills. I shall drink plenty of milk to grow tall and protect you both. Seeing her granddaughter's thoughtfulness nearly melted Madame Zhao's heart. She then removed a golden hairpin adorned with rubies from her hair and placed it in Su Xiao's swaddling, declaring, this hairpin is also for my granddaughter. It is only fitting that her first adornment be gifted by her grandmother. Yuanyuan glanced at her daughter's few strands of hair, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Xiao, however, was overjoyed, clutching the golden hairpin awkwardly in her hands. Oh my, I, Su Xiao, now possess golden jewelry. And with rubies. It must be worth a great deal. Grandmother is truly my deity, I love you. Madame Zhao beamed. Look, Xiao is holding onto the hairpin tightly. It shows her fondness. Tomorrow, I shall have a dozen more golden hairpieces made for you. Yuanyuan mused, thankful her mother could not hear Xiao's flattery. Otherwise, the treasury would surely be emptied. Madame Zhao determined that she must bring forth her most treasured possessions for this discerning child.
Su Xiao exclaimed,
I wish I could sleep holding onto these treasures, but what if my arms tire? Will mother take them while I sleep? Yuanyuan sighed, pondering how her daughter had become so materialistic, even distrusting her own mother. As she retrieved the jade bracelet and golden hairpin from Su Xiao's grip, she said, these items are too heavy, let me keep them for you. I will prepare a large box to store your precious belongings separately. Haha, I now have a private treasury. The feeling of having family is so wonderful. Why am I feeling a bit emotional? Madame Zhao and Yuanyuan both felt a pang of sympathy. Realizing this child must have lacked family in her previous life, they resolved to shower her with twice the affection. At that moment, Lian Xiao reported, Madam, the old lady has already identified the poisoner, and there is news from Baiji as well. Chapter 4. The matriarch must not be wronged. Madame Zhao sneered. I shall see who possesses the audacity to harm my daughter. Xiao also wishes to see who Lu Shi is chosen as a scapegoat. Madame Zhao could not bear to refuse, so she instructed Lian Xiao to cover Su Xiao's swaddling with a piece of gauze, saying, I will carry Xiao with me. Yuanyuan, feeling apprehensive, insisted, this matter is clearly directed at the two of us. I cannot be exposed. Go inform the old lady to bring her people to my chamber for questioning. Hooray, I can comfortably enjoy the spectacle now. Before long, Lu Shi entered with a kitchen maid named Chun Chao. Chun Chao appeared visibly frightened, bowing repeatedly and pleading, "Madam, please forgive me. It was I who foolishly administered the poison. I am willing to die to atone for my sins." With that, she made to dash her head against a pillar. Oh no, Lu Shi intends to silence her. Su Xiao gritted her teeth in anger, her limbs flailing helplessly. Unfortunately, her abilities had been severely depleted. And after saving her mother, she was merely an ordinary child, powerless to intervene. Lian Xiao swiftly moved with agility, stepping behind Chun Chao and grabbing her collar. Pulling her back, "We have yet to clarify the situation. What is the rush?" Chun Chao, in a state of panic, implored, "Sister, my sins are profound. Please grant me this mercy." Lian Xiao disregarded her and unceremoniously tossed her in front of Zhao Wanyue. Zhao Wanyue, unhurried, inquired, "You claim that the poison was your doing, yet I bear you no grudge, nor enmity. Why would you choose to poison me? What benefit would it bring you, if I were to perish?" A barrage of questions ensued, leaving Chun Chao increasingly anxious. Stammering, she replied, I am but a servant." The second young mistress of the Su family, Zheng Yaxian, seized the opportunity to speak. "What is this? Are you too ashamed to speak now? Do you think you are worthy of my elder brother? My sister-in-law admires him and cannot bear to see him favor you. Hence, she secretly poisoned you." Chun Chao shook her head in grievance. "I did not." Zheng Yaxian struck Chun Chao twice, exclaiming, "You wretched maid, even in your dire straits, you dare to be obstinate." Zhao Wanyue coldly interjected, "Sister-in-law, do not be hasty. If she is to die, let it be with clarity. Chun Chao, I ask you, that potion was quite costly. Where did you procure it?" Chun Chao glanced at Lu Shi and Zheng Yaxian, lowering her head as she confessed, "I bought it from the apothecary." "How much silver did that medicine cost?" Under Zhao Wanyue's relentless questioning, Chun Chao felt she was on the verge of collapse, repeatedly bowing her head. "I cannot remember. I truly recall nothing. Please, madam, end my life." Zhao Wanyue, casually brushing off non-existent dust from her attire, remarked, "If you wish to die so desperately, what of your mother and younger siblings?" Chun Chao's face turned pale with horror. Had they not said that if she took the blame, her family would be spared? And they would even treat her mother as illness? How did the madam know? "Madam, my family are simple country folk. This matter has nothing to do with them. I beg for your mercy." Zhao Wanyue, leisurely observing Chun Chao, replied, "Is that so? Such a pity, they were nearly buried alive." Chun Chao, in terror, protested, "It cannot be. They clearly stated that if I confessed, they would spare my family." Stumbling to her feet, she grasped Zhang Momo's sleeve, pleading, "You promised me." Zhang Momo, recoiling as if from a plague, swatted Chun Chao's hand away and said to Lu Shi, "Old madam, I believe Chun Chao has lost her mind. We should take her away and beat her to death with sticks to prevent her from disturbing the young mistress and the young lady." Zhao Wanyue, unfazed, replied, "Why the haste, Zhang Momo? Chun Chao, why not plead with me? Bai Ji just happened to rescue a few people they claim to be your family." Lu Shi gasped in shock. Zhang Momo had executed her plan with ruthless efficiency, and Chun Chao's family had likely already met their demise. Yet Chun Chao was overjoyed, kneeling before Zhao Wanyue, repeatedly bowing, "Madam, I am merely a lowly servant responsible for menial tasks. I have never even seen the poison. It was Zhang Momo who captured my family and coerced me into confession. Please, save my family. Do not speak such slander." Zhang Momo attempted to strike Chun Chao again, but was pushed aside by Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "Momo, are you perhaps feeling guilty?" Zhang Momo suppressed her inner turmoil. The young lady's words were accusatory, but she demanded evidence. "Though I am but a servant, I cannot be unjustly blamed without cause." "Evidence, you say? Do you not remember these individuals?" Behind Bai Ji stood an elderly woman and two children, their bodies caked in dirt and in disarray. "Mother, brother, sister." Chun Chao cried, rushing towards them. "Chaoer, had it not been for this young lady's timely intervention, I would never have seen you again." It turned out Zhao Wanyue had long instructed Bai Ji and the bodyguards of the Zhao family to keep a close watch on Lu Shi. Every move they made was under Zhao Wanyue's scrutiny. "Zhang Momo, do you have anything further to say?" Zhao Wanyue's voice was chilling, leaving an unsettling silence. Zhang Momo, glancing at Lu Shi and realizing she could not deny it, confessed, "Indeed, it was I who orchestrated this. Everyone speaks of your kind heart, yet they do not know you are a ruthless and jealous woman. My niece Qiuping merely spoke a few words with the heir, and you had her sold to a brothel, where she contracted a shameful illness and passed away young. I want you dead. Lu Shi retorted coldly. You wretched creature. You, an elder in this household, would dare commit such treachery? To harm my granddaughter for the sake of a lowly maid? Guards, take Zhang Momo away, give her 20 lashes, and then expel her. Mother's combat prowess is astounding. In an instant, she could annihilate Lu Shi's confidant, rooting out the weeds. Zhang Momo has brought many people into the household, especially her own children. They cannot be left alive. Father and brother have already suffered greatly at their hands. What? Dare you touch my children? Although these events had yet to unfold, Yuanyuan already felt a piercing pain in her heart. Mother, to expel them so hastily? What servant would dare harbor ill intentions towards their master after this? Steward, summon all those related to Zhang Momo and thoroughly interrogate them. Search their quarters well, and ensure that nothing connected to the Su family is allowed to leave. Lu Shi, wishing to contain the situation, soothed. Yuanyuan, why become so agitated over a mere servant? Rest assured, the remaining matters will be handled by your mother. Zhao Yuanyuan, with unwavering resolve, replied, It is not that I distrust my mother. Rather, since I have taken on this responsibility, and with the steward's power relinquished, numerous issues have arisen. At this juncture, if I do not administer a thorough rectification, outsiders may whisper that you, my mother-in-law, conspired against me, taking advantage of my husband's absence to mistreat me and tarnish your own reputation. Chapter 5. The Legitimate Daughter. The typically docile Zhao Yuanyuan suddenly displayed a change in temperament, leaving Lu Shi feeling guilty and compelled to acquiesce. Consequently, within Zhang Momo's and her family's quarters, many valuable items were uncovered. Even within Zhang Momo's daughter's room, treasures from Zhao Yuanyuan's dowry were found. With a forced smile, Zhao Yuanyuan inquired, Mother, you wouldn't have entrusted the key to my private treasury to a servant, would you? You once mentioned the household was in dire straits, and I willingly entrusted my dowry to you. How did my belongings end up in the hands of a lowly maid? Zhao Shi, refusing to relent, retorted, Mother-in-law, you are of a prestigious duke's household. To rely on your daughter-in-law's dowry for sustenance is one thing, but how can you so disgracefully treat my daughter? Lu Shi awkwardly laughed. It must have been that old wretch, Zhang Momo, who stole the key. Recently, when the household faced difficulties, I used some items but returned them afterward. Who knew that this old crone would embezzle them? Zhao Yuanyuan replied obediently, I knew Mother would keep her word. But a temporary shortage should never touch my belongings. Please return the key to me. I will have Lian Xiao and Bai Ji inventory it. As for these items, they have become tainted. I no longer desire them. Please convert them to cash for me. Lu Shi, smiling awkwardly, replied, I do not have the key with me at present, but I will personally count the items and deliver them to you.
Ah.
Mother is formidable. Lu Shi will now have to sell her possessions to compensate for my dowry. Her own daughter from Baihua Lane must be furious, having lost her expected gain. Mother, maintain this momentum and bring Lu Shi down. Baihua Lane, a biological daughter? Zhao Yuanyuan vaguely recalled that Xiao Xiao had mentioned Lu Shi intended to pass the title to her biological son. Could it be? Zhao Yuanyuan dared not ponder further. The Duke of the State had been bedridden with illness for many years, and the entire Duke's household relied on Lu Shi and her husband to keep it afloat. Su Bowen had a deep affection for Lu Shi as a mother. If her suspicions were true, how could Bowen endure such a blow? Lu Shi worried that Zhang Momo's family might expose her, insisting on personally administering punishment. Zhao Yuanyuan relished the leisure. She merely needed to keep watch, and she would uncover Lu Shi's schemes. Zhao Shi had not anticipated the Duke's household to be in such disarray. With only Lian Xiao and Bai Ji as reliable aides, she pondered. Your second sister-in-law has a fine group of shadow guards. Shall I borrow a few for you? Zhao Yuanyuan found herself yearning for something unattainable. Reflecting on her mother and second sister-in-law's relationship, she couldn't help but inquire, is my second sister-in-law agreeable to this? Madame Zhao replied with a hint of irritation, that is my concern. She wished to hear Xiao Xiao's opinion as well, but upon glancing down, she noticed the little one had already succumbed to slumber. With affectionate tenderness, she patted the swaddled infant, saying, Xiao Xiao, my dear, your grandmother is preparing a full moon gift for you. Not long after Madame Zhao departed, Li Yunshu's secret guard arrived. Zhao Yuanyuan promptly assigned them their tasks and settled down in anticipation of her husband's return. Since Xiao Xiao had reassured her that her husband was safe, she felt assured of his well-being. Soon, the shadow guard reported that Lu had indeed ventured into a grand residence in Baihua Lane under the cover of night. The head of that household bore the surname Sun, a minor official from the Ministry of Personnel. Curiously, the matriarch of the Sun family referred to Lu as mother, and it appeared they were embroiled in a dispute over jewelry. Su Xiaoxiao sighed. That child is born of Lu and her lover. Only my father is the true son of the legitimate wife. Alas, grandmother was harmed by Lu, while grandfather and father remain oblivious. Zhao Wanyue's hand trembled slightly. Bowen was not the offspring of the matriarch, and his biological mother had been a victim of her malice. The weight of this revelation was somewhat overwhelming, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Within Baihua Lane, Sun Kaidai watched in disbelief as gold and silver jewels were packed into Lu's carriage. She protested, "Mother, at least leave me something. Many of these were acquired by me." Lu offered gentle reassurances, "Daughter, do not fret. Let me deal with that little vixen first. As long as you obediently listen, everything in the household shall eventually belong to you." Upon hearing this, Sun Kaidai erupted, "Mother, you are deceiving me again. Even if those two perish, all that belongs to them is for your son. I would be condemned to languish in Baihua Lane, living off your meager charity. Mother, your bias is too evident. I am the legitimate daughter of this household, and all these treasures rightfully belong to me. Even the gifts meant for your own granddaughter are being taken to that illegitimate child. Ying, how unfortunate you are. This longevity lock was only worn for less than a month, and now your grandmother wants it back." Lu felt a pang of discomfort. Although she had supported her daughter over the years, compared to the life in the Duke's residence, Kaidai had indeed not lived well. A month prior, Sun Kaidai had given birth to a daughter, prompting the matriarch to take several valuable items from Zhao Wanyue's private treasury, hoping to eliminate Zhao Wanyue and Su Bowen, and reclaim her daughter and granddaughter. However, Zhao Wanyue's resilience had thwarted her plans, and now she was compelled to return these items intact. Otherwise, if Zhao Wanyue turned against her, her family's secrets would be exposed. "Enough of this. Stop crying," Lu said patiently. "I will arrange a few shops for Ying later." Sun Kaidai grasped Lu's hand, whining, "Shops are certainly good, but you must leave something for Ying to remember. This gold bracelet is something you always wore. There's no need to return it to that wretched woman." Though Lu felt reluctant, she could only shake her head in resignation. "At your age, still so petulant. Just like your father. I truly have no way to deal with you." Having soothed her daughter, Lu hurried back to inventory Zhao Wanyue's dowry. Although she was to reclaim numerous items, Sun Kaidai's family was indolent and extravagantly wasteful, with many possessions already pawned off. Lu found herself compelled to part with her own cherished belongings to make up the difference. Daughter-in-law Zheng Yaxian seized the opportunity to visit under the pretext of paying her respects, her eyes widening at the sight of the treasures in the room. In a sarcastic tone, she remarked, "Is mother really going to give all of this to sister-in-law?" Lu, feeling a pang of regret, retorted, "What else can I do? The dowry was given by her family. Am I to forcibly seize it?" Zheng Yaxian countered, "Mother, that is hardly the case. Since we are married into the Su family, naturally we must assist you. What harm is there in sister-in-law contributing to the family? Her family is affluent. If she desires something, the Zhao residence will surely provide." Lu sighed, "I've already promised in front of Madame Zhao. What else can I do?" Zheng Yaxian smiled cunningly. "If mother doesn't give it, can sister-in-law take it by force? Sister-in-law is usually so dutiful. With elder brother absent, and her coming to claim something now, you can simply mention elder brother. What can she do?" Lu slapped her thigh. "Why didn't I think of that? It seems you're not entirely foolish." Zheng Yaxian rolled her eyes inwardly, but smiled sweetly on the outside. "Mother, in a few days is my mother's birthday, and I don't have a single decent piece of jewelry. If I go empty-handed, I'm afraid I'll embarrass you." Lu scolded angrily, "If you want jewelry, go ask your husband for it. Don't come here to take advantage of me." Zheng Yaxian immediately feigned tears. "Mother, Boheo has not been seen for 3 days. Where am I to find him?" Lu glanced disdainfully at her second daughter-in-law, choosing to ignore her. At that moment, the steward announced, "Madam, the eldest lady has arrived." Lu selected the smallest hairpin from the box and handed it to Zheng Yaxian, saying, "Take this. Be perceptive later. You know what to say, right?" Chapter 6. Reclaiming the Dowry. Zhao Wanyue held Su Xiaoxiao and performed a shallow bow. Daughter-in-law has brought Xiaoxiao to pay her respects. Lu's face radiated warmth. "The child is still young. You ought to nurture her well. We are family, so there is no need to concern ourselves with formalities." Zhao Wanyue suppressed her inner turmoil and obediently replied, "Daughter-in-law has completed her confinement, yet has not seen mother for some time. I am worried about your well-being, and wish to ensure you are well." Lu responded with a hollow smile. "Logically, you should be the one receiving more visits during your confinement. However, matters in the household have been pressing, and I have been unable to find the time. Afterward, She signaled to Zheng Yaxian, who promptly chimed in, sister-in-law, you have no idea how busy mother has been these past few days, working tirelessly to complete your dowry. She has even lost weight. Zhao Yuanyuan feigned innocence, sister-in-law. How can you say that? The dowry was merely borrowed by mother for some urgent needs. Even if the duke's residence is prosperous, if the family encountered difficulties, mother would never take a single thread from me. Indeed. It was that old maid Zhang who pilfered those items. I found them unsatisfactory and requested mother to replace them. It was my oversight that caused you trouble.
Lu.
Recalling the discomfort of forcibly taking back the warm gold necklace from her granddaughter to return to Zhao Yuanyuan, felt a swell of frustration. She could have leveraged the situation to dispose of Zhao Yuanyuan under the guise of a difficult birth, thus securing her daughter's and granddaughter's dowries. Yet she could not reveal a hint of her intentions and must maintain an air of generosity and magnanimity. It is my failure to recognize the situation. Nearly causing you harm. Your dowry has been replenished. It is all there. Count it, not a single item is missing. Mother, sister-in-law was merely confused by Zhang. With the items in your possession, what could she possibly worry about? Now you are eager to return them. Others might think sister-in-law is at odds with you, inviting mockery from outsiders. Furthermore, elder brother is always dutiful. Now that he is away, if the servants gossip about sister-in-law coming to your residence to seize items, it would only lead to misunderstandings. Lu sighed, you are right. I truly am muddled. Without your reminder, I would have wronged you for no reason. Let us keep the items with me for now. When Bowen returns, I will personally explain to him and then send them to you. That old hag clearly desires to seize mother's dowry. Mother, please awaken to the reality. She is coveting your very life. Zhao Yuanyuan looked down at her daughter, who was playfully spitting, her heart softening. With Xiao Xiao's reminder, how could she remain foolishly subjected to Lu's machinations? With tears brimming in her eyes, Zhao Yuanyuan spoke with heartfelt emotion. Mother always considers my well-being, sacrificing herself to shield me from harm. How can I focus solely on myself? Allow me to handle these distressing matters. Lian Xiao, Baiji, assist in carrying these items downstairs. Without waiting for Lu to respond, Lian Xiao waved her hand, and a throng of maidservants streamed in, some bearing boxes while others carried trays. In mere moments, everything was taken away. Lu's face flushed with anger, turning a hue reminiscent of liver, and she was momentarily rendered speechless. Zhao Wenyu, her countenance filled with concern, inquired, Mother, what troubles you? Are you unwell? I shall summon a physician at once. Zheng Yixian, fearing that Lu might reclaim the hairpin she had just obtained, hastily added, Sister-in-law, I will instruct the steward to fetch a doctor. With that, she darted away. As long as Mother remains lucid, dealing with her is a piece of cake. Now that the items are taken, let us leave. Su Xiao thought to herself, and then burst into tears. I'm crying, Mother.
Can't you see?
Do you truly wish to wait upon her here? Zhao Wenyu stifled a smile, her lips twitching in discomfort, and said, Mother, Xiao is causing a scene. I shall take her home to avoid disturbing your rest. You do not appear well. There's no need for you to concern yourself with the family's shops for my dowry. Please rest well. With that, she cast a glance at Su Xiao, soothing her. Xiao, be good. You cannot cry here. Grandmother will be disturbed. Lu, gasping for breath, felt her face turn a shade of blue from the pent-up anger, and the maidservants hastily fanned her until she regained her composure. This wicked woman. How dare she defy me? Lu seethed, knocking over the teacup on the table. The sound of shattering porcelain delighted Zhao Wenyu, who reflected on her past folly in treating Lu as more dear than her own mother, willingly sacrificing her dowry.
Now,
she not only sought to reclaim her possessions but also to avenge the late mother of Bowen. After a hearty feed of milk, Su Xiao fell into a deep slumber. As Lian Xiao tucked her in, she couldn't resist teasing, Madam, look at the way the young lady sleeps. Doesn't it resemble meditation? Zhao Wenyu chuckled resignedly, indeed. Ever since her first month, she sleeps with her legs crossed and hands in prayer. If I attempt to adjust her, she immediately reverts. I suppose I must let her be. Since entering this narrative, Su Xiao had lost much of her previous abilities. She could not simply languish in idleness. After all, her family was made of cannon fodder, often meeting with untimely demise. She needed to cultivate her strength to protect them. Yet, being unable to sit steadily, she could only train in her dreams. Alas, at such a tender age, unable even to control her bladder, she was expected to manage her dreams. Was it an easy feat for a mere infant? As Su Xiao slumbered, Zhao Wenyu remained vigilant. After giving birth, so much had transpired that she had scarcely had the chance to rest properly. Yet her spirit was more vigorous than in her youth. All thanks to her daughter's blessings. Even before reaching her full month, her daughter was already intent on safeguarding the family. She could not afford to wait for Xiao Xiao to grow up and protect her. She opened a letter delivered by her shadow guard, her scalp prickling with unease. Lu was indeed ruthless. She had thought Lu spared Zhang Mama and her family out of compassion, yet it appeared she harbored murderous intentions. The boat carrying Zhang Mama's family had sunk in the heart of the river. It seemed that Zhang Mama must have harbored unspeakable secrets. But the shadow guard's letter indicated that Zhang Mama had yet to regain consciousness. It was uncertain if she could be saved. Zhao Wenyu sighed, realizing that only she was aware of Lu's malicious intent. Her husband, Su Bowen, held Lu in high regard and would never believe she would harm him or their child. Su Bowen was not Lu's biological son, but the offspring of the original lawful wife of the Duke of the State. She only learned of this from Xiao Xiao's thoughts. Without evidence, how could she bring Lu down? Moreover, the Deshua dynasty governed itself on filial piety. Being unfilial was a grave crime. If she acted too hastily, Lu might brand her with a label of unfilial, jeopardizing her husband's future and consequently relinquishing the duke's title to Su Bohao. Zhao Wenyu rubbed her temples, knowing that while her husband was away suppressing bandits, she could not let him be distracted. This matter required careful deliberation. She could not confront Lu too soon.
Yet,
it did not preclude her from dealing with unrelated individuals, making Lu taste the bitterness of losing kin. Chapter 7. The Relatives of the Duchess. Zhao Wenyu sent away her shadow guard and smiled gently. Lian Xiao, it has been ages since we ventured out. Let us go to the South Pearl Pavilion. Bai Ji, you stay home and look after the young lady. At that moment, Su Xiao Xiao, engrossed in her milk, suddenly found it unpalatable upon hearing her mother's plans to shop without her. What a travesty! She flailed her little hands, knocking over the milk Bai Ji had offered. Babbling in protest. Shopping? I want to go too. I've never been outside. Mother, look at me. Your most adorable little baby. Zhao Wenyu struggled to suppress her laughter, pretending not to hear. Although the weather was warm, Xiao Xiao was far too young to be taken out. Unfazed, Su Xiao Xiao insisted on going. You're not taking me? Then I shall cry for you. I'll cry endlessly. The kind of crying that one to be soothed. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao Xiao summoned all her strength and began wailing, her cries resonating throughout the courtyard. Bai Ji hurriedly produced Xiao Xiao's favorite little bell, shaking it before her, but Xiao Xiao refused to even glance at it, howling at the top of her lungs. Lian Xiao remarked, Madam, the young lady has never cried like this before. Could it be she knows you are leaving and cannot bear to part with you? Zhao Wenyu sighed, helplessly stating, this must be what they mean by the heartstrings of mother and daughter being intertwined. With that, she took Xiao Xiao into her arms and gently patted her, and she instantly ceased her crying. Bai Ji seized the opportunity, extending her hand to signal that the young lady had stopped crying, allowing the madam to attend to her affairs. Su Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at Bai Ji, determinedly tilting her head away. She did not want to stay home. Zhao Wenyu, resigned, declared, then we shall take the young lady along. Bai Ji, prepare her belongings.
Yay!
We can go shopping. Su Xiao Xiao kicked her little feet in delight. Bai Ji and Lian Xiao marveled at her cleverness, even at such a tender age. She understood the allure of going out. The South Pearl Pavilion was one of the most prestigious jewelry shops in the capital, renowned for its exquisite pieces and innovative designs, cherished by the women of noble families. This shop was one of Zhao Wenyu's dowries. Everyone knew that South Pearl Pavilion was immensely profitable, and naturally, Sun Kai-dai was no exception. She had long desired Lu to gift her the shop, yet Lu had remained unyielding. Frustrated, Sun Kai-dai thought, if I cannot have the shop, can I not have jewelry? Lu had previously taken her there a few times, and whatever she acquired was always recorded as a debt. She herself frequently visited, bringing Lu's token to obtain items, never paying a single coin. The shopkeeper had spoken to Lu several times, but Lu brushed it off, saying, they're just a few pieces of jewelry. Let her have them. However, today, she had her eyes set on a set of pure gold adorned with gemstones. The very headpiece Zhao Wenyu wore on her wedding day, which had only recently been sent over to serve as a display piece. The shopkeeper, speaking humbly, said, Miss Sun, perhaps you could choose another piece. This headpiece truly cannot be sold. Accustomed to wielding her family's influence, Sun Kai-dai could not tolerate such a response and retorted, I want this one. Just displaying it and not selling it? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Her outburst drew the attention of all the patrons within the shop, while those outside craned their necks in curiosity. The shopkeeper, though furious, could only respond with politeness. Miss Sun, I assure you, it is not my intention to slight you. This is the headpiece of our young master's wife, designed by my lady herself. And it is clearly marked as not for sale. Upon hearing that the exquisite headpiece belonged to Zhao Yuanyuan on her wedding day, Sun Kaidai felt an overwhelming desire to possess it. The thought that Su Bowen, a mere illegitimate child, could bestow such a treasure upon his wife while she, a legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, had to live incognito like a rat in the sewers, filled her with resentment. The entirety of her wedding dowry paled in comparison to the worth of that headpiece. Everything Zhao Yuanyuan currently enjoyed should rightfully belong to her. Consumed by jealousy, Sun Kaidai, in a fit of rage, shoved the shopkeeper aside and opened the cabinet to seize the headpiece. The shopkeeper, nearly terrified out of his wits, pleaded, "Miss Sun, you mustn't. This item is truly not for sale." Bystanders, unable to bear the scene, began to murmur, pointing out, "It's clearly stated that samples are not for sale. You know nothing. The Duchess is my relative, and this headpiece was promised to me. I have claimed it." Sun Kaidai declared assertively, already clutching the headpiece and attempting to leave. The shopkeeper, disregarding his aching back, called out to his assistant, "Quick, stop her." At that moment, Zhao Yuanyuan gracefully approached, clad in a pale purple silk gown, exuding an air of elegance that captivated everyone around her. With a radiant smile, she remarked, "Since this lady so desires it, let us sell it to her." "Lady?" The shopkeeper looked at Zhao Yuanyuan in disbelief, recalling she hadn't visited in years. "But this is your prized possession." Zhao Yuanyuan, holding her infant, replied with a dazzling smile, "It matters not. If this lady is so fond of it, I shall part with it. Please wrap it up and escort her to make payment." Seeing Zhao Yuanyuan's stance, the shopkeeper relented, guiding Sun Kaidai to the counter, courteously stating, "Miss Sun, the total comes to 5,860 taels." Sun Katie's expression remained indifferent. "As per our usual arrangement, put it on my account. I shall settle it another day." Lian Xiao, seizing the headpiece, retorted angrily, "This establishment does not extend credit. Payment must be rendered upon delivery." Fuming with indignation, Sun Kaidai shot back, "I am a relative of the Duchess. Do you think I would default? The customary practice is to settle at the end of the year." With Zhao Yuanyuan present, the shopkeeper found some courage. "Miss Sun, your debts at our establishment have remained unpaid for several years. This headpiece is exceedingly precious, and you should make payment first." The onlookers could no longer contain themselves, with one person boldly stating, "Madam, it is clearly written that it is not for sale. You insist on buying it and now wish to charge it? The owner is gracious enough to part with it, and you still dare to ask for credit? If you cannot afford it, spare us the embarrassment." Indeed, how could such an uncouth individual disrupt the serenity of Nanju Pavilion? Humiliated by the crowd's derision, Sun Kaidai felt a mix of anger and trepidation, yet the allure of the headpiece remained irresistible, especially since she had always believed it should rightfully be hers. She clutched the box tightly, insisting, "I shall settle the account with the Duchess's old matron. Step aside. Nanju Pavilion is a part of Our Lady's dowry. Even she must pay for her own items. There has never been a practice of extending credit. Surely, the matron is aware of this. You are merely using her name to deceive." The earlier critics scoffed, "Ha ha ha, one thought they were a mere nouveau riche. But it turns out they are just a shameless scoundrel. Which family raised such a daughter? Utterly lacking in shame. Indeed, pay up, pay up." The crowd urged, raucously. Sun Kaidai felt utterly humiliated, wishing she could dramatically slam down the coins on the table to dazzle the meddling spectators, yet she lacked such funds. Sheepishly, she stammered, "Shopkeeper, I am not a first-time visitor. With my connections to the Duchess, you surely do not fear I would default." Chapter 8. A Prison Sentence. The shopkeeper displayed a conflicted expression. "Miss Sun, I cannot make that decision. Our Lady is present. You may speak with her." Zhao Yuanyuan, with a smile in her eyes, addressed Sun Kaidai. "This lady claims to be my relative. Forgive my ignorance, but I do not recognize you. How are you related to my mother-in-law?" Before others, Sun Kaidai could maintain her facade, but under Zhao Yuanyuan's scrutiny, she faltered, stammering, "I am a distant relative of the Duchess. The young lady does not recognize me. I shall visit the manor personally next time." With that, she attempted to leave. Lian Xiao obstructed her path, stating, "Madam, please wait. Nanju Pavilion does not allow credit. Even if you are a distant relative, you must pay for your chosen items. Steward, are you truly so dim-witted as to let her deceive us under the matron's name? Madam, please settle your payment first." Sun Kaidai clutched the box, protesting, "I truly am the matron's relative. If you do not believe me, ask the shopkeeper. She personally brought me here." Zhao Wenyue coldly interjected, "My mother-in-law is kind-hearted and may have occasionally given you a handout, but your greed is insatiable. Steward, bring the ledger. Let us see how much our relative owes." The shopkeeper reported her debts, adding with difficulty, "Madam, she owes us a total of 15,000 taels, not including that headpiece." Zhao Wenyue, sitting down with the child, remarked, "Since she is a relative, let us round down the sum. You need only pay 20,000 taels." Sun Kaidai, taken aback, realized she had inadvertently acquired over 10,000 taels worth of items. Anxiety washed over her as she reluctantly set down the box, stuttering, "I no longer want the headpiece. I shall pay tomorrow." Lian Xiao discreetly extended a leg, causing Sun Kaidai to stumble and fall ungraciously. Bai Ji, with an indifferent tone, remarked, "Madam, if you wish to leave now, it is too late. Pay the money before departing." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Mortified and enraged, Sun Kaidai mumbled, "I did not bring any money." Zhao Wenyue scoffed, her brows furrowing, "No money? Are you here merely to amuse us? Someone, take this deceptive scoundrel to the office of judicial affairs." As soon as she finished speaking, two agile attendants bound Sun Kaidai and escorted her to the office of judicial affairs, having been delivered personally by the Duchess's daughter-in-law, along with her signed credit records. The evidence against her was irrefutable. The magistrate, having heard her claims of being a relative of the Duchess, noted Zhao Wenyue's clear statement of unfamiliarity with her, leading to charges of deceiving a court official. The magistrate struck the table decisively, promptly sentencing her to 30 lashes. Sun Kaidai, utterly powerless, felt the sting of each strike, bloodied and bruised, until she could no longer muster the strength to plead for mercy. After the punishment, she was ordered to return the 15,000 taels owed to Nanju Pavilion within 3 days. Due to the substantial debt, the magistrate, fearing she might flee, ordered her confinement in the Office of Judicial Affairs prison, even sending someone to notify her family that they must settle the debt in full for her release. Sun Kaidai, battered and on the verge of unconsciousness, fainted upon hearing she was to be imprisoned. Meanwhile, the usually quiet Su Xiaoxiao grinned. "Well done. They deserved it. Mother is truly formidable." Zhao Wenyue expressed her gratitude to the magistrate, while Lian Xiao discreetly arranged for the guards to take good care of Sun Kaidai. Thus, as Sun Kaidai was unceremoniously thrown into her cell, she was doused with a bucket of chilly salt water, the salt seeping into her open wounds, causing her excruciating pain that jolted her awake. Never having endured such torment, Sun Kaidai erupted in a fit of rage. "You blind, insolent servants! I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household. When my mother arrives, I shall have your heads for sport." The prison guards erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Well, we shall remain here to obstruct the view of this esteemed young lady. Let us depart." They took their torches with them, leaving the damp cell shrouded in darkness, so profound that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Sun Kaidai sensed an ominous presence drawing near her. It was a multitude of creeping vermin within the cell, crawling over her body, greedily gnawing at the residual salt left behind. The echoes of Sun Katie's cries and wails reverberated throughout, yet the guards appeared oblivious to her plight. Zhao Wenyue emerged from the government office, in high spirits, eagerly rushing to inform Lu. She sat beside Lu, fuming with indignation, declaring, "Mother, I am utterly exasperated.
Today,
I had intended to select a few red hairpins for you at the South Pearl Pavilion, but instead, I encountered a swindler. I cannot fathom the method she employed, but she bewitched the shopkeeper to the extent that he permitted her to purchase 15,000 taels of goods on credit. When the daughter-in-law demanded payment, she audaciously claimed to be your relative, alleging that you had granted her credit."
what?
15,000 taels? Lu had always felt indebted to this daughter. The shopkeeper's claim that Sun Kaidai had incurred a debt made her think it was merely a few pieces of jewelry, and since Zhao Wenyue's wealth would eventually be hers, she paid it little mind. Little did she know the enormity of the debt incurred. Zhao Wenyue feigned ignorance of Lu's concerns, continuing, "Indeed, not only did she deceive others, but she also slandered you, accusing you of embezzlement. I could not contain my anger and had her taken to the Jingzhaoyin's office."
What?
"You imprison her in the Jingzhaoyin's office? What sort of family are we to resort to such measures? Quickly, send someone to inform the magistrate that we are withdrawing our complaint." Lu gasped, nearly dropping her teacup in shock. Kaidai, a frail woman, in the Jingzhaoyin's office, one could only imagine the fright she would endure. Zhao Wenyue relished the thought, knowing Lu was finally feeling the pain she had inflicted on others without a moment's hesitation. "Mother, do you not realize? The perpetrator is someone else. We are the victims. What is wrong with reporting this to the authorities?" I truly wish to see what sort of heartless parents could raise such a shameless daughter. They will surely meet a fitting end, perhaps even struck by lightning. Mother, you must not be aware, but this woman's age is similar to that of Bowen. Think carefully, do we have any relatives of such an age? Lian Xiao, nestled in Zhao Wanyue's arms, nearly burst into laughter, remarking, Mother is not only clever but also quite adept at cursing. That wicked old hag must be on the brink of apoplexy. Zhao Wanyue pretended to hear nothing, curiously awaiting Lu's response regarding whether Sun Kaidai was indeed her relative. Lu's nails dug into her flesh as she struggled to maintain her composure, impatiently retorting, I have no such relatives. You are merely hearing her nonsense. Zhao Wanyue feigned ignorance of Lu's discomfort and sighed with relief, saying, As long as she is not related to you, that's all that matters. The magistrate is one who abhors wickedness. He delivered 30 severe lashes upon her. You should have seen it. She was left bloodied and bruised, her skirts torn. Truly, there is a reason behind every misfortune, with all her faculties intact. She chose to deceive others and now awaits her family to ransom her from prison. Chapter 9. The Fabrication of Lu. Lian Xiao added fuel to the fire. 15,000 taels? By her appearance, she likely cannot muster such a sum. I wager she will perish in prison within 3 days. Such a rogue deserves to die. The debt owed to us will vanish like water into sand. Upon hearing of Sun Katie's punishment and possible peril, Lu felt a surge of blood rise within her, nearly causing her to spit it out. Zhao Wanyue, startled, chastised Lian Xiao. What nonsense are you spouting? Look at how you have frightened the old lady. A debt has its owner. If she were to die, she still has family, and we shall reclaim what is owed in due time. Mother, do not fret. I have already dispatched someone to ascertain where her family resides. Even if she were to die, I will ensure the money is recovered for you. Lu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, yet she dared not reveal a semblance of her distress, for Zhao Wanyue, in her naivety, believed her mother was merely worried about financial loss. Lu had no choice but to play along, grasping Zhao Wanyue's hand. As long as we can recover it, that is sufficient. You must be weary. Take Xiao Xiao and rest. Zhao Wanyue, suppressing her laughter, expressed concern. Mother, you have coughed up blood. Allow your daughter-in-law to find a doctor to examine you. Lu, eager to save her daughter, longed for Zhao Wanyue to leave, patiently insisting, I was merely overcome with anxiety. Rest is all I need. It is nothing serious. You must go now. Zhao Wanyue remained unconvinced, her worry evident. Mother, are you truly all right? My heart is in turmoil. Perhaps I should stay here with you tonight? Go. Lu's heart raced. Zhao Wanyue's incessant chatter was too much to bear. Lu nearly lost her temper but managed to speak gently. I assure you, I am fine. Xiao Xiao is still young. You must take good care of her. Seeing Lu so resolute, Zhao Wanyue reluctantly stood. Then I shall return. If anything arises, do summon a maid to fetch me. Lu wished for death itself, yet forced a facade of maternal affection, smiling broadly as she nodded at Zhao Wanyue. After a few steps, Zhao Wanyue hesitated, prompting Lu to quickly don a smile, asking, What is it now? Zhao Wanyue smacked her forehead, grinning. Mother, how could I forget to discuss important matters? That woman borrowed your name to deceive others. And fearing that other shopkeepers might also fall prey, I have replaced the nameplates of all our shops with mine. Should you need anything in the future, simply come to me for it. I am off now. With that, she hastened her steps and soon exited Lu's courtyard. Lu felt like weeping. With the nameplates changed, how would she find 15,000 taels to free her? In the prison, Sun Kaidai lay groaning on the floor infested with foul insects. Mosquitoes and fleas greedily feasting on her blood, while rats scurried about her without restraint. Sun Katie's spirit was shattered. She could not even muster the strength to scream. Her only hope lay in her mother, Lu, bringing the money to rescue her from this hell on earth. Lu, however, was wholly focused on saving her daughter, yet the nature of their relationship could not be revealed. Lu could not leverage her status as a noblewoman to intervene, and thus could only gather funds through honest means. The thought of Sun Kaidai filled her with sorrow. Her father had always resented her for being a daughter and feared exposure would ruin his prospects, neglecting both children and even shunning Lu. In the past, he had spoken sweetly, but now Lu's heart was heavy with disappointment. Driven to desperation, she had discreetly sent him a letter yesterday, pleading for assistance to ransom her daughter, lest she perish in prison. To her dismay, he had shown no regard for their familial bond, instead advising her that it was a cursed fate and that it would be better to let her suffer, so she might find a better life in the next incarnation. Lu tore the man's letter to shreds, her dignity sacrificed for the hope of her daughter's freedom. only to receive the cold remark, "As a woman of nobility, you ought to maintain your self-respect." With a legitimate son to inherit his legacy, he viewed the twins he had fathered with disdain. Swallowing her bitterness, Lu resolved that without assistance, she would still elevate her son to a position of nobility. Yuanyuan not only switched the nameplates, but also reclaimed the shops Lu had allocated to Sun Kaidai, and summoned the managers of various estates and businesses to the Duke's residence, delivering a stern reprimand. "You have all been with the household for a long time, and I shall not belabor the point. I will say only this: the Duke's residence does not harbor idlers. Those who are capable and willing to work do so earnestly, and I shall not be ungrateful. Those who wish to leave may do so now with dignity. I offer you ample consideration. Let this be a lesson to anyone who seeks to exploit the situation, as those dismissed yesterday serve as a warning." The stewards exchanged glances, each hesitating to voice their thoughts. It was the steward of Nanju Pavilion who first broke the silence. "Madam, I find myself perplexed by one matter. I beseech you to enlighten me. If ever your opinions diverge from those of the old matriarch, whose counsel should we heed?" This inquiry weighed heavily on the minds of all the stewards, for were not the actions of those few individuals aligned with the old matriarch's wishes? Yuanyuan lifted her gaze, her expression devoid of any discernible emotion. The old matriarch, being advanced in years and of kind disposition, presents an opportunity for exploitation. To avert unnecessary losses, she has instructed me to replace the identification plaques. Henceforth, we shall recognize only the plaques, not the individuals. Even if the old matriarch herself were to visit, she must possess my plaque. Do you all comprehend this? Upon hearing Zhao Wenyu's words, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group, particularly from those who had accompanied the Zhao family as dowries. They were well aware of Zhao Wenyu's formidable methods. Yet she genuinely cared for the staff. It was a mystery why their young lady had transformed so drastically after marrying into the Sun family, demanding that they show deference to Lu Shi. The shop had become chaotic, and their treatment had plummeted, yet now that their young lady was in charge again, it seemed the days of hardship were finally coming to an end. Indeed, after delivering her reprimand, Zhao Wenyu did not forget to provide a glimmer of hope. This year, the shop has suffered significant losses, but fortunately, there are still a few months until the new year. Let us all work diligently, and by the year's end, we may celebrate a prosperous new year. Zhao Wenyu's clarity in reward and punishment was widely acknowledged, and given the current circumstances, it was clear that the young lady was resolute in her intent to implement reforms. Who would dare to be negligent? After addressing the external matters, Zhao Wenyu diligently turned her attention to the household. In the vast estate of the Duke, the monthly expenditures exceeded 1,000 taels of silver. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that over 10 individuals had been receiving salaries while absent from the estate. Without hesitation, Zhao Wenyu terminated their stipends and dismissed those who could be sent away. This marked the second time she had expelled people since giving birth, and the servants, keenly aware of the shifting tides, understood that the new authority lay with the young lady. Furthermore, it seemed the old matriarch and the madam were at odds, rendering any attempts to curry favor with the old matriarch futile. Lu Shi had been completely marginalized. Chapter 10. Whose child is not a child as a result. Even finding a messenger proved to be a considerable challenge. She dared not visit Sun Kaidai directly in the prison, having heard from Zhao Wenyu that someone had been stationed at Sun Kaidai's doorstep. She refrained from going to Baihua Lane to seek funds from Sun Kaidai's husband, Zhou Quan, and instead instructed someone to deliver a message to him, requesting that he procure the necessary funds. Zhou Quan was indolent, and the couple indulged in pleasure, having squandered much of Lu Shi's financial support. Though he possessed a modest sum of private savings, he was loath to part with it to redeem anyone. After all, a wife could be replaced. If Lu Shi could bear to part with her daughter, he could easily relinquish his wife. Thus, 2 days passed without Zhou Quan delivering a single coin back to Lu Shi. Lu Shi's personal funds had long been exhausted in repaying Zhao Wenyu her dowry, leaving her with scant resources. Reluctantly, she resorted to the cabinet to withdraw silver. Although Zhao Wenyu had replaced the identification plaques, her dignity would allow for a withdrawal of at least 10 to 20,000 taels. Yet after visiting all the shops and estates, not a single steward dared to act decisively, insisting they would only comply upon seeing the young lady's plaque. Fuming, Lu Shi returned home, her face flushed with indignation, and confronted Zhao Wenyu with a barrage of accusations. In your brief tenure as steward, you have treated your mother-in-law with such severity that I shall accuse you of filial impiety. Zhao Wenyu responded with a placating demeanor. Mother, how can you speak thus? If you require silver, simply approach me instead of enduring such indignities at the cabinet. Was it not recently that you were deceived by that scoundrel? I have merely admonished those stewards. How could they possibly dare to provide you with silver? Desperate to save her daughter, Lu Shi softened her tone and said, Very well. Grant me 15,000 taels. I am in urgent need. Zhao Wenyu gasped, Mother, you are asking for my very life. I have already depleted my private reserves to cover your losses. At present, I cannot spare even 1,000 taels, let alone 15. Then take this bag of broken silver from my bedside, she added, if you do not mind. Are you sending me off with mere crumbs? Lu Shi retorted, appending the bag on the floor. With a voice tinged with grievance, Zhao Wenyu replied, Mother, you are being unreasonable. That little amount was reserved for a longevity lock for Xiao Xiao. If you find it insufficient, then take it back. Ling Qiao eagerly complied with this instruction, quickly picking up the bag of coins and departing without a word. Lu Shi wished to protest but found herself at a loss for words, instead muttering threats. Just wait. I shall accuse you of maltreating your mother-in-law and bring you to justice for your great unfiliality. Zhao Wenyu, her voice trembling with emotion, retorted, If that is your intent, then go ahead and file your complaint. Your daughter-in-law shall accompany you, if the magistrate does not rule in your favor. We shall seek the Empress for intervention regarding your deficit of over 100,000 taels. Lu Shi dared not expose such disgraceful matters. Swallowing her indignation and contemplating alternative solutions. She still possessed some valuable items, yet pressed for funds. She could only bear to part with them at a fraction of their worth, still falling short of the required 15,000 taels. With Zhou Quan remaining unresponsive, she felt compelled to visit Baihua Lane once more. To her dismay, Zhou Quan had not delivered a single coin and instead complained about the sudden cessation of wages for the maidservants, who were now demanding their pay. With no one to prepare meals or tidy the household, even their daughter, Ying, was neglected. Lu Shi, incensed, could no longer tolerate his complaints and struck him. Were it not for me, you would still be peddling sweet potatoes. If anything were to happen to Kai Dai, do you still wish to maintain your position as master? Bring forth all the money from our home. Zhou Quan was a weak-willed man, however. He remembered that Lu Shi provided monthly support, spending money freely. He gathered all he could, but it amounted to less than 1,000 taels, insufficient even when combined with Lu Shi's meager funds. Had it not been for her concern for her daughter, fearing her demise in prison, Lu Shi would have long since succumbed to despair. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, her strength waning, until her gaze fell upon the house before her. This residence was her purchase, the deed and land title still within the estate. If she wished to save her daughter, she would have to sell this house. Unable to rely on Zhou Quan, Lu Shi summoned a clever young servant, instructing him to seek a buyer for the property in Baihua Lane, while she hurried back to the Sun estate to retrieve the deed. At last, on the third day, Lu Shi sold the house at a loss and rented a small courtyard on the outskirts of the city to accommodate son Kai Dai's family. The dwelling was modest, and with her finances tight, Lu Shi dismissed all the servants, retaining only an elderly matron to care for son Ying. Having endured torture and shock, son Kai Dai was barely clinging to life when brought back. Fortunately, with Lu Shi's hiring of a doctor and administering medicine, she showed slight improvement, though she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Though Lu Shi was anxious, she dared not linger and instructed the matron to watch over son Kai Dai closely before hastily returning home. Zhou Quan, surveying the meager three-room courtyard, felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. With only an elderly matron tending to the comatose son Kai Dai and no lively maidservants left by Lu Shi, he now found himself responsible for the child, a mere infant with little to offer. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and in a fit of rage, he kicked the cradle, causing the baby to wail. Frustrated, Zhou Quan picked her up, carelessly feeding her some rice soup. Not out of compassion, but rather because he would soon need her to help him extract money from Lu Shi. Having lived a life of luxury for so many years, Lu Shi had never known such hardship and toil. Upon arriving home, she fell ill from the stress. Zhao Wenyu fulfilled her duties as a daughter-in-law, ensuring the doctor was called and medicine acquired, yet she was too preoccupied to visit Lu Shi, who was left feeling utterly neglected, even as Zheng Yixian, who regularly monitored her condition, failed to appear. Recalling her daughter, who lay in an unresponsive state, a tumult of emotions surged within her heart. It was all Zhao Wanyua's doing. How had she failed to realize that Zhao Wanyua was not the docile little cat she had believed her to be, but rather a tiger with sharp fangs and claws? Upon receiving the report from the Shadow Guard, Zhao Wanyua too was beset by mixed feelings. The Lu family had indeed gone to great lengths for their daughter, illustrating that even if one possessed a heart as venomous as a serpent's, They would still risk everything to protect their child. Reflecting on the whispered sentiments she had overheard from Xiao, Yuanyuan's heart brimmed with rage. All three of her children had met tragic fates, and she harbored an overwhelming desire to consume Lu's heart in her wrath. With a frostbitten expression, Yuanyuan clenched her fists tightly. Your child is a child, but mine is not? I wish to make you taste the bitterness of losing a loved one. Ultimately, she arranged for a physician to attend to son Kaidai's ailment, offering him a pouch of money with instructions to procure whatever fine medicine was necessary, promising a substantial reward if he succeeded in saving her. Though the Lu mother and daughter were detestable, they held valuable evidence of Lu's sins. It was not yet time for them to perish, and so she would allow them to linger in their suffering for a while longer. Chapter 11. Summoning Souls. The turmoil inflicted upon Lu had rendered her physically incapable of rising from her sickbed. Yuanyuan summoned renowned physicians to their home daily, eventually even appealing to the crown princess, securing the attendance of imperial doctors. Today marked the 100th day since Su Xiaoxiao's birth, and Yuanyuan announced that the old matriarch, afflicted by a severe illness, would have a simplified celebration for the child, with the Duke of Zhengguo's residence closing its doors to guests. In the capital, who among the noble women did not envy Lu for her good fortune in marrying a virtuous and compassionate daughter-in-law, who would forego her own daughter's 100-day banquet to ensure her mother-in-law could recuperate in peace. Yuanyuan, however, felt a deep sense of guilt towards Su Xiaoxiao. With heartfelt remorse, she said, Xiaoxiao, it is your mother who has failed you, denying you a proper celebration for your 100 days. This token is my humble compensation. As Xiaoxiao gazed at the dazzling array of treasures before her, joy nearly overwhelmed her, and she clapped her tiny hands, uttering only, Abba, Abba, Abba. Not wronged, not wronged. With so many wonderful things, who cares for a 100-day banquet? Mother truly understands me. Love you. Hearing this, Yuanyuan's heart felt a little lighter. While Xiaoxiao felt no grievance, the Zhao family perceived it as a tremendous injustice. Knowing the purpose behind Xiaoxiao's actions, Madame Zhao understood her daughter's intentions. However, her granddaughter should not be subjected to such unfairness. After conferring with Yuanyuan's father, they decided that since the Duke of Zhengguo's residence could not host the celebration, they would return to the Jing'an Marquise to arrange a banquet for their granddaughter. Yet, upon sending someone to fetch her, they encountered the Crown Princess's entourage. The Crown Princess, sharing their sentiments, wished to ensure Xiaoxiao would not feel slighted and insisted that Yuanyuan bring her to the Crown Princess's residence, where she could personally shower Xiaoxiao with affection. Yuanyuan felt a surge of gratitude. Despite her mother-in-law's cruel nature, she was blessed with family who cherished her and friends who considered her feelings. What obstacles could she not overcome? The messenger's encounter was somewhat awkward, leaving Yuanyuan in a dilemma as she could not bear to reject anyone's goodwill. Only Su Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with joy. Hooray, hooray. We can go out. First, to see the legendary beautiful and kind Crown Princess. Then, to Grandma's house for gifts. The world is so wonderful, la la la. Yuanyuan chuckled softly, realizing how clever Xiaoxiao was. Who said one could not have both fish and bear's paw. She instructed Lianxiao to take a silver ingot to the Crown Princess's envoy, courteously saying, Thank you for making the trip. Please inform the Crown Princess that we shall arrive shortly. Once the messenger departed, she had Lianxiao prepare Zhongbo, cheerfully saying, Zhongbo, please return and inform my mother that I will be visiting the Crown Princess's residence first. There's no need for her to wait for me for breakfast. I shall return later. Hearing that the young lady would be visiting the Crown Princess, Zhongbo, initially worried about his mistress's absence causing distress to Madame Zhao, joyfully hurried home with the news. Yuanyuan dressed Su Xiaoxiao beautifully, adorning her in a red jacket with a matching sheer skirt and tiger-headed shoes crafted from Baiji. Her hair was styled into two cute little buns, with a red painted between her brows and a golden necklace around her neck, making her appear as a delightful little fairy, festive and charming. Upon seeing Su Xiaoxiao, the Crown Princess could hardly avert her gaze, exclaiming, Your mother's title as the most beautiful woman in the capital shall surely be eclipsed. This child is 100 times more enchanting. Yuanyuan merely smiled and respectfully bowed to the Crown Princess before replying, Your Highness, it is not as exaggerated as you say. She is merely an ordinary little child. The Crown Princess shot Yuanyuan an exasperated glance, taking the child from her arms, and said disapprovingly, Why adhere to so many formalities? There are no outsiders here.
Come.
Let Andy hold you. How can you be so adorable? Was Xiaoxiao an ordinary child? Of course. She rushed into the Crown Princess's embrace, beaming with a sweet smile. The Crown Princess's heart melted. This child, at just 100 days old, could already bring me joy, while my own Yutang has yet to smile at me even once. Yuanyuan sensed trouble brewing. The crown princess had only one son, who, due to a difficult birth, was left somewhat dull-witted. Although he was handsome, he was still a simpleton. She hastily apologized. Your Highness, it was my oversight. I should not have brought Xiao here to add to your troubles. The crown princess managed a strained smile, saying, Yuanyuan, such matters are predestined and beyond our control. I could never hold you responsible. Rather, you should frequently bring Xiao to see me, as it brings me joy. Understanding the crown princess's predicament, Xiao, in her own way, tried to cheer her up, showering her with smiles and playful gestures, which finally eased the crown princess's furrowed brow. Reluctant to part with Xiao, she insisted they stay for a meal and even summoned her son Li Yutang. At the sight of him, Xiao realized that he possessed a weak destiny, having lost 2 souls and 6 spirits at birth, which explained his dazed demeanor. If only I had my powers, summoning souls would be a piece of cake. The crown princess is brave and kind, having faced countless challenges to assist the emperor to ascend the throne, leading to the prosperity of the Defies dynasty today. I must see if I can help this handsome brother regain some of his spirits. Eager to assist, Xiao waved her little hands, wanting Li Yutang to hold her. The crown princess felt a pang in her heart. Xiao also likes Yutang, but alas, he cannot hold you. Exhausted from her efforts, Xiao sighed in resignation. My spiritual power is insufficient. Without touching him, I cannot summon his soul. The crown princess had sought countless renowned physicians and high monks to cure Li Yutang, yet to no avail. Yuanyuan was skeptical of Xiao's abilities. However, given the crown princess's sisterly bond with her, she was willing to entertain even the slightest glimmer of hope. Thus, she suggested, it is said that children are drawn to those who embody purity and kindness. Let Yutang hold Xiao. Perhaps she can bring him some luck, and I shall watch closely. Upon hearing this, the crown princess ceased her objections, positioning herself on either side of Li Yutang to protect Xiao. Suddenly, within the chaos, Li Yutang perceived a divine light before him and instinctively reached out, securely cradling Xiao in his arms. The crown princess was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. After 15 long years, her son had shown his first sign of conscious response. Xiao truly was a fairy from the bodhisattva's side. Let Yutang embrace her more. Yuanyuan, equally astonished, marveled at her daughter's extraordinary abilities. Xiao's tiny hands grasped Li Yutang's wrist, exclaiming, the handsome brother's innate talent is remarkable. Even with just 1 soul and 1 spirit, he can sense the divine light. If his souls were to return, he would be a genius, though, of course, still slightly inferior to me. Yuanyuan was captivated by the unfolding events, only to be jolted from her reverie by Xiao's final remark. Indeed, the child possessed an unyielding audacity. Xiao, drawing upon every ounce of her strength, successfully summoned a fragment of Li Yutang's soul back to him. Handsome brother,
Can you see me?
the once vacant and clear-eyed Li Yutang suddenly lowered his head and stammered, Sister. Chapter 12, The Bracelet Space. The Grand Princess was both astonished and elated, tears of joy brimming in her eyes as she exclaimed, Yuanyuan, did you hear that? My Yutang has spoken. Yuanyuan, her own eyes glistening, responded, Your Highness, I heard it. After all these years, you have finally witnessed the clouds parting to reveal the moon. In her efforts to retrieve this wisp of Li Yutang's soul, Xiao had expended nearly all of her cultivated spiritual energy over the past 100 days. In her heart, she weakly lamented, Do not rejoice too soon. With my current abilities, I can only elicit the slightest semblance of consciousness. The path to clarity is still a long one. Nevertheless, Yuanyuan felt a swell of happiness for the Grand Princess, even as she worried for Xiao's well-being. Tenderly, she took Xiao into her arms, saying, Yutang must be weary. Let me hold my sister. After 10 years engulfed in darkness, Li Yutang's existence had been illuminated by Xiao's presence, akin to a ray of sunshine, and he was unwilling to let go. Yuanyuan, allow Yutang to hold Xiao a moment longer. It seems Xiao is the noble person Master Yi Deng spoke of. This bracelet is a gift for you. With careful deliberation, the Grand Princess seated Li Yutang and gently removed a bracelet tied with a cord from his grasp, placing it into Xiao's hands. The bracelet, not only of exquisite quality and considerable value, bore the weight of being Li Yutang's cherished possession. Yuanyuan hastily declined, Your Highness, this is far too precious. Xiao cannot accept such a gift. Upon seeing the bracelet, Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, cradling it in her hands for a closer examination. Heavens! Is this not the bracelet space from my cultivation days? I thought it had vanished during the thunder tribulation, yet it has accompanied me here. The bracelet now appeared even more translucent, radiating a faint glow. Could this be a manifestation of my spiritual energy? Filled with joy, Su Xiaoxiao clutched the bracelet tightly, fearing Zhao Yuanyuan might take it back. The Grand Princess intervened, explaining, Yuanyuan, this bracelet was obtained from Master Yideng. He said that the one destined to save Yutong would be its rightful owner, and Xiaoxiao is indeed that person. In the illustrated tale, Li Yutong was healed by the heroine, yet upon regaining his senses, he became a figure of utter cruelty, becoming the heroine's instrument of vengeance.
Consequently,
The Grand Princess fell into despair and passed away prematurely. Li Yutong's soul was pure, incapable of harboring evil intentions, suggesting that the heroine did not merely summon his soul back, but had directly usurped it. This connection with the Grand Princess allowed the heroine not only to acquire the artifacts and spiritual energy within the bracelet but also to ascend to a position of prominence within the royal family. As Su Xiaoxiao contemplated the years of arduous cultivation that had been appropriated by another, her cheeks puffed in indignation. She resolved to absorb all the spiritual energy at once. Disregarding Zhao Yuanyuan's conversation with the Grand Princess, she closed her eyes, wholly focused on drawing the energy from the bracelet. Zhao Yuanyuan attempted to refuse the bracelet once more. But the Grand Princess pointed to Su Xiaoxiao and remarked, Look, Xiaoxiao adores this bracelet. Yutong's ability to speak is entirely due to her efforts. I would gladly offer her not just this bracelet, but even the entirety of the princess's estate. By that time, Su Xiaoxiao had completely absorbed the spiritual energy, feeling invigorated. While the light surrounding the bracelet began to dim, she stretched, finding herself more agile than before. Extending her hand, she pressed her thumb against Li Yutong's brow, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, Li Yutong trembled, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The Grand Princess gasped in alarm, frantically calling out, Yutong, what is wrong? Zhao Yuanyuan, equally concerned for Su Xiaoxiao, rushed to embrace her. As Su Xiaoxiao continued her incantation, she retorted, Do not disturb me, mother. This is a critical moment. Whether the handsome brother can regain his senses depends on this very instant. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanyuan quietly withdrew her hand, grasping the Grand Princess's arm, saying, Perhaps Master Yideng was right. Xiaoxiao may indeed be the destined one. Let us wait and see. The Grand Princess regained her composure, acknowledging, yes, for Li Yutong. This is a promising sign. Thus, the two mothers anxiously observed their children. After a short while, Li Yutong gradually calmed, and Su Xiaoxiao sighed, lowering her hand. Oh, dear. That was exhausting. At last, the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the handsome brother have returned to their rightful place. But he has been lost in chaos for too long. His soul remains unstable and requires careful tending. Zhao Yuanyuan swiftly took the child, while the Grand Princess approached Li Yutong, asking Yutong, Are you all right? I am your mother. Li Yutong, still in a daze, tilted his head and called out, Mother? At that moment, the Grand Princess could contain her emotions no longer, embracing Li Yutong and weeping uncontrollably. 15 years. I have awaited this moment for 15 long years. Li Yutong offered no response, instead pointing at Su Xiaoxiao and exclaiming, Sister. It is sister. Through her tears, the Grand Princess smiled, saying, Mother knows. It is sister, who has saved you. From now on, Xiaoxiao will be our family's great benefactor. Understanding the principle of attracting attention, Zhao Yuanyuan quickly interjected. It is all thanks to Master Yutong's extraordinary fortune. How could a mere child like Xiaoxiao possess such incredible power? Su Xiaoxiao worried that the bracelet might slip away again. Although she had absorbed the spiritual energy, many treasures remained within. She hurriedly reclaimed the bracelet, slipping it onto her wrist. Mother, I possess great abilities. This bracelet is mine. Zhao Yuanyuan sighed, bemused by the child's obsession with wealth. She wondered from whom she had inherited such traits. The Grand Princess chuckled at Su Xiaoxiao's antics, reaching for a waist token and presenting it to her, saying, Good child, from now on, the Grand Princess's residence will be your home, and I shall be your beloved aunt. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at the token, flipping it over dismissively. What use is this little token? This table is laden with delicacies that make me quite hungry. Zhao Yuanyuan hurriedly retrieved the token, securing it for her, inwardly lamenting, O daughter, you truly lack discernment. Possessing this token is akin to having the Grand Princess herself in attendance, a treasure beyond monetary value. The Grand Princess continued to inquire about Li Yutong's well-being, to which he occasionally offered a brief reply. Exhausted and famished, Su Xiaoxiao grumbled. Spare the handsome brother. To awaken his memories, I must perform 3 more spells. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanyuan, maintaining her composure, said, Your Highness, you have waited 15 years. Why rush? Let Yutong take his time. We have all the days ahead of us, and he must be hungry. The Grand Princess nodded in agreement. You are correct. We have ample time. Let us dine. The Grand Princess had the kitchen prepare cheese, and as the sweet, creamy delicacy melted in her mouth, Su Xiaoxiao closed her eyes in bliss.
Oh.
How difficult it has been. At last, I can enjoy solid food. Auntie, you truly understand me. Zhao Yuanyue was amused by Su Xiaoxiao's rapturous expression, prompting the Grand Princess to recall her purpose for summoning Zhao Yuanyue, and with a mischievous glint in her eye, she asked, Yuanyue, what exactly is the play you and your mother-in-law are performing? Chapter 13, Riding on Xiaoxiao's Coattails. Zhao Yuanyue smiled, aware that she had recently been entangled in legal disputes and business dealings. While others might remain oblivious, the Grand Princess was certainly not. Nothing escapes the discerning eye of the princess, yet these were merely trivial familial matters that she could easily manage. Princess Chong furrowed her brows and said, I hope you can truly manage. I've warned you before that the Liu family is not as accommodating as they appear on the surface, and their treatment of your esteemed family's heir is rather harsh. In any case, do be cautious. If you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will lend you and Xiaoxiao my support. Previously, Princess Chong had also remarked on Liu's peculiarities, advising Zhao Yuanyue to remain vigilant. She mentioned that having been accustomed to the intrigues of the palace, she viewed everyone through a lens of suspicion. Zhao Yuanyue felt foolish for having been deceived by Liu for so many years. Had it not been for Xiaoxiao's reminder, she might still have thought ill of Princess Chong. Gratefully, she looked at the princess and assured, Rest assured, Your Highness, with such a loyal confidant as yourself, who would dare to bully me? The princess is indeed quite considerate. After the passing of your father, she was the first to come and fetch your brother, but alas, she was a moment too late, allowing Liu to take action first, a burden she has carried with her ever since. Upon hearing of Princess Chang's unwavering loyalty, Zhao Yuanyue resolved to frequently bring Xiaoxiao to the princess's residence, hoping for an early restoration for Li Yutong. Sister Xiaoxiao, having summoned Li Yutong's spirit, was utterly exhausted and fell asleep after consuming a bit of food. The princess bestowed upon her numerous precious gifts, urging Zhao Yuanyue to visit Li Yutong more often with Xiaoxiao. After bidding farewell to the princess, Zhao Yuanyue proceeded directly to the residence of the Marquis of Jing'an. Her father, Marquis Zhao Antai, and her mother, Madame Su, along with her brother and sister-in-law, were already waiting outside. Zhao Antai jested, At last, you have arrived. Your mother has been chattering about you since early morning. If you had delayed any longer, I would have developed calluses on my ears. Why are you all still waiting outside? I lingered a bit longer with the princess, and I apologize for keeping you, father, mother, and my dear brother and sister-in-law waiting. Aren't you all just eager to see your granddaughter? Come, let me hold her. Upon hearing this, Lian Xiao quickly handed Xiaoxiao over to Zhao Antai. This is my grandfather, who confronts heaven and earth and challenges the civil and military officials. Yet it is a pity that his unwavering devotion to the country ultimately led him to a tragic fate, being dismembered for being labeled a rebel. And both of my uncles did not escape such a fate either. Except for the 2 daughters-in-law. Everyone paused for a moment, eager to learn how the Marquis of Jing'an had fallen into such misfortune. However, Xiaoxiao, with her childlike innocence and rapid thought process, was lost in her own musings. The princess gifted me a bracelet. I wonder what treasures my grandparents will bestow upon me. How exciting! Zhao Yuanyue remarked. Here we go again, this child. Thankfully, father and mother cannot hear her. Otherwise, they might think I have given Xiaoxiao nothing of value.
Zhao Antai laughed heartily. Xiaoxiao, come.
Let us see what gifts your grandfather and grandmother have prepared for you. Zhao Yuanyue gazed at the sparkling large boxes before her, astonished and unable to close her mouth. Indeed, compared to her parents, she had not given Xiaoxiao anything of such grandeur, and with such a lavish display, her 2 sisters-in-law surely harbored their own thoughts. Father, mother, Xiaoxiao is barely 100 days old. Is such a grand reception necessary? As expected, her elder sister-in-law, Qian, forced a smile and said, Yuanyue, you are unaware that mother has been preparing gifts for Xiaoxiao since returning from the duke's residence. Every day, she recalls something delightful to add. If you had delayed any longer, the storeroom would have been emptied. Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. So this is my foolish and greedy eldest aunt, who, by the way, has hidden the evidence that implicated my grandfather and father in the duke's residence. When trouble arose, she forced my eldest uncle to divorce and absconded with the family's wealth. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines, especially Zhao Yuanyuan's elder brother, Zhao Hongya, whose knuckles cracked under tension. Yet no one dared to reveal a hint of their thoughts. Should this matter leak, Xiao Xiao could easily be labeled a demoness and face dire consequences. Now, the entire family, except for the second sister-in-law, Li Yunshu, was aware that Qian was a source of trouble within the household. Li Yunshu, with her straightforward nature, smiled and said, "In our family, we have a bunch of rascals, and only Yuanyuan has given birth to 2 daughters. They must be cherished." Qian pouted and retorted, "Yunshu, is it just because you have 2 sons that you need to flaunt it? As if no one else has sons. Yuanyuan, even if she is struggling, has still given birth to a son." Li Yunshu felt utterly embarrassed, regretting her candidness. She genuinely envied Zhao Yuanyuan for having 2 daughters. "Father, mother, Yuanyuan, that was not my intention." Li Yunshu realized the more she explained, the worse it became, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Xiao Xiao's second uncle, Zhao Hongjing, sternly reprimanded, "If you cannot speak properly, then do not speak at all. Why must you be such a source of worry? This blind uncle is the one who causes worry. You are the one preoccupied with that white moonlight. If you knew that after the Marquis of Jing'an's incident, she absconded with her own child. It was Aunt who risked her life with all her secret guards to protect several of Zhao's children." Xiao Xiao thought, stretching her neck to find Li Yunshu. Zhao Ontai, noticing her struggle, handed her to Li Yunshu and said, "It seems our Xiao Xiao wishes for her second aunt to hold her." "Yunshu, why are you just standing there? Don't you know how to hold a child?" Li Yunshu was taken aback and hastily took Xiao Xiao in her arms. Now Xiao Xiao's hands had become quite nimble. She cupped Li Yunshu's face, inwardly marveling, "And is truly beautiful, capable of going into battle. She is the one I admire the most in books. Let me give you a kiss." With that thought, she leaned in and planted a sweet kiss on Li Yunshu's cheek. "Hongjing, Xiao Xiao kissed me. Daughters are indeed affectionate." Li Yunshu nearly lost her composure. "Aunt is perfect in every way, except for her poor eyesight. What do you see in second uncle? After his passing, many have desired to marry you, even willing to raise Zhao's children for you. Yet you choose to remain loyal to him, struggling alone to care for Zhao's children. While soon, second uncle will be drunk and let that white lotus climb into bed." Zhao Hongjing trembled at her words. Having intended to take in Guizhu and grant her a title, Zhao Ontai, aware of his son's sordid intentions but unable to reprimand him, shot him a disapproving glance. The already guilty Zhao Hongjing nearly lost his composure, almost stumbling. How could he stand upright, much less manage anything? "You should take your sister inside." Zhao Ontai now found his younger son increasingly irksome. Madame Su shot her second son an admonishing look and gently urged, "Yunshu, don't just stand there, take Xiao Xiao inside. It's chilly out here." Li Yunshu, startled, did not dare to move. When had her mother-in-law ever spoken so gently to her? Zhao Hongjing, feeling guilty towards his wife and fearing her wrath, hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Didn't you hear mother speaking? Quickly take Xiao Xiao inside." Madame Su pushed her son aside, irritated, and said, "Yunshu holding the child must take her time. Unlike you, rushing about heedlessly, lacking any decorum. Yunshu, let us go. Ignore him."
Li Yunshu suddenly understood.
It was Xiao Xiao who brought her good fortune. Zhao Hongjing was left utterly bewildered, wondering, "What have I done to deserve this?" Chapter 14. The Unwelcome Uncles. After hearing Xiao Xiao's heartfelt thoughts, the Zhao family was engulfed in heavy contemplation, each struggling to conceal their feelings, pondering how to subtly remind their family members. The atmosphere turned somewhat quiet. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao, ever clever and adorable, kept everyone entertained with her cheerful demeanor, asking to be held by one and then another. Everyone was amused, especially Xiao Xiao's affection towards Li Yunshu, who was equally surprised. She presented a jade pendant engraved with plum blossoms to Xiao Xiao, saying, "Aunt doesn't have much to offer. But this was passed down to me by my mother. Consider it a gift for our first meeting." Qian scoffed, "You haven't seen the gifts mother has prepared for Xiao Xiao. Can your trinket even compare?" Zhao Hongya was suppressing his anger, glaring at Qian Shi and admonishing her, "If you remain silent, no one will regard you as mute. Day after day, all you do is stir up trouble. I find the gifts from my sister-in-law quite commendable. What about you? Surely you haven't come empty-handed." Qian Shi, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, possessed a noble lineage and was somewhat overbearing. Zhao Hongya, with his gentle disposition, had always yielded to her, never uttering a harsh word in her presence over the years. Feeling aggrieved, Qian Shi exclaimed, "You dare to scold me. Mother, look at Hongya. He is being excessively unreasonable. Su Shi, with a stern expression, replied, Is Hongya wrong? The essence of a gift lies in the sentiment behind it. Yunshu has even presented her cherished jade pendant, demonstrating her genuine affection for Xiao Xiao. As the elder sister-in-law, why do you constantly target your younger siblings? Do you consider me, your mother-in-law, to be invisible?
Li Yunshu,
Feeling guilty for the quarrel her presence had incited, hastily interjected, Mother, please do not be upset. Sister-in-law is right. This gift does indeed seem somewhat lacking. As she spoke, she attempted to reclaim the jade pendant. Su Xiaoxiao grasped the pendant tightly, struggling to fasten it around her neck. My aunt's gift is certainly not lacking. It can summon all my secret guards. Aunt is generous. Once I grow a bit older, I'll help you part ways with second uncle and find you a considerate husband, and I will even gift you to my sister. Zhao Hongjing was taken aback. How could his niece betray him? I am your uncle. Have mercy on me. I cannot bear to lose such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Zhao Wenyue hurried to mediate, sister-in-law. This gift has truly touched Xiao Xiao's heart. She wishes to wear it now, doesn't she? Come, let mother assist you. With the jade pendant now adorning her neck, Su Xiaoxiao beamed with pride and chattered incessantly at Li Yunshu. Aunt is so pitiful, everyone bullies her. If she didn't genuinely adore second uncle, how could she possibly be confined by the duke's residence? Aunt, from now on, Xiao Xiao will stand by your side. Her words left the Zhao family feeling utterly humiliated. Li Yunshu hailed from the martial world. Her mother was the leader of a mysterious organization. She had fallen in love with Zhao Hongjing at first sight and nearly lost her life while rescuing him. To preserve her reputation, Zhao Wantai had arranged for his son to marry her. However, Zhao Hongjing had affections for another, treating Li Yunshu with indifference. Su Shi disapproved of Li Yunshu's martial background, offering her little kindness. Zhao Wantai, while appreciating Li Yunshu, was not particularly invested in matters of the household.
today.
He had only just learned of his son's intention to court by Shuang, which incensed him to no end. Yunshu, you and the children may step back. I have matters to discuss with Yuanyuan, and you two scoundrels, come to the study as well. Li Yunshu, perceiving the situation, entrusted the child to Zhao Yuanyuan and withdrew. Zhao Wantai had always prided himself on his parenting skills, but today discovered that his eldest daughter-in-law was not only malicious, but also the mastermind behind the misfortunes plaguing his family. His second son was forsaking a good wife to pursue a widow, which was utterly infuriating. Although these events had yet to unfold, Zhao Wantai wasted no time in reprimanding his two sons. You two, kneel outside the study, and do not rise until I bid you. After scolding them, Zhao Wantai softened his tone. Yuanyuan, come to the study with your mother. Zhao Hongye and Zhao Hongjing exchanged bewildered glances. Surely their father was exhibiting double standards, treating only their sister as his true offspring. What had they done wrong? Su Shi, who was most affectionate towards her children, today found her two sons to be either foolish or blind, and they both irked her. As she passed, she kicked Zhao Hongjing in the back, exclaiming, You are such a fool. You two are both fools. Zhao Hongjing, feeling wronged, lamented, Brother, even mother has abandoned me. You deserve it. Stay away from that by Shuang. You have no awareness. Zhao Hongye was more concerned about the trouble Qianshi might cause than about comforting his brother. Upon returning, Su Shi remarked that Yuanyuan had faced difficulties at the duke's residence, which made Zhao Wantai's heart ache. Had it not been for Li Yunshu's secret guards, he would have gone to fetch his daughter himself. He anxiously inquired, Yuanyuan, what exactly happened with your mother-in-law? If she dares to bully you, I will be the first to oppose it. Zhao Wenyue was uncertain how to relay the situation to her father. While she could manage matters with Lu Shi, the true peril lay within their home, where they were being ensnared. She poured a cup of tea for Zhao Wantai and handed it to him, saying, I can handle things with mother-in-law. However, you, father, are known for your integrity and disdain for evil. You have offended many with your daily critiques of officials. Could there be someone harboring resentment against you that might be detrimental to our family? Previously, Zhao Wantai would have vehemently defended himself, declaring, I am upright and have nothing to fear. The officials I criticize are all treacherous. Yet today, hearing the fate of the Jing'an Marquis household from Xiao Xiao's lips left him unsettled. Zhao Wantai was not afraid of death, but the thought of his entire family perishing weighed heavily on him. He sipped his tea and replied, You speak wisely. I will be more cautious. I plan to have your second sister-in-law assign a secret guard to each family member to ensure their safety and prevent any opportunities for others to exploit. Zhao Wenyue's heart eased. She had been uncertain about how to warn her father to be wary of her sister-in-law Qianshi. With the presence of her second sister-in-law's secret guards, every move made by her sister-in-law would be monitored, allowing them to take preventive measures. Indeed, experience is invaluable. My maternal grandfather is astute, recognizing that my second sister-in-law is trustworthy. This way, any evidence of Qianshi's schemes against the Jing'an Marquis household can be uncovered in a timely manner. Zhao Ontai, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose. Realizing that if he were truly as capable as he thought, their family would not have suffered such a fate. Su Shi remained anxious. While matters within the residence seemed to be settling, the situation concerning Yuanyuan was still perilous. Although she was aware that her mother-in-law was intentionally making life difficult for her, she remained oblivious to Lu Shi's true nature. Unable to directly accuse Lu Shi of deceit, she contemplated investigating events from decades past.
Sushi Gautiosili the Mat, Wani.
Do not solely worry for us. I sense that your mother-in-law is not to be underestimated. Some matters are truly beyond imagination. Mother, have you discovered something? Su Shi feigned nonchalance. It's nothing significant. Just the other day, while chatting with old friends, the topic of the late Lady Tang, the original wife of the Duke, came up. Such a pity. She was a talented woman who tragically died during childbirth, resulting in both mother and child perishing. At the time of her death, only Lu Shi was present. How curious that after 3 months, Lu Shi bore a son. However, following Lady Tang's death, Lu Shi shut herself away from the world and was not seen again until the Duke returned to court when her son was over a year old. Chapter 15. Blinded by Ignorance. Su Xiaoxiao sighed. Finally, someone has noticed that Lu Shi, in her quest for the position of matriarch, may have caused Lady Tang's demise. And since father is Lady Tang's child, she might eliminate him for her own son's title. What else has grandmother uncovered? Zhao Ontai felt a jolt of alarm. He had thought this was merely a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but what of this grave secret? Wasn't his daughter and son-in-law's family in peril? Hearing Xiaoxiao's concerns, Su Shi continued, I find this matter peculiar, especially since it involves your mother-in-law. I had someone investigate, and guess what? Not a single servant from the Duke's residence at that time can be found. The only one left is an old woman named Zhang, who has since been sent back to her ancestral home by Lu Shi. Zhao Ontai, unusually not irked by Su Shi's gossip, instructed. Then we must locate Zhang and uncover the truth from that time. After all, she is Yuanyuan's mother-in-law. It is always best to be well informed. Zhao Yuanyuan shook her head in resignation. There is no need. Zhang's entire family perished when their boat sank during the journey. How could this be mere coincidence? Was someone manipulating events behind the scenes? Su Shi felt a swell of frustration. With the sole witness gone, exposing Lu Shi's true nature would become increasingly difficult. As a third-rank lady of honor, any misstep could result in disastrous consequences. Zhao Yuanyuan, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, the shadow guards have conducted their investigation. Someone has deliberately breached the ship's hull and plugged it with mud. After being submerged for too long, the earth has washed away, leading to the vessel's sinking and the loss of life. Not a single shadow guard was saved. I underestimated Lu's cruelty, which has cost us this vital lead. It is truly infuriating. Su Shi vigorously tossed her sleeves in frustration. Zhao Yuanyuan sought to console her mother, saying, Mother, there is no need for concern. Now that I am aware of my mother-in-law's murderous intentions towards me, I shall certainly respond with caution. She holds the rank of a third-rank noblewoman. While I am the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Jing'an, we cannot afford to sever our ties so openly. Yet what of my 2 elder brothers? Have they not knelt long enough? Father still refuses to let them rise? It was only then that Zhao Ontai recalled that the 2 ineffectual sons were still kneeling outside. He bellowed, You 2, get in here this instant. Zhao Hongye and Zhao Hongjing, as if granted a reprieve, scuttled into the study, bending low. Father, what is your command? Kneel. Zhao Ontai regarded his 2 sons with disfavor. Despite their confusion, the brothers instinctively obeyed, their legs buckling as they knelt in unison. Zhao Yuanyuan, feeling sympathy for her brothers, intervened. Father, they are grown men. How can you so readily impose such kneeling as punishment? What will your grandsons think of your authority if they witness this? Zhao Hongye, with a pained expression, added, Indeed, father, I am but a dullard, unaware of my transgressions. I humbly request your guidance. It was then that Zhao Ontai permitted them to rise, his expression stern as he admonished, Hongye, as the eldest son, you are the future heir to our title. Your every word and deed reflects upon our family. You must exercise prudence, especially regarding your wife, who seems to relish in stirring up trouble. Return home and admonish her to comport herself with the dignity befitting the primary wife. She must not constantly seek confrontation. Zhao Hongye promptly acquiesced, silently lamenting his father's perceptiveness in recognizing the issues with Qianshi. He realized he had been overly indulgent. While he could tolerate her arrogance, he would not allow her to endanger their family. Zhao Hongjing, reveling in his brother's predicament, was suddenly met with a sharp glare from Zhao Antai. Second son, do you still have the audacity to stand? Kneel. Zhao Hongjing nearly wept. Father, why must I kneel again? Had I known, I would have remained down. Why must I suffer for my elder brother and sister-in-law's shortcomings? And what of that by Shuang? How long is she to remain in our household? Do you wish to usher that widow into our lives directly? Zhao Antai's beard trembled with rage. She is a woman, accompanied by a child, vulnerable and without support. She sought refuge here, and I cannot simply turn her away. We possess ample rooms. It is not as if we lack space. I consulted your mother about this. Su Shi struck back. I merely consented to your temporary sheltering of them. I did not authorize you to visit her incessantly. Do you not have a wife of your own? Why are you so enamored with a widow? Only a kind-hearted Yunshu would tolerate you. Had it been anyone else, your legs would have been broken by now. Her frustration stemmed from her own failure to discern character. Initially, she had intended for Bai Shuang to remain in their household as a concubine for her second son, unaware that the one she had dismissed, Li Yunshu, was truly devoted to her son. Zhao Hongjing, cradling his head, protested. Did you not say that Yunshu exudes a rough, boorish demeanor? How is it that today you assert she possesses a good temperament? I shall voice my sentiments as I please. Su Shi retorted, her temper flaring. Zhao Antai felt a headache coming on. Now, concerning you, second son, you are to send Bai Shuang away today. Afterward, you must sincerely apologize to Yunshu. Should you entertain any improper thoughts, I shall break your legs. Zhao Hongjing, understanding his father's intentions, feared that Li Yunshu might sense his thoughts and lose interest in him. He could hardly muster the resolve to cast Bai Shuang out. He swore, Father, I shall avoid Bai Shuang's courtyard from now on, and I will treat Yunshu well. How could I expel a widow and her child? It would be a disgrace to our family. You may avoid her, but Bai Shuang will pursue you. That woman seeks the prestige of the Marquis of Jing'an. It is her unwillingness to be alone that led to her expulsion. Once the Marquis declines, she will swiftly seek new affections. Lady Zhao, upon hearing this, slapped Zhao Hongjing atop his head. You are concerned about our family's reputation? A widow in our home is a disgrace. You are to send that scourge Bai Shuang away immediately. Su Shi was on the verge of collapsing from her own fury. How had she failed so spectacularly to see Bai Shuang's true nature? Thankfully, only she could hear Hongxia's thoughts. Otherwise, their family's honor would have been irreparably tarnished. She remained oblivious to the complex expressions that flickered across the family's faces. Zhao Hongjing, now enlightened, realized that Bai Shuang's coy demeanor had been intentional. He felt fortunate he had not crossed any lines, lest he find himself unable to extricate himself from the situation. Mother, what if she refuses to leave? Zhao Hongjing lamented. Knowing his own weakness, upon witnessing Bai Shuang in tears, he became utterly disoriented. Zhao Yuanyuan, aware of her brother's soft heart, volunteered, If you trust me, brother, I shall accompany you. Indeed. When dealing with the White Lotus, it is best to have our mother intervene. She must bring along second aunt to assert herself before Bai Shuang. Chapter 16. The White Lotus. To fulfill Su Xiaoxiao's wish, Zhao Yuanyuan suggested, Let us invite second sister-in-law to join us, so that Bai Shuang understands that our second brother is a married man. Zhao Hongjing cast a mournful glance at his sister. You truly excel at concocting schemes to entrap yourselves. Inviting her is fine. In front of Li Yunshu, it will demonstrate that there has never been any impropriety between me and Bai Shuang. With such a formidable wife, I wish to avoid any misunderstandings.
Li Yunshu,
feeling somewhat uncomfortable, sensed that Zhao Hongjing, though he did not voice it, must resent her for marrying him, which prevented him from being with the one he truly loved. This was also why Li Yunshu had tolerated Zhao Hongjing for so long. I shall not go. I am not eloquent, and do not wish to cause any trouble for you. She had little faith that Zhao Hongjing would willingly part with Bai Shuang. Zhao Yuanyuan grasped her arm, encouraging, Second sister-in-law, our second brother is a grown man, rather unrefined. You should accompany him on this venture. I shall be there as well. Go, let us all go. Xiaoxiao wishes to join as well. Xiaoxiao reached out her tiny hands, hoping to be embraced by Li Yunshu. Zhao Yuanyuan felt a twinge of envy at the affection shown by Li Yunshu toward Xiaoxiao. She jested, even Qianxia would not deprive Xiaoxiao of her place with second sister-in-law. Look, Even Xiao Xiao wishes for you to accompany us. Li Yunshu, unable to evade their insistence, ultimately took Xiao Xiao in her arms and followed them to Bai Shuangshuang's courtyard. Upon hearing that Zhao Hongjing had arrived, Bai Shuangshuang hastily donned a recently embroidered purse and rushed out without even putting on her outer garment. Only at the door did she slow her pace, emerging like a delicate willow in the breeze, her head bowed demurely as she greeted, "Brother Jing, you have come." Zhao Hongjing struggled to initiate conversation. "Madam Wu, your health is fragile. You should dress warmly." Bai Shuangshuang felt perplexed. Zhao Hongjing had always referred to her as Miss Bai. And now this Madam Wu sounded so distant. She suppressed her unease, smiling brightly, her eyes glistening as they fixated on Zhao Hongjing, playfully reproaching, "Brother Jing, why do you still treat me so formally? Did we not agree that you would continue to call me Shuangshuang, just as in our youth?" Had it been any other day, Zhao Hongjing would have felt his heart flutter at her words, but today, her demeanor struck him as profoundly incongruous. She was now a mother, and her coyness seemed far from genuine. How had he ever been so beguiled by such an act? Zhao Yuanyuan, lingering behind with Li Yunshu, remarked dryly, "Sister Bai is now a married woman, while my second brother is also settled down and a father of two. It is only fitting that he address you as Madam Wu, rather than call you by your childhood name with such disregard." Bai Wushuang, upon hearing Zhao Yuanyuan's scornful remarks directed at her, felt a twinge of displeasure, especially with Li Yunshu accompanying her. Yet, being in a precarious position, she donned a facade of amiability, saying, "Ah, Yuanyuan, you have returned. Your child has grown so much. Please come inside and sit for a while. It has been far too long since we sisters have shared our innermost thoughts." After uttering these words, she cast a deliberately provocative glance at Li Yunshu, as if to imply that she was aligned with them. Su Xiaoxiao, infuriated, exclaimed, "You White Lotus, you truly do not see yourself as an outsider. How shameless." Bai Wushuang, oblivious to Su Xiaoxiao's insults, merely responded with flattery, "Is this your daughter? She is truly beautiful. Come here, Annie wants to hold you." "Hold you, you big-headed ghost. I see you are eager to throw yourself at my romantic fool of an uncle. What a fickle woman you are. Utterly disgraceful." Su Xiaoxiao thought, making a horrified expression and retreating into Li Yunshu's embrace, wailing uncontrollably. Li Yunshu, bewildered by the turn of events, anxiously comforted Xiaoxiao. Zhao Yuanyuan chuckled inwardly, thinking her daughter was quite the cunning little creature. She affectionately pulled Li Yunshu closer, saying, "It's nothing serious, second sister-in-law. Xiaoxiao is just fastidious about cleanliness." She must have seen something unsightly that frightened her. This was accompanied by a pointed look towards Bai Wushuang. Li Yunshu, being straightforward, did not grasp the insinuation, while Zhao Hongjing felt a flush of embarrassment. This mother-daughter duo had sharp tongues indeed. "My dear mother understands me. I simply cannot abide that filthy thing. Hurry and chase her away." Upon hearing her daughter's proclamation, Zhao Yuanyuan ceased her banter and stated plainly, "Sister Bai, the situation is as follows. My mother has found you a small courtyard, already prepared for your move today, so that you need not continue to stay here uncomfortably." Bai Wushuang, utterly perplexed, wondered why she was being asked to leave when she had intended to supplant Li Yunshu. With a pitiful gaze, she looked at Zhao Hongjing. "Brother Jing, have I done something wrong? Must you cast me away? We are but a mother and daughter, alone in the world. Are you truly willing to drive us to ruin?" As she spoke, she produced a handkerchief to dab at her tears. "Madam Wu, it is not like that." Zhao Yuanyuan interjected. "It is simply that your extended stay here brings about numerous inconveniences. After you move out, should you encounter any difficulties, you may certainly come to me." "What would I come to you for? This uncle is no good. I must find a more reliable one for my aunt." Zhao Hongjing, observing Su Xiaoxiao's puffed cheeks and hearing her outrageous thoughts, quickly altered his stance, saying, "You can approach my wife, Li Yunshu. Her heart is the kindest."
Li Yunshu,
Suddenly called upon, could only force a smile, feeling bewildered by the day's events. Her mother-in-law praised her temperament, and her husband spoke of her kindness. It was all too surreal. No, it was not a ghostly occurrence. It was merely the influence of Xiaoxiao, the little fairy. Shaking her head vigorously, she attempted to dispel the notion of ghosts. It was far too ominous, and Xiaoxiao was indeed a fairy. Zhao Yuanyuan interrupted Zhao Hongjing, saying, "Brother, do you truly believe me dead? Sister Bai is an acquaintance from my youth. Any difficulties she faces should be addressed with consideration. You must understand, we are not related. We are merely neighbors on the same street. You once mentioned that your stay was temporary due to hardship, yet nearly a year has passed. While you may not care for your reputation, we the whole family, must maintain our dignity. Your continued residence here, lacking legitimacy, could adversely affect my brother's career. My mother has already purchased a small courtyard for you, and will provide you with some funds to sustain you and your daughter. Zhao Wanyue's words were direct. But Bai Wuxuang feigned ignorance, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at Zhao Hongjing. Brother Jing, have I truly caused you distress? If you simply say the word, I will leave immediately. Alas, my foolish uncle will undoubtedly be reluctant to part with her, and will likely allow her to remain as a concubine, ultimately leading to his own disgrace. How pitiful for my second aunt.
So xiao xiao just.
At last, Zhao Hongjing summoned his resolve, hesitantly stating, Madam Wu, what Yuanyuan says is indeed true. Your presence here brings about considerable inconvenience. It would be best for you to move out. Brother Jing, this is not your true sentiment.
They are coercing you. It must be them.
You intolerable woman. Is it you who cannot tolerate me? Bai Wuxuang shouted, lunging towards Li Yunshu. Chapter 17. Not an ordinary child. Bai Wuxuang lunged at Li Yunshu like a rabid dog, who, fearing for Xiao Xiao's safety, skillfully sidestepped, causing Bai Wuxuang to stumble and fall to the ground, her pristine gown soiled with dirt, her visage twisted in rage, resembling a vengeful spirit. Zhao Hongjing shuddered. How could the ethereal Bai Wuxuang exhibit such rudeness, akin to a shrew? How had he ever been so entranced by her? With a mournful expression, Bai Wuxuang pleaded with Zhao Hongjing, Brother Jing, they are bullying me. Have some decency. You are the one attempting to assault my aunt, you fool. My second aunt is a formidable figure and has brought this humiliation upon herself, thought Su Xiaoxiao. Zhao Hongjing firmly agreed. Madam Wu, it was you who attacked my wife. It is fortunate that she refrained from retaliating. Bai Wuxuang, flustered and confused, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Hongjing. Zhao Hongjing, how can you abandon me? Why do you protect that intolerable woman? With a swift motion, Zhao Wanyue delivered 2 resounding slaps to Bai Wuxuang's face, declaring, Bai Wuxuang, do not overstep your bounds. My sister-in-law is the legitimate mistress of the Zhao family, wed with full ceremony. You have no right to insult her. This is the Jing'an Ho residence, not a place for your tantrums. You have 2 choices. Either depart to the courtyard my mother has prepared for you, or I shall summon your deceased husband's family to take you away. Bai Wuxuang, in a fit of desperation, retorted, Zhao Wanyue, you are but a married woman. What gives you the right to command in the Jing'an Ho residence? What are you even worth? You, Bai Wuxuang, have already disgraced yourself by nearly harming my niece and insulting my sister-in-law. For the sake of my husband, I will grant you a brief respite. Vacate the residence within the hour, or face dire consequences, Li Yunshu warned, deftly unfastening the whip at her waist and effortlessly snapping a nearby tree branch, the size of a bowl, in 2. Not only Bai Wuxuang, but even Zhao Hongjing and Zhao Wanyue were left dumbfounded. My aunt is formidable. Such strength. How can she willingly endure my second uncle's indignities? If it were me, I would have dealt with him decisively, Zhao Hongjing contemplated, coming to realize that he had merely been a bystander. Li Yunshu was the true matriarch. However, reflecting on the years he had neglected her, it was a miracle she remained unscathed. Yet, Bai Wuxuang remained undeterred. Before Zhao Hongjing could hear her call for him, he sternly stated, Madam Wu, I welcomed you out of goodwill, yet you have repaid kindness with insults towards my sister and wife. Regrettably, you can no longer remain here. I advise you to depart promptly. Else, should my sister become enraged, not only will you lose that courtyard, but you may find yourself returned to your in-laws. And thus concludes our business. Zhao Hongjing did not wish to appear spineless. Rather, upon this encounter, the illusions of childhood friendship shattered. After more than a decade, the world had changed, yet he had remained ensnared by the past. Thanks to Xiao Xiao, he realized that his feelings for Bai Wuxuang were not genuine. Rather, it was the pressure of his engagement to Li Yunshu that he resented, for he was reluctant to acknowledge that she was indeed superior to him. Yet, in this world, who could possibly be as devoted to her as Li Yunshu, giving selflessly without expecting anything in return? How foolish he is. Brother Jing? Bai Shuangshuang cried out in despair. Madam Wu, please maintain your dignity. Though my wife is magnanimous, you should still possess a modicum of shame. I shall have someone deliver you 1,000 taels of silver as a token of our childhood friendship, ensuring that you and your daughter shall want for nothing. In future encounters, refer to me as Master Zhao'er. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Hongjing extended his arms to embrace Su Xiaoxiao, saying softly, Xiaoxiao, come here for an embrace from your second uncle. Your aunt must be weary. I suppose I can show a sliver of compassion and forgive you this once.
Considering your aunt's standing.
Zhao Hongjing, with satisfaction, held Xiao Xiao close and gently said, Yunshu, let us depart. Zhao Yuanyuan secretly chuckled, pondering how her elder brother would feel if he knew Xiao Xiao frequently expressed a desire to switch uncles. By Shuang, ultimately lacking fortitude, shamelessly moved into the residence purchased for her by the Zhao family, pocketing the 1,000 taels of silver and harboring intense resentment towards Zhao Yuanyuan and Li Yunshu. This is a matter for another time. For now, let us speak of Su Xiaoxiao, who, at her maternal grandfather's home, smiled at everyone and received numerous delightful gifts, her joy rendering her unable to contain her happiness. The family shared laughter and warmth, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, a servant approached with news. The son of the Minister of War, Shen Tianyu, had encountered a violent storm on his way back to the capital, causing his carriage to fall off a cliff, resulting in his untimely death. The funeral was set for 3 days hence, and should they attend to pay their respects? Shen Tianyu had only one son, having spent 3 years on official duty abroad, and had just returned to assume the position of Deputy Minister of Revenue. With a promising future ahead, only to meet with such misfortune. Zhao Ontai lamented, realizing that fame and fortune are but fleeting illusions, and that the safety of one's family is the greatest blessing. He spoke with a tinge of melancholy. As colleagues, it is only fitting that we offer our condolences. Hongjing, you shall accompany me. While he spoke, Su Xiaoxiao murmured to herself, This is bad. Shen Tianyu's-san is dead, which means that Su Boheo, born of his illicit affair with Lu, is the only male heir of the Shen family. To secure this son's inheritance, he will undoubtedly conspire with Lu against my father. The Xia family was taken aback, realizing that Lu not only engaged in a substitution but also committed adultery, producing a child. The once mighty Duke of the State, who had triumphed on the battlefield for decades, had been so easily outmaneuvered by his own brother and a concubine. It was both tragic and lamentable. Zhao Hongjing nervously touched his head, grateful for Xiao Xiao's reminder. Otherwise, his own hair might have become as sparse as the Duke's. The family awaited Su Xiaoxiao's insights on how Shen Tianyu might deal with Su Bowen, hoping to preemptively safeguard themselves. Only to hear her thoughts. Shen Qingyu must be Shen Tianyu's granddaughter. I wonder if the female protagonist has crossed over. Zhao Ontai, upon hearing this, inquired if there were others in the carriage, and whether the 2 granddaughters of the minister were safe. The responder hurriedly assured him, both granddaughters of the Shen family were in the carriage. The younger girl was unharmed, while the elder girl sustained grave injuries, having initially appeared to be on the brink of death before unexpectedly reviving. Rumors circulated that her temperament had completely changed. The female protagonist must have crossed over at this moment. Relying on her halo, she colludes with Prince Qi to frame the crown prince for treason, leading to the demise of my father and grandfather. Given the stakes concerning the Zhao family and Su Bowen's life, Zhao Yuanyuan could no longer hesitate. She resolved to confess to her father about her ability to hear Xiao Xiao's thoughts, as matters in the court required her father's guidance. She entrusted the child to Li Yunshu and said to Zhao Ontai, Father, I have something important to discuss with you privately. Zhao Ontai, also eager to alert his daughter, followed her into the study. Once the door was closed, Zhao Yuanyuan, with a grave expression, stated, Father, Xiao Xiao is no ordinary infant. Chapter 18. The Sister Returns. Zhao Ontai looked at his daughter with a puzzled expression. What do you mean by that, Yuanyuan? Without further ado, she blurted out, Father, Bowen is in danger, and our Jing'an Marquis household is also facing imminent catastrophe. Zhao Ontai was taken aback. How do you know this? Can you also hear Xiao Xiao's thoughts? He had always believed that as the head of the family, he alone could perceive Xiao Xiao's thoughts. Zhao Yuanyuan, astonished, asked, You can? Does that mean you can hear too? Mother must have also been able to hear something when she began investigating Lu. Upon this revelation, Zhao Ontai felt even more disheartened, realizing that all 3 women in his family could hear Xiao Xiao's thoughts. Summon your mother and ask her. Zhao Ontai repeatedly reassured himself. As the head of the family, it was only natural for Yuanyuan to hear what her own child was saying. As soon as Su entered the room, Zhao Yuanyuan asked Mother, What prompted you to investigate my mother-in-law's past? Who was investigating? We were merely chatting, and the topic came up. Be cautious. You and Bowen treat her as if she were your own mother, but she is no virtuous woman. I despise her deeply. Su's anger flared at the mention of Lu. The lengths to which Lu would go for the position of the main wife were unforgivable, and her infidelities and illegitimate child only added to Su's contempt. Had I known sooner, I would never have allowed my daughter to marry into such a family. Zhao Ontai could no longer hold back, directly asking, How do you know Lu is immoral? Did Xiao Xiao say something? Xiao Xiao is just a baby. What could she possibly say? Su vehemently denied it but suddenly realized something and countered. How do you know it was Xiao Xiao who mentioned it? Can you hear her too? Seeing Zhao Yuanyuan and her father nod, Su let out a sigh of relief. Oh, if I had known you both could hear her. I wouldn't have had to keep everything bottled up. I felt so helpless, fearing for our lives every moment. What could a mere woman do? I didn't know how to warn you, but now it's a relief. You have no idea. Since returning from your home, I haven't slept a wink. Zhao Wenyue hurried to comfort her mother, fully understanding her feelings, which is why she had confided in Zhao Ontai. Zhao Ontai stroked his beard, musing. This little rascal truly does spread her blessings evenly. He advised, we must keep this matter to ourselves, let no outsiders be aware, for it could endanger Xiao Xiao. Furthermore, let Xiao Xiao remain unaware, for if she feels burdened, she will no longer think as freely. Su shot Zhao Ontai an exasperated glance. Do you even need to say that? For 100 days now, I haven't mentioned a single word to you. Xiao Xiao's safety is paramount. Zhao Wenyue interjected to halt her parents' bickering, anxiously saying, Father. Mother, the pressing issue now is how we should respond. Xiao Xiao mentioned that father would be labeled a traitor, but we are still unaware of the details. Bowen is out there alone, and we don't know who his adversaries are. What should we do? Zhao Ontai pondered thoughtfully. Your elder sister has secret guards watching. For now, she should be safe. As for Bowen, news has already arrived. I must promptly send a letter to him, urging caution in all matters. The crux of the issue lies with Shen Tianyu. He oversees military affairs and could easily fabricate charges against Bowen. Zhao Wanyue's expression turned bleak. Shen Tianyu wields considerable power, and his guards are exceptionally skilled. Ordinary spies would find it difficult to approach him. Zhao Ontai contemplated for a moment and said, Call your second sister-in-law over. We shall rely on her assistance. Su, now aware of Li Yunshu's capabilities, had no objections. Without hesitation, Li Yunshu dispatched 2 capable individuals to keep a watchful eye on Shen Tianyu. The situation temporarily settled, though the Zhao family remained uneasy. However, with Xiao Xiao's reminders, they prepared ahead of time, believing they would weather the storm. As for Lu's matters, without evidence, they could only allow her to continue her misdeeds for the time being. Yet, her true nature would eventually be revealed. Zhao Wanyue and Su Xiaoxiao dined at the residence of the Jing'an Marquis, returning home to the Duke of Zhengguo's estate with an abundance of delightful gifts. As they made their way home, yawns escaped them, and Xiaoxiao, having regained her spiritual energy and significantly improved her cultivation, effortlessly employed the dream induction technique. Summer had swiftly arrived, and after 4 months, Su Xiaoxiao had shed her heavy winter coat, donning a light and airy garment that revealed her delicate arms and legs reminiscent of lotus stems. She languidly reclined beneath the grape arbor, savoring a glass of milk. Zhao Wenyue fanned her gently while glancing eagerly outside. Her eldest daughter, Su Lingxi, a dutiful and understanding girl, had caught the attention of the Empress Dowager and accompanied her on a pilgrimage to Tiantai Mountain. It was said that the Dowager had returned to the palace, yet Zhao Wenyue had not seen Su Lingxi for nearly a year. As Zhao Wenyue gazed longingly, Bai Ji hurried in to announce, Madam, they have returned. The eldest young lady is back. With a surge of joy, Zhao Wenyue rose to look. A graceful young woman clad in a pale yellow skirt entered, bowing elegantly. Mother, I am back. Zhao Wenyue embraced her daughter tightly, her voice brimming with emotion. My child, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly. I was worried you would accompany the Dowager to Changqiu Palace before returning home. With slightly reddened eyes, Su Lingxi replied, The Dowager is considerate of my longing to return home and sent me back as soon as we entered the city. I have missed you too, mother. You cannot imagine. I dreamed of returning to see you and my little sister, as well as the chilled sour plum soup at home. Zhao Wanyue's eyes softened with affection. I have prepared it for you long ago. I shall have Bai Ji bring it to you right away. Please watch over your sister while I check on the kitchen preparations. It has been 5 months since I last tasted our home-cooked meals, and I feel quite famished. As Su Lingxi released her mother's embrace and turned to the little one beneath the grape arbor, she found the child adorably plump, her hands and feet adorned with jingling golden bells. She pinched Su Xiaoxiao's chubby cheek. Sister, I am your elder sister. May I hold you?
Drowsily,
Su Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and her gaze brightened. Wow, sister, you are truly beautiful, even more so than mother. The legendary beauty of Dasha is indeed as the tales proclaim. What a pity she married a heartless scoundrel who caused her untold suffering. Taken aback, Su Lingxi wondered where that voice had come from. Su Xiaoxiao continued her playful banter. Sister, You must have just returned from school. I must find a way to thwart that scoundrel. Realizing there was no one else around, Su Lingxi understood this was the innocent musings of her sister, who was gazing at her with a silly smile. She dismissed the thought, for she had long been betrothed to the grandson of the Duke of Dunqin, a match arranged by their parents, a union she would inevitably embrace. At that moment, Bai Ji approached, beaming as she carried a bowl of sour plum soup. Young miss, your favorite sour plum soup has arrived. Instantly captivated, Su Xiaoxiao reached out with her chubby little hands. Sour plum soup? I want some. Chapter 19. The tensions between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Su Lingxi felt a twinge of curiosity and wished to delve deeper into the matter, but Su Xiaoxiao, being a child, was entirely enthralled by the sour plum soup, her thoughts consumed by it, and thus, Su Lingxi let the matter rest. However, she kept it in mind, hoping that one day Su Xiaoxiao would recall the name of the scoundrel, enabling her to navigate the situation more prudently. As Su Lingxi and her mother amused Su Xiaoxiao, a boy of about 8 or 9 suddenly appeared, a youthful smile gracing his innocent face. Mother, sister. Zhao Yuanyuan dropped the bowl in her hands. Recognizing the voice of her son, Su Changhe. Mischievous since childhood, he had been sent to Yilan Academy at the age of 12 and had rarely been home. Zhao Yuanyuan, observing her son, who had grown taller, trembled as she exclaimed, "Didn't you say you would return only in autumn? Why are you here today?"
Su Changhe explained.
Our teacher is attending the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, so we were granted leave to participate in the poetry gathering, allowing us to broaden our horizons. Since learning that children faced hardships, even risking their lives, Zhao Yuanyuan's heart had been heavy and she wiped her tears. Good, good. My children are back. From now on, you shall stay by my side. Our family's safety is of utmost importance. Longhe, come and see your sister. She is so adorable. I am finally a big brother.
Su Changhe joyfully declared.
From now on, I will protect you. Su Xiaoxiao lazily lifted her eyelids and coolly responded, forget it. With your mischievous nature, always mingling with those unruly scions, you will only become their plaything and suffer humiliation. Su Changhe was momentarily taken aback. Was his sister speaking? Yet her lips had not moved. However, the disdainful glint in her eyes made him feel as though she was indeed judging him. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanyuan grew anxious and quickly changed her expression. What have you learned at the academy? Have you caused any trouble for the teacher? Feeling wronged, Su Changhe replied, Mother, the rules at Yilan Academy are strict, and the teacher is exceedingly stern. How could I cause any trouble? As for my studies, I have made some progress.
Su Lingxi,
well aware of her younger brother, also heard Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts and felt concerned for him. Thus she decided to admonish him gently. Changhe, as the only son in our family, you must be diligent in your studies. The future of the Su family will depend on you. Should you continue to be unruly, your elder sister shall be the first to oppose you. Feeling frustrated by his sister's disdain, and with his mother and sister's admonishments weighing heavily upon him, Su Changhe retorted, Mother, sister, I have just returned and haven't even settled down yet, and you are already lecturing me. Had I known, I would have stayed away. Zhao Yuanyuan's heart softened, and she took Su Changhe's hand. All right, no more lectures. It is rare for all of you to be home. Let us gather as a family. Zhao Yuanyuan arranged a sumptuous dinner. Lu Shi, citing illness, did not attend, and Jing Yaxian, having quarreled with Su Boheo, sulked alone in her room. Thus, the meal was a delightful gathering for the 4 women. With Lu Shi absent, Su Lingxi and Su Changhe felt compelled to pay their respects to her. Upon seeing the 2 siblings, Lu Shi was seething with anger. Su Bowen held the title of heir to the duke's estate, and all her grandchildren lived in luxury, while her own Kaidai had endured so much suffering. Now relegated to a small courtyard. Yet, she maintained a facade of cordiality. My dear grandchildren, you have finally returned. Your mother is too harsh, sending you to that secluded palace to curry favor with the dowager. And you, Changhe, why must you endure the hardships of Yilan Academy when there are other schools available? Su Lingxi, being the elder and more understanding, sat beside Lu Shi and said, Lingxi knows grandmother cares for me, but the dowager has spoken. There is nothing mother can do. I have learned much during my time with the dowager. In contrast, Su Changhe, having been spoiled by Lu Shi since birth, had developed many bad habits, which was why Zhao Yuanyuan had sent him so far away to study. He pouted and clung to Lu Shi. You love me the most. Grandmother, as soon as I return, mother and sister berate me for not improving. I shall stay in your courtyard today. Understanding his closeness to her, Zhao Yuanyuan retreated. While she was aware of Lu Shi's ambitions, she could not directly confront her. Thus, she allowed Su Changha to stay, planning to bring him back the following morning. Having spent a year at Yuan Academy, Su Changha had reformed considerably, even beginning his studies early. Lu Shi, feeling resentful, was just in time for Su Boheo to seek her out for a favor, and an idea struck her. With a cold expression, she said, "This money is not impossible to provide, but you must do something for me in return." Upon hearing the knock at the door, Su Boheo did not inquire about the matter at hand but readily acquiesced, exclaiming, "Mother, whatever you have arranged, I shall ensure its completion, even if it means traversing mountains of knives or plunging into cauldrons of boiling oil." Lu Shi replied coolly, "It is nothing of great consequence. Since Changha has returned, a perfectly fine lad has been turned into a mere bookworm. Take him out to enjoy himself." Su Boheo's expression faltered as he protested, "Mother, the places I frequent are hardly suitable for a mere child." Lu Shi retorted sharply, "Then do you think it appropriate to desire my money?"
Reluctantly, Su Boao conceded.
"Very well, I shall take him along, but if my sister-in-law blames me for this, you must bear the consequences." Lu Shi handed him some silver, reminding him, "Ensure that you allow Changha to enjoy himself for several days before returning." As a child, Su Changha could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of an outing with his uncle, and he eagerly followed Su Boheo out that very night. The next day, Yuanyuan arrived to collect him, but Lu Shi did not even let her enter, stating that Changha was exhausted from his travels and needed rest. Unease gripped Yuanyuan as she barged inside, only to find no trace of Su Changha. Upon questioning the servants, she learned that the old lady had entrusted Changha to Su Boheo for a day of amusement. Furious, Yuanyuan confronted Lu Shi, "Mother, Changha is already a mischievous child. After finally learning some decorum at the Yuan Academy, how could you permit my second brother to take him out for frivolity?" Lu Shi stood her ground, indignantly retorting, "Yuanyuan, for all these years, I have regarded you as a good daughter. Yet I never expected you to be so malicious, employing underhanded tactics to usurp the authority of the Ho residence. Not content with that, you even deny me the chance to see my grandson. Are you so eager for the title of Duchess? Come now, if you wish to take my life. The position is yours." Worried for her son, Yuanyuan could no longer restrain herself and shot back, "Mother, why are you so unreasonable? If you wish to manage the household, then from today onwards, I shall have no part in the affairs of the Ho residence. You may handle the expenses as you see fit. As for Changha, he is my son, and I shall determine how to manage him, without your concern." Chapter 20. Sowing Discord. Irritated, Yuanyuan inquired, "Where exactly has Changha gone with Boheo?" "He is just a child. How can he accompany Boheo on such escapades?" Su Boheo, with good intentions, had taken Changha out for some fun, yet she deemed it reckless. "Do you still resemble a proper sister-in-law?" he countered. "If you wish to know where we are, I truly do not know." Concerned for Su Changha, Yuanyuan had no time for banter with Lu Shi. She promptly dispatched someone to search for Su Boheo's usual haunts, ultimately locating Su Changha at a gambling den. At that moment, Su Changha was thoroughly engrossed, exuberantly shouting, "Big, big, big," as he fixated on the dice. Mr. Xia, the proprietor of the gambling house, observed Su Changha with keen interest, casually inquiring, "Is this indeed the legitimate son of Master Su?" Su Boheo, with an arm around a scantily clad woman, replied, "Indeed, he is my nephew, Su Changha." Mr. Xia smirked. "Are you not concerned that Master Su might flay you alive for bringing him to such a place?" With a nonchalant demeanor, Su Boheo responded, "My elder brother is away."
Is he not?
"This lad is a natural at this. He has won quite a bit tonight. If I bring him here a few more times, I could clear my debts." As Su Boheo calculated his gains, a steward from the residence entered, whispering a few words in his ear.
Growing impatient, Su Boao grumbled.
"What does a mere woman have to do with everything? Tell her that I will bring Changha back in due time." The steward, with no other option, murmured, "The young lady has stated that if you do not return the young master soon, she will inform the old lady about your debts." Cornered,
Su Boao reluctantly cayet su Changha outside.
Still riding the high of his luck, Su Changha pleaded, "Second uncle, my fortune is flourishing. Let me play a few more rounds." Su Boheo smirked, pointing to the carriage ahead, teasingly saying, "Your mother has come looking for you. You're still a mere fledgling. Return and drink your mother's milk." At this, Su Changha felt humiliated and stormed into the carriage, venting his frustration at Yuanyuan. "Mother, why did you come to find me? You've made me the subject of ridicule." Yuanyuan remained silent, her face stern. Undeterred, Su Changha continued, "Why aren't you speaking? Please don't always trail behind me. My luck was excellent."
Su piresin her rising anger, zavan you grittet her teeth, Suchanche.
I have refrained from punishing you out of respect. Utter another word, and I shall discipline you right here on the street. Aware of her resolve, Su Changhe promptly silenced himself, though resentment brewed within him, for he had merely ventured out for a bit of fun, and had even won a considerable amount. This exchange did not go unnoticed by a man in a brocade robe observing from the upper floor. With a slight smirk, he instructed, "Let Su Boheo lose even more. His nephew holds far greater potential than he does." Upon returning home, Su Changhe received a thorough reprimanding. His behind was sore from the punishment. Vowing never to return to a gambling den, he finally gained Zhao Wenyu's forgiveness. Lu Shi, having heard the news, arrived post-punishment to check on him. With tears in her eyes, she lamented, "It is all grandmother's fault. I merely wished to relieve your studies, allowing your second uncle to take you out for some relaxation. Your mother was far too harsh. How could she be so cruel to her own son? It is also my fault. I am growing old, and without your father here, your mother has grown wings and turned against me." Despite his mischievous nature, Su Changhe was kind-hearted and consoled Lu Shi. "Grandmother, you are overthinking it. Mother only has high expectations for me, fearing I might stray from the right path. She holds you in the highest regard." Hearing this, Lu Shi wept even more sorrowfully. "Changhe, you do not understand the burden on grandmother's heart. Now that your mother manages the household, I must seek her approval for any funds I require. This morning, she even stormed into my courtyard demanding I hand you over. I am growing old, and I can no longer protect you. Be cautious and do not allow her to strike you again." Su Changhe inquired with one of the maids beside Lu Shi, "Did my mother truly come to trouble grandmother?" The maid replied honestly, "The lady was worried about you, and indeed had a few words with the old lady, due to Zhao Wenyu's strictness." Su Changhe felt a stronger affinity for Lu Shi, and his frustration boiled over. "Grandmother, do not worry. I will confront her. She teaches me about etiquette and hierarchy every day, yet fails to reflect upon her own behavior." Lu Shi, having achieved her aim, gently coaxed Su Changhe, "My dear grandson, with your words, I feel a sense of worth. Please do not go seeking out your mother. Her temper is quite fierce. If you do, you will only find yourself in trouble. If you wish to play, tell grandmother, and we shall go secretly." Su Changhe, moved by Lu Shi's concern, replied, "Grandmother, I have grown up. I have recently discovered a way to earn money. Once I recover, I shall earn for you to spend." Lu Shi cheerfully exclaimed, "Then grandmother shall await the blessings of my dear grandson." Su Changhe felt a surge of pride. He was maturing, yet his mother still treated him like a child, perceiving him as inept, forbidding him from this and that. It was grandmother who truly understood and believed in him. He was determined to win a fortune, so that his mother might see him in a new light. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Changhe gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenyu lay wide awake, troubled by her son's restless spirit. Though he possessed considerable talent, his impulsive nature led him to vex his teachers at school, causing her to hesitate, sending him to the distant Yuanyuan academy. She had hoped that upon his return, he would have matured. Instead, he had squandered his time gambling, leaving her utterly infuriated. Lian Xiao indignantly remarked, "The old lady is truly infuriating. No matter the circumstances, the young master is still her grandson, Zhao. How could she allow the second master to take him to such a place?" Zhao Wenyu was acutely aware that Lu Shi was determined to ruin her child and destroy them all, making way for Su Boheo. She sighed softly. "Changhe is a child of deep loyalty, particularly close to his grandmother. After this incident, he may well become estranged from me." Bai Ji comforted her, saying, "The young master has a kind nature. He will eventually realize that you are acting in his best interest." Zhao Wenyu felt a bitter pang in her heart. Life was fraught with peril, and she could not afford to wait. Su Xiaoxiao, witnessing her mother's sorrow, also felt a lack of enthusiasm, even finding milk unappetizing. "My brother truly lacks understanding. He cannot even distinguish between good and bad. No wonder he was sold to become a performer. Mother's sad, and I am equally distressed. Tonight, I shall craft a dream to show him his dismal future and see if he remains oblivious." Su Xiaoxiao resolved to keep smiling foolishly at Zhao Wenyu. "Mother, I've smiled so much my mouth is sore. Are you any happier?" Zhao Wenyu felt her heart warm. How could she be so fortunate to have such a clever and capable daughter? Chapter 21. The Brother Awakens. Su Changhe quickly fell into a dream where he found himself commanding the casino, unable to collect the winnings he earned. However, the scene shifted dramatically, and he lost everything. Being dragged to the Duke's residence to repay debts, where he saw his father shackled and led to the execution grounds. He watched helplessly as his father faced the gruesome punishment of being torn apart, while he himself was beaten by his grandmother until he was half dead and sold to a southern brothel, becoming a performer trampled by thousands.
No.
Su Changhe awoke in a cold sweat, relieved it was just a dream, yet it felt hauntingly real, as if he had lived through it. He reassured himself that his father would not die, his grandmother would not harm him, and he could never become such a wretch. Why were mother, sister, and younger sibling absent from his dream? Pondering this, Su Changhe shook his head and chuckled. After all, it was merely a dream, and he had taken it too seriously. You're awake. I truly didn't see it coming, Su Changhe. You've really grown capable, even able to visit the gambling den? Su Lingxi said coldly.
Gradling su xiao xiao.
Su Changhe felt more irritated at his sister's admonition and retorted defiantly, I know you all look down on me. Whatever I do is wrong. Grandmother merely cares for me, and even mother cannot tolerate me. Your grandmother cares for you, but you should also have some sense of right and wrong. Is that a place for you to be? These two are truly naive, still thinking of Lu Shi as a good person. If it weren't for me, mother would have long been harmed by Lu Shi. It's a pity. I can save mother, but I cannot rescue this foolish donkey, Su Changhe. Su Changhe felt even more dejected. Now even his sister looked down on him, branding him a foolish donkey. Su Xiao continued her tirade. Go ahead and act recklessly. When father is wrongfully accused of treason, and sister marries a scoundrel, you can go become the top performer in the southern brothel. Su Changhe discovered that his dream mirrored what Xiao had said. Were mother and sister absent because they were meant to die? Was there no sister because she had married off? He still refused to believe his grandmother could harm them. Su Lingxi thought similarly. She noticed Xiao had a knack for expressing her feelings based on their conversations, and so, struck by inspiration, she deliberately asked, Changhe, have you also noticed that mother is no longer as close to grandmother as before? I wonder why.
Why?
Because Lu Shi is not your true grandmother. She nearly caused mother's death, and next, she intends to remove father and you all. This foolish brother doesn't even realize he has been duped by Lu Shi. Su Lingxi had always been perplexed as to why their grandmother would allow Changhe to go out with his second uncle at night, given the latter's notorious reputation. She now began to believe that grandmother intended to lead Changhe astray on purpose. Su Changhe remained skeptical. How could his beloved grandmother wish him harm? Yet the dream and Xiao's sentiments compelled him to doubt. He resolved to test Lu Shi in his own way. Once he felt better, he went to Lu Shi's courtyard with a serious demeanor, saying, Grandmother, after resting these past few days, I've finally come to a realization. Lu Shi's eyes sparkled with delight. Changhe, what have you realized? I indeed made a mistake before. Mother's punishment was justified. I have decided to be diligent and not bring shame to the Duke's residence. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's expression stiffened. This stubborn child had not said such things just days prior. She forced a laugh. My dear, you're still quite young. How can you endure such hardships? The matter of diligence can wait. You should eat and play well now. I scolded your second uncle, insisting he should not take you to the gambling den. Here, take this money and go find your old friends, have some fun. Su Changhe's previous friends were as unruly as he was. If grandmother truly wished him ill, then her intentions toward mother and sister must also be genuine? The thought sent shivers down his spine. Was that dream truly a foreshadowing? Changhe, what are you thinking? Lu Shi asked as she noticed his dazed expression. Su Changhe feigned fear, saying, I was thinking that if I go find those friends, mother will scold me for lacking ambition and might even hit me again. Lu Shi, with a shrewd look, replied, Silly child. Just say you're going to study with your classmates. Your mother will be pleased. Grandmother is absolutely right. I'll take Chongqing along. Unexpectedly, Lu Shi's demeanor shifted, coldly stating, Chongqing cannot go to such a place. Afterward, realizing her slip, she hastily added, Chongqing is still young. If he accompanies you, what fun will you have? Grandmother is only worried for you. Su Changhe felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. He had been so foolish, believing his grandmother had his best interests at heart, when in fact, she intended to nurture him into a good-for-nothing. Had it not been for mother's constant vigilance and her painful decision to send him to the Yuanyuan Academy, the consequences would have been dire. Su Changhe forced a bitter smile. Grandmother speaks truly. I shall go out to play now. Go on, have fun. Lu Shi beamed with satisfaction. Once outside Lu Shi's courtyard, Su Changhe felt a chill run down his spine. Recalling his various transgressions against his mother, he wished he could slap himself. He hurried to his mother's courtyard and threw himself into Zhao Wenyu's embrace, weeping, Mother, I was wrong. I will never again act recklessly to make you angry. Zhao Wenyu stood frozen. What had caused this sudden change in her child? It seems my brother is not entirely foolish. He has finally realized Lu Shi's honeyed words conceal daggers, while our mother is truly concerned for his well-being. Su Changhe buried his head in embarrassment. Even his little sister understood better than he did. As the son of the family, he must sincerely amend his ways and protect his mother and sisters. Zhao Wenyu then recalled Su Xiao's mention of crafting dreams. Surely this was Xiao's influence. After this incident, Su Changhe became considerably more introspective, no longer reckless, and genuinely devoted himself to his studies. Zhao Wenyu felt a sense of relief. With a considerate daughter and an understanding son, she awaited Su Bowen's return from his official duties. Since the day of Xiao's 100-day celebration, Zhao Wenyu once again took Xiao to the princess's residence. Now, Li Yutong had regained his senses and was no different from an ordinary person. According to Xiao, given time, Li Yutong would undoubtedly remember the past 15 years and the kindness shown by the princess and her husband. However, the princess's residence suddenly sent for them, stating that Li Yutong had suddenly taken ill and urged Zhao Wenyu to bring Su Xiao to see him promptly. Zhao Wenyu, fearing delay, immediately took Su Xiao to the princess's residence, where the princess had long arranged for someone to receive them outside. Zhao Wenyu sought to enlighten Xiao and inquired of the lady-in-waiting accompanying her. Was it not said that young Master Yutong had fully recovered? What has transpired now? The lady-in-waiting replied as she walked. Yesterday, the Grand Princess took the young master out for a brief excursion. Upon their return, he seemed rather unwell, and today, he appears as if he has been entirely transformed, with items in the room strewn about in disarray. Chapter 22. A Clash of Energies. Su Xiao pondered anxiously. This cannot be. I summoned back all of Yutong's 3 souls and 7 spirits. How could this be happening? Take me to see him, at once. In that moment, Li Yutong bore a menacing visage, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, as he incessantly clawed at himself. Leave, get out. The usually composed Grand Princess was now flustered and helplessly exclaimed, Yuanyuan, you have finally arrived. I am at a complete loss for what to do. She hesitated to allow Zhao Yuanyuan to have Su Xiao embrace Li Yutong, for in his current state, the little girl could be gravely harmed. Who on earth is so malevolent as to have driven young Master Yutong's spirit to the brink, leaving him with but 1 soul remaining? And, to make matters worse, there is now a vengeful spirit seeking to expel that last essence completely, intending to usurp young Master Yutong's body. Zhao Wenyue's worry mounted as she turned to Xiao, urging, What must we do to save Yutong? Su Xiao waved her hand at Li Yutong, babbling in a language only she could comprehend. Let me in quickly. Yutong's spirit is on the verge of losing its battle. If we delay, he will be utterly lost. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyue, stifling her heartache, took Xiao into her arms and approached Li Yutong. The moment Xiao grasped Li Yutong's hand, he fell silent. Yutong, Xiao has come to rescue you. Let them all depart. Li Yutong, with a pained expression, implored, You all leave. Close the door. The Grand Princess, her face etched with worry, beseeched, Yutong, give me Xiao. She cannot be put in danger for the sake of my son. Su Xiao clung tightly to Li Yutong's hand, her heart racing. If we delay, Yutong will lose his life. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Zhao Wenyue, well aware of her daughter's capabilities, though still apprehensive, gritted her teeth and declared, I believe only Xiao can calm Yutong. Let us proceed. With that, she firmly shut the door. The Grand Princess voiced her unease. What will happen to Xiao? The heavens will protect her. I trust Yutong will not harm his sister. Though Zhao Wenyue spoke reassuringly, her heart ached with trepidation. Suddenly, anguished screams echoed from within. We must see what is happening. Zhao Wenyue and the Grand Princess were unable to quell their concern, but the door had been secured. Zhao Wenyue was unaware of who had fastened the door, but understood it was Xiao's intent. She halted the Grand Princess, saying, Princess, let us place our faith in these 2 children this once. All waited anxiously outside, the screams fluctuating in intensity, accompanied by the sounds of shattering objects. At last, silence fell, and the door creaked open. All eyes turned as Li Yutong emerged, weariness etched upon his features, cradling the equally fatigued Su Xiao.
Yutong, Xiao, Liu Dan.
Glancing at the little one in his arms, expressed profound gratitude. Mother, I am well, thanks to Xiao. The Grand Princess could scarcely believe her ears. Yutong, what did you just call me? Do you recognize me now? Li Yutong nodded. I remember all of Mother's care over the years. The Grand Princess stepped forward. enveloping both Li Yutong and Su Xiaoxiao in an embrace. This is wonderful. Xiaoxiao is indeed a treasure to our family. Bring forth that exquisite jade bracelet bestowed by the Empress, and also the complete set of ruby headpieces. The Grand Princess felt that nothing could adequately express her appreciation for Su Xiaoxiao. Li Yutong, with measured words, remarked, "Gold. Xiaoxiao adores gold." The Grand Princess waved her hand grandly. "Then let us add 10,000 taels of both gold and silver."
Su Xiaoxiao lifted her ears.
Looking at Li Yutong with satisfaction, "You still remember to repay me with gold. My efforts in saving you were not in vain." Oh, how exhausting this has been. Yuanyuan found herself caught between laughter and tears. Her daughter, despite the ordeal, still thought of gold. She yearned to take Su Xiaoxiao into her arms. But Li Yutong would not relinquish her, stubbornly insisting, "I will hold my sister." The Grand Princess chuckled. "Yuanyuan, since Xiaoxiao is not fussing, do let Yutong hold her a while longer." Yuanyuan laughed in response. "Princess, given all the treasures you've bestowed upon Xiaoxiao, it is only fitting that Yutong should hold her once more. However, it is time for Xiaoxiao to eat. Is there any of that cheese left from last time?" The Grand Princess clapped her hands. "Indeed, I had preparations made as soon as I learned Xiaoxiao was coming." Having battled fiercely with the malevolent spirit to rescue Li Yutong, Su Xiaoxiao was now famished. After devouring 2 bowls of cheese, she contentedly patted her round belly, her little feet shaking unconsciously as she half-closed her eyes, babbling away. Yuanyuan was amused by her daughter's adorable demeanor, teasing, "You feasted well, thanks to Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, with all these treasures and delicacies, I fear you'd be unable to move." Xiaoxiao continued to shake her little feet, retorting, "Who do you look down upon? Am I the sort to be swayed? My greatest affection lies with mother. As for gold, silver, and delicacies, they can all be taken home." Hearing Xiaoxiao's words, Yuanyuan felt a mix of emotions, both touched and amused, but then heard Xiaoxiao say, "What sort of person did Yutong encounter, capable of pushing out the souls I summoned back? That malevolent spirit possesses extraordinary power, far from being an ordinary wandering ghost." Upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao's question, Yuanyuan turned to the Grand Princess. "Princess, was Yutong not well just recently? How could he suddenly be in such a state? Did he encounter something unclean?" The Grand Princess furrowed her brow in contemplation before responding. "Your inquiry reminds me. The weather was fine yesterday, and Yutong was quite engrossed in his books. So I instructed a servant to take him out for a stroll. He returned in this condition." Upon finishing her words, the Grand Princess summoned the servant, asking, "Where did you go yesterday? Did you encounter anyone suspicious?" The servant, trembling with anxiety, replied, "The young master merely visited the study to select a few basic illustrated books before returning, but as he left, he happened to brush against Miss Shen. "Which Miss Shen?" the Grand Princess inquired. "The second granddaughter of Minister Shen, known as Shen Qingyu. She mentioned that if the young master experienced any discomfort, he should seek her out at the Shen residence. I thought her merely a child, and did not take her words seriously." The servant grew increasingly nervous, fearing the Grand Princess might hold them responsible for the young master's predicament. Shen Qingyu, indeed, it must be her. In the original tale, she relied on my bracelet's spatial abilities to thrive. She intends to drive away all of young Master Yutong's souls, enabling that malevolent spirit to seize control, making Yutong its puppet while also claiming the jade bracelet. Alas, I arrived first, haha. Upon hearing Yuanyuan mention this Shen heir, she casually remarked, "Could it be that Yutong and this Shen heir have clashed? After all, how could a perfectly fine person end up like this?" Chapter 23, An Unfavorable Beginning. Yuanyuan's comment sparked a flicker of discontent towards Shen Qingyu within the Grand Princess. Coincidentally, the lady-in-waiting nearby added, "Madam Su speaks truly. It is said that this Shen heir is cursed. She was born causing her mother's demise, and during her journey back to the capital by boat with her father, a calamity struck, resulting in the loss of all aboard. She alone survived." The Grand Princess harbored the belief that she was an ill-omened individual. Yuanyuan, with a look of incredulity, remarked, "Such a matter is indeed alarming. One must be cautious. Young Master Yutong has only just recovered from a severe illness. It is prudent to remain vigilant." The Grand Princess wholeheartedly agreed, asserting that regardless of the veracity of the rumors, her Yutong must not encounter any further misfortune. Su Xiaoxiao clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Mother, you are truly formidable." With just a few words, "You have instilled a sense of aversion in the princess towards the female lead. She has already lost the upper hand. Conspiring with the male lead against our family will not be so easily accomplished." Initially, Yuanyuan felt that fabricating a backstory of parental loss for a child seemed excessive. But upon learning that the girl was also the architect of her own family's downfall, she regretted her casual remarks. Having survived this calamity, Li Yutong found himself unexpectedly blessed. Now, he was as ordinary as anyone else, and he had begun to recollect the myriad events of the past years. He fixed his curious gaze upon Su Xiaoxiao. Each time he experienced the torment of purgatory, she was always there to guide him out of the darkness. In the chaos, it seemed he could still hear her speaking to him, demanding, "I have expended so much spiritual energy to save you. You must reward me with abundant gold." At this thought, Li Yutong couldn't help but smile. "Yutong, what is it that brings you joy? Are you feeling unwell?" The Grand Princess inquired anxiously. Li Yutong looked up, his eyes sparkling with vigor, further accentuating his noble demeanor. "Mother, I have never felt better. All of this is thanks to Sister Xiaoxiao." The Grand Princess grasped Zhao Wanyue's hand, exclaiming, "Wanyue, your Xiaoxiao is truly a prodigy. We owe her a great debt." Zhao Wanyue expressed her concerns, saying, "Princess, Xiaoxiao is merely a child. How could she possess such capabilities? It is solely due to young Master Yutong's extraordinary fortune. I have a request. Let us keep Xiaoxiao's involvement between us. I do not wish for her to be in danger." The Grand Princess smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. I am well aware." At that moment, a servant entered to announce, "Your Highness, Miss Shen is outside and claims to have a method to save our young master." Li Yutong frowned, recalling the previous day's encounter with that girl, who exuded a sinister aura that made him uneasy. The Grand Princess, upon hearing this, became increasingly convinced that Li Yutong's affliction was somehow linked to her and felt a deepening displeasure. She furrowed her brow. What an uncouth individual. Is she attempting to curse our Yutong? Inform her that he is quite well. If she dares to spread further rumors, she shall be expelled without hesitation. Shen Qingyu was perplexed. In her previous life, the Grand Princess's residence had swiftly put up notices seeking those who could save Li Yutong. She had banished the remnants of his soul, taking control over him for her own purposes, and even obtained the ancient artifact, the jade bracelet, which had greatly enhanced her spiritual power. Yet now, Li Yutong had miraculously healed on his own. After waiting patiently for an opportunity to implant the malevolent spirit within him, she expected him to be in unbearable agony. However, things did not unfold as she had anticipated. The Grand Princess's household had expelled her, causing her initial plan to falter. Shen Qingyu considered herself destined for greatness and dismissed this setback, believing that she would eventually claim both the space and the world as her own. However, lacking the connections afforded by the Grand Princess, she would need to devise alternative strategies to establish ties with the second prince. The Lu family's schemes extended beyond merely corrupting Su Changhe. She was eager to eliminate Su Bowen, and now she had a powerful ally. In a dimly lit chamber, Lu observed Shen Tianyu, who appeared suddenly aged, and felt a sense of satisfaction. "Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure Boheo finds his way," Shen Tianyu said, with an undertone of flattery. Lu scoffed. "Now you acknowledge Boheo as your son?"
It was you who said not to dwell on the past.
"Boheo's position as a wealthy idler in the Duke's residence is a blessing. Let me tell you, Shen Tianyu, I can ensure my son inherits the title of Duke even without you." Shen Tianyu was unperturbed, patiently responding, "Lin Yang, this is not the time for anger. Su Bowen has enjoyed a resounding victory against the bandits, and the Emperor holds him in high regard. Meanwhile, Boheo idles away, wasting time. If we do not strategize wisely, it will soon be too late." Lu, upon hearing this, ceased her quarrel. Times had changed, and even Zhao Wanyue was no longer under her control. To discreetly eliminate Su Bowen, she would need Shen Tianyu's assistance. Lu softened her tone. "What do you propose we do? Su Bowen has quelled the bandit threat and is on his way back to the capital. I have already dispatched assassins to eliminate him en route. It will be a one-time resolution," Shen Tianyu replied. Lu's concern grew. "That young man is quite skilled. My previous attempts to act against him have all failed. Can your men succeed?" Shen Tianyu confidently assured her. "This time, we are deploying top-tier experts. They will undoubtedly succeed. However, as for Boheo, he can no longer continue in this idle manner. Otherwise, even if he were granted the title of Duke, he would be unable to maintain it." Lu realized that her indulgence had led to her son's current predicament and refrained from retorting, merely stating, "I have already beaten and scolded him. Yet I find myself at a loss." Shen Tianyu sighed. "From today onward, you shall sever his financial support and require him to report to the Ministry of War. I shall personally instruct him." Lu's face lit up with joy at this, for after all, he was the child's true father. Thinking long-term, she eagerly inquired, "What position will he hold at the ministry?" "I need to inform him. Since he is to learn a trade, he shall start at the ministry as a junior officer." Shen Tianyu replied. Lu's enthusiasm waned. Without any rank, he may not even be willing to go. Shen Tianyu's expression hardened. "Then we shall bind him and bring him forth. To achieve greatness, one must endure hardships. My leniency in not sending him to the army is already a sign of mercy." "Very well, I shall heed your words. You have acknowledged your son. What of your daughter?" "She has fallen under Zhao Wanyue's influence, endured punishment at the Jingzhao Yin's residence, and is still bedridden. With her house mortgaged," Lu lamented, dabbing at her tears. "Has Zhao Wanyue discovered anything?" Shen Tianyu felt a twinge of unease.
Impossible.
"She merely seeks to collect her debts. Will you not concern yourself with your daughter?" Lu retorted, her tone laced with irritation. "Let the courtyard endure some discomfort for now. Providing her with a new residence at this juncture would surely raise suspicions. Does she not have a son? The Yuan Academy is relocating to the capital. Let him attend there." Chapter 24. The Summer Banquet. Shen Tianyu was reluctant to assist his daughter, but began to show concern for his grandson's education, much to Lu's satisfaction. With the death of Shen Tianyu's legitimate son, he was left with only 2 granddaughters, which motivated him to preserve the Shen lineage within the court. Relying on his son and grandson for support, he certainly would not endure Lu's grievances otherwise. Lu returned home in high spirits, excitedly arranging for her son, Sun Jingping, to attend the Yuan Academy. It is worth noting that only the offspring of the affluent and powerful could attend this prestigious institution, thereby bringing him one step closer to success. In contrast to Sun Yuan's elation, Su Boheo was far less pleased. He slouched in his chair, exclaiming, "I refuse to go. A low-ranking official with a meager salary of mere coins a month? What on earth would compel me to endure such hardship?" Lu, incensed, retorted, "Wretched child, do you intend to languish in this manner for your entire life? If it weren't for your father's standing, your uncle Shin would not even consider accepting you." Su Boheo shrugged nonchalantly. "In that case, I have no desire to owe him a favor. After all, the Duke's residence has my elder brother to support me. I refuse to bear that burden." "Refusing, are we? Then from this day forth, all your allowances are halted. You shall not even have food to eat. Reflect on your actions in the manner," Lu declared, sweeping out of the room. This time, regardless of Su Boheo's protests, she remained resolute, leaving him to go hungry for 3 days before finally sending him to the Ministry of War for his position. Now, we eagerly await the good news from Shen Tianyu, allowing the position of heir apparent to naturally fall upon Su Boheo. "What splendid news it is! Your father is finally returning." Zhao Wanyue's hand trembled as she held the letter. Su Lingxi, who was joyfully playing with Su Xiaoxiao, exclaimed, "When will father be home? I haven't seen him for several months. On the road, there may be an attempt on father's life. Although he has survived, he has been gravely injured. How can I alert mother?" Su Xiaoxiao could only resent her inability to speak, feeling anxious and helpless. Su Lingxi shared her concern for their father. Since her sister could not articulate her worries, she needed to devise a way to inform their mother. At that moment, a message from the shadow guards arrived, stating that Shen Tianyu had dispatched 6 top-tier experts to Nanjun. Zhao Wanyue tucked away the secret letter and, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "I have heard that the route from Nanjun to the capital is currently perilous. I must ask your second aunt to send a few people to escort your father." Su Lingxi hurriedly interjected, "Mother, it is said that the bandits in Nanjun are exceedingly ruthless. We should request Auntie to send some formidable individuals, lest any threats slip through the cracks." Zhao Wanyue readily agreed, which relieved Su Xiaoxiao, allowing her to return to her playful bubbles with Auntie's shadow guards. Father should be safe. Noticing Su Lingxi's lingering worry, Zhao Wanyue comforted her, saying, "Do not fret. Your father is exceptionally skilled in martial arts, and with Auntie's shadow guards, he will be fine. At tomorrow's summer banquet, keep an eye on Changhe to ensure he does not cause any trouble again." "A banquet? I want to go too. I'm going to be bored to death staying at home every day. Dear, kind sister, please let mother take me along," Su Xiaoxiao thought, flashing a bright smile at Su Lingxi, her mouth wide open, revealing her pink gums. Zhao Wanyue feigned ignorance, thinking a 4-month-old baby had no place at a summer banquet. Yet, Su Lingxi's heart softened at Su Xiaoxiao's innocent pleading, and she leaned closer, teasingly saying, "What does your constant smiling at sister mean, little one? Do you wish to accompany me? Only a sister truly knows me." Su Xiaoxiao laughed even more joyfully, her little face displaying a hint of endearment. Unable to refuse her sister, Su Lingxi pleaded, "Mother, since the weather is splendid, let me take my sister along." Yuanyuan, unable to feel at ease, promptly rejected the idea, saying, "Xiao Xiao is still so young. What if she gets hurt amidst the crowd?" Unbeknownst to them, Su Changhe had arrived, imploring Mother, "Please let my sister go. I will look after her together with sister. I truly want to play. Staying at home every day is making me feel moldy." Xiao Xiao also wishes to help sister catch bad people. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the bracelet, Su Xiao Xiao had indeed grown more capable. However, her temperament had increasingly regressed to that of an infant, and she recalled many things vaguely. She only dimly remembered that her sister's tragic fate began at the summer banquet, and she felt compelled to witness it. Matters concerning her children had always weighed heavily on Zhao Wenyue's mind. She had witnessed some of Xiao Xiao's abilities, and for Su Lingxi's sake, she reluctantly acquiesced. The following day, Su Changhe, along with Su Lingxi and Xiao Xiao, accompanied by Qiao Qiao carrying a bundle of clothes and milk, set off in a carriage for the Chu Shui Lushang poetry gathering, under Zhao Wenyue's numerous admonitions. The summer banquet of the Great Shua dynasty was held once a year during midsummer, along the banks of the Misty Lake in the eastern suburbs. At that time, the lake was adorned with blooming lotus flowers, truly a sight to behold, with endless green leaves reaching towards the sky, and the lotus blossoms glowing with a unique hue under the sun. This occasion served as an excuse for flower admiring and was a day for young men and women to showcase their talents and forge friendships. The intent was for eligible young individuals to meet and, should there be a suitable match, families would arrange for a marriage proposal. Thus, on this day, the significance of gender separation was somewhat overlooked. Furthermore, it evolved into a rite of passage for scholars to pledge allegiance to their mentors. Those who made a name for themselves at the summer banquet could secure a place under esteemed scholars, laying the groundwork for the forthcoming spring examinations. Su Changhe drove the carriage alongside the coachman while Su Lingxi remained inside with Xiao Xiao and Qiao Qiao. At 13, Su Lingxi was wise and gentle. She had always envied the deep bond between her parents. Now that she had reached a suitable age, all she desired was a trustworthy heir apparent to the prince, so that she could become a devoted matriarch focused on nurturing her family. Outside, the streets were bustling with people, filled with the lively discourse of men and the charming laughter of women, leaving Su Xiaoxiao feeling quite vexed in the carriage. "I really want to see what's outside." Hearing her despondent tone, Su Lingxi lifted her up and drew back the curtain, saying, "Xiao Xiao, let us take a look outside." With that, she guided her little head to the window. "So many people, and there are candied hawthorn sellers. I long to have a taste." Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the glistening treats, her mouth watering. Su Lingxi chuckled, realizing her sister was still too young. Aside from milk and goat's milk, she could only have a bit of cheese occasionally, and candied hawthorn would have to wait for another time. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and a striking young man clad in white galloped past on horseback. It was none other than the heir apparent of the Duke of Dunqin. Outside the window, gasps of admiration erupted from the young girls. The young lord truly possessed an extraordinary demeanor and remarkable grace. Upon hearing these words, Su Lingxi felt her cheeks flush and lowered her gaze slightly. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled that her sister's betrothed was indeed this heir apparent. She rolled her eyes. "He's a bad person." Su Lingxi assumed Xiao Xiao was referring to his reckless horse riding in the marketplace. Although she felt displeased, she recognized that such behavior was merely commonplace for young nobility. She couldn't help but feel an unshakable anxiety about her own future. The carriage abruptly halted, and Su Changhe muttered, "Sister, the front road is blocked. We must disembark and walk." Just as they stepped down, Li Yutong strode back from the front, joyfully exclaiming, "It truly is Xiao Xiao." Behind him were two young boys, the elder approximately 10 years old, and the younger around 6 or 7, both exuding an air of distinction. Chapter 25. Unable to restrain a little. Su Lingxi's expression froze. The two accompanying Li Yutong were none other than the Crown Prince and the 9th Prince. Having served the Empress Dowager in the palace for a time, she recognized them. She quickly bent to pay her respects, but was preempted by Su Changhe, who enthusiastically embraced Li Yutong, exclaiming, "Brother Yutong, it is indeed wonderful to see you well." Li Yutong, slender and built, made Su Lingxi worry that Changhe might crush him, yet he remained oblivious. The Crown Prince Gu Huai pulled Su Changhe closer with an unruffled demeanor, saying gracefully, "You must be the young Master Su from the Duke of Jingguo's residence. What a pleasure to meet you." Su Changhe, feeling the exceptional poise of the individual before him and being treated with such courtesy for the first time, immediately straightened his chest and replied, "Indeed, that is me. May I ask who you are? The slightly plump boy beside him answered. We are cousins of brother Yutong. I am Huayan and this is my brother Huayu. Su Changhe boisterously declared. Ah, so you are brothers of Huayu and Huayan. Since you are cousins of brother Yutong, you are therefore brothers to me, Su Changhe. Su Lingxi felt her eyelids twitching. This lad was casually fraternizing with the crown prince and the ninth prince. She hastily intervened. Changhe, do not be rude. This is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Do not forget to pay your respects. The Crown Prince gently interjected. Miss Su, there is no need for formality. We are not in the palace. And it is quite fine to refer to each other as brothers. Su Xiaoxiao curiously studied the handsome youths before her, exclaiming. So this is the frail Crown Prince and his little whiny brother. These brothers are all exceptionally good-looking, but alas, they are not long for this world. Su Lingxi and Su Changhe felt a chill run down their spines. The Crown Prince and the Ninth Prince appeared exceedingly amiable. Yet it seemed implausible that they would not enjoy long lives. They ought to pay close attention to Xiao Xiao's sentiments and seek ways to unravel this mystery. Li Yutong took Su Xiaoxiao into his arms and affectionately said, Come here, let your elder brother hold you. Upon being cradled, the Crown Prince, with a glint of envy, remarked, Is this truly the Xiaoxiao that my esteemed aunt has been praising? Indeed, she is adorably enchanting. Come, let your elder brother Yu embrace you. Su Changhe expressed his discontent. After all, he was the one who had been Xiao Xiao's true elder brother for a long time. How could so many people suddenly vie for his little sister? He stepped forward and insisted, Xiao Xiao is shy. Allow me to hold her instead. To his surprise, Su Xiaoxiao giggled unabashedly in Su Yuanyuan's arms. It seems that the dragon energy emanating from His Highness has been suppressed by something. No wonder, he carries an air of frailty. Your benevolence and kindness have garnered you much merit. Allow me to attend to your ailments. Su Changhe found it hard to believe that merely holding Su Xiaoxiao could cure any illness, yet the Crown Prince showed no intention of returning Xiaoxiao to him, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Gu Huayan, standing on tiptoe, eagerly exclaimed, Brother, how adorable our sister is. I too wish to hold her. Gu Huayu tightened his grip and consoled. You are still too small to hold her. You must eat well to grow quickly and be able to embrace her. Their aunt mentioned that the youngest daughter of the Duke of Jingguo was quite extraordinary, having cured Li Yutong of his long-standing affliction simply by allowing him to hold her. So, he ought to treat Xiaoxiao with care. Gu Huayu was initially skeptical, yet upon witnessing her charm, he found himself unable to resist holding her. Surprisingly, this embrace felt distinctly different. The inexplicable pressure that had burdened him began to dissipate, leaving him with an unprecedented clarity of mind. It appeared that this child indeed possessed remarkable qualities. The group proceeded modestly, yet the sight of a youthful figure clad in crimson, cradling a cherubic child with two little buns atop her head, was simply too striking. Many gazes lingered upon them. Local officials had already arranged seats, with the upper tier boasting pavilions and refreshments, while the lower tier offered only simple tables and a pot of tea. This was understandable, as the funds for the summer banquet were provided by noble families, and those seated in the lower echelon of society looked forward to this opportunity to showcase their poetic talents and make a significant leap in status. Though merely 9 years of age, Crown Prince Su Huayu exuded a calm demeanor and an air of nobility that commanded respect, prompting those around him to instinctively part ways. Isn't that the young master from the Princess Royal's residence? I heard he was mentally challenged, yet he appears no different from anyone else. Rumor had it that the Princess Royal had sought the aid of a recluse, who miraculously cured him. That girl must be the young lady from the Duke of Jingguo's household. Indeed, it is said that the Princess Royal dotes on her immensely, even gifting her a safety bracelet obtained from master eating. A certain individual, overly proud of having relatives among the noble families, boasted loudly, entirely oblivious to the furious expression of Xin Qingyu behind him, who was twisting her handkerchief in agitation. Her heart churned with overwhelming resentment, unable to fathom how she could be outdone by an infant. Without the spiritual bracelet, she could still seize the initiative. Today would be her moment to shine. Su Xiaoxiao was too engrossed in her own world to heed the envious or jealous gazes directed at her, as she focused intently on her milk jug. Observing her relish in the drink, Gu Huayu's typically stern face couldn't help but break into a smile. To avoid any misunderstandings, Su Lingxi lagged a few paces behind Lian Xiao, maintaining a respectful distance. As they neared the main table, Su Lingxi noticed that Gu Huayu had no intention of relinquishing Xiaoxiao. She performed a courteous bow and suggested, Your Highness, after your arduous journey, Why not allow me to take Xiao Xiao to sit with the ladies? Gu Huayu replied coolly, Miss Su, you may take your maidservant over, but Xiao Xiao shall remain with us. Let Su Gongzi accompany us as well. Li Yutong's affection for Su Xiaoxiao was evident, making it difficult for him to part with her. Su Changhe hoped his sister would dedicate herself to poetry. He was far more intrigued by listening to Xiaoxiao's thoughts. After finishing her milk, Su Xiaoxiao let out a satisfied burp. Hooray! By following my brother the Crown Prince, I can sit in the best spot and gaze at the beautiful elder sisters across from me. Su Lingxi. Su Changel.
Well,
It is only natural for one to appreciate beauty. After giving her brother a few reminders, Su Lingxi turned back toward the ladies' section, glancing back hesitantly. Upon spotting Li Yutong, the governor was taken aback. Upon seeing the Crown Prince and Ninth Prince beside him, his knees buckled, and he immediately knelt to pay his respects. I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the Ninth Prince. Su Huayu remained composed and replied, Governor Gao, there is no need for such formalities. We are merely here to join in the festivities. Please proceed as per the established protocol. Governor Gao wiped the sweat from his brow, announced the topic for today, Eternal Lotus, and promptly signaled the start with a gong. The attendees on both sides of the banquet began to write earnestly. In the original tale, the Crown Prince did not attend the banquet. It was Li Yutong who brought Shen Qingyu, who, with the line the lotus leaves reach to the heavens, an endless green, the lotus flowers in the sun bloom a unique red, won first place, catching the attention of the Crown Prince, leading to the meeting of the male and female protagonists and igniting a tale of vengeance against the scoundrels. The so-called scoundrels were indeed the Crown Prince's faction, while the Zhao and Su families were merely collateral damage in Lu's schemes. The neglected legitimate daughter and the overlooked Crown Prince had their reversal of fortunes, which had been exhilarating to read at the time. Now, having found herself a pawn in this game, Su Xiaoxiao could only think, scoundrels and harlots. I cannot endure even a little. I shall not grant you your wishes. Chapter 26, A Feint. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's gritted teeth, Su Changhe couldn't help but feel a chill. This sister of his was rather fierce. At that moment, Shen Qingyu had completed her fan, adorning it with lotus leaves and flowers. Fortunately, the original owner, Shen Qingyu, excelled in the arts. Otherwise, she would have found it difficult to cope with such superficial elegance. Just as she was about to inscribe her name, her legitimate sister Shen Qingyao snatched the fan away, sarcastically declaring, You ought to know that everything you possess belongs to me. She then brazenly wrote her own name on it. Shen Qingyu lowered her eyes, concealing her anger, and submissively replied, Understood, sister. Shen Qingyao smiled with satisfaction. At least you know your place. She gracefully rose and hung the fan on the big locust tree. Shen Qingyu scoffed quietly, took another blank round fan, and quickly finished her writing before Shen Qingyao could return. When the gong rang once more, a full hour had passed. Su Xiaoxiao had already shifted from the Crown Prince's embrace to Li Yutong's, having taken a light nap. As everyone rose, a lady from the right side crossed a small bridge, gracefully making her way over, while the gentleman's poetry was neatly displayed in a row, awaiting appraisal. Simultaneously, the gentleman strolled downstream, circling to the old locust tree on the opposite bank, where the lady's poems were hung beneath its boughs. Each participant had a red ribbon. Those who favored a poem could tie the ribbon to the respective string, with the one receiving the most ribbons being declared the winner. Su Xiaoxiao yawned and giggled. Now is the time. She mischievously winked, and suddenly a gust of wind swept through, sending several fans tumbling into the river. Yet in an instant, the wind ceased, and Shen Qingyu watched helplessly as her fan and her sisters were swept away by the rushing waters. Attempting to retrieve them was futile. It was too late, and with time running out, she could not rewrite them either. Shen Qingyu could only stomp her feet in frustration as she watched the water. Shen Qingyao was immensely pleased with her couplet, eagerly anticipating the recognition it would bring, only to find that her name was absent from the top three. Su Lingxi, having casually penned a few lines, ended up with the most ribbons, drawing the crowd that had once surrounded Shen Qingyao to congratulate her instead. Shen Qingyao was exceedingly vexed, pulling her younger sister close with a playful smile and pinching her waist with vigor as she questioned, Did you not promise that as long as I brought you here, you would ensure my selection? Shen Qingyu winced in pain but refrained from expressing her discomfort, stifling her tears. Observant individuals noted the unusual expression on Shen Qingyu's face and inquired, Elder Miss Shen, your younger sister appears to be somewhat unwell. Is she suffering from an ailment? Shen Qingyao quickly linked arms with Shen Qingyu, affectionately saying, We are merely here for amusement today. Do not be disheartened. After soothing her sister, she elaborated, My half-sister harbors lofty ambitions, having confidently declared that she must secure the first place today. Alas, she is now despondent. She deliberately raised her voice, emphasizing the term half-sister, causing many to pause and listen. Miss Shen is truly benevolent. Not only does she accompany her half-sister, but she also displays such thoughtfulness. Truly a refined young lady. It is a pity that she lost her father at such a tender age. Are you not aware? It is said that the esteemed Master Shen met his demise due to this half-daughter. An entire ship's crew perished, yet she remains unscathed. Indeed. It is rumored that this second Miss Shen is a harbinger of misfortune, having taken her mother's life at birth and now her father's as well. It is commendable that Miss Shen continues to defend her. These idle whispers were all disseminated by Xin Qingyao, who suppressed her inner elation and shielded Xin Qingyu protectively, declaring, "Silence. My sister is not a harbinger of doom. The deaths of our father and concubine have nothing to do with her." Seeing Xin Qingyao so fiercely defend her sister, everyone praised her. Miss Shen is indeed a rare gem. Whoever marries her is truly fortunate. Xin Qingyu was nearly driven to fury. She was not the submissive original character. Breaking free from Xin Qingyao's grasp, she retaliated with a sharp slap, exclaiming, "You venomous woman, you are the true harbinger of misfortune. Your entire family is cursed. You stole my poetry. Master, do you not believe I can recite it for you?" Endless green lotus leaves stretched to the horizon, reflecting the sun. Before Xin Qingyu could finish her recitation, several attendants maintaining order seized her, forcing her to the ground. "His Highness the Crown Prince is present. How dare you act so recklessly?" Xin Qingyao concealed her delight and humbly pleaded for Xin Qingyu's forgiveness. Soon, someone relayed the unfolding events, prompting the governor to remark, "I had not anticipated that the legitimate granddaughter of Master Shen would possess such poise." What poise? It is merely a case of dogs biting dogs. Not a single good person exists in the Shen family. They have all contributed to your downfall from the Crown Prince's favor. She intentionally belittles her half-sister to enhance her own reputation. Su Changhe, having heard the innermost thoughts of the crowd, discerned the underlying intrigue, but was unsure how to alert the Crown Prince. Nevertheless, he noted that the Shen family was filled with unscrupulous individuals. Unbeknownst to them, the Crown Prince's gaze was piercing as he mused, what a clever diversion, seizing Miss Su's spotlight while garnering a favorable reputation for herself. "Master Gao, award these 2 jade pendants to the top 2 contestants." Su Changhe gaped. No wonder he was the Crown Prince, capable of seeing through the facade so swiftly. Li Yutong remained silent, seemingly having already grasped the situation. The young Crown Prince is indeed formidable. With a single move, he has caused the Shen sisters to falter. It is truly a tragedy that such brilliance was extinguished too soon. With the Crown Prince's decree, no one paid heed to the Shen sisters any longer.
Rushing to congratulate Sulinj.
The young man who claimed first place was named Yuanyuan. He hailed from humble beginnings and had never anticipated catching the Crown Prince's eye. Now, holding the jade pendant with trembling hands, he reflected, "Mother, your son has succeeded. Yuanyuan? He is no ordinary figure." The Prince of Qi secured his position as the new Emperor of Dasha with his strategies. Such a person must not fall into the hands of another. Su Xiaoxiao found that even milk lost its charm. Observing her anxiety, Su Changhe began to formulate a plan. Xin Qingyao's painstakingly acquired attention was shattered by the Crown Prince's nonchalant remark, and she unleashed her frustration upon Xin Qingyu. Xin Qingyu, too, was unwilling to accept this outcome. After her transmigration, she had repeatedly dreamt the same dream, where she used the soul-switching talisman she clutched upon awakening to exchange souls with Li Yutong, gaining the bracelet space. Leveraging the ancient poetry she had learned, she successfully encountered the male lead and proceeded to excel. During the last poetry gathering, Li Yutong stood beside her. And with the support of the princess, Xin Qingyao was merely fit to carry her shoes. But now, everything was amiss. She could not even discern who the mysterious male lead from her dreams was. A malevolent gaze lingered on Su Xiaoxiao from a distance. She was determined to reclaim that bracelet. Chapter 27. Caught red-handed. The Crown Prince, Su Huai, stood upon a distant dais, his expression icy. He sensed that his destined partner was within reach, yet the 2 victors of the day were of no assistance to him, particularly Su Lingxi, whose maternal grandfather, Zhao Antai, was an unwavering supporter of imperial power, as obstinate and foul as a stone in a latrine. Her parents shared a close friendship with the princess, and like her, were supporters of the Crown Prince. He could only place his hopes on Yuanyuan, suppressing his dissatisfaction as he inquired, "What of Yuanyuan? What do we know about him?" The attendant beside him whispered, He possesses some talent, having ranked first in both the academy and provincial examinations. However, his lineage is lacking. He is a poor lad without any connections. Su Huai suppressed his discontent and replied expressionlessly. No wonder a mere jade pendant can elicit such joy from him. Very well, stir up some trouble for him. We shall retrieve him later.
Su Xiao Xiao.
Having disrupted the Shun sisters' plans, cast them aside from her thoughts. Seizing the chance to explore, she turned her gaze towards a nearby grove. Suddenly, she pointed at the grove, chattering excitedly. We should head to the grove to catch some wild ducks. I wonder if any of my 4 brothers will catch on. Li Yutong and the Crown Prince exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Xiao, are you feeling unwell? Unable to hold his younger sister any longer, Su Huayan took the initiative. Did you not see her pointing at the grove? She must think this place is dull and wants to stroll over there. Su Changhe was left perplexed. Could business be snatched away so easily? Did he truly comprehend Xiao Xiao as intentions? Reluctantly, Su Changhe remarked, we have been seated for quite a while. It is time to take Xiao Xiao to relieve herself. The Crown Prince and Li Yutong exchanged glances, sensing the validity in Su Changhe's words. Xiao Xiao must be shy. She wished to venture into the grove. Thus, the usually composed Crown Prince hastily departed, and the 4 handsome youths rushed to carry Su Xiao Xiao away, apologizing as they ran. Forgive us, Xiao Xiao. It was our oversight. Please bear with us. Su Xiao Xiao had never experienced such shock. Surely, these 4 were not intending to collectively assist her in relieving herself. Dismayed, she thought, do I have no dignity left? The governor, witnessing the Crown Prince's hurried departure, adjusted his official hat and followed closely, calling out, someone, ensure the Crown Prince's safety. Su Huayu halted, his expression stormy. You, stop this instant. No one is permitted to approach. Fools, do you not realize that Xiao Xiao needs to relieve herself? The governor could only command the guards to remain at a distance. Su Changhe felt that, while carrying his sister was out of his hands, surely the task of relieving her would not fall to others. But the Crown Prince and Li Yutong had already taken one child in their arms and were hastily assisting her. Su Changhe dashed forward, grasping Xiao Xiao as he declared, Your Highness, allow me to handle this. Su Xiao Xiao was utterly exasperated. Did I say I needed to relieve myself? A bunch of perverts. I absolutely cannot allow you to witness such a private moment. Su Xiao Xiao silently resolved to herself, yet, contrary to her intentions, she found herself unable to even control her bladder. Su Huayu felt a sense of accomplishment, exclaiming with satisfaction, Xiao Xiao is wonderful. Quickly help her into her clothes, lest she catch a chill. Su Xiao Xiao felt an overwhelming desire to perish, her heart weeping, I am unclean now, I cannot face anyone. Su Changhe, feeling her distress, remarked as he touched her trousers, they are quite clean. No signs of wetting. Su Xiao Xiao threw up her hands in despair, lamenting that life had become unbearable. No. I came here to make a couple. She pushed aside her gloom and focused intently on the sounds around her. Surely they're over there. Su Huayan also caught the commotion and tilted his head, inquiring, Brother, what are those 2 doing? The group tilted their heads to observe. Spotting the heir of the Dunqin Prince's estate, Gu Chen, embracing a lady and speaking frivolously, Why run away upon seeing me, my lady? Are you so eager? The lady, feigning shyness, replied with a hint of jealousy, Su Lingxi has taken the lead. Why do you not go and commend her instead of pursuing me? Jealous, are we? Su Lingxi is merely a wooden beauty. How can she compare to your allure? Gu Chen said as he pressed the lady against a tree, beginning to act inappropriately. Gu Chen, you scoundrel. Su Changhe, furious, swung his fist at Gu Chen's face. Gu Chen, revealing a fierce demeanor, retorted, Dare to ruin my fun? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. However, being younger, Su Changhe was easily lifted by Gu Chen. Su Huayan coldly interjected, Who does the heir intend to teach a lesson to? Only then did Gu Chen notice Su Huayan and his companions glaring at him. He hastily released Su Changhe and stammered, Your Highness, I was merely having some fun. Gu Huayu sneered, The heir appears to be quite the player. Su Huayan, with a serious expression, pointed at the disheveled lady and admonished, Cousin, you cannot toy with her. You are already betrothed to Miss Su.
Su Changhe, incensed, proclaimed,
I must show everyone what kind of disgrace Gu Chen is, unworthy of my sister. He then prepared to shout for help, but Gu Chen fell to his knees, pleading, Your Highness, it was a moment of folly. Please spare Su Gongzi. Su Changhe, disgusted, retorted, Who is your brother? Do not tarnish my name. Someone come quickly. The heir of the Dunqin Prince's estate is engaging in clandestine affairs in the woods. Everyone, come and see. Gu Chen repeatedly bowed his head. Your Highness. If my grandfather were to learn of this, he would surely be furious. He is ill at present. Please, let Su Gongzi be silent. Recalling his elderly uncle, Gu Huayu felt a pang of pity, yet he could not condone Gu Chen's actions at the expense of the Su family. This matter shall not be resolved by my aid. He understood that only by escalating the situation could the Su family rightfully annul the engagement. Gu Chen, stripped of his previous arrogance, turned to Su Changhe and pleaded, Su Gongzi, I truly acted in haste. If this spreads, it will tarnish your sister's reputation.
Su Xiao,
filled with anger, huffed, what does his infidelity have to do with my sister? Let him suffer. Su Changhe shared the sentiment, eager to make this known to all. Changhe, let him go. Su Lingxi, having arrived unannounced, bore a serene expression, betraying no emotion. Gu Chen, overjoyed, expressed gratitude. Thank you, Miss Su, and attempted to flee. Su Changhe coldly retorted, the heir should prepare for the Su family to call off the engagement. Gu Huayu halted him again, sternly stating, Cousin, knowing your lord is elderly, you ought to exercise restraint and act with decorum. This time, Miss Su has shown great magnanimity in letting you off. Next time, it may not be so lenient. He continued, and you, your father speaks of virtue and morality, yet you have not learned a thing. Return home and reflect in isolation for 3 months. With that, he shot Gu Chen a fierce glare and departed with his companions. It is too lenient for them, as long as my sister avoids the flames. I have countless ways to deal with that scoundrel, ha ha ha. Chapter 28. Who is truly aiding him? Su Xiaoxiao pondered that although her sister appeared calm on the surface, she must be hurting deeply inside. How could the woman not feel anger at her fiancé's blatant flirtation with another? I must go comfort my sister, she thought, shaking her little hands and chattering incomprehensibly to Su Lingxi. Moved, Su Lingxi quickly embraced Su Xiaoxiao, saying, Sister, do not be upset, Xiaoxiao is here.
Su Xiao, thinking,
pressed her face against Su Lingxi's. Warmth surged through Su Lingxi, with such a caring sister, and a brother willing to stand up for her. What reason did she have to feel sorrow? Su Huayan enviously asked, why does the sister only snuggle with Su Lingxi? I want to snuggle too. Peeping at others and still wanting to snuggle?
Dream on. Su Xiaoxiao puffet her checks, evidentliket. Su Lingxi rimane silent, while Su Changhe merely shrugged, perplexed.
How can such a simple matter be construed as scandalous? Su Xiaoxiao, undeterred by their banter, remained furious, convinced that this incident could not be overlooked. You all should have your eyes pricked for looking where you shouldn't. Barely stifling a laugh, Su Lingxi thought, Xiaoxiao certainly holds a grudge. After a day of turmoil, Su Xiaoxiao felt fatigued and, after drinking half a jug of milk, dozed off in Su Lingxi's arms. She was still a child, capable of falling asleep anywhere, at any time. Though it was their first encounter with Xiaoxiao, both the prince and the 9th prince found her inexplicably endearing and felt an instinctive urge to protect her. In an effort to ensure Su Xiaoxiao's comfort, the prince offered his spacious, comfortable carriage, insisting that Su Lingxi and Lian Xiao accompany Xiaoxiao while they squeezed into the Su family's carriage.
Su Changhe contemplated protesting,
believing it unnecessary, as their own carriage was not lacking in comfort. However, upon lifting the curtain for Su Lingxi, he changed his mind. Your Highness, perhaps I should stay here and help care for Xiaoxiao. Su Lingxi firmly pried his hand away, stating, that side is more suitable for you. The carriage moved slowly forward, and Lian Xiao, wide-eyed, exclaimed, Miss, this carriage is exceedingly luxurious. Su Lingxi smiled faintly, noting the exquisite ice basin within. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao slept soundly in the cool carriage. Drooling slightly, Gu Huayan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Brother, did you not arrange for ice? Where is it? It's so hot. Gu Huayu, maintaining his composure, replied, the ice is for Xiaoxiao. Su Changhe, increasingly regretful, lamented that he should have clung to the prince's carriage. As they traveled, the horses pulling the prince's carriage suddenly reared in fright, whinnying loudly. Simultaneously, a crowd surged onto the street, shoving and toppling roadside vendors, trampling on others' shoes, and worst of all, trapping the prince's carriage in the middle of the road. The Su family's carriage could not maneuver close enough to assist.
Su Huayu gasped in alarm.
This is bad. There are assassins. Quickly, protect Xiaoxiao. No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of arrows rained down from all directions, aimed directly at the prince's carriage. The prince's guards and the Su family's hidden protectors sprang into action, but the barrage of arrows was overwhelming. It seemed the carriage would be riddled with arrows without question. Xiaoxiao, sister, Gu Huaiyu and Su Chonghe cried out in despair. They lamented their inability to fly over and shield her from the onslaught of arrows. At the critical moment, a formidable surge of true energy burst forth from within the carriage, emanating from all directions, causing the arrows to drop one by one, all returning along the trajectory from whence they came. Shortly thereafter, the masked assassins plummeted from the surrounding high platforms, each struck by arrows. Gu Huaiyu, momentarily taken aback, promptly commanded, "Protect the carriage." The guards obeyed, encircling the carriage with vigilance, as Gu Huaiyu and his companions squeezed through the crowd and rushed inside. Su Lingxi and Lian Xiao shielded Xiao Xiao with their bodies, daring not to move, while Su Xiao slept soundly, her small hand defiantly extending outward. "Sister, are you all right?" Su Chonghe exclaimed, nearly in tears. Upon seeing that Su Lingxi and her companions were unharmed, Su Chonghe finally breathed a sigh of relief, though he queried in confusion, "Sister, what transpired inside the carriage just now?" Su Lingxi herself was at a loss, for Xiao Xiao had been peacefully asleep when the horse was suddenly spooked, prompting her to instinctively protect Xiao Xiao against her chest. At the moment when the arrows were unleashed, she had resolved to sacrifice herself alongside Lian Xiao, forming a human shield, ready to become a target. Yet, at that critical juncture, the slumbering Su Xiao suddenly uttered something, though it was inaudible, yet her fierce energy could be felt. Then, with a wave of her small hand, a surge of power erupted forth, and soon everything outside returned to tranquility, even the four startled horses regaining their composure. Su Lingxi brushed aside her disheveled hair, bewilderedly inquired, "Is everything all right outside? We were truly frightened just now." Thankfully, Xiao Xiao was asleep and spared the shock. Gu Huaiyu glanced at the peacefully sleeping Su Xiao, her small face still etched with lingering traces of anger, and his previously anxious heart settled. He gently reassured, "All is well outside now. I apologize for the fright you experienced." However, Li Yutong remained unconvinced, neglecting to maintain appearances, and asked, "Is Xiao Xiao truly unharmed?" Gu Huaiyu's eyelids twitched. The child could repel enemies even in her dreams. Truly remarkable. Yet, who would believe such a tale if spoken aloud? Fortunately, Su Xiao was blessed, or else Gu Huaiyu would bear guilt for a lifetime, given that the assassins had clearly targeted him. Before long, the guards reported that while the arrows had not inflicted fatal wounds, all the assassins had taken poison and perished without exception. The Crown Prince appeared to have been apprised of the situation beforehand, calmly stating, "Check for any injured civilians and account for the losses of the vendors. Compensation will be made at fair value, the funds to be deducted from my account." The affected citizens, relieved to have narrowly escaped with their lives, were simultaneously distressed that their means of livelihood had been utterly destroyed. Upon hearing of the compensation, it felt as though a pie had fallen from the heavens. One by one, they knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness." Who would have thought that the young Crown Prince would be so considerate in his actions? It was indeed remarkable that the first act following an assassination attempt was to soothe the populace, something even adults might falter in executing. The benevolent current emperor and the Crown Prince's genuine concern for the people signified that they were truly fortunate to be living in such times. The citizens murmured their gratitude, while a young figure lurking in the shadows wore a frostbitten expression, his joints cracking ominously. His meticulous schemes had ultimately served only to enhance the reputation of that child, who was aiding him. Chapter 29, A Thunderous Revelation. Following this incident, the group dared not linger, swiftly returning to the Duke's residence under the protection of their guards. The astute Gu Huaiyu did not forget to instruct the Jinu guards to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of the assassin's high tower. Su Xiao and her companions had been away for quite some time, and Yuanyuan was in a state of anxious anticipation, having awaited their return at the entrance of the manor. Upon their arrival, Su Chonghe's face was filled with guilt as he mused, "Mother, it wasn't my fault." Yuanyuan, certain that it was her son's mischief that had led to this predicament, threatened, "Return home, and let me not tear your skin off." Su Chonghe looked utterly wronged. "Mother, I did nothing." Still daring to talk back, Yuanyuan feigned to strike. Gu Huaiyu disembarked the carriage steadily, his expression apologetic as he addressed, "Madam Zhao, please do not blame your son. We encountered assassins earlier, and it was thanks to Xiao Xiao that we emerged unscathed. Thus, we were delayed on the way. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." Upon recognizing the Crown Prince, Yuanyuan, alarmed by the mention of an assassination, broke out in a cold sweat and quickly bowed respectfully. "Your Highness speaks nonsense. It is our duty to alleviate your burdens." After the Crown Prince departed, Yuanyuan settled Su Xiao before inquiring closely about the day's events. "How did you encounter assassins? Were you harmed?" The mere thought of it still sent chills down her spine. Su Changhe spoke in a rush, "Mother, it was a dire situation. Hundreds of arrows were aimed at the crown prince's carriage, and at that moment, my sister and Xiao Xiao were inside. What happened next?" Zhao Wenyu's heart raced. Then, it was as if the arrows had a mind of their own, all redirecting to strike the assassins. Su Changhe remained astonished at the memory. Zhao Wenyu cast an inquiring glance at Su Lingxi. "Is what Changhe said true?" Su Lingxi nodded. "Indeed, that is the case. The crown prince even remarked that Xiao Xiao is extraordinarily blessed and saved us all." Zhao Wenyu felt a jolt of surprise. She wished to keep Xiao Xiao's extraordinary abilities concealed, saying, "If we are to speak of blessings, it should be the crown prince. How could a mere infant like Xiao Xiao possess such capabilities?" Su Changhe, still preoccupied with his sister's broken engagement, hastily diverted the topic. "Mother, the priority now is not about who is blessed, but to expedite the cancellation of sister's engagement." Zhao Wenyu frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting? Your sister's engagement to the Duke of Dun's son has been arranged long ago. How can we cancel it?" Su Lingxi bit her lip, unsure of how to respond. Unfazed, Su Changhe declared, "That scoundrel Gu Qin was caught in the woods today, behaving intimately with the daughter of the Minister of Rights. We witnessed it ourselves. And I even punched him. Had it not been for sister's mercy, I would have ensured their scandal was known far and wide." Zhao Wenyu pulled Su Lingxi close. Her eyes filled with concern. "Lingxi, I am sorry you have been wronged. Tomorrow I shall go and annul your engagement." Hearing her mother's intent, Su Lingxi's eyes brightened, only to quickly dim again. "Mother, the Duke of Dun is the Emperor's uncle. Will they agree to the annulment?" Zhao Wenyu's expression turned resolute. "Gu Qin is of poor character, engaging in illicit dealings with others. Marrying him would surely bring you distress. This reason is sufficient." Having heard Xiao Xiao express concerns that Lingxi might suffer greatly in her marriage, Zhao Wenyu had long desired to annul the engagement. If not now, then when? Su Lingxi felt both touched and worried. "Mother, it is I who am at fault for causing you trouble." Zhao Wenyu gazed tenderly at her daughter. "Silly girl. Is it not my duty to protect you? Were it not for Xiao Xiao, she might have already perished." The thought of her daughter being left defenseless filled Zhao Wenyu with heartache. The following day, Zhao Wenyu took Su Xiao Xiao and Su Changhe to the Duke of Dun's residence. The Duke, now in his 60s, had entrusted the affairs of the household to his daughter-in-law, the Duchess, who managed the estate on behalf of her son, Gu Qin. The maidservants led Zhao Wenyu and her party through the long corridors of the royal residence, passing through one courtyard after another until they reached Su Shi, who greeted them with a forced smile. "Madame Zhao, how delightful to see you. Please come and sit. I happen to have some splendid tea. Do help me taste it." Zhao Wenyu coldly replied, "Your Grace, I shall forego the tea. I have come today to annul my daughter Su Lingxi's engagement." Su Shi's demeanor immediately soured upon hearing this. "Madame Zhao, what do you mean by this? To come so boldly to the royal residence to annul an engagement? Do you believe the Duke of Dun's household to be at your beck and call?" Zhao Wenyu remained unperturbed. "Your Grace, the Duke's son was caught in broad daylight behaving intimately with another. It was the Crown Prince and my child who apprehended them. And it was out of kindness that my Lingxi spared the Duke's son and your household's reputation. All we seek now is the annulment. I kindly ask you not to be so aggressive." Su let out a cold snort. "Madame Zhao, your words are as false as they are malicious, tarnishing Chen's reputation. What is your true intent?" Zhao Wenyue, suppressing the fury within her, replied, "This matter was witnessed not only by my child but also by the Crown Prince and young Master Yutang. Shall we summon the Crown Prince as a witness?" "Indeed. I saw it with my own eyes, and I even struck him a blow. He still bears the marks of it." Su Changhe deemed this evidence quite substantial. "What? My Gu Qin was the one you struck?" "Su interjet." "Enough. Since we are family by marriage, I shall not pursue the matter of Qin being assaulted. Madame Zhao, I must point out that Qin merely spoke a few words with Miss Wu. Furthermore, if he were to have an affair with her, what of it? Is it not common for men to have multiple wives? Rest assured, the position of the rightful wife shall undoubtedly go to your Lingxi." Zhao Wenyue was taken aback by Su's knowledge of the affair and her blatant protection of Gu Qin, leaving her speechless with rage. "Princess Su, the principle of decorum is not lost on the esteemed house of Duke Dunqin. Do you truly lack such basic manners? I hereby withdraw from this marriage." Su stood her ground. Withdrawing from the engagement is not out of the question. But it must be done in a manner that shows everyone it was our Chun who rejected your daughter. Though the difference between withdrawing and being rejected is but a single word, the implications are profound, particularly for a woman, who would suffer greatly from the scandal of being cast aside, not to mention the irreparable damage to her reputation. in Zhao Wanyue's arms. Su Xiaoxiao's small face was already contorted with anger. This vile woman is both sharp-tongued and cruel. When Gu Chun humiliated my sister, she not only failed to speak a word of justice, but exacerbated the situation. I am furious. Seeing Su's unreasonable stance only solidified Zhao Wanyue's resolve to withdraw from the engagement. She declared, Princess Su, do you not fear the wrath of heaven for your twisted words? I give you 3 days. If you do not agree to dissolve the engagement properly, we shall seek the emperor and empress for judgment. Su Xiaoxiao thought to herself, heaven's wrath? That could work. Suddenly, amidst the clear sky, lightning struck and a tremendous thunderclap descended, aiming directly at Su, leaving her charred and blackened. Inside, Gu Chen, entangled with the maid, found half of the house obliterated. The courtyard wall collapsed, exposing the maid's delicate form to the onlookers. Chapter 30. Withdrawal from engagement. A thunderous clap drew the attention of all nearby. This thunder was peculiar. Could it be that someone had angered the heavens? The lightning struck the Duke Yuanyuan's residence. Let us go and see. The crowd, with an unspoken camaraderie, watched as Su Changhe seized the opportunity to slip away through the shattered wall. Shortly after, several small beggars spread the word. The Duke's son was caught in broad daylight with a maid, provoking heaven's wrath, and was struck down on his bed. How thrilling! People flocked from all directions. Some, wary of the noble household stature, hesitated to peep, but the astute beggars advised, don't use the front door. The eastern wall has collapsed. And the young master resides in the eastern chamber. Gu Chen, petrified by the sudden shock, found himself unable to move, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Mother, save me, he whimpered, like a caged monkey. Su, now a sight of soot and disarray, was too preoccupied with her own misfortune to assist. Zhao Wanyue glanced at her daughter, who was blissfully drinking milk, and felt a surge of alarm. The heavens truly struck, and she refused to believe it had nothing to do with Xiaoxiao.
Princess Su,
Your son's scandalous actions warrant a delay in this marriage dissolution. I kindly request you to present the marriage contract and nullify it in person, ensuring our families remain at peace henceforth. Su, seething with fury, retorted, this thunder was summoned by you. I shall not withdraw from this marriage. This harbinger of misfortune must ensure her son marries her daughter to exact revenge, or she would not be able to swallow her pride. Zhao Wanyue was rendered speechless. It seems one strike of lightning is not sufficient. Perhaps we could summon another, pondered Su Xiaoxiao as she sipped her milk. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning struck with pinpoint accuracy. Su, feeling unscathed, reveled in her good fortune until her husband's courtyard wall crumbled, leaving him and 2 maidens garbed in scant attire. Guling, did you not say you needed rest from your labors? Have you been recuperating with these hussies? Su's face darkened, resembling a vengeful spirit. Zhao Wanyue interjected coolly, Princess, let us not delay. Present the marriage contract.
who knows?
There may yet be a third strike of lightning, for heaven is not blind. Su was genuinely terrified now. She hastily commanded someone to retrieve the contract. Once Zhao Wanyue verified it, she proclaimed, as of today, this engagement is null and void. The betrothal gifts shall be returned shortly, and we shall take our leave. With that, she tore the marriage contract into shreds and left with Su Changhe and Su Xiaoxiao, heads held high. Once in their carriage, Zhao Wanyue's anxious heart finally settled. Although she had come to annul the engagement, her heart was laden with uncertainty. The Duke Yuanyuan's household was immensely esteemed. Should they refuse to relent, Zhao Wanyue would have no choice but to seek the Grand Princess's aid to enter the palace. Su Changhe inquired, Mother, what was the meaning of those 2 strikes of lightning? It was quite satisfying to witness. I never expected the Duke Yuanyuan's residence to be so fragile. This is what comes of wrongdoing. Evil deeds will meet their fate. Zhao Wanyue felt increasingly vindicated. Mother, I believe my sister is truly remarkable. She helped the Crown Prince evade assassination yesterday, and today, she facilitated the smooth withdrawal from the engagement. I think Xiaoxiao played a crucial role. Su Changhe refrained from revealing his ability to hear his sister's thoughts. Zhao Wanyue took the opportunity to emphasize, indeed, Xiaoxiao is our little treasure. You must strive to excel and avoid mingling with those disreputable friends who would tarnish your sister's reputation. Absolutely, brother must strive, otherwise, he might end up as the top courtesan at Nanfeng Pavilion.
Su Xiaoxiao voler deadly agreed.
Su Changhe turned pale. Fortunately, their mother could not hear Xiaoxiao's musings, or he would be utterly humiliated. Recalling that nightmarish thought, he shuddered. He would ensure such a scenario never occurred. Zhao Wanyue glanced at her son, her heart once again filled with concern. While her daughter's issues were resolved, her son still posed a dilemma. Su Chang'e, unnerved by his mother's gaze, resignedly said, "Mother, I am aware. You best genuinely be aware. Starting tomorrow, you are not permitted to leave the house. Focus on your studies until Yuanyuan Academy opens." Zhao Yuanyuan could not rest easy. "Mother, why so? I have not misbehaved recently." Su Chang'e lamented, close to tears. The instigator of the chaos was comfortably nestled in Zhao Yuanyuan's embrace, contentedly drinking her milk. Su Lingxi, having learned of the successful withdrawal from the engagement, was overjoyed. Her marriage had been orchestrated by her grandmother, who claimed that the Duke Duanxin's household was a lineage of royal connections, a family of immense wealth. Marrying into it promised a life of comfort. She had been led to believe that Gu Chen was beyond compare, and Zhao Yuanyuan, having regarded Lu as a mother figure, accepted her words without question. Su Lingxi, having spent time alongside the Empress Dowager, had heard various rumors about the Duke Duanxin's household, harboring a sense of unease. However, as the engagement was settled, she did not wish to burden her parents. Just yesterday, she had witnessed Gu Chen's debauchery firsthand and was uncertain whether her mother would advocate for her, for in noble families, men often took multiple wives. Her own father was an extinct rarity. "Thank you, mother,"
Su Lingxi exclaimed, deeply touched.
Su Chang'e remarked meaningfully. "This resolution is not solely thanks to mother."
Su Lingxi smiled.
"And a heartfelt thanks for accompanying mother on this journey." Su Chang'e waved his hand dismissively. "Sister, that is not what I meant. The true gratitude belongs to the Thunder God for allowing this marriage to be dissolved so smoothly. Why is Lord Xia here? Just thank me. Lord Lei, I invited him." Su Xiaoxiao looked at Su Lingxi with a sense of accomplishment, her chatter seemingly never-ending. Following Su Chang'e's lead, Su Lingxi responded, "All right, and we must also thank Xiaoxiao. Today, dear sister is at home and has sewn you a lovely little dress as a token of gratitude, shall we say? Bai Ji, please bring the garment over, so we can see if it fits." Bai Ji hurriedly presented a set of intricately woven garments. The top was a cross-collared blouse. And considering Xiaoxiao often sat or lay down, the ensemble included both a skirt and a pair of trousers. Zhao Yuanyuan, upon seeing the fabric, exclaimed, "Isn't this the brocade awarded to you by the Empress Dowager? Why is it being used for Xiaoxiao's attire?" As she dressed Su Xiaoxiao, Su Lingxi explained, "My dear sister tends to sweat quite a bit, and this brocade is not only soft but also lightweight, making it perfect for keeping her cool." Donning her new clothes, Su Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Before meeting her master, her garments had been tattered and worn. Now, like her senior brothers, she wore elegant blue robes. "How beautiful! It feels wonderful to have a home, with mother and sister making me lovely clothes and my brother giving me sweets. Master, Xiaoxiao is cared for." Hearing her heartfelt thoughts, Su Chang'e's eyes welled with tears of sympathy. To mask his emotions, he feigned jealousy, saying, "Sister is biased. I contributed too. It was I who hired the little beggar to spread the news throughout the city, and it cost me 100 coins. Zhao Yuanyuan chided him. "Why compete over this? Your sister only has one bolt of brocade, and besides, can you even wear such vibrant patterns?" The family shared a laugh, reveling in their joy when suddenly the chief eunuch, Lord Yang, arrived, stating that the emperor had summoned Zhao Yuanyuan to the palace, specifically requesting Su Xiaoxiao accompany her. Chapter 31. Entering the palace. Both Zhao Yuanyuan and her children were taken aback. Lu Shi held a prestigious title, and Zhao Yuanyuan had entered the palace on several occasions for rituals and banquets. However, this was the first time the emperor himself had personally summoned them. Zhao Yuanyuan quickly changed her attire and set off in the carriage sent from the palace with Su Xiaoxiao. Su Lingxi, filled with concern, remarked, "Mother, could it be that the Duke of Duanxin's residence has complained? This is all my fault." Su Chang'e, however, remained calm, replying, "At the poetry gathering, both the Crown Prince and the Ninth Prince witnessed Gu Chen's actions. Today, the majority of the townsfolk are aware of Gu Chen's true nature. Even if they are of royal blood, the emperor cannot shield him from scrutiny." Zhao Yuanyuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had insisted on bringing a baby with them, but she couldn't fathom why. Yet, she couldn't show her fear in front of the children, as it would only heighten their worries. With a gentle smile, she reassured them, "Do not fret. The emperor is wise and benevolent. Everything will be all right. Why the urgency? With me here, didn't he just say I'm your little lucky charm? Now that I have my mother, Xiaoxiao will surely protect her." Hearing Xiaoxiao's thoughts brought a small measure of comfort to Su Lingxi and Su Chang'e as they watched their mother's carriage fade into the distance. "Sister, rest assured. Mother will be fine,"
Su Chang'e declared confidently.
"With Xiaoxiao watching over her, she is safe." Su Lingxi gazed intently at Su Chang'e and asked, How do you know Xiao Xiao can protect mother? Can you hear her too? The siblings spoke in unison. While this should have been a cause for celebration, Su Changhe felt an unease in his heart. If they could hear each other, perhaps their mother could too. And now the entire family was privy to the affairs of the Nanfeng Pavilion. Although the situation had yet to unfold, Su Changhe felt a sense of embarrassment, as if he were exposed. However, Su Lingxi's thoughts were elsewhere. She inquired, "You realize that grandmother and we are not on the same side, correct?"
Su Changel nodded,
having a vague understanding that their father was not grandmother's biological child. "I know you are close to grandmother, but you must understand, had it not been for Xiao Xiao, we would have become orphans. Please, be wary of her." Since learning of grandmother's actions toward their family, Su Lingxi had been reluctant to refer to her as such. Su Changhe understood well. He was not only diligent in his studies but also practiced martial arts daily. Previously, when his father had taught him, he had not taken it seriously. Now, with their father absent, as the only male in the family, he felt the need to grow stronger to protect them. At this moment, the carriage arrived at the palace gates. Zhao Yuanyuan held Su Xiaoxiao tightly, preparing to disembark. By protocol, they were not to ride in the carriage within the palace, yet the carriage showed no signs of stopping.
Zhao Yuanyuan hesitated, respectfully asking, "Lord Yang,
are we not to disembark?" Lord Yang gently replied, "The emperor is considerate of you bringing a child and has permitted the carriage to take you directly into the palace." Su Xiaoxiao, tapping her fingers, sighed. "Last night, I noticed the Ziwei star dimmed in the sky. The crown prince must be ill. How strange. How did they know I could save him?" Zhao Yuanyuan felt her heart race. The crown prince was ill? And they pointed to Xiao Xiao for assistance? This seemed absurd. While she acknowledged her daughter's extraordinary qualities, she believed it was merely a stroke of good fortune. How could a child just over 4 months old possibly heal the crown prince? She hoped Xiao Xiao was merely spouting nonsense, but fate had other plans. As she stepped out of the carriage, she found it had stopped outside the Changla Palace. Zhao Yuanyuan's eyelids twitched. The crown prince, now only 9 years old, had not yet left the palace to establish his own residence, residing within Changla Palace. To her surprise, the princess was also there. In the palace, one must not err in any way, and Zhao Yuanyuan quickly bowed. This humble servant pays her respects to the princess. "Yuanyuan, you have arrived. Come with me." The princess abruptly pulled Zhao Yuanyuan into Changla Palace. "Time is of the essence. Let me be succinct. The crown prince has long suffered from a chronic ailment that periodically afflicts him with unbearable pain, and the imperial physicians are at their wits' end. I thought perhaps Xiao Xiao could save Yutong, and perhaps she could also save the crown prince." Zhao Yuanyuan halted, exclaiming, "Princess, this matter is of great gravity. It cannot be taken lightly. If the imperial physicians could not manage, what could Xiao Xiao do? If this goes awry, it could lead to the annihilation of our family." The princess understood her concerns, saying, "The emperor and empress are both wise individuals, and they have truly run out of options. You need only let Xiao Xiao try. I have already sought the emperor's grace. Regardless of the outcome, you will not be held accountable. Besides, the crown prince has always expressed a desire for Xiao Xiao." As they spoke, they reached the main hall, where the emperor and empress were anxiously pacing outside, devoid of their usual imposing demeanor. In this moment, they appeared as ordinary parents, worried for their son. Zhao Yuanyuan could not help but bow deeply again. This humble servant, Su Zhao, pays her respects to the emperor and empress. The emperor's gaze swept over the grinning child in her arms, and he felt a chill in his heart. How could he, as a sovereign ruler, possibly believe that a baby who could not yet articulate words could save the crown prince? Su Xiaoxiao, noticing the emperor's stern expression, felt displeased. "Why does he look at me like that? Does he look down on me?" The empress, disregarding her reservations, was eager to try anything that offered even a glimmer of hope. She fervently exclaimed, "Is this Xiao Xiao? You can save Huayu, can't you?"
Su Xiaoxiao smiled contentedly,
nodding her small head as if affirming her ability. The empress has discerning eyes. This emperor seems rather stern and unkind. Zhao Yuanyuan broke into a cold sweat, realizing that her daughter could openly critique the emperor as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Do you promise to save Huayu?" the empress asked, nearly in tears from excitement. How could she possibly save him? The emperor understood the princess's desperation, but felt this had crossed a line. The crown princess smacked her forehead, flustered. "First, let the crown prince hold Xiao Xiao. It's just a few embraces, and it'll suffice." "Oh, dear auntie, you say that so lightly. But I have sacrificed 3 years of spiritual energy to save brother Yutong." Zhao Yuanyuan felt a pang of sorrow. Yet Xiao Xiao was merely 4 months old. How could she possibly have depleted 3 years of spiritual energy? If she were aware that Xiao Xiao had absorbed over 3,000 years of spiritual energy from her bracelet, perhaps her heart would not ache so much. Xiao Xiao was placed next to Gu Huayu, who was in such pain that he lacked the strength to even cry out. She waved her tiny hands and finally grasped one of Gu Huayu's fingers. Indeed, he quieted down, and the pallor of his face gradually regained some color. The crown princess, relieved, remarked, "See, I told you Xiao Xiao would surely help." It merely alleviated his pain for a moment. This ailment of the little prince cannot be cured with just a hug. Chapter 32. Am I a medicine? The emperor and empress were both exceedingly delighted. Yet Yuanyuan felt a deep sense of worry. Xiao Xiao had stated that this illness could not be cured by mere embraces. The emperor, in high spirits, proclaimed, "My dear sister is correct. This child is indeed a harbinger of good fortune. Huayu shall be saved, and the great Shoa shall be preserved."
Su Sao.
"You have raised an exceptional child." Zhao Wenyue hastily knelt. "Your Majesty, Xiao Xiao is merely an ordinary child. She is not so miraculous." The Empress, however, held a different opinion. She coolly remarked, "How can she not be extraordinary? Previously, whenever Huayu fell ill, he would suffer for an entire day and night, and the duration only seemed to increase. This time, he has only endured 3 hours of pain, and that is all thanks to Xiao Xiao." With that, she produced a gold medal and presented it to Xiao Xiao, gently saying, "Xiao Xiao is fated to be with us. This gold medal is yours to play with. You must come to the palace often." Xiao Xiao clutched the gold medal tightly, exclaiming, "Is it made of gold? It must be very valuable." Zhao Wenyue sighed inwardly, realizing this was the Empress's personal waste token. Holding this token was akin to having the Empress herself present, granting one the freedom to roam within the palace. Overjoyed with her newfound treasure, Xiao Xiao beamed at the Empress, who felt her heart melting and embraced her. However, it wasn't long before the unconscious crown prince began to moan in pain again, prompting the Empress to return Xiao Xiao to Gu Huayu's side. Zhao Wenyue hesitated, pondering how she could allow her Xiao Xiao to remain beside the crown prince indefinitely. Xiao Xiao had already mentioned that she could only relieve the pain. Did that mean she must stay there until the crown prince was healed? Xiao Xiao muttered to herself, "What is this? Am I a medicine?" Unfortunately, this merely treats the symptoms, not the root cause. The crown princess, noticing Zhao Wenyue's concerns, shared her own apprehension about the situation and spoke up, "Your Majesty, we cannot allow Xiao Xiao to remain by Huayu's side indefinitely. She is still but a babe." The Empress, understanding Zhao Wenyue's worries, assured her, "Madam Zhao, I recognize this is somewhat unreasonable, but if there were any other options, we would not be resorting to this. Please allow Xiao Xiao to stay in the palace for a few days. Rest assured, I will personally care for her. If you feel uneasy, you may stay in the palace with her." Zhao Wenyue was caught in a dilemma. A woman remaining in the palace could only mean one thing. She had been summoned by the emperor. Although her intentions were to care for Xiao Xiao, the gossip would surely drown her, along with the Zhao and Jing'an families in scandal. Yet, how could she leave Xiao Xiao there alone? The Empress had graciously requested her presence, but this was a command. To refuse would be to defy the emperor's will. Zhao Wenyue felt torn, glancing anxiously at Xiao Xiao, lamenting her inability to protect her daughter. Staying in the palace sounds wonderful. That way, I can administer medicine to the crown prince in the stillness of the night. But will they remember to bring me milk? My supply is running low. Seeing Xiao Xiao so calm, Zhao Wenyue felt slightly reassured. She inquired, "Your Majesty, may I speak to Xiao Xiao for a moment before departing?" The Empress, delighted by Zhao Wenyue's concession, eagerly replied, "Of course." Approaching the crown princess' bed, Zhao Wenyue took Xiao Xiao's hand and said, "Xiao Xiao, you will stay in the palace for a few days, and mother will come to fetch you soon. You must be a good girl." The more she spoke, the heavier her heart felt, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Xiao Xiao reached out her tiny hand to wipe away Zhao Wenyue's tears. "How can I tell mother that we won't be apart for long? I'll be able to cure the crown prince tomorrow. If I smile more, mother should feel at ease." Xiao Xiao grinned widely, putting forth every effort to smile. Zhao Wenyue kissed Xiao Xiao's cheek and said, "Mother knows you are the best." Reluctantly, she released Xiao Xiao's hand, requesting a favor and detailing her preferences to the palace made before finally exiting the palace. Xiao Xiao lay obediently beside Gu Huayu, playing with her tiny hands and nibbling on her toes, while the Empress remained vigilantly by her side, never straying far. Under the continuous infusion of spiritual energy from Xiao Xiao, Gu Huayu finally stirred awake. "Mother, What time is it? Have I been unconscious for a day and a night? Gu Huayu felt this time. The hours had not been so arduous, nor the pain so intense. It's only the third watch, thanks to Xiao Xiao. You have suffered much less. You were right. Xiao Xiao truly is a harbinger of good fortune. The resplendent empress, having endured a sleepless night, appeared somewhat weary. Gu Huayu then noticed the child nestled by his side, clad in a red short outfit, with chubby arms and legs reminiscent of lotus stems, an adorable sight indeed. Gazing upon the slumbering Xiao Xiao, he felt a pang of guilt. She had not only shielded him from assassination but also had to part from her mother to lie beside a sickly prince. The empress's gaze was piercing. Huayu, with Xiao Xiao here, you will surely recover. Gu Huayu mustered a smile, having already lost hope, but he could not allow his mother to worry. Mother, I am fine. You should return to rest. The empress shook her head. I promised Madame Zhao I would personally care for Xiao Xiao. You just focus on sleeping. Gu Huayu couldn't help but chuckle. There's no need for you to watch her sleep so closely, with me here and so many palace maids and eunuchs outside. You oversee the 6 palaces, which is a complex affair. You should go and rest. If you remain here, how can I sleep? Finally, seeing Xiao Xiao sleeping soundly, the empress returned to her quarters. The crown prince tucked Xiao Xiao in and said apologetically, I am sorry, little girl. I will make it up to you in the future. With no sleepiness left, he took a book and sat up to read, only to unknowingly drift off. Xiao Xiao stretched widely, realizing that dream weaving was indeed laborious, but thankfully, the crown prince had already fallen asleep. She activated her bracelet space and rummaged for a long time until she finally found a pill. This is it, the 9 transformation Xian Huang elixir. Having found the pill, she realized she could not crawl yet, and thus could not feed it to the crown prince. After several attempts, Xiao Xiao grew a bit frustrated. Are they teasing me? I have other skills. Finally, she used her willpower to control the pill and successfully fed it to Gu Huayu. Yawning, she thought for an infant, this was indeed a monumental task.
Done.
Now, I just need to wait for the emperor to find the altar suppressing the crown prince as dragon energy tomorrow. And it will all be accomplished. Just as Xiao Xiao thought this, she fell into a deep slumber. The next day, as Xiao Xiao continued to sleep, Gu Huayu was late for his morning lessons for the first time. By the time Xiao Xiao awoke, it was already noon. Gu Huayu set down his brush and smiled. Little lazy cat, you've finally woken up. Xiao Xiao protested vehemently. You are the lazy cat. I have been working hard all night to discover the location of the altar. Are you hungry? Come and have some milk. Upon seeing a full jug of milk,
Su Yaoyao's irritation instantly dissipated.
As she was enjoying her drink, an attendant arrived with news. Your Highness, the Emperor summons you and Miss Xiao Xiao, claiming he has discovered the root cause of your illness. Chapter 33. The Secret Altar. Gu Huayu was taken aback, wondering what the Emperor could possibly know about his ailment. Su Xiao Xiao chuckled. The Emperor is not entirely foolish. Perhaps my elder brother the Crown Prince will indeed find a remedy. A few palace servants had already prepared a small cart, and Gu Huayu pushed Su Xiao Xiao to Mingde Palace. Upon arriving, they heard Prince Dun's tearful accusations. Your Majesty, my uncle has lived for so many years without ever suffering such humiliation. How dares Su Zhao bring her son to our door? Pressuring the princess consort to produce a marriage certificate and annul the engagement? This is not merely a withdrawal of engagement. It is a slap in the face to the imperial family. The emperor's expression darkened. A woman, all alone, dares to come to your residence to reclaim the marriage certificate for her daughter, and you have not pondered the reason behind this? The prince dismissed the concern, saying, Gu Chun is the heir apparent. It is perfectly normal for him to have a few concubines. Su Zhao is making a mountain out of a molehill. The emperor, now livid, retorted, is it trivial to suffer 2 strikes of heavenly thunder without cause? The evidence against you two is piled as high as a mountain. The prince tightened his grip on familial ties. Your Majesty, Gu Ling has guarded the imperial tomb for 20 years, enduring the elements, rarely seeing his wife and children. It is understandable that Gu Chun would act out, and our residence, while lacking in merit, has endured hardships. Emperor Xiaoda was initially inclined to consider Prince Dun's sentiments, but upon hearing the mention of the tomb, he exploded in fury. How dare you bring that up? Our ancestors' graves may be disturbed, and Gu Ling remains completely oblivious. Summon Gu Ling at once. We shall see the consequences of his actions. A senior eunuch quietly informed Gu Huayu about the matter's origins. The Ministry of Works has discovered a hidden chamber near the imperial tomb, containing an altar where offerings were made, including your birth date and childhood clothing. Both the emperor and empress believe this to be the cause of your illness. The imperial tomb? An altar? The more Gu Huayu listened, the more absurd it seemed. Surely his father and mother could not genuinely believe that an altar could render him worse off than dead? Regardless, the emperor personally led the crown prince and the minister of works, along with craftsmen from the ministry, to the altar. Su Xiaoxiao was also brought along because, as the ancestors decreed, her presence was essential for the crown prince's safety. Indeed, the previous night, the emperor and empress had shared the same dream, encountering the founding emperor of the Showa dynasty. Had it not been for the ancestors' divine intervention, their ancestral graves might have been disturbed without their knowledge. Gu Huayu was initially skeptical, but as he approached the altar, a wave of discomfort washed over him, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao held onto his finger, preventing him from succumbing to the overwhelming sensation. The hidden chamber was small but extraordinary, with a wall depicting a young dragon trampled by an unsightly beast. In front of the wall stood a stone table adorned with an infantess clothing and a sandalwood plaque inscribed with birth details. Beside it, a glass vial contained a drop of bright red liquid. Ingeniously, the chamber was equipped with a mechanism where a marble continuously rolled. The Minister of Works measured and reported. The marble takes precisely 45 days to complete a circuit, pausing for a day and night at the end before continuing. The crown prince fell ill every 45 days. Each episode lasting a day and night. Such a coincidence was impossible to overlook. Even Su Xiaoxiao remarked, what a formidable death trap. Were it not for the crown prince's royal fortune, he would have been sacrificed long ago. The emperor's expression darkened. The ancestors had indeed spoken true. The crown prince was to be offered as a sacrifice to malevolent spirits. The ancestors warned that had it not been for the arrival of the destined maiden, last night would have marked the crown prince's demise. The Minister of Works, feeling uncomfortable in the eerie atmosphere, asked, Your Majesty, what should we do next? Shall we dismantle this altar? Given Emperor Xiaoda's temperament, he would surely order it to be smashed to pieces, but the ancestors had cautioned that they must heed the destined maiden's guidance. The emperor glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, who was engrossed in her milk, contemplating whether to call upon the ancestors for guidance. How can such a large child dictate our actions? Yet, he dared not disobey. What if the ancestors' coffin lid truly could not be closed? As he hesitated, Su Xiaoxiao finally finished her drink, placing the jug down and pointing at the stone table. Chattering excitedly, the emperor dismissed everyone else, leaving only himself, the crown prince, and Xiaoxiao in the chamber. Father, it seems Xiaoxiao has an idea. Gu Huayu hesitated as the oppressive atmosphere in the chamber grew, each step forward demanding immense effort. Little did he know that had Xiaoxiao not preemptively fed him the elixir, he would have long since perished, his heart shattered. That drop of red liquid on the table was his own blood. The malevolent spirit sensed the arrival of the offerings, eager to emerge and feast. Su Xiaoxiao finally reached the glass vial. At that moment, the chamber began to tremble violently, and a massive black entity materialized, extending its claw toward Gu Huayu. Gu Huayu stood straight, unyielding. Come forth, I fear you not. Yet his small stature could not withstand the spirit's oppressive force, and he collapsed to the ground. The emperor shouted for help, but his voice was lost. Drawing his sword, he swung at the spirit, but it inflicted no harm, instead tightening its grip around his throat. With a crash, the glass vial in Su Xiaoxiao's hand shattered, cutting her finger and releasing a cascade of crimson blood that mingled with the liquid within the vial. That blood suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, illuminating the chamber as bright as day, piercing the malevolent spirit like a blade. The colossal spirit became riddled with wounds, seemingly in excruciating pain, cradling its head and wailing in agony. The emperor scooped up Su Xiaoxiao with one arm and Gu Huayu with the other. They had to escape. Just at the right distance, she was able to bring her bleeding finger to Gu Huayu's lips, and in his unconscious state, he instinctively began to suckle greedily. You are the luckiest person in this world. Know that a single drop of my blood not only renders one immune to all poisons, but also repels all evil spirits. Now that your heart's blood is mingled with mine, no malevolent entity can harm you. Gu Huayu felt a wondrous power coursing through him, invigorating his limbs. He suddenly opened his eyes, realizing Xiaoxiao's finger was in his mouth. As he awakened, the malevolent spirit, riddled with wounds from the golden light, gradually dissolved into a pool of black water. The mural on the wall shattered, and the stone table broke apart. The emperor gasped in alarm. We must flee. This place is collapsing. Clutching one child in each arm, he sprinted. Su Xiaoxiao internally lamented, but my milk jug is still in the cart. Gu Huayu thought he had misheard, yet swiftly seized the cart. Just as the three of them escaped the hidden chamber, it collapsed with a thunderous roar. Chapter 34. She Can Bear It. Outside, the waiting guards and the Minister of Works looked on in astonishment. They had been vigilantly monitoring the hidden chamber, but had heard no sound. The minister had just been fretting over how to dismantle the chamber, though small. It was incredibly sturdy, and human efforts would prove challenging, while explosives could jeopardize the imperial tomb. He was troubled, pondering how such a collapse could occur so inexplicably. Before him, a group knelt, their heads bowed. "Your Majesty, we have arrived late to your rescue. We beseech your forgiveness." The emperor cast a disdainful glance at the assembly before him. Ascending the throne at a tender age, he had always presented a demeanor of gravitas and authority to command the loyalty of his ministers, even extending the sternness to his own children. In Gu Huayu's memory, his father had never embraced him. This was the first time he felt the strength of his father's arm. Gu Huayu, precocious and mature for his years, maintained a respectful demeanor towards his father, and for the first time, the emperor perceived in his son a sense of admiration. At that moment, a bond akin to that of ordinary fathers and sons began to form between them. Ignoring those still prostrated on the ground, the emperor gently set the two children down and inquired with genuine concern, "Huayu, how do you feel?" Gu Huayu, having consumed a few drops of Su Xiaoxiao's blood, felt as though he had been reborn. Clarity washed over him, invigorating his spirit. He obediently replied, "Father, I believe I am quite well now, much better than before. Of course, after consuming a divine elixir last night and drinking my blood, it would be odd if you felt otherwise. Master said my blood is a treasure of time, and you're fortunate to have it. However, given that you saved the milk bottle, I shall let this fortune be yours." Hearing that familiar, childish voice once more, Gu Huayu realized he could now hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Yet, he wondered why he had been unable to do so before. Perhaps the events in the hidden chamber had forged a connection between them. He picked up Xiaoxiao's milk bottle, carefully cleaned it, and handed it to Su Xiaoxiao, sincerely stating, "I cannot express my gratitude adequately. I shall ensure your safety henceforth." The emperor's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, the ancestors had spoken wisely. There was something that had suppressed the dragon's aura, and it was thanks to the destined maiden that his son had escaped calamity. However, he was enraged at the audacity of whoever had dared to set up an altar above the royal tomb, subjecting his heir to years of torment. His anger surged, and he bellowed, "Gu Ling, come here at once." Gu Ling, who had been kneeling, trembled in fear, too terrified to rise, and obediently crawled to the emperor's feet. The emperor's fury intensified upon seeing Gu Ling's cowardly demeanor, and he kicked him in the chest, exclaiming, "You wretched fool! Is this how you guard the royal tomb? While others offer sacrifices above our ancestors' graves, you remain oblivious." If it weren't for, he hesitated, concern for the child's innocence and the possible exploitation by malicious individuals, and instead said, "If it weren't for the protection of our ancestors, would you still be able to crawl before me? Go and bow before our ancestors. From this moment forth, you are stripped of your title as princely lord, and your worthless son shall also lose his position as heir." Gu Ling, clutching his chest, pleaded, "Your Majesty, for the sake of our shared upbringing, please spare my title. Otherwise, my father will be driven to despair. Do not always invoke the Duke of Dun. A father's faults lie in his failure to educate his son. If it weren't for the fact that he is my uncle, your head would have long been forfeit. I make it clear. The Duke of Dun's lineage has reached its end. Henceforth, behave yourself." After dismissing Gu Ling, the emperor took Su Xiaoxiao from the crown prince. Speaking gently, "Xiaoxiao, your cousin has bullied your sister. I shall take justice on your behalf. The emperor is so straightforward. I like him." The crown prince paused, astonished by his father's unprecedented humility, especially towards a mere infant. Little did he know, the ancestors had declared that only the destined maiden could break the sacrificial array, otherwise, the great Showa dynasty would meet its end. As the savior of his son, and the protector of the great Showa's legacy, what was wrong with the emperor being humble? After finishing his conversation with Su Xiaoxiao, the emperor turned to Zheng Yi, the Minister of Works, and commanded in a grave tone, "Quickly investigate the collapse of the hidden chamber, see if it has caused any damage to the royal tomb." Then, to Lin Feng, the commander of the Imperial Guard, he ordered, "Send men to search within a 50-mile radius of the royal tomb for any suspicious activity." Both men accepted their orders and departed, allowing the emperor to embrace Su Xiaoxiao and return to the palace with the others. The empress had been anxiously awaiting their return. She had shared the same dream with the emperor the previous night, in which it was revealed that Xiaoxiao was the destined maiden, and her son would finally be freed from his dreadful torment. The anticipation had turned her day into one of unbearable anxiety. Upon seeing the crown prince descend the carriage unscathed, she excitedly forgot her decorum and asked the emperor, "Did it succeed?" The emperor nodded. "The altar has been destroyed. The demon vanquished. My son is no longer bound by others." His face lit up with delight, and he generously rewarded the Duke of Zhengua's household with lavish gifts, even taking a jade pendant from his waist to personally fasten it onto Su Xiaoxiao's garment, lovingly saying, "Good child, you are indeed a blessing. This pendant is for you." Su Xiaoxiao, still not nimble enough, tilted her head in an attempt to see the pendant, but alas, she could discern nothing. The pendant given by the emperor must be quite valuable. How does it compare to the empress's gold medal? Both the emperor and empress are wonderful, but the crown prince is a bit stingy. He consumed my divine elixir and drank my blood without even a token of appreciation. The crown prince felt a pang of guilt. Xiaoxiao was correct. He, the greatest beneficiary, had offered no acknowledgement. Therefore, he decided to give her his own black jade pendant to wear. Before he could speak, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Is this family addicted to giving pendants? Is there no one who cares about my well-being? This milk bottle has been empty for ages." Gu Huayu suddenly understood. After fastening the pendant, he hurriedly instructed the palace servants to prepare milk, adding, "The royal aunt says Xiaoxiao enjoys cheese. Prepare plenty." Su Xiaoxiao's frown transformed into a smile. "Now that feels right." The crown prince suppressed his amusement. Without a doubt, Xiaoxiao was a true gourmand. In a good mood, the emperor ordered the royal kitchen to serve a meal. Dining together with the empress, the crown prince, and Su Xiaoxiao. The crown prince carefully fed Su Xiaoxiao cheese, but as he surveyed the lavish spread of delicacies before them, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly found the cheese unappetizing. "Is that roast suckling pig? It smells so delicious. I want to have a bite. If not, I could settle for a bone. It's been ages since I had meat. I really want to eat. Woe is me." Su Xiaoxiao gazed longingly at the roast pig, saliva involuntarily pooling. Gu Huayu shook his head, gently wiping away her drool and explaining, "You are still too young to eat meat. Once you grow a bit more, we can enjoy it together." The emperor and empress were noncommittal in their attitudes toward Gu Huayu. This child was indeed worthy. Su Xiaoxiao, ravenous with desire, was interrupted by eunuch Yang, who announced, "Your Majesty, young Master Su has returned to the capital and is awaiting an audience outside the hall." Chapter 35, Contest for Rewards. Su Xiaoxiao was indifferent to titles such as young master. All she desired was meat. "With such delicious roast suckling pig, are none of you going to have a taste?" Truly wasteful. The emperor hesitated, contemplating whether to carry Su Xiaoxiao to meet Su Bowen. Surely, with such a soft, adorable daughter, he would be eagerly awaiting her. Just as he reached out, he reconsidered. The palace was teeming with rascals, and there was not a single princess among them. Why should Su Bowen have two? He decided to make him wait a while longer. The empress took Xiaoxiao into her arms, reluctantly saying, "Your mother must be worried. Let your elder brother the crown prince escort you home. In a few days, your aunt will send someone to fetch you." Su Xiaoxiao beamed at the empress, swiftly grabbing a piece of roast suckling pig and, in a flash, stuffing it into her mouth. It tastes just like I dreamed it would. Who would have thought I would get to eat real roast suckling pig in this lifetime? This life is worth living. Woe is me." The empress was left aghast. Xiaoxiao had yet to grow teeth, and swallowing that piece whole could lead to disaster. She could no longer concern herself with the regal image of the empress, and acted impulsively.
Su Xiaoxiao puffet her checks, tight the clenching her mouth.
Her eyes darting mischievously towards the empress. "I would rather die than open my mouth. How could I let that roasted suckling pig slip away when it's so close?" Gu Huayu felt a mix of urgency and amusement, thinking how utterly adorable Xiaoxiao was. "Xiaoxiao, please open your mouth. Once you turn 5 months old, your elder brother, the crown prince, will have the kitchen prepare you some meat porridge, all right?" Gu Huayu genuinely worried that she might swallow the morsel whole.
Su Xiaoxiao kept sucking,
reducing the piece of meat to mere scraps before finally parting her lips. The empress retrieved the remnants, exhaling a sigh of relief. "This child nearly frightened me to death." Su Xiaoxiao erupted into giggles again, still clutching a piece of meat. However, fate had other plans, just as the meat was within reach of her mouth. Gu Huayu intercepted it. Watching the morsel slowly being taken from her grasp, Su Xiaoxiao felt as if the heavens were about to collapse. "My precious meat." Her lips quivered in indignation, tears streaming down her cheeks, her soft whimpers escalating into full-blown sobs. "This is so unfair. I can't even have a single bite of meat." The crown prince, hearing Su Xiaoxiao's lamentations, felt a twitch in his eyelid. The situation appeared challenging to appease. Indeed, despite the efforts of the empress, the crown prince, and a plethora of palace maids and eunuchs, they were unable to cease her cries. "Mother, perhaps we should feed her some meat broth?"
Gu Huayu,
unable to bear the thought of her crying any longer, suggested. If she continued, her small frame might faint from exhaustion. The empress nodded, acknowledging the child's prodigious ability to weep. Upon hearing that there would be broth, Su Xiaoxiao's spirits lifted somewhat, and her cries gradually subsided. After a few sips of the broth, she finally calmed down, allowing Gu Huayu to escort her back to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Having not seen her daughter for an entire night, Yuanyuan was filled with anxiety, unable to eat or sleep. Standing at the door like a statue waiting for her daughter's return. Exhausted from her earlier tantrum, Su Xiaoxiao had fallen asleep during the carriage ride. Gu Huayu entrusted Su Xiaoxiao to Yuanyuan and arranged for the boxes of gifts to be carried into the residence. With a flutter of nerves, Yuanyuan hesitantly inquired, "What are these?" The crown prince replied gratefully, "Thank you, Madame Zhao. Xiaoxiao is a benefactor to the royal family, and these items are a token of our gratitude. By the way, there are 2 jade pendants for her to play with, tied around her waist." Understanding Zhao Wenyu's longing for her daughter, Gu Huayu felt it best not to linger and quickly took his leave. Eagerly, Zhao Wenyu ordered Lian Xiao and Bai Ji to place the crown prince's gifts into her private treasury, while she could hardly contain her excitement. Embracing Su Xiaoxiao for numerous affectionate kisses, Su Changhe marveled at the 2 jade pendants, exclaiming, "Mother, the jade worn by the crown prince is already invaluable, and she possesses a pendant that signifies the emperor's personal favor? How extraordinary! I must secure a favorable position with Xiaoxiao in the future." Zhao Wenyu merely smiled, withholding the information that Xiaoxiao had also received a golden medal from the empress, granting her unrestricted access to the palace. Su Lingxi was equally delighted. The Duke of Dunqin's prince and heir had been stripped of their titles, demonstrating that the emperor was a fair and just ruler. She no longer had to worry about her marriage being a burden on her parents. Meanwhile, Lu Shi, enraged over Sun Kaidai's affairs, was seething with resentment towards Zhao Wenyu, falling gravely ill. Zhao Wenyu summoned a multitude of esteemed doctors to attend to her. The endless concoctions and needles caused her immense suffering, and had it not been for the doctors' reputations, Lu Shi would have suspected that Zhao Wenyu was deliberately tormenting her. During her days in bed, Sun Kaidai sent daily messages, lamenting her dire circumstances and how Sun Yingying could not even afford a wet nurse. Zhao Wenyu's dowry had been tightly gripped in Lu Shi's hands. After their quarrel, Zhao Wenyu had left the family affairs for her to manage, resulting in all household expenses being reported to her. Lu Shi felt utterly helpless, unable to voice her grievances. In a hasty visit, her second daughter-in-law, Jing Yaxian, rushed in to say, "Mother, the crown prince has sent many gifts, several large boxes. If you don't go, she will surely take them all for herself." Lu Shi slammed her hand on the table, shouting in fury, "How dare she? The emperor's gifts are meant for the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. She, a mere woman without official rank, thinks she can claim them for herself? Let us go see." Lian Xiao and Bai Ji had anticipated such a scene and hastily moved the items, just as Lu Shi arrived. With Lian Xiao locking the treasury door, Lu Shi stormed over, commanding, "Open the door." Lian Xiao stood her ground. "Old madam, this is Our Lady's private treasury. It cannot be opened at will." Lu Shi retaliated with a sharp slap to Lian Xiao's face. "You insolent wench, you dare to defy me. Open the door immediately, and bring out the gifts from the palace." Lian Xiao, feeling wronged, had always been treated kindly by her mistress. It was shocking to her that this old woman would strike her. Ignoring the stinging pain on her face, she resolutely replied, "These items are gifts from the emperor to the madam and miss. They rightfully belong in the madam's private treasury. You can beat me to death, but I will not open the door." Unwilling to relent, Lu Shi had come prepared, ordering her people to forcibly seize the keys. Bai Ji sensed the gravity of the situation and hurried to inform Zhao Wenyu. "What?" She struck Lian Xiao. Zhao Wenyu leapt from her chair, racing to the back courtyard in a flurry. Zheng Yaxian, feigning authority, threatened, "You little servant, hand over the keys, and you have to suffer this punishment." Lian Xiao staunchly refused, causing Lu Shi's face to turn a deep shade of anger, pointing and berating her. "A mere servant dares to oppose me? Seize her and punish her with the rod." In a cold voice, Zhao Wenyu interjected, "Stop. Let us see who dares to touch her." Lu Shi had been waiting for this moment, eager for Zhao Wenyu to confront her openly. This way, her image as a virtuous wife and mother would crumble, leaving her vulnerable to public scorn, and she could be accused of filial disobedience. Chapter 36, Kneeling. Lian Xiao was Zhao Wenyu's maid, treated like a sister. And seeing her suffer injustice made Zhao Wenyu more distressed than if she herself were the one wronged. Lu Shi scoffed. What is all this commotion? You ought to exhibit the poise of a lady of the house. This little servant has taken all the emperor's gifts into your private treasury. Should she not be punished? In the past, if Lu Shi had merely worn a cold expression, Zhao Wenyu would have been frantic, attempting to soothe her with all manner of explanations and offerings. But now, she thought, not a single item would leave her possession. Zhao Wenyu feigned surprise, mother. These items are rewards for Xiao Xiao, who has been accompanying the emperor and empress, bringing them joy. You wouldn't dare to rob your own granddaughter, would you? Surely you have funds at your disposal? After all, aside from my dowry, all the other estates are entrusted to you, and I have even compensated for previous deficits. Speaking of this made Lu Shi even angrier. For years, Zhao Wenyu had managed the household affairs, and all she needed to do was withdraw from the cabinet for money. During festivals, Zhao Wenyu would offer her respect and gifts. Even while caring for the Sun family, her finances were still quite sufficient. However, the Duke's residence had encountered unfortunate circumstances lately, with a significant drop in customers and the loss of several long-standing clients. Whether due to supply chain issues or product quality, they had suffered substantial losses. To cover the gaps, Lu Shi had sold off several shops at a loss, and if it weren't for her dire financial situation, she would not have stooped to fighting over gifts meant for a mere child. Though Zhao Wenyu's words were harsh, Lu Shi could not afford to be angry. Instead, she softened her tone, saying, Wanyu, it seems you have grown distant from your mother lately. I know you resent me for not managing the servants well and for the hardships you faced while giving birth. However, how long has it been since this incident transpired? And yet you still harbor resentment, refusing to grant your mother any semblance of dignity? It is not the paltry rewards that I covet, but without the esteemed title of the Duke of the State, you would not even have the privilege of an audience with the Emperor, let alone any gifts. Should an ill-intentioned person learn that you have clandestinely appropriated the rewards, they may assume discord exists between us, which would be detrimental to both Bo Wen and our household. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyu wore an expression of understanding, though she hesitated before retrieving the prince's jade pendant from her sleeve. Mother, she said, it is not that I wish to cause you distress, but His Royal Highness has entrusted these items to me, stating they are to be preserved for Xiao Xiao. He was so concerned that he even left this jade pendant as a token. Surely you, with your vast knowledge, understand that to see the pendant is akin to seeing the prince himself. At her words, Baiji dropped to her knees with a thud, kindly reminding Lu Shi, Old madam, kneeling before the prince is a grave act of disrespect. Zhang Yixian, timid in nature, followed suit and also knelt, looking enviously at the jade pendant in Zhao Wenyu's hand, inquiring, is this truly the prince's personal pendant? Indeed, it is, Zhao Wenyu replied, purposefully displaying the pendant before Lu Shi. Although Lu Shi felt a surge of resentment, she ultimately dared not act out and knelt in anger. Zhao Wenyu felt a pang in her heart. This act of kneeling was a message to her deceased mother-in-law, a testament that she had reclaimed all the dowry properties that were once taken from her. Sooner or later, she would ensure that Lu Shi paid dearly for her sins. By an unfortunate twist of fate, Su Bowen returned home from an audience with the emperor just in time to witness this peculiar scene of his mother kneeling before his wife. He helped her to her feet, inquiring, Mother, what is happening here? Lu Shi, upon seeing Su Bowen, suppressed her underlying hatred and feigned a pitiful demeanor, tears welling in her eyes as she lamented, My son, you have finally returned. My heart is heavy with sorrow. Renowned for his filial piety, Su Bowen was thrown into disarray by his mother's distress. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Zhao Wenyu. Wenyu, what is truly going on? Zhao Wenyu refrained from denying anything. The emperor bestowed certain rewards, and the prince explicitly instructed me to keep them safe for Xiao Xiao. My mother doubts me. Hence, I presented the prince's token for her to see. Zhang Yixian, aware of Su Bowen's naive devotion to his mother, eagerly added fuel to the fire. You are clearly making things difficult for mother. Surely, she does not covet such trifling rewards. Understanding Su Bowen's concern for his mother, Zhao Wenyu feared that further confrontation would lead to painful misunderstandings. Since the matter is clarified, I shall take Lian Xiao to tend to her injuries. That slap was no light matter. Her face is swollen. With that, she gracefully led Lian Xiao and Baiji back to her quarters. Zhao Wenyu personally administered medicine to Lian Xiao, her voice laced with anger. Knowing her true nature, why must you confront her so directly?
It was not worth it to watch you take that slap.
Lian Xiao grimaced in pain but boldly asserted, Madam, I am tough and can withstand it. I wanted her to know that we only heed your commands. However, the heir is naive and holds great respect for the old lady. I fear this may sow discord between you. Zhao Wenyu was not devoid of concern. To an outsider, it appeared as though she had been the aggressor. Yet Lu Shi's transgressions were without evidence, making it difficult to articulate her grievances. Nonetheless, Bo Wen's safe return was a cause for celebration. She hurried to prepare a change of clothes for Su Bowen, who had just returned in his military attire, looking weary from the arduous journey. As Su Bowen entered, he spoke with a hint of guilt. "Madam, I apologize for the trouble you have endured these past days. Mother is getting on in years, so please be lenient with her." His demeanor bore no trace of reproach, leaving Zhao Wenyu utterly astonished. Noticing her bewilderment, Su Bowen embraced her, saying, "On the way back, I encountered assassins, but thanks to my second brother and sister-in-law's timely assistance, I was able to escape unharmed. I was informed of the peril you faced during childbirth, and while I cannot believe Mother would harm you, it is ultimately her laxity that brought this upon us. Please do not hold this against her. It was no easy task for her to raise Bo, Hao, and me." Zhao Wenyu felt a swell of emotion. Her father had merely mentioned sending skilled warriors to assist Bo Wen, and she had not anticipated that her brother and sister-in-law would personally intervene. She worried that domestic matters might distract Bo Wen, yet she refrained from sharing her concerns. Knowing her family would worry about Bo Wen's ignorance of the situation and potentially misplace their anger onto her. Regardless of her age, her parents and brothers still treated her as a cherished child. Leaning into Su Bowen's embrace, Zhao Wenyu teased, I see. Had you not returned, would you now be glaring at me, accusing me of disrespecting your mother? I must inform you, I have a rather petty nature, having traversed the gates of hell once. I am now even more resolute. No one shall take those rewards from me. They are meant for Xiao Xiao." Su Bowen's expression faltered. He had promised his mother that today's rewards would be placed in the household treasury under her management, yet now he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a fierce voice rang out. "Pervert, let go of my mother." Chapter 37. How wonderful it is to have a father. Both Zhao Wenyu and Su Bowen were startled, instinctively recoiling from each other. Zhao Wenyu hastily explained, "Bo Wen, Xiao Xiao has awakened. I must go check on her." Upon mentioning their daughter, Su Bowen momentarily forgot the source of the voice. Their daughter was over 4 months old, and he had yet to see her even once. He gazed at the chubby little figure in the crib, his heart melting. He took Zhao Wenyu's hand again, exclaiming, "Xiao Xiao is truly adorable. She will certainly grow up to be as beautiful as you." Xiao Xiao glared at Su Bowen, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Humph. Do you think flattery will win me over? You can hold my mother, but you think you can hold her hand too? Just wait until my father returns. I'll have him chop your hand off." Su Bowen's heart sank. Had that voice actually come from their little girl? Zhao Wenyu was both amused and exasperated by her daughter's boldness. She quickly scooped Xiao Xiao into her arms, saying, "Xiao Xiao, look, your father has come back." Su Bowen extended his arms. "Come, let Daddy hold you." "Daddy? I thought he was supposed to be handsome and charming. Yet here stands a rugged man with a scruffy face. Surely, Mother wouldn't have been deceived into marrying such a rough character, would she?" Every fiber of Xiao Xiao's being was filled with resistance. Su Bowen felt embarrassment wash over him, after returning from a grueling journey. His first task had been to meet the emperor, and now his daughter seemed to disdain him. Zhao Wenyu sighed, 3 dark lines appearing on her forehead. "My dear child, you truly are my daughter." Thinking like this, he retracted his outstretched hand, awkwardly chuckling, "Xiao Xiao, you are so rosy and adorable. I shall go bathe and change before I hold you." Surprisingly unfazed by his daughter's thoughts, he pondered how he might meet her standards of charm and handsomeness. Once he had cleaned up, he approached with a face full of affection, saying, "Xiao Xiao, may I hold you now?" Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So Daddy really is handsome. That rough man just now could never be my father." Zhao Wenyu sighed in resignation. This daughter of hers was certainly a beauty connoisseur. Would she one day be swayed by looks alone? Such worries plagued her mind.
"So what when?"
Unable to resist the soft, squishy form of his daughter, declared with a tender voice, "Xiao Xiao, let Daddy see you properly. You have grown so much." As he spoke, he couldn't help but plant a kiss on Xiao Xiao's cheek, lifting her high before gently lowering her. Xiao Xiao burst into giggles. "So this is what being lifted feels like. Now, if any little brat dares to mock me, I can proudly declare that I have both a father and a mother, and that my father lifts me high too." Hearing his daughter's words, Su Bowen felt a wave of protectiveness wash over him. Who would dare mock his daughter? He would enlist them in the army, putting them through rigorous training until they could not endure. Zhao Wenyue was also filled with sorrow, from the snippets of information occasionally revealed by Xiao Xiao. It was evident that she had endured great hardship in her previous life. In this lifetime, they were determined to make amends for her suffering. Su Bowen blinked back tears, feigning a light-hearted demeanor as he said, Xiao Xiao enjoys being lifted high, doesn't he? Come, let us play again. Xiao Xiao was tossed high into the air, only to be securely caught by Su Bowen's strong hands. She laughed uncontrollably, exclaiming, so much fun, let us do it again. Zhao Wenyue frowned slightly in admonition, take it easy, Xiao Xiao is a precious girl. Don't frighten her. The family of three basked in a warm atmosphere filled with joyous laughter, a scene of unparalleled happiness. Xiao Xiao had never laughed so heartily before. Just as she was reveling in the moment, a maid from Lu's residence hurried in with distressing news. My lord, it's terrible. The lady has fainted from excessive sorrow.
Su Bowen paused,
Handing the child over to Zhao Wenyue and declared, I'll go take a look. Xiao Xiao huffed in annoyance. That old witch is up to her tricks again. Silly father. Don't be deceived. Zhao Wenyue shared this concern and asked the maid, have you summoned a doctor? Should I accompany you? The little maid stammered. The old lady fainted but then regained consciousness. She instructed that only the young lord should come. Su Bowen sighed and said to Zhao Wenyue, then I shall go. In case mother gets too agitated and faints again. Oh, I knew she wouldn't have good intentions. Take me with you. I want to see the drama unfold. Xiao Xiao was eager to witness how Lu managed to deceive her devoted father. Su Bowen, reluctant to let go of Xiao Xiao as he held her, reasoned that the old lady would surely be delighted to see her granddaughter, and thus suggested, I'll take Xiao Xiao with me. Hooray, let us go see the show. Xiao Xiao's joy was palpable. Su Bowen furrowed his brows. See the show? Can Xiao Xiao already eat solid food? What's so delightful about a show? Zhao Wenyue's lips twitched. This girl, always keen on excitement, would undoubtedly spill everything Lu said due to her inability to hide her thoughts. Lu lay on her bed with a hot towel on her forehead, feigning illness. Su Bowen felt a pang of anxiety. His father had spent many years leading troops, leaving household affairs solely in his mother's hands. When he was 7, his father returned victorious and was bestowed the title of Duke of Jinghua. But that joy was short-lived as his father succumbed to a sudden illness, and the burden of the family fell back upon his mother. In Su Bowen's memory, his mother was a strong and stern woman. It was hard to reconcile that with the frail figure before him. Mother, are you feeling any better? Su Bowen's heart ached. Bowen, I have been wronged. Lu wept, lamenting. You have witnessed how I treated Yuanyuan all these years. Who knew she would turn her back on me? Always on guard against me? My heart aches more than if it were pricked by a needle.
Su Bowen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably.
He had always been grateful that his mother and wife were close, often feeling like an outsider and never having to endure the tension. It seemed he was still too young. What was inevitable would eventually come to pass. Mother, didn't Yuanyuan say it was the crown prince's intention? No matter how astute the crown prince is, he is still just an 8-year-old child. If he were to ask, it would not be impossible for her to place that somewhere else. Zhao Wenyue had nearly faced death in childbirth, so it was only natural for her to harbor resentment. Su Bowen had some understanding of this. His mother just needed to be soothed. Bowen, you ungrateful wretch, marrying a wife and forgetting your mother. Is this a matter of managing possessions? Your wife has changed the household arrangements, handling her dowry and estate all by herself, as if intending to split from me. Recalling her past sacrifices to save son Kaidai, Lu's anger boiled. Su Bowen was utterly astonished. Zhao Wenyue, born into privilege, regarded wealth as trivial. How could she act in such a manner? Zheng Yaxian added fuel to the fire. Mother went to the cabinet for a few taels of silver and was outright refused. She was furious for months over this. Hearing this, Su Bowen felt a surge of anger. Such a thing happened? Wenyue has always been generous. How could she stoop so low? This family shouldn't be so divided. Chapter 38. Shadows of Childhood. You treat Lu as family, yet she takes advantage of your absence to harm your wife and daughter, using my mother's money to nurture her biological daughter. If it weren't for my mother's decisive actions, Lu would have long since drained us dry. Xiao Xiao was on the verge of exploding with rage. Su Bowen felt a jolt of alarm. How could Xiao Xiao say such things? His mother wanted to harm Yuanyuan, and what other biological daughter? His mother only bore him and his brother. He thought it might just be the innocent rambling of a child, yet doubt began to creep into his mind. After over a decade of marriage, he knew Yuanyuan's character well. Zheng Yaxian, seeing Su Bowen's growing anger, continued to stoke the flames. Eldest brother is right. This family is absurd. Lately, sister-in-law has been preventing Changhe from visiting mother's courtyard. Mother is so desperate to see her grandson that she cries. Moreover, she shamelessly rushed to the Duke of Dunqin's residence to break off the engagement, completely disgracing the Duke of Zhenggua's family. If she hadn't stopped Su Boheo from taking his brother to the gambling den, could mother have restrained him? Xiao Xiao exclaimed, that wicked old woman. Just because father isn't her biological child, wants to ruin my brother. Hearing this, Su Bowen could no longer sit still. His mother had always been strict and followed the rules. Zheng Yaxian wouldn't dare speak so freely unless permitted. Who did she think she was fooling? He was certain there was more to this matter. It seemed his mother's illness was also an act, but he dared not expose it. Instead, he said, Mother, I understand what you mean. You're unwell, so I want to disturb your rest. Su Bowen refrained from taking a stance. How could Lu let her go? She grabbed his arm, tears streaming down her face. Why is my life so bitter? I toiled and labored to raise 2 sons, only to be subjected to my daughter-in-law's mistreatment. Bowen, my heart is heavy. Su Bowen felt flustered by Lu's tears, repeatedly comforting her, Mother. Yuanyuan is not like that. There must be some misunderstanding. A hysterical scene followed by tears. Is that how this shameless woman operates? Father is truly remarkable. He didn't jump to conclusions based solely on Lu's words, who can't throw a tantrum. Xiao Xiao rubbed her eyes and burst into loud wails. Both old and young were crying, leaving Su Bowen momentarily at a loss as to whom to console first. Xiao Xiao was genuinely worried for him. Oh, dear father. If we don't leave now, do you intend to stay here for the new year? Su Bowen suddenly realized, hastily standing up, Mother. Xiao Xiao probably wishes to see her mother. I'll take her back. He quickly scooped Xiao Xiao up and rushed out, but as he reached the door, he glanced back. Lu's demeanor was no longer that of a frail, wronged woman. Her eyes were filled with resentment and malice. Even someone like Su Bowen, who had faced battles, was taken aback by that gaze. What deep-seated hatred could evoke such a look from his mother? Confusion swirled in Su Bowen's mind. Xiao Xiao's words about Lu nurturing her biological daughter and insinuating he wasn't her own were absurd, leaving him utterly bewildered. He had no recollection of how he returned home. But he needed to question Zhao Yuanyuan about her sudden change in attitude towards his mother. It must be connected to this incident. Zhao Yuanyuan, noticing Su Bowen's pensive expression, guessed that Lu had spoken ill of her. She took Xiao Xiao into her arms, her heart aching. Bowen, I've put you in a difficult position. Father is amazing. Lu and the second lady are constantly trying to frame mother, yet you didn't believe them. Lu even attempted to pressure you. I cried louder than her. And you managed to escape unscathed. Su Xiao pondered, delightfully shaking her little feet. This family cannot do without me. Upon hearing Su Bowen's fervent defense, Zhao Yuanyuan felt a surge of emotion, only to be thwarted by Su Xiao's last remark, which nearly made her burst into laughter. Eager to uncover the truth behind a commotion at home, Su Bowen summoned Lian Xiao, instructing, take the young lady downstairs for milk. I have matters to discuss with the lady. Anxious, Su Xiao flailed her little legs, exclaiming, what are they discussing? Let me listen. Is there anything I cannot hear? Zhao Yuanyuan sighed, recognizing the child's age where even control over her bladder eluded her, yet she possessed an insatiable curiosity. Despite her affection for Xiao Xiao, it was imperative to keep her away from the conversation, lest she discover her ability to hear her innermost thoughts. Thus, she signaled for Lian Xiao to take her away. For a while, Su Xiao sulked, but her spirits lifted upon seeing Bai Ji carrying a full jug of milk. Zhao Yuanyuan closed the door and regarded Su Bowen with a calm demeanor. The inevitable had arrived. Would he truly believe she was not Lu's biological child?
To this day,
no evidence had surfaced. Su Bowen, in a state of turmoil, struggled to articulate his thoughts. Yuanyuan, I can hear Xiao's thoughts, and what she speaks of is utterly unbelievable. Zhao Yuanyuan grasped Su Bowen's trembling hand and gently replied, so you are aware. I too can hear Xiao's thoughts. It appears she possesses foresight, otherwise I would have perished at Lu's hands long ago and would never see you again. Su Bowen felt as if struck by thunder, disbelief coursing through him. How could he not be Lu's child? She was the mother who had raised him, who had guided and disciplined him from a young age. No, this could not be real. If I am not her son, then who am I? He murmured helplessly. Zhao Yuanyuan embraced Su Bowen, softly reassuring him, do not rush. Allow me to explain everything. After hearing the full story, Su Bowen still found it hard to believe. Recollections of his distant childhood surfaced. I never understood why my mother never held me. No matter how hard I tried, I never received her praise. Since I can remember, I have slept alone, in the dark and long nights. On snowy days I woke from fear, searching for her, yet she never opened the door. It was the maid who found me and brought me back. The doctor said if I had been any later, I would have lost my legs. His gaze grew distant. My younger brother, however, was different. From birth, he was always with our mother. She always doted on him. When he threw stones and injured the servant, she praised his aim. I always thought it was because I was inadequate. It turns out, I am not her son. Su Bowen rambled on, and Yuanyuan remained silent, simply holding him close. The childhood of Su Bowen had been devoid of love, steeped in sorrow, a burden he had carried for far too long. Despite his remarkable talents, he had always battled feelings of inferiority, needing to reconcile with his past. Yuanyuan, I was not an unlikable child. It was never my fault. At that moment, Su Bowen was the 3-year-old boy seeking his mother's embrace in the snow. Tears welled in Zhao Wanyue's eyes as she patted his back, saying, "It is not your fault. If your mother were alive, she would hold you close and tell you that you are the most wonderful child in the world." Chapter 39. The Disappearing Noble. Mother? Su Bowen felt helpless and anxious. Is my biological mother truly Qin? The legitimate wife of the Duke, Lady Qin, died during childbirth. Only Lu, the pregnant concubine, was at home. They did not inform the Qin family of her passing. By the time the Qin family arrived, the coffin had already been sealed. The elder of the Qin family, unwilling to disturb his daughter's peace even in death, acquiesced to Lu's insistence against opening the coffin. After the funeral, Lu retreated to a secluded residence, only returning to the Duke's manor once Su Bowen turned 1. However, after Lady Qin's death, all the servants were replaced, and according to the elderly folk, by the time he turned 1, there was already a child taller than him who had arrived. Zhao Wanyue dared not speak too definitively. She had been investigating for over 30 years, yet had found no substantial evidence. Bowen, what do you doubt? You resemble your father so closely, it is uncanny. What we should be concerned about now is how to protect the children. She had been eavesdropping on Xiao Xiao's thoughts, and the tragic fate of the children weighed heavily on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Su Bowen suddenly awakened to the reality that he was now Wanyue's husband and the father of 3 children. He needed to grow stronger to protect his family. There was no time for melancholy. As for what you mentioned, it has been years. We can investigate further at a later date. What of Ling Xi's marriage? Did you face any grievances when you unilaterally called off the engagement? Zhao Wanyue recounted the events of that day, emphasizing that regardless of their beliefs, they could not deny that Su Xiaoxiao was a prodigious girl. Su Bowen repeatedly cautioned, Xiaoxiao is too young. We must not disclose her talents to outsiders, lest they exploit her. At that moment, the crown prince was in a secret chamber within the manor, his eyes bloodshot with anger. He pointed at the nearly lifeless Taoist on the ground, furiously scolding, "Did you not say that with the crown prince's heart's blood, you could slowly torment him to death? Even weakening the emperor? Why is he still alive and well, while you're suffering from backlash?" The Taoist's face turned pale with shock. Though the crown prince's fate is resilient, he cannot be easily eliminated. I have set up an altar, offering his heart's blood, allowing malevolent spirits to gradually consume his essence. He should have been exhausted by now, yet I do not know what overpowering force is at play, allowing even the malevolent spirits to die so easily. The crown prince, enraged, retorted, "I have revered you as a father figure. How can you claim to sincerely assist me?" The Taoist realized that the crown prince's words cut deeper than any spiritual backlash he'd endured. Kneeling, he repeatedly bowed his head, trembling with fear, "My lord, my loyalty to you is as constant as the sun and moon. For 14 years, you have been my everything." Reflecting on their past, a flicker of softness crossed the crown prince's face, yet he coldly replied, "Enough. What is loyalty worth if, after 9 years, you have yet to eliminate a mere 9-year-old child? I would be ashamed to speak of it." The Taoist's eyes reignited with determination. "My lord, I have calculated. The noble has indeed appeared, though I cannot discern her exact location due to some obstruction. However, she is undoubtedly in the capital." Upon hearing this, the crown prince's expression soured further. Previously, he had been assured of the noble's presence at the summer feast, and he had waited all day in vain. In his frustration, he had dispatched elite assassins to kill the crown prince, only for the arrows to inexplicably turn around and strike his own assassins. 10 elite assassins. He had spent a fortune on them, and Gu Huai was still nursing his wounds. The noble, was she blind? Emerging from the secret chamber, Gu Huai suppressed his fury, adopting a facade of harmlessness and gentility. He had concealed his anger well. Aside from the Taoist, no one had witnessed his loss of composure. Meanwhile, the Taoist, now dressed as a servant, was busy cleaning the stables. The noble Gu Huai awaited was currently kneeling as punishment in the residence of the Minister of War. Shun Qingtian, the legitimate daughter of Minister Shen Tianyu, pointed an accusatory finger at her half-sister, Shen Qingyu, scolding, "That was a white jade vase given to me by my father. Are you deliberately trying to break it? Mother and father both died because of you, and now you cannot even stand to see my father's gift to me?" Shen Qingyu suppressed her fury. Lowering her gaze in submission, "Elder sister, I truly did it by accident. The vase was just too slippery." Shen Qingtian, incensed, retorted, "Dare you defy me? Someone slap her." Once, a robust matron approached Shen Qingyu, unleashing a flurry of slaps upon her tender visage. "Spare me, dear sister. I truly did not mean to," Shen Qingyu pleaded. Though her nails dug fiercely into her flesh, her eyes flashing with a ruthless glint. In mere moments, her delicate, flower-like face had become swollen and bruised. Yet, Shen Qingyao, still unsated by her wrath, stomped down hard on Shen Qingyu's slender fingers, berating, "At merely 10 years old, you've already begun to entice others. Unable to resist the presence of men. It's evident you take after your seductive mother, who is adept at wielding her charms." The pain left Shen Qingyu drenched in cold sweat. Even so, Shen Qingyao remained unappeased, commanding a maid, "Take the second young lady away and wash her thoroughly. She reeks of the commoner's scent." Shen Qingyu was drenched in a chilling torrent, cast into the room, shivering despite the summer night. She was at a loss to comprehend how events had spiraled into such chaos. Just before awakening, she had dreamt a vivid dream wherein a colossal figure had pressed a soul-exchange talisman into her hand, urging her to reveal the hidden truths of the princess's residence. She had affixed the talisman to Li Yutong, and the dull-witted Li Yutong had regained his senses. The princess had bestowed upon her a bracelet, granting her access to its mystical realm, allowing her to harness its power and become a deity capable of summoning storms. She had even become a guest of royalty, capturing the heart of a dashing prince, while the tyrannical Li Yutong obeyed her every command, and all the men of the great Showa knelt beneath her pomegranate skirt. Together with the prince, she had conspired against the emperor and empress dowager, eliminating troublesome courtiers to ascend the throne of the great Showa dynasty. However, despite her prolonged time in this realm, none of the events from her dream had come to fruition. Desperately, she had pressed the soul-exchange talisman onto Li Yutong. Yet he remained unscathed. She had painstakingly penned renowned poetry at the summer banquet, only for it to fall into the water before her teacher could see it. And when she sought to befriend the heir of the grand tutor, her elder sister had beaten her mercilessly, leaving her with no strength to retaliate. Why? Shen Qingyu silently cried out. Where was the beloved companion she had once allied with? Exhausted, Shen Qingyu eventually fell asleep on the ground, and at last, the dark giant from her dreams reappeared. He infused her mind with a surge of dark power, speaking in a deep voice, "Awaken. Harness the power of the demonic path to seize control of this world and reclaim the spirit bracelet that governs all." Upon finishing his words, the giant vanished, and Shen Qingyu jolted awake, feeling an inexhaustible strength within her. She was no longer the timid girl reliant on flattery and seeking the favor of influential figures. She now housed the soul of a saintess of the demonic sect, with aspirations far grander than mere supremacy. Her previously vague memories crystallized. She recalled that the figure with whom she had joined hands in her dreams was the crown prince, and this time, she would shine even brighter than in her past life. Chapter 40. The Emergence of the Deity. With her awakened bloodline, Shen Qingyu swept her sleeve and placed it at the doorstep of Shen Qingyao's night watch maid. The slumbering Shen Qingyao had yet to express her fury when Shen Qingyu seized her by the throat. "If you wish to live, be a good, obedient sister from now on, or you shall lose your status as a legitimate daughter." The timid Shen Qingyao was terrified, retreating in fear, though her meekness was still insufficient. Insufficient. How could this paltry amount of milk suffice? Su Xiaoxiao glared at the half-pot of milk handed to her by Lian Xiao. Her face flushed with indignation. Just yesterday it had been full, and now she was given only half. Was this an act of child cruelty? Su Bowen and Zhao Wanqing exchanged knowing smiles. This little one was clearly only interested in her food. Frustrated, Su Xiaoxiao declared her intention to fast in protest. Without a full pot of milk, she would refuse breakfast. Now able to sit steadily, her tiny fists clenched in determination, she fixed her gaze intently on Zhao Wanqing. "Mother should realize I am upset, right? If she doesn't understand, I'll have to starve until noon. That seems unwise. But why the sudden reduction in quantity? Has the family gone bankrupt?" Su Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend. Noticing her distress, Su Bowen quickly scooped her into his arms, saying, "Today marks our Xiao Xiao's 5-month milestone. It's time for solid food. Your mother has instructed the kitchen to prepare meat porridge for you. Come, let father feed you." Su Xiao Xiao's tense expression immediately relaxed. "I was so scared. I thought I was going to starve again. What a close call." The elderly parents, having not heard her, were startled by the mention of starvation. What kind of life had their precious Xiao Xiao led in her previous existence? Such a sweet and adorable child should never go hungry. Su Bowen felt his heart ache, vowing that in this life, Xiao Xiao would have whatever she desired. Before the first spoonful of meat porridge could reach her lips, the doorkeeper announced, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Zhao Wanqing's eyelids twitched. The Crown Prince's status was exceedingly esteemed, rarely visiting the homes of ministers. How could he return so soon? Su Bowen hurriedly led his wife and daughter to greet him. After a few days apart, Gu Huayu appeared revitalized, like a young tree nourished by sunlight and rain, brimming with vitality. The Su couple bowed in unison. "We welcome your highness." The Crown Prince, with a demeanor of humility, replied, "Lord, madam, please rise. I merely passed by to visit Xiao Xiao." He then presented a food box to Zhao Wanqing, saying, "Madam Zhao, I promised Xiao Xiao I would bring her meat porridge when she turned 5 months. This morning, I had the imperial chef prepare deer meat porridge, and it should still be warm." A strong sense of urgency surged within Su Bowen. He hadn't fed Xiao Xiao even a spoonful of the meat porridge, yet the Crown Prince had brought her meat congee. He quickly said, "Your Highness is busy with state affairs. Such a trivial matter should not trouble you." "We are truly humbled. I saved his life. Isn't it only natural for him to send me meat porridge? The Crown Prince keeps his promises. I like that." Gu Huayu's eyes sparkled with delight. He had long wished to see Su Xiao Xiao, but had felt awkward without a proper reason to visit. Today, it seemed, was indeed fortuitous. "Come, dear Crown Prince, let us hug and see if our Xiao Xiao has grown taller." Gu Huayu did not treat himself as an outsider. Embracing Su Xiao Xiao as they entered the courtyard, Su Bowen and Zhao Wanqing exchanged glances, realizing they might as well retreat. The Crown Prince personally fed Su Xiao Xiao half a bowl of meat porridge before setting the bowl aside, smiling as he said, "That's enough for your first day drinking meat porridge. Eat sparingly, or it will be hard to digest." Oh.
Su Xiao Xiao wailed in distress.
"Why are you so stingy? There's still plenty left. This little bit isn't enough to fill my gaps." Su Xiao Xiao, puzzled by her own tears, could not hold back upon seeing Gu Huayu stop feeding her. She also noticed that as she grew, her memories of her past life became increasingly hazy. Many things she could only recall vaguely, and her demeanor was becoming more childlike. In stark contrast to Shun Qingyu, her nature was returning to its essence, aligning more closely with her current age, yet her spiritual power showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, it seemed to be on the rise, a fact she remained blissfully unaware of. She had more pressing matters to consider. Too much meat porridge could become tedious, while nothing could compare to gnawing on a big bone. Su Xiao Xiao had grown and thrived over the course of a month. In the blink of an eye, she was already half a year old, her gums itching painfully as her teeth began to emerge. She yearned for something to gnaw on at all times. Most vexing was that her teeth had yet to appear, yet her drool flowed incessantly. Whenever she was awake, it poured forth like rain. And Bai Ji had to change her drool bibs 10 times a day, leaving her neck damp. Zhao Wanqing too was puzzled. While it was normal for children to drool during teething, Su Xiao Xiao was excessively so, if she wasn't careful. The Duke of the State's residence would be flooded by her saliva. Su Bowie held Su Xiao Xiao in his arms, laughing heartily. If only it would rain. That would be splendid. If this drought continues, our crops will be lost. He presented her with a teething stick made from prickly ash wood, asking, "What do you think of this? Is this really about the teething stick, or is it because my little mouth craves meat?" Although such thoughts lingered in her mind, Su Xiao Xiao eagerly stuffed the teething stick into her mouth. Just as they finished, Su Changhe rushed in, exclaiming, "Mother, why are you still sitting? We must hurry to see the goddess summon rain." Zhao Yuanyuan wiped the sweat from his brow, scolding, "What goddess? You speak so nonsensically. Don't you know? The goddess is the granddaughter of the Minister of War, the one who recently saved our uncle Shun Qingyu from frozen iron paste. She is performing a rain ritual in the east of the city." Su Bowie's expression darkened. It has not rained for several months now. If that Miss Shun can indeed summon rain, it would be quite a fortunate event. In just a month, she has gained considerable fame in the capital, And if she succeeds in bringing rain, her reputation will surely eclipse even that of her grandfather. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at the gathering dark clouds and mused. Shen Qingyu. ISN, Tishi the one who caused our family to fall apart? Rain summoning, take me to see this. Each of them harbored their own concerns, as the Shen family and the Lu family conspired together due to an unspeakable secret. Not only did they nurture Su Boheo, but they also relentlessly suppressed Su Bowie and the Su family line. In Su Xiaoxiao's heart, she sensed that this Shen Qingyu possessed remarkable abilities, and they truly needed to tread cautiously. However, her extraordinary talents were beyond their means to contend with. With a beaming smile, Su Xiaoxiao extended her hands towards Su Changhe, her face alight with anticipation. Su Changhe felt that Su Xiaoxiao's smile held a hint of mischief, yet he knew that when she spoke, she could summon the thunder god. Perhaps she was even more formidable than that arrogant goddess. Mother, please let me take Xiaoxiao along. My classmates envy me for having such a wonderful sister. I want to show her off. Let us go, let us go. Let us go see this spectacle.
Su Xiaoxiao leapt toward Su Changhe.
Chapter 41 Mud Rain. Su Changhe joyfully took Su Xiaoxiao outside, and Yuanyuan knew that with Li Yunshu's secret guards, there was nothing to worry about. If she forbade them from going, she would likely be met with a rebellion. Don't ask her how she knew. Last time Su Xiaoxiao was unable to go out with her sister. Even the dogs in the yard could not lie still. People flocked toward the east of the city, street vendors ceased their sales, and shops were no longer eager to welcome customers. The goddess summoning rain was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could not be missed. It was said that Miss Shin awoke one day blessed by the gods, possessing the ability to summon wind and rain, turning water into ice. Wasn't she the one everyone mocked for being a parasite? Could she really summon rain? Just look at those ominous clouds. Surely, rain was imminent. If Miss Shin truly succeeded in summoning rain, she would be a benefactor to all in Showa. I must surely offer her a longevity tablet. Along the way, people spoke of how remarkable Shen Qingyu was, and Su Changhe's steps grew heavier. She was merely 10 years old, yet so powerful. While he still faced reprimands from his teacher at school, how could he protect his family? Su Xiaoxiao, however, was filled with enthusiasm, looking around with curiosity. On the high platform, Shen Qingyu sat cross-legged, surrounded by offerings of chickens, ducks, fish, meat, and various vegetables. With a single glance, Su Xiaoxiao noticed the thick malevolent aura enveloping her, the clouds above heavy with foreboding. Clutching a milk jug in her left hand and the teething stick in her right, Shen Qingyu even has connections with the demonic sect. I truly did not expect that. If you wish to summon rain, allow me to lend a hand. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing with so many people here. With that thought, she tugged at Su Changhe's clothing, pointing toward the tavern ahead. Brother, we must find refuge in the tavern. Su Changhe was puzzled, but he always acquiesced to his sister, cheerfully saying, Do you wish to see what is happening there, Xiaoxiao?
Su Xiaoxiao nodded obediently.
Without hesitation, Su Changhe led her away from the crowd to a private room on the tavern's rooftop, where they could see Shen Qingyu chanting incantations below. The crowd gazed earnestly at Shen Qingyu as she performed her ritual, among them many officials of the court. Lord Shen, you are truly fortunate. Your granddaughter is blessed by the divine, possessing abilities that even men cannot rival. Indeed, once Miss Shen succeeds in summoning rain, she will be a benefactor to all the citizens of the capital, and the emperor will undoubtedly value her. Lord Shen's family will become the backbone of the court. Minister of War Shen Tianyu graciously mingled with the crowd, standing tall, never imagining he would have a day to boast through his granddaughter. Just days ago, he had been a pitiful figure in the eyes of his colleagues, having lost his only son, leaving behind 2 granddaughters, unable to preserve his lineage.
But now,
he had a biological son and a prodigious granddaughter, who would not envy him. If only he had known this illegitimate daughter was so capable, he would have treated her better earlier. Shen Qingyu recited her incantation with utmost sincerity, while Su Xiaoxiao, not to be idle, babbled at the sky. Heavenly Emperor, Azure Dragon, swift winds, spread forth your nourishing rains, assist the Thunder God. With urgency I command. Upon finishing her final incantation, Shen Qingyu stretched out her arms and passionately proclaimed, Come, sweet rain. No sooner had she spoken than the winds howled, and the dark clouds descended ever lower. The citizens witnessed this and knelt down, worshipping Shen Qingyu. It truly will rain. The goddess is magnificent. The goddess is magnificent. Elevated above, Shen Qingyu looked down at the kneeling populace, feeling a surge of pride as she tilted her head, awaiting the arrival of the downpour. Moments later, large raindrops began to fall, and the rain intensified, drenching the people below. Shen Qingyu laughed heartily, only to suddenly find her mouth filled with a foul, sticky substance. How strange, this rain feels wrong. Why does it smell so rancid and feel so slimy? Shen Qingyu disgustedly spat out the contents of her mouth, revealing a clump of dark sludge.
Mud?
How could it be mud? Covered in filth, Shen Qingyu was in a wretched state. The people below were no better off. The foul-smelling black mud rained down upon them, turning them into muddy figures. The citizens ran while complaining. What goddess? More like a demoness. This is not a life-saving rain, but a death sentence of mud. What goddess? Just a charlatan seeking fame. Lord Shen, your granddaughter is surely playing us for fools. Just look at her. Lord Shen, if you lack the skills, do not take on such grand tasks. You are a high-ranking official. How can you allow your granddaughter to act recklessly? Shen Tianyu was at a loss for words. Clearly, Shen Qingyu had demonstrated her abilities to him, calling forth wind and rain as she pleased. How could this happen? Most of the colleagues present were invited by him, intending to bask in glory, yet he found himself apologizing profusely to each one, casting resentful and disdainful glances at Shen Qingyu, who stood helpless on the high platform. The citizens knelt on the ground for quite a while, only to be met with mud and filth. Who could withstand this? Their earlier reverence evaporated, and they hurled rotten vegetables, stinking eggs, and cow dung at Shen Qingyu. Overcome by the filth, Shen Qingyu sat atop the platform, retching uncontrollably. And with each blow, she became more precariously balanced. She searched through the crowd in indignation, wondering who had sabotaged her endeavor. Her gaze landed on a child across the tavern, with sparse yellow hair, who was laughing unabashedly while clutching a milk jug, radiating a blinding light. Was it her? Shen Qingyu found it hard to believe that she had been bested by a mere infant, yet that radiance was all too familiar to her. It was the light of righteousness and virtue, a beacon that instilled fear in her kin, forcing them to hide in the shadows of the earth and only venture forth under the cover of night. Even though she was now shielded by a mortal form, her eyes still ached from its brilliance. Turning her face in humiliation, she vowed that this grievance would not go unpunished. Su Changhe could scarcely contain his laughter. Not out of malice, but due to the sheer absurdity of the scene. Shen Qingyu's followers, now resembling lifeless statues, stumbled as they attempted to retreat, slipping precariously on the ground. The Dragon King truly delivers. He means business. Let us offer him a spirit stone.
Su xiao xiao just.
Rummaging through her garments until she unearthed a pendant, her fingers deftly caressing it. With a casual toss, she sent the pendant into the air, and a colossal, ethereal dragon had emerged in the eastern sky, its cavernous maw devouring a shimmering object before issuing a series of roars and gradually fading from view. On the ground, a multitude of people knelt in reverence, while within the palace, Emperor Xiaoda and his court followed suit, beseeching the Dragon King for a bounteous rain. Alas! The dragon's form vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving the heavens tranquil once more. Shen Qingyu's gaze fixated on the pendant, her eyes widening in realization. It was none other than the spatial bracelet imbued with millennia of spiritual energy. Su Xiaoxiao, toying with the pendant, felt a pang of regret, lamenting that the once mighty bracelet now appeared diminutive and surely less valuable than before. Overcome with sorrow, she wept uncontrollably, prompting Zhao Wenyue to tie a red string around her neck as a token of comfort. Chapter 42. A Quest to Retrieve a Companion. Su Xiaoxiao secured the pendant and flashed a smile at Shen Qingyu, wholly unfazed by her piercing gaze. She patted Su Changhe, signaling her desire to return. But after much effort, she could not articulate a single coherent word. Hence, Su Xiaoxiao surrendered, contentedly slapping Su Changhe on the shoulder. We can head home for meat porridge. The stench here is unbearable. Su Changhe surveyed the chaotic square before glancing at the instigator of the commotion. His sister was quite remarkable, after all, commanding the Dragon King's attention. This matter could no longer be kept secret. It was time to inform their parents of his sister's extraordinary abilities. Little did they know that someone had already set their sights on the pendant nestled in Su Xiaoxiao's arms. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao exercised discretion, as the muck and rain only fell around Shen Qingyu, drenching her colleagues summoned by Shen Tianyu and her devoted followers, though the foul odor lingered for quite some time. Not long after, a shadowy figure whispered in Su Changhe's ear. He raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips as he realized he had stumbled upon an opportune moment. Gently ruffling Xiaoxiao's sparse hair, he affectionately proposed. Shall we take a detour to pick someone up? Su Xiaoxiao, munching on a snack, beamed at Su Changhe, indicating her agreement. As they spoke, Their carriage arrived at Wenlin Street, a hub for scholars, where students preparing for the imperial examination predominantly resided. At that moment, the road ahead was congested with a throng of people, the air thick with noise. Su Changhe disembarked from the carriage, guiding Su Xiaoxiao through the crowd, where they witnessed Kong Yuan, the champion of the previous poetry gathering, being mercilessly subdued on the ground. A menacing attendant snarled, "How audacious, to steal from our young master. Beat him to a pulp." Nearby, a man clad in an indigo brocade robe fanned himself leisurely, feigning concern as he remarked, "Kong Gongzi, if you are in need of money, you could have simply approached me. How could you stoop to such thievery? You bring shame upon us scholars. However, as we have shared acquaintance, if you return what you've taken, I shall let this matter slide." Su Changhe raised an eyebrow, recognizing the malice in the man's words. Should Kong Yuan admit to theft, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, rendering his academic achievements void, regardless of his talents. Kong Yuan, battered and bloodied, lay on the ground in a pitiful state. Onlookers murmured, "Young Master Zhou is truly magnanimous. If this were reported to the authorities, it would mean severe punishment. Kong Gongzi, just admit it to avoid further suffering." With defiance, Kong Yuan retorted, "I did not commit this crime. Why should I confess? That object was not mine." The servant of young Master Zhou insisted, "But you were the only one to visit our young master's chamber today. And now his treasured jade pendant has vanished. Surely it didn't sprout legs and flee." Kong Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the weight of his humble beginnings. He had toiled as a scribe, earning mere coins to secure a place at Yuanyuan Tower. Today, when he delivered a manuscript to young Master Zhou, the servant had informed him that young Master Zhou was out and instructed him to leave the manuscript on the table. The blatant framing was evident to Kong Yuan, who lamented not being more cautious in entering that room. Winning the summer banquet had thought to bolster his position, yet it had only sown enmity among those present. Who among them truly wished for his success in the examinations? "I did not steal that item, and I will not confess even if it costs me my life. If young Master Zhou wishes to report me, so be it." Kong Yuan understood that this stigma of theft had become irrevocable, but the integrity of a scholar prevented him from yielding to intimidation. Save him. He is invaluable. Otherwise, he will be taken by another. Su Xiaoxiao recalled that in the book, this individual was later taken under the wing of the Crown Prince, assisting him in schemes to overthrow the Crown Prince and his family, strategies entirely of his design. Su Changhe smiled slightly, remembering Su Xiaoxiao's sentiments during the summer banquet, acknowledging Kong Yuan as a talent too rare to lose to enmity. Thus, they must become allies. Yet, Kong Yuan was exceptionally astute and stubborn, and Su Changhe awaited a moment to act, which he soon found. Young Master Zhou gazed at Kong Yuan with feigned compassion, declaring, "Kong Xiong, I know you have your reasons. If you return the jade pendant, we shall consider this incident forgotten. With your great talent, success in the examinations is surely imminent." Su Changhe cast a scornful glance at young Master Zhou, mentally cursing him. He had already made it known to all students that Kong Yuan was a thief, making it impossible for him to sit for the examinations. Filled with rage, Kong Yuan exclaimed, "I have never seen any jade pendant. How can I return something I do not possess?" Young Master Zhou addressed the crowd, "Brothers, I do not wish to press Kong Xiong too hard. If he has lost money, it is regrettable, but this jade pendant is a family heirloom of mine, genuinely important. If Kong Xiong refuses to cooperate, I shall have to search him." Those eager to curry favor with young Master Zhou clamored for a search, urging, "Let us search him and see how he denies it." Stepping forward, Su Changhe, though still a child of 10, spoke with unexpected clarity, "Young Master Zhou, may I inquire what happens if nothing is found?" Young Master Zhou, confident in his scheme, replied, "If nothing is found, I shall personally apologize to Kong Gongzi." Su Changhe scoffed, "Kong Gongzi lies here, bruised and battered, publicly branded as a thief, and you think a mere apology suffices? This is an egregious injustice. What does this young brother suggest?" Young Master Zhou queried, visibly irritated. Su Changhe, intolerant of bullying, resolved to teach young Master Zhou a lesson. If nothing is found, not only must you cover Kong Gongzi's medical expenses, but you must also crawl under his legs while proclaiming 3 times that you framed him. What say you? Agreed, as this young brother has proposed. The item was hidden by your servant. How could it possibly be lost? They searched every inch of Kong Yuan, yielding nothing, before proceeding to rummage through the straw shed where he resided. The personal servant of young Master Zhou hurried to the designated location, yet found nothing amiss. A jolt of panic coursed through him. He distinctly remembered placing the jade pendant there. How could it have vanished? Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he, alongside the others, scoured the shed from top to bottom, but to no avail. Trembling, he approached his master. Young master, the item is missing.
What?
How could this be? Young master, Zhou, was nearly beside himself with rage. The jade pendant was of little consequence. But he had fervently promised to crawl under Konluan if it could not be found. Now, what was he to do? Search thoroughly. I refuse to believe this. Zhou's face twisted with anxiety. The searchers once again conducted a meticulous examination of the shed, yet still uncovered nothing. Zhou Qingye helped Konluan to his feet, speaking cautiously. Brother Kong, this is a misunderstanding. Please overlook this slight. I shall ensure you receive the finest physician. Moreover, do not stay in that shed any longer. I have reserved room number 2 at the Scholar's Pavilion for you. Konluan, rising with great difficulty, bore a frostbitten expression. Young Master Zhou, though I am impoverished, I possess a measure of pride. You made a promise to that young master, and I implore you to honor it. Chapter 43. He is fainted from hunger. Seeing Konluan's steadfastness, young Master Zhou resorted to a low, threatening tone. Brother Kong, you know who I am. I advise you not to provoke me.
Besides,
this is merely a misunderstanding. How could it be proven that I have wronged you? Su Chang'e, standing on tiptoe with a head tilt, sought to catch wind of Zhou's intentions. Zhou, deliberately sidestepping, caused Su to stumble, nearly falling. In haste, he reached out and grasped Zhou's trousers. In a swift motion, Zhou's trousers were yanked down, leaving him feeling a chilling breeze against his bare skin, his face flushing with embarrassment. On the carriage, Su Xiaoxiao frowned, covering her eyes while peering through her fingers. A servant approached, cursing, "You must be tired of living to dare to mock my master."
Su Chang'e feigned innocence.
I truly did not mean to. With his trousers yanked down in front of the crowd, Zhou lost all semblance of composure and attempted to flee. Su Chang'e seized him by the waist, apologizing profusely. "My lord, it was truly unintentional." "Get away." Zhou wished he could cleave Su Chang'e in two. The pendant Zhou sought was now in Su's possession, lacking the precious jade, yet bearing the character Zhou on its surface. As Su Chang'e tugged at the carriage, he inadvertently retrieved the jade pendant from Zhou's embrace. A cacophony erupted from the onlookers. "This is it. Young master, Zhou showed it to us not long ago." Su Chang'e feigned realization. "Oh, so the pendant was never lost. You conspired against young Master Kong out of jealousy over his superior knowledge, fearing he might outshine you in the upcoming examination. It was unexpected. Zhou Qingye, who appeared so respectable, was revealed to harbor such vile intentions, falsely accusing Konluan of theft, clearly aiming to sabotage his examination. Though Zhou's family was affluent, his academic standing was mediocre. Even without Konluan, he might not achieve success. Who could say whether he had other targets in mind, given his considerable wealth? You speak with reason. Just days ago, he was calling me brother, perhaps plotting against me." The crowd chimed in, having previously defended Zhou now turned against him viciously. Zhou Qingye, amidst the fabric sent by the servant, stammered, "It is not as it seems. How could the pendant be in my possession? Sanbao, did you have a hand in this?" The servant fell to his knees. "My lord, you must know that I would not dare. I distinctly placed the pendant under Konluan's bed. How it found its way to you, I cannot fathom." Oblivious to his blunder, the servant's words prompted Zhou Qingye to sigh in exasperation. "You foolish donkey."
By now,
everyone grasped the unfolding drama. Sympathy for Konluan burgeoned, and before Su Chang'e could stoke the flames further, someone shouted. The young master said that if he wronged Konluan, he would have to crawl under him. "Young Master Zhou, cease your dilly-dallying. Hurry, for it is nearly mealtime. And do not delay our supper." Zhou Qingye, on the verge of tears, realized he had truly shot himself in the foot. Aware of his humble beginnings, Konluan had always been cautious and benevolent, yet he found himself so unjustly ensnared. Anguish brewed within him as he spread his legs and declared, "A man of honor must keep his word. I implore you, young Master Zhou, fulfill your promise. Do not forget, you must shout 3 times that you conspired against me." Zhou's servant, Sanbao, knelt. "Young Master Kong, please, in your magnanimity, allow me to crawl."
Su Chang'e coldly interjected.
"Ask your master if he would be willing to serve you in return, Zhou. After all, Konluan has been praised by the Crown Prince himself. You are in the wrong." With the mention of the Crown Prince, Zhou Qingye dared not resist further, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "A man of integrity must endure humiliation." He crawled out from between Konluan's legs, exclaiming thrice, "It was I who conspired against Konluan." Upon hearing this, Konluan erupted in laughter. He had never felt so vindicated. Yet, whether from the severity of his injuries or the intensity of his laughter, Kong Luan collapsed onto the street, unconscious. Zhou Qingye cared little for Kong Luan's fate, wrapping himself tightly in the fabric, seething, "Today, I have met with disgrace in the gutter. I shall surely exact my revenge." Observing Kong Luan's unconscious form, onlookers dared only to observe from a distance, not wishing to invite trouble upon themselves. Su Changhe approached, checking for Kong Luan's breath. He still had life.
Su Xiaojiao, Kredlin her milkuk.
Was left dumbstruck by the unfolding events. Is he overjoyed? What a case of joy turning to sorrow. Su Changhe, disregarding the implications, remembered that Xiao Xiao had mentioned Kong Luan was a formidable character and could not afford to let others take advantage of him. He summoned his attendants, instructing them to lift Kong Luan onto the carriage. Kong Luan lay still, and he pleaded, "Please do not die on my carriage. I am helping you. Do not bring misfortune upon me." Su Xiaoxiao, contentedly sipping her milk, thought to herself, "He will not die. He is resilient. This is a trivial matter."
With that,
Su Changhe felt somewhat reassured, as they were closer to the Duke's residence than to the physician's office, urging his horse to gallop back to the Duke's estate, where a physician awaited. Upon seeing Zhao Wenyu, Su Changhe's first words were, "Mother, I have brought someone back. Quickly, summon the physician." Zhao Wenyu, noticing the man was on the brink of death, hastily commanded the servants to carry him to the guest chamber and called for the physician. The physician took Kong Luan's pulse and declared, "His injuries are not severe, merely superficial wounds. Nothing vital has been harmed." "Then why has he not yet awakened?" Su Changhe inquired anxiously as his mother scrutinized him, having never believed that Kong Luan was indeed the one he had rescued. Frustratingly, his loquacious sister, Su Xiaoxiao, remained oddly silent, offering no explanation on his behalf. The physician stroked his beard, frowning as he pondered. It should not be the case. "Allow me to administer a few more acupuncture needles." Moments later, Kong Luan's head was akin to a porcupine, yet he remained utterly unresponsive. The physician, feeling awkward, contemplated for a while before suggesting, "Perhaps there is some internal injury. I shall prescribe another remedy." Finally, Su Xiaoxiao could contain herself no longer, waving her hands. "Do you not hear his stomach growling? He has fainted from hunger. If you continue this treatment, he may truly suffer internal injuries." Su Changhe was struck with clarity, exclaiming, "So it is hunger." Noticing the physician staring at him as if he were a fool, he scratched his head in explanation. "Listen, his stomach is rumbling." After 3 bowls of ginseng soup, Kong Luan finally awakened, smacking his lips. "What a delightful dream. I have been feasting on exquisite dishes." Outside, Su Lingxi skeptically inquired of Su Changhe, "Are you certain he will become a sagacious strategist in the future? He hardly appears to be intelligent." The siblings spoke earnestly, entirely oblivious to Zhao Yuanyuan, who was furiously clutching a broom. Chapter 44. Clinging to the powerful. Su Changhe instinctively took to his heels. Despite his mother's seemingly frail appearance, she wielded that broom with formidable vigor. Of course, Su Changhe had not been idle. He engaged in various tasks unbecoming of a gentleman from a noble family, such as climbing roofs and wading through rivers to catch shrimp. As Su Changhe dashed ahead, Zhao Yuanyuan pursued him, and it was not until he had circled the courtyard 3 times that he realized, "Wait, I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be afraid? Mother, please hold your hand. Listen to me. Have you not always taught your son to possess a chivalrous spirit? Young Master Kong was wronged, and I merely happened to be passing by, acting heroically." Upon finishing his explanation, Su Changhe looked at Zhao Yuanyuan with a smug expression, as if to say, "Mother, praise me." With a stern countenance, Zhao Yuanyuan retorted, "Passing by? Kneel before me." At that, Su Changhe's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Mother, I truly did not deceive you." Zhao Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow. "Su Changhe, our home is in the south. How is it that going to the West City Gate is on the way? To take Xiao Xiao along to join the fray? What audacity." The smile froze on Su Changhe's face. "No, mother, you must hear my defense. Hear my explanation." "Explanation of what? Of your unauthorized mobilization of the secret guards, or of your quest for justice at the top scholar's tower?" "Mother, how do you know everything?" Su Changhe's face fell in defeat. "Now tell me, who exactly is this Kong Luan, worthy of such effort on your part?" Zhao Yuanyuan was well aware of her son's crafty nature. Who could tell what mischief he was concocting? Su Changhe hesitated. "That's a bit difficult to explain." Zhao Yuanyuan picked up the broom again. "Difficult to explain, is it? Then allow me to give you a taste of your own medicine." "Mother, please don't frighten me." Su Changhe was somewhat concerned whether his mother could accept that he had been eavesdropping on his sister's peculiar affairs. Zhao Yuanyuan's gaze was indifferent, radiating an aura that suggested she would ensure he would not see the light of day if he did not comply. With a determined bite of his lip, Su Changhe blurted out, Xiao Xiao mentioned that Kong Luan possesses great talent. If we do not invite him back, our rivals will seize him, and we shall gain another formidable opponent. Xiao Xiao said this? Zhao Yuanyuan's brows furrowed tightly. Goodness, so even this little brat Changhe can hear Xiao Xiao's thoughts. Mother, you may not believe it, but my sister and I can hear Xiao Xiao's thoughts. She knows the future of our family. Zhao Yuanyuan interrupted. No wonder you have suddenly changed your disposition. It turns out our entire family can hear Xiao Xiao's thoughts.
What?
You and father can hear as well? Both Su Changhe and Su Lingxi were taken aback. Not just us, your grandparents and uncles can hear it too. It seems anyone with a blood relation to Xiao Xiao can hear her thoughts. This is of utmost importance. Let us keep this knowledge to ourselves and ensure Xiao Xiao remains unaware. Zhao Yuanyuan reiterated her warning. At that moment, Baiji arrived to report, Madam. Young Master Kong has consumed 3 bowls of rice and insists on coming to thank you and young master. Zhao Yuanyuan hurried out to greet him. Young Master Kong, you are injured. There's no need for such formality. Kong Luan smiled gently. I am quite well, merely a bit weak from not having eaten for 3 days. These injuries are inconsequential. Were it not for young Master Su's righteous intervention, I would have been forever branded as a thief. Such a great kindness requires no words of thanks. I shall take my leave. With that, he bowed deeply and limped away. Su Lingxi called out to him. At least wait until you have healed before you leave. If something were to happen on your way back, wouldn't my brother's efforts be in vain? Indeed. It took considerable effort to save you. I nearly suffered greatly myself. Zhao Yuanyuan, feeling sympathy for his plight, urged, Young Master Kong, please stay and recuperate before departing. You seem humble and courteous. You could stay with us for a few days and even assist Changhe with his studies. Kong Luan felt a surge of gratitude. After all, a family of such high status would surely have no lack of tutors. Madame Zhao was merely concerned for his well-being, providing him an easy exit. Warmth filled Kong Luan's heart as he ceased to decline, clasping his hands together. Then I shall impose upon you. Su Changhe affectionately supported him, saying, Brother Kong, do not be modest. When they searched your room, I noticed you had copied a great deal of data. You must be a lover of books. My family's study is filled with many volumes. Let me show you. Kong Luan's eyes sparkled, glancing at Zhao Yuanyuan. Madam, is that permissible? Kong Luan appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old. In Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes, he was still but a child. She smiled warmly. Go ahead, Changhe. You must not tease young Master Kong. Brother, this is wonderful. Kong Luan is indeed a bibliophile. Congratulations, you have successfully latched onto a powerful ally. Su Changhe had not given it much thought. He genuinely admired Kong Luan's perseverance. However, he was pleased with the outcome. Having a powerful ally was certainly advantageous. Meanwhile, at the residence of Minister of War Shen Tianyu, the scene was quite different. Shen Tianyu sat in a grand chair, his expression dark as a thundercloud. Shen Qingyu knelt on the floor, despondent, while the entire household was permeated with a foul fishy odor, despite the incense burning everywhere. There was no remedy. To witness the splendid moment of the second daughter Shen, the entire Shen family had mobilized to support her from the high platform, thus leaving the household. Except for the guard dog, thoroughly muddied. Qingyu, did you not claim it was foolproof? Not a single raindrop fell. Only muck. Fortunately, the area was not extensive, sparing them from severe repercussions. Otherwise, the Shen family would have faced utter ruin. Even so, the Shen family was in dire straits. The Jingzhao Yin, Xie was responsible for the affairs of the capital, including the streets, but he was a straightforward man. He directly reported to the emperor, accusing Shen Tianyu of allowing his granddaughter to employ nefarious methods to unleash filth, causing the capital to reek and affecting its appearance, leaving many citizens drenched in muck and falling ill. He requested the emperor to issue an edict mandating the Shen family to personally clean the streets and compensate the affected citizens. The emperor, eagerly awaiting rain, was met with the overwhelming stench of fish throughout the capital, leading to rumors of his unworthiness and divine retribution. The innocent emperor, already seething with unvented anger, found this to be a convenient outlet. Thus, Shen Tianyu personally took his 2 granddaughters to clean the streets. Whenever he attempted to take a break, the chief eunuch, Yang Gonggong, would cover his nose and remind him, Minister Shen, the emperor decreed that no one may stop until the streets are spotless. Shen Tianyu felt wronged. Could anyone be more wrong than he? He had merely come to relay a decree, yet he was forced to supervise the cleaning before he could report back. Who had he offended to deserve being nearly suffocated here? Eldest Miss Shen, you are sweeping the ground, not embroidering. Second Miss Shen, were you not quite capable? Hurry up and sweep. Seeing them only incited further ire. More than half of the officials in court had been invited by Shen Tianyu to witness the miracle, only to end up caked in mud, requiring several washes to barely clean themselves, and now they still bore the lingering stench of fish. Many had no choice but to sleep in the courtyard the previous night. Their wives were disdainful, and they could not even enter the house without taking a detour to avoid the sight of Minister Shen sweeping the streets. Shen Tianyu had lost face to the extent of being embarrassed in front of his ancestors. Chapter 45. The Scapegoat Emperor. He sighed heavenward, reflecting on how his earlier life had been smooth sailing, and now, with half his life buried in the ground and having lost a son, the esteemed Minister of War was reduced to sweeping the streets, mocked even by passing children. Mother, why is that old man, at such an age, still unable to sweep properly? Truly useless. A woman hurriedly covered the childless mouth and quickly walked away. The Minister of Revenue, Gong Jiaping, pinched his nose and remarked, "How enviable is Lord Shen, who is spared the burden of court appearances. It truly evokes my admiration." Minister of Works, Lu Quan, countered. "Why must you add insult to injury, Gong? The esteemed minister is suffering from an undeserved calamity. However, it appears that your granddaughter possesses some talent. At the very least, she can summon mud. Given time, she is bound to achieve greatness." Gong Jiaping fanned the flames further. Heaven forbid. If she has summoned mud this time, what if next she wields a blade? Nevertheless, the minister is no ordinary man. He can certainly endure this. Shen Tianyu's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between crimson and pale, while those of lower rank dared not mock him, finding a sense of satisfaction in witnessing his discomposure from afar. Shen Qingyao shot a disdainful glance at Shen Qingyu and whispered, "What a jinx you are. Your presence brings unrest to the family. Even grandfather must endure public humiliation." With a stoic expression, Shen Qingyu replied, "Sister, do you believe that I am the jinx? The next to be swept away could very well be you." Shen Qingyao instinctively took a step back, softening her tone. "I only spoke in jest. When has grandfather ever faced such disgrace? His sweeping duties have already tarnished his reputation. I fear he may even be sidelined in court." Shen Qingyu scoffed. "Are you truly concerned for grandfather? Or is it that you fear he will lose his power and be unable to find a suitable match? Your words are so grandiloquent." Shen Qingyao opened her mouth to retort, but ultimately fell silent. Even though she was not a goddess, the current Shen Qingyu was not someone she could easily offend. Shen Qingyu, disinterested in further contention, felt the awakening of the bloodline of the demon clan Saintess within her. The rain-summoning talisman had proven effective repeatedly. So this failure was perplexing, unless, perhaps, her nemesis had also arrived. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. She considered her rival too highly. For millennia, she had never held the upper hand. Soon, she chuckled softly to herself. It was impossible. In her previous life, when the demon sect was on the verge of rising, they had swept through and annihilated her entire family, leaving her to disintegrate into ashes. This time, she was determined to seize the bracelet and rescue the demon clan from the depths of hell. Observing his granddaughter's fervent gaze, Shen Tianyu sighed silently. Shen Qingyu was just like his younger self, unyielding and defiant, resorting to any means to achieve her aims. The Shen family had few heirs, and Su Boheo was of no merit. The family needed someone ambitious to assist him. He slowly approached Shen Qingyu, his aged visage betraying no emotion of joy or sorrow. Shen Qingyao smiled smugly, convinced that this time Shen Qingyu was doomed. Shen Qingyu acknowledged that she had implicated Shen Tianyu but felt no remorse. Instead, she lifted her chin and vowed, "This time, someone has interfered. Next time, I will certainly turn the tide." Shen Tianyu did not chastise her, but instead smiled. "Failure is not to be feared. Your grandfather believes in you. One day, those who mock us today will pay the price. Sometimes, a shift in perspective is necessary. While it is splendid to shine brightly like the sun, if that is unattainable, being a sprite in the darkness is not without merit." Shen Qingyu stood rooted in place, sensing that her grandfather saw through her. Striking down adversaries from the shadows was her forte. "Thank you for your guidance, grandfather," she expressed, feeling a newfound respect for this cunning old man. Essentially, they were of the same ilk. How can we possibly be of the same kind? Gu Huaiji pounded the table in anger, dismissing him as nothing more than a charlatan. However, The Taoist-robed Chu Xiao held a different opinion. The malevolence he sensed that day surpassed even the malevolent spirit he had worshipped for years, though he was somewhat surprised to find such power in 10-year-old Shen Qingyu. Perhaps the noble they sought was indeed her. Gu Huaiji disagreed, yet could not deny that Shen Qingyu's failure to summon rain had inadvertently aided him significantly. He had spread rumors far and wide, asserting that the current emperor was unworthy of his position, provoking the heavens, which led to the continuous calamities in the Great Showa realm. The floods in the southern counties 3 years ago, the earthquakes in the western counties 2 years prior. And now half of Great Showa suffering from drought, summoning rain only to receive mud. These were all divine warnings. Only by selecting a wise ruler could Great Showa turn its misfortunes into blessings, achieving peace and prosperity. Curiously, the rumors circulated rapidly, overnight. Children began to recite a nursery rhyme. Bright Lord, neither bright nor clear, the heavens are angered, and the people are filled with fear. Southern floods, western tremors. From all directions no rain falls. Seeking sweet rain, receiving only mud, only a wise ruler can bring peace to the land. The name of Emperor Xiaoda was Gu Mingling, and this rhyme blamed all the natural disasters on him, even evoking sympathy for the goddess Shen Qingyu, who was implicated by the emperor. Who could have anticipated that the mud-summoning incident, which had stirred the city into turmoil, would ultimately place the blame upon the emperor? He crumpled the ball of paper inscribed with the rhyme and hurled it at the head of the minister of the capital, Xia Yicheng, exclaiming, "You useless fool! Is your salary merely for show? It's been days. Where did this rhyme originate?" Xia Yicheng dared not breathe a word, kneeling and replying, "Your Majesty. This rhyme has spread from outside the capital. It is being sung simultaneously across the north, south, east, and west. We cannot trace its source." Duke Yuanyuan held his tablet and stated, "Your Majesty, this rhyme is clearly a deliberate tool to manipulate public opinion. While it is nonsense, it connects the disasters of recent years, making it difficult for the people not to be swayed. The urgent matter is to quell the public's fury and assure them that you are a benevolent ruler." Some disagreed. Duke Xiao speaks lightly. "The rhyme has spread widely. How can we quell it? Shall we sew the mouths of the people shut? We must find the source of the rumor. With evidence, the rumor will collapse on its own." Zhao Antai insisted. "The people have endured calamities, and with the rhythm of the rhyme, they have already formed preconceived notions. Even if we find the source, it will be hard to persuade them." Minister Gong Jiaping shot a glance at Shen Tianyu and remarked, "It all stems from your granddaughter's rain-seeking antics. Had she not stirred up trouble, this filth would not have splattered onto the emperor." Shen Tianyu remained silent, fearing that someone would connect the dots. Gong Jiaping, ever his adversary, knew how to stoke the flames. Now, he found himself even more of an eyesore in the emperor's eyes. Duke Yuanyuan maintained his stance amid the chaos in the court. "Now is not the time to assign blame. We must find a way to pacify the people's grievances swiftly." How to pacify them? Unless the emperor personally sought rain, this burden would undoubtedly fall upon him. The ever-composed Prince Dun suddenly interjected with a hint of sarcasm. He had lost his hereditary title to the emperor and was quite disgruntled. The emperor was aware that these were merely words spoken in frustration. Yet if he succeeded in summoning rain, the rumors would naturally dissipate. He was indeed tempted to give it a try. Chapter 46, A Feast of Delicacies. Emperor Xiaoda observed the bickering ministers in the court, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Among them were those who believed these years of calamities were a result of his rule. Completely forgetting the efforts he had made to stabilize the trembling Great Showa and the decade of prosperity following his ascension. For a few natural disasters, he had been branded an inept ruler unworthy of his position. Suppressing his irritation, he cast a glance at the head eunuch, Yang Gonggong, who proclaimed loudly, "If there are matters to report, please speak. If not, you may disperse." Yang Shun, serving with utmost care, quietly lit a calming incense and discreetly remarked, "Your Majesty, today marks exactly 45 days since the Crown Prince fell ill. The Crown Prince appears to be in good health, suggesting divine favor. He has recovered." The Crown Prince? This news alleviated some of the emperor's pent-up frustration. Typically, at this hour, the Crown Prince would be confined behind palace doors, enduring excruciating pain alone. Today, he had rested for half the day and was now at the academy, known for his diligence. A palace servant had just reported that after his lessons, the Crown Prince headed straight to the royal kitchen. The royal kitchen? The emperor inquired in surprise. Isn't that something little Gio would typically do? Elder Yang lowered his gaze, exuding a demeanor of utmost respect as he remarked, "The Crown Prince has recently frequented the imperial kitchen quite diligently." requesting the royal chefs to prepare food for infants to be delivered to the miss of the Duke of Jinghua. Emperor Xiaoda's eyes sparkled with mirth as he replied, "That child is indeed adorable. That rascal Su Bowen is rather fortunate to have 2 daughters. Tell the crown prince to cease the food deliveries and instead bring the child to the palace. I wish to see her." The drawback of being an emperor is the perpetual confinement within the palace. Should he venture outside, a throng of attendants would be compelled to scramble in chaos. Yang Shun's expression brightened. This servant shall attend to it at once. He was well aware that the emperor held the little girl in fond regard. The gatekeeper had grown accustomed to receiving the crown prince, as he had visited thrice in the past 3 days. Familiarity bred a sense of ease. "Your Highness, please enter. I shall notify the lady." The crown prince was undoubtedly here to visit the 3rd miss, who was surely in her mother's presence. Yuanyuan, however, found it perplexing. Although the crown prince was but 9 years old, one would think he had better things to occupy his time than to visit every few days to deliver food to Xiao Xiao. It felt as if he were engaging in a culinary competition with their household chef. When they prepared beef soup, he sent fish meat puree. And when they made snow fungus porridge, he delivered bird's nest soup. It was rare to see the crown prince arrive empty-handed, and Zhao Wanyua's spirits soared at the sight. A visit without gifts was indeed a pleasant surprise. Gu Huayu's eyes twinkled as he said, "Madam Zhao, today the imperial kitchen has prepared several melt-in-the-mouth delicacies for infants. And my father has instructed me to bring Xiao Xiao to the palace to sample them." Zhao Wenyuan mused. It would have been better had they brought a food box. Does the emperor and the crown prince have nothing better to do than constantly think of my daughter? Gu Huayu gently cradled Xiao Xiao, reassuring her, "Madam Zhao, rest assured. Once she has eaten, I shall return Xiao Xiao promptly." Xiao Xiao, eager for her first taste of meat broth, having wept her way into the palace for it, wondered if she might finally gnaw on a meat bone. There was little hope of that at home, as her mother was overly meticulous about her meals. Any meat that was not finely chopped was deemed unacceptable. She beamed at the crown prince, extending her tiny hand. "Let us go, let us go. I'm tired of meat porridge." Gu Huayu scooped up Su Xiao Xiao, noting with a slight frown that she seemed a bit heavier, making the embrace somewhat strenuous. He would need to ensure she ate well, or he might find it difficult to carry her. Upon arriving at the palace, the crown prince led Xiao Xiao directly to the hall of governance. As they walked, he spoke to her softly. "Father has been in low spirits of late. I hope seeing you will brighten his day." Gu Huayu was certain Xiao Xiao would bring joy to the emperor, as he himself felt a wave of happiness and comfort whenever he laid eyes on her.
Su xiao xiao pander.
If the food is delicious, I might as well indulge the emperor just a little. Gu Huayu's eyelids twitched. She certainly had the audacity to require such delicacies. Upon seeing Su Xiao Xiao, the emperor's gloom dissipated entirely. This child radiated warmth like a little sun, always evoking a sense of springtime serenity. With a tender smile, he accepted Su Xiao Xiao into his arms, exclaiming, "Your mother has raised you splendidly. It has been over a month, and you have grown quite a bit." He was not particularly fond of closeness with children, as familial bonds within the royal family were inherently tenuous, and he had never experienced a father's affection. Thus, he often wore a stern expression, instilling a sense of distance that was somewhat intimidating. The last time in the secret chamber had marked his first genuine encounter with fatherhood. Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing Su Xiao Xiao, he felt an irresistible urge to hold her, as if her presence could soothe the tumult of the world. Su Xiao Xiao peered around curiously. "What delicious treats do you have? I want to eat bone stew, and a big chicken leg." Gu Huayu was taken aback by her lofty demands. "Father, Xiao Xiao must be hungry." The emperor, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Ah, yes, bring forth the food." Observing the emperor's relaxed demeanor, Gu Huayu realized this was all due to Xiao Xiao's influence, and he energetically began to describe the dishes. "This is a jade and white jade soup. The primary ingredients are tofu and cabbage."
"What?
You brought me all this way just to serve me tofu and cabbage? How cruel. You want me to eat vegetarian?"
Su xiao xiao potet.
Her face scrunched up as if on the verge of tears. Gu Huayu hurriedly interjected, "Do not be deceived by its appearance. This broth has been simmered for an extended period using old mountain hen broth. 12 chickens were used to produce this single bowl of soup, containing all its essence." Su Xiao Xiao licked her lips, unable to suppress her salivation. 12 chickens? What a waste. Wouldn't it be better to roast, stew, or poach them instead? You make it sound so extraordinary. Let me taste it already. Gu Huayu pretended not to hear her, continuing to extol the dish's virtues. "This dish is rich and refreshing, melting in your mouth, combining the savory flavor of chicken with a delightful freshness." Enough with the talk. Hurry and feed me.
Susiao lementi.
Wishing her arms were longer so she could reach it herself. At not even half a year old, she was astounded by the fervor of his praise. Confident she understood every word, the emperor had never realized his son could be so verbose, appearing rather foolish in his enthusiasm. The crown prince chuckled awkwardly, thinking it best not to reveal that Xiao Xiao comprehended his words. He quickly scooped a spoonful to feed Su Xiao Xiao. As she closed her eyes, savoring the flavors that danced down her throat to her brain, she instinctively uttered a pleased sound. Heavens! How could this be so delicious? Is this truly cabbage and tofu? It's divine. I want more. Su Xiao Xiao beamed, looking up at Gu Huayu with her mouth agape in delight. The emperor felt his heart melt, even while eating. Xiao Xiao was utterly charming. Such an adorable child should have been born in the palace, for witnessing her enjoy her meals would surely extend his lifespan. Try this as well. It's equally delightful, the emperor said, personally feeding Su Xiao Xiao a spoonful of yam puree, as Yang Shun had informed him it was beneficial for digestion. Su Xiao Xiao sampled a bit of everything, her little belly now quite full, yet her eyes roamed the table, seeking further delights. I haven't had any truly substantial meat. This deserves a poor review. Chapter 47. The Emperor Uncle is truly pathetic. Gu Huayu felt a twinge of anxiety. They hadn't even finished the meal, and already he feared the worst. Last time, when Xiao Xiao had not received any meat, she had cried for several hours, only appeased by a bit of meat broth in the end. It seemed he had inadvertently made things worse. Must you always make me cry? It's exhausting. Su Xiao Xiao's eyes darted around until they landed on a perfectly roasted duck leg. That one, she declared, her tiny hand shooting out like lightning, only to grasp at air. Gu Huayu, anticipating her move, swiftly caught her hand before she could reach the duck leg. Oh no! Su Xiao Xiao lamented, watching her coveted dish slip away. Her expression turning sorrowful. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a cascade of pearls. They were truly being unfair. The emperor erupted into laughter, finding her tears to be a delightful sight. No child had ever dared to cry so freely before him, not even infants. Su Xiao Xiao was undeniably a foodie. He had known it all along. Without meat, she was restless. Bring it forth, Emperor shouted declared. His spirits lifted, his tone towards Elder Yang softened. Barely had he finished speaking when a palace servant presented a platter of glistening chicken feet, meticulously prepared, leaving only a portion of the leg bone. The skin and meat tenderly stewed. The crown prince expressed concern. Father, Madame Zhao said Xiao Xiao can only eat meat puree. Will these chicken feet be suitable? The emperor, brimming with satisfaction, replied, I inquired with the imperial kitchen. They assured me these are excellent for teething and perfect for Xiao Xiao. After which, he personally picked up a chicken foot, addressing Su Xiao Xiao with an eerie yet playful tone. Xiao Xiao, if your mother forbids you from eating something, come to the palace, and your uncle emperor will provide for you. From duck leg to chicken feet? You are truly stingy.
Su Xiao Xiao huff.
Though she wasted no time in grabbing it and stuffing it into her mouth. At home, all one could consume was minced meat, although chicken feet contained little flesh. They were better than nothing. To my surprise, these unassuming chicken feet were truly delightful. Su Xiao Xiao greedily gnawed on them, joyfully swinging her little feet. Such a blissful existence. The crown prince admired his imposing and authoritative father, never expecting that the emperor himself would take such care over Xiao Xiao's meals. Fearing that Su Xiao Xiao might cause a scene again, the crown prince hastily instructed his attendants to clear the table, leaving only 3 chicken feet, which, despite their scant meat, would surely cause no trouble. As the emperor watched Su Xiao Xiao devouring the chicken feet, Yuanyuan approached with a report. Your Majesty, the director of the Astronomical Bureau, Cheng Xingzhua, requests an audience. Understanding that the emperor had matters of state to attend to, the crown prince prepared to take Su Xiao Xiao away. However, the emperor clung to her, allowing her to smear grease upon his dragon robe. No matter, you may stay. After paying his respects, Cheng Xingzhua reported. Your Majesty, I have calculated thrice. There will be no rain in the capital for 6 months, nor in the other prefectures. The emperor's brow furrowed with concern as he said, Now is the season for crops to sprout and bear ears. If rain does not fall soon, the common folk may face starvation. What can the Astronomical Bureau do about this? Cheng Xingzhua, terrified, hurriedly knelt. Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant. Do you think that if I personally beseech the heavens for rain, it might touch the divine and bring forth gentle showers to nourish the fields, alleviating the people's urgent plight? The emperor had been pondering this question lately, wondering if the calamities besetting Dasha were a result of his own irreverence towards the deities. Cheng Xingzue prostrated again. Your Majesty, this is most inadvisable. According to my calculations, the earliest rain would not come for at least 6 months. It would be better for your Majesty to pray for rain at the altar then. Rumors abounded, and as the director of the Astronomical Bureau, Cheng Xingzue should have found a solution promptly, yet with calamities occurring frequently, he felt utterly powerless. The emperor, enraged, shouted, "In 6 months, the seedlings will have turned to dry hay. Worthless fool, begone." Were it not for Su Xiaoxiao in his arms, he would have personally kicked Cheng Xingzue out. A dignified director of the Astronomical Bureau could only offer such a rotten suggestion. Cheng Xingzue scuttled away from the Hall of Governance, wondering who deemed this a leisurely position. A beautiful job with little work yet much respect. He felt as though he was dancing with swords, living on the edge of danger. This month alone, the emperor had expelled him from the court 3 times. Though he had not been kicked out today, the situation was hardly better, and he feared the next time he might be dragged out and executed. He resolved to visit the library pavilion to search for methods to summon rain. If Uncle Emperor seeks rain, how difficult could it be? I only need to speak to the Dragon King. Last time I asked him for muddy rain, he acquiesced. Su Xiaoxiao did not comprehend why, in merely a month, it would be so challenging to have her mother provide her with meat. Gu Huayu gaped, astonished at Xiaoxiao's abilities. If only the emperor knew he was taking the blame for her, perhaps his mood would improve. Gu Huayu promptly devised a plan and leaned closer to the emperor, saying mysteriously, "Father, perhaps there is another way to beseech for rain." The emperor sighed. What other method could there be? The Astronomical Bureau's multitude of people have found no solution. Perhaps Dasha's luck had truly run out. He had thought that healing the crown prince would lead to prosperity, yet who could have known? Seeing his father's lack of interest, Gu Huayu quickly got to the point. "Father, Xiaoxiao can deal with malevolent spirits. Perhaps she can also summon rain." "Xiaoxiao?" The emperor's eyes brightened. "Indeed. How did I not think of that?" He set Su Xiaoxiao upon the table, bending down to ask, "Xiaoxiao, since you can handle evil spirits, can you also summon rain?" Su Xiaoxiao offered the chicken bones to the emperor, pointing at the plate with her little finger. The emperor, quick to understand, promptly provided her with a fresh one. Su Xiaoxiao accepted the chicken bone, nodding earnestly. "If you give me meat bones, I will ensure it rains." Gu Huayu then inquired, "Will it rain in 3 days?" Su Xiaoxiao obediently nodded again. "The Dragon King and I are well acquainted. He can make it rain whenever he wishes, for however long he desires." Su Xiaoxiao was indeed very familiar with the Dragon King, but she could not quite recall when they had met. It could not have been in her past life. For in that life, she had been a cultivator, deemed gifted by her master, destined to become immortal. Thus, she found herself in this realm. How she came to know the Dragon King eluded her. She had met many deities, yet she could not recall how. Never mind, overthinking was tiresome, and a well-behaved child ought not to ponder so much. It was best to focus on gnawing on her bone. The emperor, puzzled, asked, "Is it not possible to summon rain now? Why must we wait 3 days?" Gu Huayu shivered. His father, always aloof, never deigned to plead with anyone. That was the case with Su Xiaoxiao, of course, but he was not accustomed to his father speaking to him in such a tone. He hastily explained, "Your Majesty, beseeching the heavens for rain is a significant matter. Ordinarily, the National Academy would prepare for at least 3 months, and given the urgency, 3 days is the bare minimum." The emperor nodded in agreement. The people at the Astronomical Bureau have grown too comfortable. It is time to assign them some tasks. He glanced at the little girl seated at the table, engrossed in gnawing on her chicken bone, feeling a twinge of anxiety. "Xiaoxiao, can you truly ask Uncle Huang for rain?" Su Xiaoxiao nodded seriously, feeling a tinge of sadness. Is Uncle Emperor's eyesight failing? Why must he ask so many times? How pitiful, at such a young age. He may go blind. Gu Huayu felt a chill run down his spine. Xiaoxiao truly had a bold imagination. Fortunately, the emperor could not hear Xiaoxiao's thoughts, or he would surely be infuriated. Chapter 48. Extraordinarily Pampered. Cheng Xingzue held the imperial decree on the verge of tears. 3 days later, the emperor himself would beseech the heavens for rain. What was he thinking? Had he not made himself clear enough? Rain would not come for 6 months. Under ordinary circumstances, the emperor's personal supplication to the heavens, regardless of success or failure, would exemplify his benevolence toward his subjects. However, now, with that nonsensical nursery rhyme circulating and so many believing its content, coupled with that inexplicable muddy rain, the emperor's authority had already suffered a blow. To insist on making a public supplication for rain at this time was clearly courting disaster. Of course, Cheng Xingzue dared only to grumble inwardly. How could he stop the emperor from courting his own doom? Cheng Xingzhou toiled tirelessly with the Astronomical Bureau and the Ministry of Rites for 3 days and nights, finally preparing everything on schedule. Su Xiaoxiao, still in a sleepy haze, was roused by Zhao Yuanyuan to change her clothes. Su Bowen looked at his daughter, who could sleep even while sitting, with a heart full of concern. For a matter such as this, the civil and military officials and court ladies could go. Why must you take Xiaoxiao along? Zhao Yuanyuan shared similar sentiments. The emperor had issued a decree for this occasion, indicating it was not a mere whim, but a deliberate arrangement. After all, after Xiaoxiao had met Li Yutang and the crown prince, their ailments had inexplicably healed. Perhaps the emperor merely sought a good omen. As she dressed Su Xiaoxiao, she remarked, "The emperor personally beseeching the heavens for rain is also for the benefit of the Dasha populace. This is a matter of accumulating merit. And Xiaoxiao's presence would also contribute." Su Bowen remained uneasy. The emperor was not particularly fond of children. And as he was not a close confidant of the emperor, nor had he achieved any remarkable accomplishments, there was no reason for the emperor to treat his child generously. Although he had saved the crown prince, the rewards had been given multiple times already. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he felt, fearing the emperor would try to take his daughter away. Zhao Wenyu finished dressing Su Xiaoxiao, adorning her in a vibrant green gown, with flower adornments between her brows and a golden necklace around her neck, making her appear all the more plump and adorable. Despite the turmoil, Su Xiaoxiao remained blissfully asleep on the soft armchair. Zhao Wenyu lovingly draped a cloak over Su Xiaoxiao before handing her to Su Bowen, saying, "You hold on to Xiaoxiao while I check if my mother is ready." Lu Shi, a lady of high rank, naturally had to attend such an event. Observing Zhao Yuanyuan in her splendid attire, she couldn't help but grimace. "Xiaoxiao is still so young. You should stay home and watch the child. I will take you Xian." Lacking a formal rank, Zhao Yuanyuan could only attend as an accompanying person. In the past, to demonstrate her generosity towards her daughter-in-law, she would always bring Zhao Yuanyuan along. Now, it seemed Zhao Yuanyuan had suddenly grown clever and began to act beyond her control. Lu Shi seized this rare opportunity to suppress her. After all, she had long harbored a dislike for Zheng Yaxian, the daughter of a humble household, whom Su Bohua had married merely due to his reputation, as women from noble families would avoid him. This was the first time her mother-in-law had taken the initiative to bring her into the palace, and Zheng Yaxian had spent an excited sleepless night preparing, eagerly waiting in her mother-in-law's courtyard. Zhao Yuanyuan, understanding the situation, offered no explanation, quietly watching as Zheng Yaxian assisted Lu Shi into the carriage. Turning around, she embraced Su Xiaoxiao and boarded the carriage sent by the crown prince. Not traveling with Lu Shi made Su Bowen feel much better. Even now, he was at a loss regarding how to treat Lu Shi. After all, they shared over 30 years of mother-son affection, and he had discovered that his biological mother, Tang Shi, had been in poor health. If his mother hadn't caused her own predicament, Lu Shi could have remained content, and there would be no need for such extreme measures. Yet, Su Bowen could not bring himself to address her as mother as he once did. The ceremonial altar was grand and solemn, and even before dawn, numerous carriages had gathered outside the Temple of Heaven. This sacred place was reserved for significant events, allowing only the wives of court officials to enter. Upon arrival, everyone dismounted and proceeded on foot, ensuring that the carriages were arranged neatly to the side. As Lu Shi and Zheng Yaxian disembarked from the duke's carriage, they spotted Zhao Yuanyuan preparing to descend from another vehicle while cradling the child. Zheng Yaxian, filled with envy, remarked, "Sister-in-law is truly outrageous, running here behind mother's back." Lu Shi coldly snorted. A lady could only bring one female companion. And what difference did it make if she came? Soon there would be no place to sit, and with a child in tow, she would only embarrass herself. To her surprise, before Zhao Yuanyuan could step down, palace attendants politely requested her return, allowing the carriage to pass unhindered. Zheng Yaxian fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. How could she ride in a carriage while her own chance to attend the sacrificial ceremony had vanished in an instant? Lu Shi was equally perplexed. She had intended to use this opportunity to undermine Zhao Yuanyuan. After today, everyone would speculate why she hadn't brought Zhao Yuanyuan to the temple, and she could subtly hint at reclaiming some of her daughter's dowry. Yet now, Zhao Yuanyuan had entered alongside the royal family. "Lady Lu, you are truly fortunate. Your granddaughter has saved young Master Yutang and the crown prince, and now the emperor has specifically invited her to the sacrificial rites. What immense fortune. Why didn't the lady accompany her daughter-in-law? It would have spared her so much travel." That carriage was specially sent by the crown prince for Miss Su, and the young master's wife is simply benefiting from her daughter's good fortune. It would be improper for Lady Lu to go. The ladies chattered, their eyes filled with envy. Zheng Yaxian muttered softly, so sister-in-law was indeed calling for us to join. I should have let her finish speaking. A carriage personally dispatched by the crown prince was something she could boast about in her family for a lifetime. Lu Shi sharply commanded, silence.
Zhao Yuanyuan,
Leaning against her daughter, approached the crown prince, seemingly unaware of the unfolding drama. If the emperor truly favored that illegitimate child, it would only complicate matters further for Su Bowen. She regretted not having left him behind. If Kai Dai had been raised in the duke's residence, all this wealth and grandeur would rightfully belong to her granddaughter, San Yingying. Zheng Yaxian, though blessed with a son, showed no ambition, leaving Lu Shi feeling suffocated with frustration. Others remained oblivious to the rift between her and Zhao Yuanyuan, masking their envy with admiration. Lady Lu is indeed fortunate to have married into a prestigious family. And now her granddaughter has caught the emperor's eye. It's not impossible for her to be taken into the palace for further cultivation. Lu Shi, unable to voice her grievances, walked away with a cold expression. The noble women sighed, lamenting their own fates. If only they had a daughter-in-law and granddaughter like hers. They too could assert themselves. Zhao Yuanyuan anxiously rode in the carriage until they reached the altar, where a matron and palace maids awaited them. The matron smiled warmly. Madam Zhao, the crown prince feared it would be inconvenient for you to bring the third miss, so he specially sent us to assist you. It's still early, so please allow the third miss to rest for now. We will come to fetch you when the time is right. Zhao Yuanyuan dared not accept. This was a resting place for the emperor and princes, and who was she to rest here? Merely being able to walk in with Xiao Xiao was already a tremendous grace. Gratefully thanking the matron, she continued to hold Xiao Xiao in the carriage, while others huddled against the chilling dawn breeze, knowing their treatment was already exceptional. The emperor has arrived. A powerful voice heralded the commencement of the day as sacrificial rites for rain. The emperor glanced at Gu Huayu. Go check if Xiao Xiao has arrived. If she isn't here, I will be unsettled. Even with Xiao Xiao present, he felt no assurance. He must have lost his senses to believe that a child not even half a year old could bring life-saving rain to Deshoa. Yet, even the slightest possibility warranted a try. The rivers and canals were dry, and if heaven did not send rain, the populace would face starvation. Should the rain prayer succeed, all would be resolved. If it failed, he would only solidify his reputation as a foolish monarch, though it couldn't possibly worsen. Zhao Yuanyuan, sensing the time was near, gently roused Su Xiaoxiao. Awake, my dear. Today is the sacrificial ceremony. You must not sleep any longer, for that would be a grave disrespect to the deities.
Su Xiao,
still drowsy, forced herself to respond. I nearly forgot. Uncle Emperor promised me meat, and I vowed to ask for rain on his behalf. Zhao Yuanyuan's heart raced. How could Xiao Xiao be entrusted with such a significant task? The crown prince, dressed in formal court attire, personally came to escort Su Xiaoxiao. Madam Zhao, Xiao Xiao possesses a noble destiny. His Majesty has instructed me to bring her to the altar for the rain prayer. The Empress is very grateful to you and Xiao Xiao. So please sit beside her to look after Xiao Xiao. The Crown Prince's words were impeccably crafted, considering the significance of the altar ceremony. Zhao Yuanyuan's worry for Xiao Xiao was alleviated by being closer to her. She hurriedly bowed in gratitude, allowing the matron to lead her beside the Empress. Surrounded by esteemed ladies of high rank, Lu Shi could only occupy a seat in the back rows. This was Zheng Yaxian's first visit, and her eyes brimmed with curiosity, darting around in awe. Suddenly, she tugged at Lu Shi's sleeve, whispering, Mother, isn't that sister-in-law? Where is that matron taking her? Lu Shi's eyelids flicked up. There are only 2 lady seats in our residence. Naturally, she was taken out. That can't be right. Sister-in-law was taken to sit beside the Empress, who even reached out to her. Zheng Yaxian exclaimed, consumed with envy. Lu Shi gasped. How could that be? What is she compared to the Empress? Yet there sat Zhao Yuanyuan, boldly and openly, while the surrounding ladies cast envious glances at Lu Shi. Only moments before, there were those seeking to curry favor with Lu Shi, but as the morning bell tolled, the Emperor, cradling Su Xiaoxiao, ascended the steps with the Crown Prince by his side, solemn and dignified. Everyone turned to gaze upon the child, whispering, Who is that little one? There hasn't been any news of a princess in the palace. In the grand occasion of the heavenly sacrifice, the Emperor himself cradled the offering, a testament to immense honor. Su Bowen and his father-in-law Zhao Antai exchanged glances, bewildered by the presence of Xiao Xiao. How could she be up there? They pondered, exchanging silent concerns. The Emperor's ostentatious display left them anxious, realizing that Xiao Xiao could hardly remain hidden. As the emperor held Su Xiaoxiao steady, a palpable aura of defiance enveloped them. Cheng Xingzu, with a solemn demeanor, recited the rain incantation, yet internally he was in turmoil, fearing for his own fate. Xiao Xiao rubbed her eyes and gazed at the offerings laid before the altar, musing to herself, why offer chickens, ducks, and fish to the Dragon King? He delights in vegetables. Cabbage, greens, and big radishes are his true favorites. The crown prince paused, incredulous at the absurdity of using cabbage as a sacrificial offering. Nevertheless, he seized the opportunity to whisper a few words to the emperor. Unfazed, the emperor replied, "Why not suggest they add more? The more, the better." In this moment of desperation, the emperor disregarded formalities. The crown prince discreetly summoned Yuanyuan, and shortly thereafter, palace attendants appeared bearing plates of cabbage, radishes, and even a segment of sugarcane. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The emperor had indeed lost his wits, daring to seek rain while insisting that deities dine on vegetarian fare. Such an act seemed less a plea for rain and more a challenge to the heavens. Despite the solemnity of the occasion, the courtiers and ladies-in-waiting could no longer contain their amusement, and a ripple of chaos broke the previously quiet assembly. Yet the empress remained composed, and Yuanyuan silently marveled at her poise. The mother of the world truly is extraordinary. The empress smiled calmly, assuring, with Xiao Xiao present, there shall be no misstep. In her eyes, Xiao Xiao, who had healed her son, was akin to a deity. Yuanyuan, feeling a twinge of envy, thought, how bold of you. I wish to distance myself from the empress. I lack such confidence. The emperor leaned down, patiently asking, Xiao Xiao, can it rain now? Xiao Xiao took a sip of milk and nodded obediently. Then, tilting her head, she began chattering excitedly. Dragon King, please help us and bring forth rain. The emperor uncle says that if it doesn't rain soon, the crops of the people will perish. And how much rain should I bring? She continued. It must drench the fields. That sugarcane you mentioned, is it delicious? Very well, I shall prepare it for you from now on. The crown prince, maintaining a stoic expression, feared he might burst into laughter. Xiao Xiao was not beseeching the Dragon King but rather engaging him in idle chit-chat. The emperor ascended the altar, kneeling alongside the crown prince, declaring, we implore the heavens to bestow us with bounteous rains, granting blessings upon the populace. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao felt a wave of discomfort. She had left the house that morning still in slumber, having not relieved herself. Oh no, this is a disaster. I can't hold it any longer. How mortifying. The crown prince gasped, but before he could lift Xiao Xiao from the altar, a puddle formed beneath her. Meanwhile, thunder boomed, dark clouds gathered, and torrential raindrops began to fall. The emperor, with utmost reverence, bowed thrice and exclaimed, Xiao Xiao, you are indeed my lucky star. A single mishap has resolved my great dilemma. The crown prince felt a weight lift from his heart. His father was remarkably accommodating towards Xiao Xiao. Cheng Xingzu was left speechless, astonished that the rain had come so swiftly, while his incantation remained unfinished. He quietly calculated and nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. This rain would last for 5 days and 4 nights. Just that morning, his divination had foretold no rain, none whatsoever. A miracle. Surely, it was the emperor's sincerity that had moved the heavens. He bowed deeply before the emperor, proclaiming, Your Majesty, who governs with compassion and benevolence, has indeed touched the divine, bringing forth the life-giving rain. You are the true dragon of the great Showa. The crowd fell to their knees. Long live our wise emperor. Long live. Rise, ministers. Today we have gained the heaven's favor, granting us rain, a blessing for the great Showa and its people. Let it be decreed. All disaster-stricken regions shall be exempt from 3 years of labor, allowing the people to restore productivity and live in peace. The courtiers bowed once more, affirming, Your Majesty is sagacious. In this moment, they all believed in the words of the astrologers. The emperor was indeed the true dragon of the realm, and none felt prouder to serve him. Except for one, the crown prince, kneeling with a bitter expression, resented that the emperor's virtuous fame had overshadowed his own rising influence. He hoped fervently that the rain would cease. If the crops could not be saved, he could incite rebellion among the populace, allowing his power to infiltrate. Chapter 50. Someone is in for a misfortune. Aside from the crown prince Gu Huayu, all present reveled in the joy of the long-awaited rain. The emperor's countenance radiated delight as he hastily concluded the proceedings, allowing the courtiers and ladies to return home to escape the downpour. Su Xiaoxiao and Yuanyuan were escorted to the empress's resting palace, where Xiao Xiao changed her clothes. The emperor and empress bid them a reluctant farewell as they boarded their carriage. The emperor, his eyes glimmering with desire, turned to the empress and proposed, Zidong. What if I were to adopt Xiao Xiao as my cherished daughter, bestowing upon her the title of princess and nurturing her within the palace? With so many sons, we cannot allow such a treasure to be lost to another. The empress offered him a polite smile, her thoughts betraying her. The clinking of his ambitions echoed from miles away. Why should a good girl be raised by him? Su Bowen, gripping Zhao Wanyue's hand nervously, remarked. I can't shake the feeling that the emperor's gaze is peculiar. Does he covet our daughter? Zhao Wanyue's heart raced as she considered the age-old adage. Serving a monarch is akin to dancing with a tiger. Excessive favor could spell trouble. The rain fell for a day and a night, and by the next day, a predictable pattern emerged, sunny days followed by rainy nights. For nearly 10 days, the entire territory of the Great Shoa was blessed with rain, effectively alleviating the drought. The grateful citizens praised the timely downpour, which did not hinder their daytime labor, yet thoroughly nourished the parched earth, restoring vibrant life to the fields of the Great Shoa. In an intriguing twist, it seemed as though the rain possessed an uncanny awareness, for neighboring Lingzhi kingdom received not a single drop. The populace lauded Emperor Xiaoda's virtuous governance, believing that his sincerity had moved the heavens to grant rain for the Great Shoa. Coupled with the emperor's decree to reduce 3 years of labor, his esteem among the people had reached unprecedented heights. Emperor Xiaoda understood that all credit belonged to Su Xiaoxiao. He was well aware of Cheng Xingzu's capabilities, for his predictions had never faltered. Xiaoxiao was indeed a true harbinger of fortune. How timely was this rain, for how many lives it had saved. As Su Bowen conversed with Zhao Wanyue, his eyes occasionally darted to Su Xiaoxiao, who was blissfully indulging in her milk, seemingly unaffected by the commotion. Countless merits flowed into the Duke of Zhen's manor, converging upon Su Xiaoxiao. She felt her spiritual power ascend several levels. Her master had taught her that cultivating immortality required good deeds and benevolence, for only then could one's power flourish. Yet Su Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, questioning, have I truly done any good deeds? It seems not. I've merely been eating and sleeping daily. You called upon the Dragon King for rain, saving countless lives. Hence the abundant merits, a voice chimed from the orchid pot on the trellis. How do you know this? Su Xiaoxiao asked skeptically, puzzled how a stationary flower could possess such knowledge. It was told to me by the swallow, the clivia boasted confidently. Su Bowen chuckled at her animated expression, thinking, Xiaoxiao is chattering away. One might believe she is in a quarrel with that orchid. Su Xiaoxiao was equally perplexed by her sudden ability to converse with orchid. It must be a result of her maturation, as today she no longer required assistance and could sit steadily on her own. Zhao Wanyue, observing Su Bowen's smile that resembled a grimace more than a grin, felt a pang of sympathy and inquired, are you truly not going? Shen Xingyu had rescued Su Boheo at the Ministry of War, and Lu insisted on arranging a meal to express gratitude to Shen Tianyu and his 2 granddaughters. In the past, Su Bowen would have found no issue with this. Shen Tianyu was his father's former subordinate, who had taken great care of him during his father's illness. Su Bowen regarded him as a senior. However, now he could scarcely look Lu in the eye, let alone dine with her paramour. Could he not feel uncomfortable in his heart? I don't understand their intentions. Must they flaunt their familial ties before us? Su Bowen expressed his agitation. Zhao Wanyue also found it odd. In recent years, Shen Tianyu had distanced himself from the Duke of Zhen's household, seemingly avoiding any potential scandal. Why, then, did he dare to come here now? She urged, you should go and ascertain what they are truly after. Su Bowen felt compelled to attend. Professionally, Shen Tianyu was his superior, and personally, he was the heir of the Duke's household. How could he possibly be absent when expressing gratitude to his brother's savior? Lu was undoubtedly eager to obtain evidence of his alleged ingratitude. Su Bowen loathed that he could not find the proof needed to bring down both Lu and Shen Tianyu. It was already disgustingly humiliating to acknowledge a thief as a mother, and now he had to humble himself before them. As time ticked away, Su Bowen felt as though his feet were laden with lead, rendering them immobile. The maid from Lu's courtyard, unable to wait any longer, came to hasten him. Your Grace. The old lady says that Lord Shen will arrive shortly. She wishes for you to come quickly. She also mentioned missing the 3rd miss, and asked you to bring her along. Upon hearing her name, Su Xiaoxiao abandoned Orchid and reached out to Su Bowen, exclaiming, she misses me? What a joke. She must wish for my demise. If I must go, so be it. I am curious to see what she intends. Zhao Wanyue urged the maid to depart first and advised Su Bowen it would be wise to take Xiaoxiao with you. You can sit for a while and then make an excuse to return. Su Xiaoxiao's hand halted midair. Is mother going to make me wet my trousers again? That wouldn't he be appropriate? I am already a young lady. But poor father, having to dine with the paramour who harmed his mother. Su Bowen's furrowed brow deepened with gloom. How could this still relate to his father? Hadn't he suffered a relapse of his chronic illness, leaving him in a state of oblivion, convalescing at the hot springs? Even the composed Yuanyuan felt a jolt of unease, nearly pricking her finger with the embroidery needle. She hastily set down her work, gently grasped Su Bowen's clenched fist, and, gazing into his eyes, reassured him, the time has not yet come. You must endure a little longer. With a playful gleam in her eyes, Su Xiaoxiao closed them. Is it because father wishes to snuggle with mother that he doesn't want to go? Tonight, I shall once again sleep with my sister. Yuanyuan and Su Bowen exchanged glances, both realizing the implications of her words. It became clear why Xiaoxiao was exceptionally obedient whenever Lingxi came to take her to bed. A blush crept onto Yuanyuan's cheeks, while Su Bowen's face flushed with embarrassment. Their earlier shock and anger transformed into awkwardness. I shall take Xiaoxiao with me, he declared, lifting her into his arms and striding toward the door. Yuanyuan's heart raced. Could it be that even her father was a victim of their machinations? Could Bowen restrain himself from acting on impulse? Just moments ago, she had been relieved not to meet any outside men. But with Lu now insisting that the two Shin daughters be entertained solely by Yuanyuan, she wished to stay close to Su Bowen to prevent any rash actions. Upon seeing Shin Tianyu and his granddaughters, Su Xiaoxiao felt discontent. It is precisely because of you that my father and mother have been delayed in having more siblings. You are truly detestable, and I am furious. Looking at his irate daughter, Su Bowen had an ominous feeling that someone was about to face misfortune. Chapter 51. A Clash of Extremes. Indeed, the moment Shin Tianyu set foot into the Duke of Zhen's estate, he stumbled over something and fell to his knees before Su Bowen. Su Bowen exchanged a meaningful glance with his daughter and feigned concern, saying, Lord Shin, are you all right? Yet he remained motionless. Seeing the dark smoke swirling above Shin Tianyu's head, Su Xiaoxiao concluded that he had committed numerous wrongdoings. You wicked old man. Perhaps you should kneel more often to atone for your sins to my father. Shin Tianyu felt a sudden, sharp pain in his knee and, with Su Boheo's assistance, slowly rose. He inquired with concern, Lord Shin, are you unhurt? Shin Tianyu waved his hand dismissively, no harm done. The sisters Shin Qingyao and Shin Qingyu followed behind, with Shin Qingyu's face lighting up with anticipation, especially when her bright eyes fell upon Su Xiaoxiao, her joy evident. In contrast, Shin Qingyao appeared disinterested and lethargic, failing to comprehend why her grandfather insisted on bringing her to the Duke's residence, especially when the eldest boy in their family was only 10 years old. Hardly worth her attention. Indeed, Shin Qingyao's foremost concern was to find a suitable match, as she had reached the age where such matters were to be discussed. With both parents deceased, her grandfather seemed increasingly indifferent to her plight, leaving her to devise her own solutions. Lu had already prepared the banquet and warmly invited everyone to take their seats. Su Boheo was seated beside Lu, with Shin Tianyu on his other side, presenting the appearance of a familial trio. Su Bowen sat next to Lu, holding Su Xiaoxiao in his arms, while Shin Qingyu discreetly positioned herself beside Su Bowen.
Drawing closer to Su Yaoyao.
The table was filled with individuals harboring their own agendas, and thus they settled in. Su Boheo eagerly raised his glass to toast Shin Tianyu. Lord Shin, I am grateful for the opportunity you have granted me to gain experience at the Ministry of War. And I also extend my thanks to Miss Shin Heir for saving my life. The Shin family is indeed my second set of parents. Not at all. They are your biological parents. Remarkably, after spending some time at the Ministry of War, Su Boheo had cultivated a semblance of decorum. Shin Tianyu felt a sense of gratification, drinking deeply from his cup. The conversation remained trivial and devoid of significance, while Su Bowen seethed inwardly, wishing he could slay the two unscrupulous individuals before him. Yet he knew he had a wife and child to protect, thus he must not act impulsively. Su Boheo attentively served Shin Tianyu a piece of meat, which he accepted, trembling with excitement. This marked the first time his son had served him food, and he was elated. Su Xiaoxiao shot an unimpressed glance at Shin Tianyu. What is the big deal about eating meat? Be careful with your teeth. Alas. Shin Tianyu winced in pain. It felt as though his teeth had shattered. Lord Shin, what seems to be the matter? Lu's concern was evident in her eyes. Shin Tianyu spat out the piece of meat, revealing two distinct impressions left by his teeth. Su Boheo was at a loss, his conscience clear. He had only offered him fish. Lu, flustered, shot an accusatory glare at Zheng Yaxian, reprimanding. What are you doing? Were you not overseeing the kitchen? Zheng Yaxian appeared incredulous. It was absurd to blame the food for a dental mishap. Mother, The fish was stewed to perfection. Could it be that Lord Shen's own teeth are simply not in good condition? This blunt remark plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. Su Bowen glanced at his daughter. Surely, it couldn't be mere coincidence. The instigator, Su Xiaoxiao, sat obediently in her father's embrace, as if to say, not my fault. Perhaps Shin Tianyu realized he could not blame the dish and quickly added, it's fine, I'm just getting on in years. Shin Qingyu's attention was wholly fixated on Su Xiaoxiao. With gentle humility, she addressed Lu, Grandmother, I have finished my meal. The little sister is quite adorable. May I take her to play for a while? Su Bowen tightened his grip on Xiaoxiao, responding coldly. Xiaoxiao is rather shy. Yet, to his surprise, Su Xiaoxiao reached out her hand, inching closer to Shin Qingyu. It seems that my younger sister is yearning for my embrace. Shin Qingyu stubbornly extends her hand. Lu's smile does not reach her eyes. Bowen, take the child to play with Qingyu for a while. You should have a good drink with your Uncle Shin. He often came to see you when you were younger. Su Bowen struggles to muster a smile, yet his grip remains unyielding. Su Xiaoxiao seizes Shin Qingyu's hand. If you enjoy playing with me, then let's play together. Shin Tianyu chimes in. The two children seem to be quite compatible. Let them play for a bit. Qingyu is quite composed, so you need not worry. Reluctantly, Su Bowen releases his hand, yet his gaze remains fixated on Su Xiaoxiao. Observing this, Su Boheo rises and drapes an arm over Su Bowen's shoulder, saying, Elder brother, I have caused you much trouble over the years. In the past, I was thoughtless. I assure you, I shall not act foolishly again. Let's share a drink. Lu and Shen Tianyu join in to smooth things over. And as Su Bowen finishes his drink, Shen Qingyu has already taken Su Xiaoxiao to play on a chair beside the dining area. Grateful that they are within view, Su Bowen feels a slight sense of relief, only wishing to conclude this awkward gathering and return home with his daughter. With her back to everyone, Shen Qingyu's previously radiant smile has turned as cold as ice. She reaches for Su Xiaoxiao's neck. Having previously noticed that the bracelet had shrunk and now hung around Su Xiaoxiao's neck, Su Xiaoxiao, tickled, bursts into giggles. Lu remarks cheerfully, they are truly enjoying themselves. Qingyu is such a lovely child. It must be said that Boheo's safety is largely due to her efforts. Seeing Xiaoxiao's joy, Su Bowen feels a bit more at ease. After all, Shin Qingyu is merely a 10-year-old child in his own home, unlikely to act out of line. As Shin Qingyu's fingers brush against the red string around Su Xiaoxiao's neck, her eyes gleam with delight. The bracelet space is within reach. While Su Xiaoxiao continues to giggle, a faint aura begins to gather around the shrunken bracelet. Shin Qingyu greedily seizes the ring-sized bracelet, and for a fleeting moment, it feels as if her hand might be engulfed in flames, yet outwardly, she exhibits no sign of distress. Shin Qingyu retracts her hand with a soft exclamation, suppressing her nefarious thoughts to avoid detection. Could it be that the bracelet has already acknowledged Su Xiaoxiao as its master? Unthinkable. The demon clan has sought the bracelet for years, and even if they managed to obtain it, they could only barely harness the aura within, for the bracelet, like a lifeless object, would not protect its owner. Silently channeling her energy, flames appear in her hand, an infernal fire of the demon clan, immensely powerful. She must acquire the bracelet space. However, what had once felt like scorching heat now emanates an icy chill, the result of a millennium's worth of spiritual energy crystallized into 1,000-year-old ice. Before she could approach, the flames in her hand extinguish entirely, a tremendous cold assailing her. While her hand appears unscathed on the surface, it is frozen within, rendering it immobile. The juxtaposition of fire and ice torments Shin Qingyu, and had she not possessed the bloodline of the demon clan, she would have been reduced to ashes by now. Though she survives, her right hand remains paralyzed. She feels her veins freezing and melting in a relentless cycle, a sensation akin to purgatory. Shin Qingyu's eyes blaze with determination. If she cannot take the bracelet directly, she will sever the cord. The bracelet space is her unwavering goal. Chapter 52. A caring little cloak. Shin Qingyu switches to her left hand, exerting all her strength to tug at the red string, while Su Xiaoxiao watches her with caution, cradling her beloved milk bottle. As long as she does not attempt to snatch her bottle, everything else is acceptable. Shin Qingyu thinks she must be imagining things. The red string suddenly transforms into a shimmering little dragon that fiercely bites into her arm. Startled, Shin Qingyu stumbles backward, tripping over a chair and landing with a splash into the pond outside.
Xiao.
Upon hearing the commotion, Su Bowen breaks into a cold sweat, discarding his wine cup as he rushes toward the pond.
Oh, dear.
Su Xiaoxiao tilts her head, gazing into the pond's ripples, inquisitively asking, Sister, Why did you jump into the water? Is it fun in there? Relieved to see Su Xiaoxiao unharmed, Su Bowen finally regains his composure. Scooping her up into his arms and gently reassuring, Xiaoxiao, you weren't frightened, were you? It's my fault for letting you be with others. Lu and Shen Tianyu arrive late, only realizing that it is not Xiaoxiao who has fallen into the water. Shen Tianyu, flustered, exclaims, what happened? Where's Qingyu? Grandfather, help me. Shen Qingyu feels something in the pond pulling her down, preventing her from rising. Someone, quickly rescue Miss Shen. Lu calls to the servants, glancing anxiously at Shen Tianyu. Lu shoots a disdainful glare at Su Xiaoxiao, scolding, Xiaoxiao, you should know better. How could you push your sister into the water? Fuming, Su Bowen retorts with a bitter smile, Mother, your words are amusing. Xiaoxiao can hardly sit up properly. How could she possibly push Miss Shen? It was Miss Shen who insisted on playing with Xiaoxiao, only to leave her alone by the water's edge. I truly do not understand her intentions. Shen Tianyu, seeing his granddaughter in distress, is filled with anger and scolds, Young Master Su, you are a guest in my home. It's one thing for you to be uncommunicative tonight, but now that a child is in the water, in mortal peril, you dare to speak such frivolous words? You truly tarnish the dignity of the Duke's residence. Su Bowen scoffs, Miss Shen, stop flailing about. The water isn't even waist deep. If you keep thrashing, it will dry up. The servants in the residence are puzzled, wondering why Miss Shen does not simply stand up, instead wailing and floundering in the water, her act unconvincing. There is something in the water, help me, grandfather. Shen Qingyu struggles against whatever grips her, unable to rise, and despite her frantic efforts, the servants find it arduous to approach her. This is clearly an unfathomable abyss. How could Su Bowen claim it to be merely a small pond? Miss Shen, please rise. As the servants draw near, the mysterious force holding her suddenly disappears. The pond returns to calm, revealing that the water indeed does not reach her waist. Shen Tianyu is momentarily speechless, realizing that Qingyu was genuinely frightened. Su Bowen's expression darkens as he states curtly, Lord Shen, my daughter has been startled. I shall take her home now, and will not accompany you further. Mother, I will take my leave first. I wasn't scared at all. It was quite fun. Let us just give father some face. Su Xiaoxiao pouts and begins to cry, playing her part perfectly. This little cloak of warmth is so considerate, Su Bowen can hardly contain his smile. He quickly scoops his daughter up and turns away, fearing that if he lingers even a moment longer, he might burst into laughter. Let's go. We are going to find Mother. Why are you still kneeling? Suddenly, Su Boheo and Lu are in disarray behind them, exclaiming, Lord Shen, are you unharmed?
Ie fine.
Shen Tianyu, unsure of what transpired, suddenly weakens and kneels before Su Bowen. Su Bowen turns back to see Shen Tianyu on his knees, and neither of them helps the other up. He vaguely senses that his daughter is standing up for him. He kisses Su Xiaoxiao's round cheek, unable to suppress his feelings of gratitude, wondering how he is deserving of such an extraordinary and thoughtful daughter. Shen Tianyu has lost 2 teeth and now suffers from intermittent leg weakness. Shen Qingyu, with severe internal injuries to both hands, is still haunted by the mysterious creature in the water, leaving her fearful of any water now. What should have been a delightful meal ends in discontent. Su Boheo, somewhat irritated, remarks, Mother, it was unnecessary to summon elder brother. Surely. Lord Shen values me and is deliberately looking for faults. Lu wholeheartedly agrees, realizing that her son has grown to the point that Su Bowen now regards him with caution. Shen Qingyao gazed at her disheveled grandfather and half-sister, her heart increasingly filled with dissatisfaction. She could not fathom why they insisted on courting misfortune, especially him. When did he become so benevolent as to help others care for their children? It was truly embarrassing. Silence. Shen Tianyu barked, his irritation palpable. Observing Shen Qingyu's demeanor, he realized her scheme had faltered. Now, he found himself increasingly convinced by Shen Qingyu's assertions. Indeed, the little child from the Su family possessed an air of peculiarity. The inexplicable recovery of Li Yutong and the crown prince's chronic ailment, along with the emperor's prayers for rain that alleviated the drought afflicting Deshua, were already bizarre enough. If she were favored by the emperor, the Su family would surely ascend to great heights. Even his arch-rival, Zhao Antai, would bask in the glow of their fortune. Why should Zhao Antai enjoy the blessings of children while he could not even protect his legitimate son, his only child unable to even call him father? If the truth of his entanglement with the Lu family were to be exposed, Su Bowen might resort to extreme measures against him. It was imperative to eliminate that child. Yet leave the Su and Zhao families unscathed. Grandfather, it is the granddaughter who has erred. Shen Qingyu, shedding her usual arrogance, spoke with a tone of regret and self-reproach. The granddaughter underestimated her. Shen Tianyu glanced at his eldest granddaughter, increasingly convinced of her foolishness, preoccupied as she was with her own matrimonial prospects. Should the Shen family fall into ruin, what fortunate match could she hope to find? Deliver this letter to the northern desert, the sooner the better. In the dark, Shen Tianyu's gaze was cold and calculating. After all, what disturbance could a mere child possibly cause? As the early autumn breeze carried a hint of chill, Su Bowen, clad in court attire, dismounted with grace, handing the reins to his attendant as he strode purposefully toward the Hall of Governance. Other court officials rushed from all corners of the capital, converging at the palace gates, hastening to attend the morning court session. Minister of Works Zheng Yi jogged a few steps to catch up with him. "Good morning, young Master Su." Su Bowen quickly returned the greeting. "Good morning, Lord Liu." Zheng Yi leaned closer, saying, "Young Master Su, with your merits in eliminating bandits and your daughter winning the Emperor's favor, your promotion is imminent." Military Minister Zhou Huayan interjected with a sardonic tone, "Not just a promotion. I dare say you are not far from inheriting the title of Duke. Have you ever seen a daughter cradled by the Emperor to offer sacrifices? I hear the Emperor frequently invites your daughter to the palace for amusement. Truly, some are blessed with fortunate daughters and enjoy decades fewer of toil." Chapter 53. Urgent News from the South.
Piring subo nesret.
Zheng Yi pulled Zhou Huayan aside to offer a few words of caution. To his surprise, Su Bowen was unperturbed, his earlier bluntness replaced with a cold smile as he retorted, "Lord Liu, are you envious? You might as well hasten to father one yourself. Perhaps you too could spare a decade of struggle." "Alas, I seem to have forgotten. Lord Zhou cannot produce any." Zhou Huayan was left speechless, for everyone knew he had suffered an injury on the drill grounds that severely hampered his chances of fathering children. After Su Bowen finished speaking, he clasped his hands respectfully toward Zheng Yi and departed with an air of nonchalance. Zheng Yi shook his head, remarking, "Lord Zhou, are you not courting humiliation?" With that, he too turned away. Zhou Huayan was deeply vexed. He had worked diligently in the Ministry of War for nearly 20 years to attain the position of a military officer. He had believed he would finally be promoted to vice minister. However, yesterday, Minister Shen had personally sought him out to discuss the Emperor's intention to elevate Su Bowen. Although Su Bowen held the title of heir apparent, his rank was still low, merely a 6th-grade military officer. How could he surpass Zhou? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Su Bowen had a fiery temper, and today he seemed intent on provoking him, hoping to see him falter before the Emperor. Little did he know, Su Bowen had not fallen for the bait and had instead turned the tables on him. Zheng Yi found it odd. Based on his understanding of Su Bowen, he had expected Zhou Huayan to be in for a beating today. After all, his stagnation in the ranks was not unrelated to his temperament. Yet, Su Bowen had exhibited an unexpected restraint. Having learned from his daughter of the potential calamities facing their family, he could hardly afford to act impulsively, as he once did. He was able to endure dining with the Liu family and Shen Tianyu. The notion that he relied on his daughter for advancement was trivial compared to the gravity of their situation. Moreover, Zhou Huayan was correct. It was indeed due to his daughter that the Emperor had granted him special permission to attend court. He even hoped Zhou Huayan's words held some truth. In the past, he had not been overly ambitious regarding power, but now he desired more strength, to protect his family and avenge his mother. Su Bowen stood at the back of the line, nearly deaf to the discussions ahead, yet he maintained an upright posture, his demeanor respectful and humble. He soon heard Shen Tianyu, the Minister of War, step forward to present a report, and his name was called. All eyes turned toward him. The heir of the Duke of Jinghua is young and capable. Having achieved notable success in eradicating bandits, I believe he should be rewarded. Su Bowen listened intently, yet hearing such words from Shen Tianyu filled him with an ominous premonition. He stepped forward and bowed, declaring, "The Duke's household is deeply favored by the Emperor. Serving the country and alleviating the Emperor's burdens is my duty. I dare not claim merit." The Emperor clapped his hands and laughed. "The Duke of Jinghua is valiant in battle. His efforts in the border city have dealt a heavy blow to the Dain. For over a decade, peace has prevailed in the border city. Indeed, a tiger father does not beget a dog son. This time, young Master Su has achieved a resounding victory against the bandits. He deserves a reward." Suddenly, a young eunuch rushed into the Hall of Governance, and Su Bowen caught a glimpse of the urgent military report he held, marked with a seal of haste. Report: banditry has erupted again in the southern frontier. Zhang Hu, the leader of the Black Wind Mountain, has slaughtered the villages at its base, leaving no survivors. The eunuch's voice was urgent and resonant, silencing the hall instantly. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. All eyes once again fell upon Su Bowen. He was the commander responsible for eradicating the bandits in the southern frontier. He had only just returned to the capital after clearing the bandit threat, and now, in less than 2 months, the brigands of Black Wind Mountain had returned. How could this not raise suspicions? Su Bowen's heart sank. The villagers at the foot of Black Wind Mountain had been under the protection of the bandits, all victims of local officials' exploitation, left homeless and destitute. Men had taken to the mountain, while the elderly, women, and children toiled below. During harvest season, Zhang Hu even sent his men down to assist. The bandits primarily targeted wealthy merchants and corrupt officials. He had repeatedly petitioned the emperor on behalf of the bandits of Black Wind Mountain, even risking his life to guarantee their safety, which had led the emperor to spare Zhang Hu and his men from execution. Zhang Hu should now be on his way to exile in Lingnan. Even if Zhang Hu had escaped, he would not resort to slaughtering villages. There must be more to this matter. The emperor turned to Su Bowen. Minister Su, you personally handled the issue of the Black Wind Mountain bandits. Do you have anything to say? Su Bowen replied truthfully, Your Majesty, Zhang Hu should currently be on the way to exile in Lingnan. Several of his accomplices with blood on their hands have been handed over to the authorities, and the remaining members of Black Wind Mountain have been dispersed back to their homes. The massacre of the village likely harbors deeper implications. Minister of Personnel, Lu Quandao interjected. I just received word that Zhang Hu has killed the escorting soldiers on the road and has gone missing. Zhou Huan stepped forward. The military report clearly states that Zhang Hu has slaughtered the villagers of Black Wind. You, young Master Su, once guaranteed Zhang Hu's safety with your life, claiming he had significant influence in the southern frontier. Killing him would surely incite conflict.
Now,
with over 100 innocent lives lost in the massacre, how will you take responsibility? The emperor turned to Shen Tianyu, asking, Su Bowen is your subordinate. What do you think should be done? Shen Tianyu replied with conviction. Although young Master Su is my subordinate, this matter has indeed been mishandled. Now that a calamity has occurred, someone must be held accountable to provide justice for the deceased citizens. I humbly request your majesty to dismiss him from the Ministry of War and imprison him in the heavenly prison. As a superior, I cannot absolve myself of blame. I willingly accept a year's pay reduction. Furthermore, we must find capable individuals to swiftly capture Zhang Hu and his remaining followers. The emperor cast a cold gaze upon the assembly below and inquired, What are your thoughts, my loyal ministers? The gathered officials fell silent, paralyzed by fear. Su Bowen had undoubtedly fallen from grace this time, yet none dared to further trample upon him. The emperor's recent favoritism towards the Duke of the State had ignited envy among the onlookers, and none could fathom his intentions. Those who wished to plead on Su Bowen's behalf refrained from speaking, for the emperor's heart was inscrutable, and it was wiser to avoid trouble. The emperor, having grown accustomed to their pretense of ignorance, patiently asked, Minister Tang, what do you think of Lord Shen's proposal? Minister Tang replied, I believe that Lord Shen's approach is flawed. As of now, Zhang Hu has not yet been apprehended, and it remains unproven whether the villagers of Heifeng Mountain were indeed slain by him. To imprison young Master Su without any substantial evidence is rather hasty. I contend that every matter must be substantiated with verifiable proof. We must ascertain who is truly responsible and their motives. To act against unarmed citizens is the deed of a nefarious villain or a treacherous scoundrel, and we must uncover the truth. The emperor nodded in approval, saying, Minister Tang speaks wisely, yet this matter is intricately linked to Su Bowen. For the time being, we shall relieve him of his post.
Liu Guan
Hasten to dispatch personnel to the southern frontier and ensure that the truth is uncovered, providing the villagers of Heifeng with an explanation. The previously silent Grand Tutor Zhao Ontai interjected, Your Majesty, I humbly request that Su Bowen accompany the officials from the Ministry of Personnel. He has spent half a year combating bandits in the southern region and possesses a deeper understanding of the local terrain, facilitating the pursuit of the fugitives. Zhou Huan, with a sardonic tone, retorted, Minister Zhao, Su Bowen is now a prisoner. Allowing him to accompany them could very well facilitate his escape, would it not? Chapter 54. A Return to the Southern Frontier. Zhao Ontai, unfazed, replied, Your Majesty, although I am Su Bowen's father-in-law, my intentions are entirely devoid of personal bias. The southern frontier is fraught with treacherous terrain and endemic miasmas. Without a guide, the officials from the ministry may struggle to navigate. As for the suggestion that I would wish for Su Bowen to escape, that is utterly absurd. If he were truly disloyal, why would he return of his own volition? Placing himself in the jaws of danger? For him, remaining in the dungeons is far safer than venturing to the southern frontier. Zhao Ontai. As the Grand Tutor and a respected advisor of the Deshuo dynasty had faced opposition in court, yet few doubted his integrity. Shun Tianyu asserted, I stake my life on the guarantee that Zhang Hu will not oppose the court again, yet he has swiftly slaughtered over 100 villagers. According to Deshuo law, Su Bowen must be detained for questioning. Shall we send a criminal to pursue the true culprit, as if there are no capable officials available? With the prompting of his father-in-law Zhao Antai, Su Bowen immediately knelt, saying, Your Majesty, the bandits of Heifeng Mountain are not as heinous as the rumors suggest. The leader, Zhang Hu, targets only the wealthy merchants and high-ranking officials, taking their riches without inflicting harm. He is greatly revered in the region. My repeated petitions to spare him from execution stem not only from the belief that his crimes do not warrant death, but also because, in the eyes of the local populace, he is not a bandit but rather a hero who punishes the wicked. To incite public outrage would lead to his banishment instead. The villagers of Heifeng are under his protection. He could not possibly be responsible for the massacre. I beseech your Majesty to allow me to return to the southern frontier, to investigate this matter thoroughly and redeem myself. Zhou Huayan, who harbored resentment toward Su Bowen, could scarcely contain his disdain, exclaiming, To refer to a bandit as a great hero in the presence of the emperor is to question the emperor's governance. Su Bowen had diligently compiled a comprehensive dossier regarding the issues in the southern frontier, which he intended to submit to the emperor upon his return to the capital. The troubles of the southern frontier had persisted for many years. It was a remote territory that had languished under the weak governance of the Deshuo dynasty prior to the ascension of Emperor Xiaoda. It had taken the Duke of the State 5 arduous years to expel the iron cavalry of the Great Yin from the southern regions. For decades, the local magistrates had managed the southern frontier, and although Emperor Xiaoda had worked tirelessly to strengthen the Deshuo state, the officials there had gradually become autonomous, increasingly beyond the emperor's reach. Emperor Xiaoda then turned to Minister Tang, asking, What are your thoughts, Minister? Minister Tang, now in his 60s and a veteran of 3 reigns, was highly esteemed by Emperor Xiaoda due to his contributions during the power struggles of the past. Without even glancing at Su Bowen, he proclaimed in a voice as resonant as a bell, To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. This approach is indeed commendable. Thus, Su Bowen was once again destined to tread the path to the southern frontier, though this time he would not be a general pursuing bandits, but a prisoner whose every action required the approval of the ministry. Zhao Yuanyuan, wiping her tears, lamented, How could such a calamity befall us? How could Zhang Hu repay kindness with malice, causing so many innocent lives to be lost in vain? Su Bowen embraced Zhao Yuanyuan gently, whispering words of comfort. Zhang Hu is a man of loyalty. The perpetrators of the massacre cannot possibly be him. I fear for his safety now. Does that not mean there will be no evidence left? Zhao Yuanyuan's worry deepened. Fear not, there will surely be clues left behind. Thanks to my father-in-law and Minister Tang, I am spared from waiting in prison for death, allowing me to pursue the truth myself. Yet, it seems you must endure another hardship at home. As the couple bid farewell with heavy hearts, Lian Xiao announced, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Su Bowen personally went to greet him, saying, Your Highness, given the current circumstances, I am in a state of disgrace. It would be prudent for you to distance yourself to avoid any repercussions. As usual, the Crown Prince presented a food box, stating, This is for Xiao Xiao. Today, I have brought a friend for you, Master Su. Upon glancing at the person behind the Crown Prince, Su Bowen was taken aback, preparing to pay his respects, but was stopped by the individual. The two engaged in a lengthy conversation in the study before departing. The Crown Prince spent some time playing with Su Xiao Xiao, patiently telling her, Brother Crown Prince has matters to attend to and may not visit you for a while. You must be good. Concerned that she might not understand, he wondered if she would be upset not to taste the new dishes from the imperial kitchen. Until Father's matter is resolved, Brother Crown Prince cannot come. How vexing. It forces Father to venture far away, and I cannot enjoy the dishes that Brother Crown Prince brings. Gu Huayu gently stroked Su Xiao Xiao's head, feeling a pang of sympathy. Children should not bear such burdens. They ought to grow up carefree. Su Xiao Xiao lamented that she could no longer ride on her father's shoulders or savor the delicacies brought by the Crown Prince. Her discontent was palpable. Seated on the blanket, she tugged at the red string around her neck, which seemed to come alive, slithering down her clothing like a ribbon, the diminutive bracelet resembling its collar. Zhao Yuanyuan gasped, clutching Su Bowen's thigh, trembling as she stammered, My lord, am I seeing things? What is that? Suppressing the pain in his leg, Su Bowen removed a hairpin from Zhao Yuanyuan's head, preparing to strike. It must be a snake. Do not make a sound, lest you frighten Xiao Xiao. Su Xiao Xiao seized the red serpent, bringing it close to her eyes, babbling excitedly. Had it not been for Su Bowen's grip, Yuanyuan would have rushed over, fearing for Xiao Xiao's safety. Little Red. Go ask the birds from the southern frontier who killed the villagers and where Zhang Hu is now. She could have inquired herself, alas.
She was not yet able to walk.
In an instant, the crimson creature darted out of the window. Zhao Wenyuan murmured softly, "That creature does not resemble a snake." Su Bowen succinctly replied, "Indeed, it resembles a dragon. Is our daughter conversing with a dragon?" Su Xiao Xiao released Little Red and beamed sweetly at her parents, saying, "Father will be home soon. Why do they look so strange? Don't they like me raising Little Red? But sister has a parrot and brother has a dog. They didn't say anything then." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Su Xiao Xiao lowered her head, seeking a way out. "Actually, it's not that I wanted to keep it. Little Red came on its own. It's so sad to have no owner." Zhao Wenyue, unable to ignore her demeanor, quickly scooped her up, exclaiming, "Xiao Xiao, is that your pet? Shall we make it a little house? It's quite unsettling to have it hanging around your neck all the time." Su Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she solemnly nodded her head. Sister's parrot has a cage, brother's big yellow dog has a kennel, but Little Red still doesn't have a house. After staying up half the night, Su Bowen crafted a small house for Little Red. Compared to seeking out Yuanyuan, he felt considerably more composed. Xiao Xiao was no ordinary child, and her pet was certainly not a mundane creature. It might even be a divine beast. However, that little creature had yet to return after a night out, leaving him uncertain if it could find its way home. Gazing at his peacefully sleeping daughter, he pondered how long their separation might last, wondering if upon her return Xiao Xiao would call him daddy. Chapter 55, The Ugly Handwriting of the Noble. The next day, before dawn had even broken, Su Xiao Xiao was roused from her slumber by Little Red. With a startled jolt, she sprang up. Zhao Wenyu and Su Bowen had barely settled into bed when the commotion from the small bed beside them became unmistakable. Zhao Wenyu attempted to rise to check on Xiao Xiao, but was restrained by Su Bowen, who knew how much Xiao Xiao loved her sleep. At this hour, she surely wished to avoid waking them. At that moment, the little red snake coiled at the head of Xiao Xiao's bed, its mouth opening and closing as if engaged in conversation with her. The villagers were actually slain by the soldiers from the southern frontier. How dreadful. Zhang, who has sustained serious injuries and is recuperating in a place called Heishui village in Nanjun. How shall I inform daddy? Su Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss. Despite consuming an abundance of meat, the creature showed no signs of growth, not walking or speaking, its only distinction being a round belly. Truly, it had made no progress whatsoever. She patted her little tummy, feeling quite dejected. Suddenly, her eyes darted about, and with a beaming smile, she turned to Little Red and began chattering excitedly. Whatever astonishing news she relayed seemed to perplex Little Red, who shook its head and eventually tumbled off the small bed in fright. Unperturbed, Xiao Xiao continued to express herself. Leaning over the railing, her little face scrunched up as she scolded the snake, resembling a tiny tyrant. The snake, having fallen to the ground, was at a loss for words and nodded in submission, slithering over to the nearby table, staring blankly at the ink slab. Once again, Xiao Xiao pointed her finger at it, berating it further. The snake appeared to retort a few times, but, seeing Xiao Xiao's fierce demeanor as she pointed toward the door, it drooped its head once more, resolutely dipping its tail into the ink slab and twisting it around on the nearby paper. Having finished, it picked up the paper with its mouth to show Xiao Xiao, who nodded in satisfaction. Now daddy will know where to look for people. Just as Little Red was about to descend from the table, Xiao Xiao admonished it again. And the snake, looking quite pitiful, cautiously swam down, realizing Xiao Xiao was instructing it not to smear ink everywhere. The snake dangled its tail as it exited, and after a considerable time spent cleaning itself, it returned, once again curling around Xiao Xiao's neck. Both girl and snake yawned simultaneously, with the snake transforming back into a pendant of red string. Xiao Xiao returned to her small bed, pulling up her blanket. Just a little more sleep. And tomorrow morning I'll send daddy off. With this thought, she soon drifted back to slumber. Zhao Wenyu quietly remarked, "My dear, I didn't even notice that creature was around Xiao Xiao's neck. How careless of me. What if it bites her?" Su Bowen, however, was less pessimistic, chuckling as he replied, "I find it quite endearing that it gets along so well with Xiao Xiao. Even bathing itself, it possesses a certain spirit, and if Xiao Xiao likes it, we shall keep it." Indeed, thanks to it, they now knew Zhang Hu's whereabouts, so their journey to the southern frontier would not be in vain. Reflecting on this, Zhao Wenyu also began to see the little snake as a spiritual companion. Su Bowen tightened his embrace around his wife to quell his own unease, reassuring her. With our little treasure Xiao Xiao, I shall surely be safe. Changhe has made considerable progress lately, no longer stirring trouble at the academy, and with Kong Luan's guidance, his studies have improved significantly. Yet, I cannot help but worry about Ling Shi. She is far too sensible and always considers others. I had intended to find her a good match in the coming days, but now with this incident, those families we had in mind may very well reconsider. Zhao Wenyu nestled gently against her husband, saying, I will keep an eye on Ling Shi. I only hope you return home soon so we can all be safe and sound. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the courtyard, Su Bowen gently rubbed Xiao Xiao's little nose, saying, Xiao Xiao, wake up. Let Daddy hold you. He must embark on a long journey. Struggling to open her eyes, Xiao Xiao rubbed them and thought, fortunately, Daddy woke me. Little Red is so unreliable, it was supposed to call me for morning. He deliberately carried her to the table, picking up the cryptic scribbles and scrutinizing them for a long time, unable to make heads or tails of it. Yuanyuan, come take a look at this. What do you think it is? He implored his wife for assistance. Zhao Yuanyuan, equally baffled, realized they had overheard the message Xiao Xiao wanted to convey but hesitated to speak out of fear of misinterpreting it and upsetting Xiao Xiao. What nonsense did Little Red write? Neither Mama nor Daddy can decipher it. Feigning ignorance won't help. If it ruins my plans, I'll have you skinned alive. Xiao Xiao glanced again, finding it quite clear. Why couldn't her parents understand? Crying won't help. I'll deal with you later. She tugged at the red string around her neck with determination. Zhao Wenyu's eyelids twitched. Would she inadvertently harm the little snake? Su Changhe, reluctant to part with his father, tugged his sister and dashed to their parents' room. Upon seeing them lost in thought over a piece of paper, he snatched it away, exclaiming, the murderer? Soldiers. Zhanghu to Heian village. Daddy, who wrote this? Why is it so ugly? Su Bowen and Zhao Wenyu exchanged startled glances, both astonished. We don't know, but there is indeed a Heishui village in the southern frontier. Someone must be trying to alert me to seek Zhanghu there. And the murderers are soldiers. Su Xiaoxiao felt anxious for them, wondering why they had only read half of it. Just as Su Changhe was about to remind his father, Su Bowen silenced him with a glance. There must be a noble benefactor assisting us. Now Daddy likely knows who killed the villagers and where to find Zhanghu. Who could have sent the message? Su Chang'e pandered, perplexed. Su Lingxi replied, whoever it is, they are a great benefactor to our family. The ugly handwriting is likely to prevent anyone from guessing their identity. Zhao Wenyu nodded vigorously, agreeing, Lingxi is right. They are indeed our family's great benefactor. Seeing her father successfully grasp the message, Su Xiaoxiao clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, it was me who did it.
I am truly amazing.
Su Lingxi and Su Changhe exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, with Xiao Xiao around, they consistently transformed misfortune into fortune. This time, surely their father would be safe. Zhao Wenyu, accompanied by the children, escorted Su Bowen to the city gate, handing him his luggage and taking Su Xiaoxiao from his arms, mustering a smile as she said, I will wait for your swift return with the children. Su Changhe thumped his chest confidently, declaring, don't worry, Daddy. While you're away, I will take good care of Mama, sister, and little sister. At that moment, Wang Tong, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and Zhou Huayan, Vice Minister of the Ministry of War, were already waiting for him at the city gate. Zhou Huayan could hardly believe that after speaking a few words against Su Bowen in court, Lord Shen insisted he accompany him to the southern frontier, asserting that if he clarified this matter, his promotion would be assured. Had he known, he would have kept his mouth shut. What did it matter to go to the southern frontier, where one might not return alive? What promotion could he even hope for? Chapter 56, A Fight. With Su Bowen's departure, the Duke of State's residence felt increasingly desolate. The Crown Prince has not graced the residence for several days, and the Emperor has yet to summon Su Xiaoxiao to the palace. Those who previously sought to cultivate connections with the Duke of the State have dispersed like birds and beasts. Zhao Wenyue had mentally prepared for this eventuality, feeling particularly remorseful for her daughter, as the families who had previously agreed to exchange marriage contracts with Lingxi suddenly changed their minds. Nevertheless, Su Lingxi remained optimistic and consoled her mother, asserting that such powerful families were not necessarily desirable. Despite her words, as Su Lingxi matured, the prospect of remaining unmarried loomed over her like a specter, prompting Zhao Wenyue to seek the assistance of the Grand Princess to keep an eye on potential suitors. Su Changhe, already burdened by his father's troubles, found himself further beleaguered by those who delighted in his misfortune. After a brief visit to the latrine, he returned to discover his homework mysteriously vanished. Given the notorious strictness of Master Lin and the added stress on his mother, he was unwilling to add to her woes. Patiently searching for some time yielded no results, leaving his attendant, Jixiang, equally perplexed. As he had distinctly witnessed the young master placing the assignment in his satchel that very morning, his close friend, Xiao Yi, discreetly informed him that Sun Ditsai had rummaged through his desk and seemed to have handed his homework to Pei Yuan. Grateful for the tip, Su Changhe set aside his satchel and approached Sun Ditsai, coolly inquiring, "Did you just search through my desk?" Sun Ditsai, shrinking back slightly, gained some confidence upon seeing Pei Yuan and straightened his posture, retorting, "Which of your eyes saw me rifling through your desk? A criminal son like you should not be so loud. Do you still think you are the untouchable devil with the crown prince's favor?" Su Changhe clenched his fists, voice steely, "Mind your tongue, and return my homework." Sun Ditsai, brazenly asserting that he had not taken it, further insulted Su Changhe by reminding him of his father's disgrace. The animosity Sun Ditsai harbored towards Su Changhe was rooted in his bitterness over his own lack of fortune, feeling that Su Changhe's privileges should rightfully be his. Despite having barely entered Yuan Academy, he was a target of ridicule, and in his desperation to oppose Su Changhe, he ingratiated himself with Pei Yuan, humiliating himself in the process. This morning, he had feigned casualness while telling Pei Yuan, "I heard Su Changhe's father has been exiled to the southern frontier, and even the crown prince has not visited the Su residence for days. It seems the Su family's fortunes have reached an end." Pei Yuan, appearing indifferent, replied, "You've got your ears to the ground. The Su family is doomed. It seems the grandson of the Minister of the Interior is seeking to marry his sister and is now sending gifts to the Minister of Revenue." Seeing Pei Yuan remain unfazed, Su Changhe suggested, "Pei Yuan, I've often said you bully the weak, dismissing you entirely and frequently outshining you in front of our teacher. Should we not teach him a lesson?" Pei Yuan, finding it amusing, replied, "Well then, shall we indulge him in a little game?"
Sun Ditsai,
pulling out a stack of assignments with a sinister grin, declared, "Without homework, let us see how he explains himself." With the assignments now in Pei Yuan's possession, Sun Ditsai felt emboldened, certain that the tables had turned. He added mockingly, "You, a criminal son, relying on your sister's misfortunes for fleeting favor, really think yourself important." Su Changhe, having restrained himself thus far to spare his mother worry, could no longer tolerate the insult to his father, nor the mention of his sister. He struck Sun Ditsai squarely, blood pouring from his nose. Gripping Sun Ditsai's hair, he demanded, "Tell me, where's my homework?" Pei Yuan sauntered over, tauntingly saying, "Are you looking for this? If you act like Sun Ditsai and grovel before me, I might return it." Su Changhe scoffed, "I see you are the true dog. If you fancy dogs so much, allow me to accommodate you." With that, he charged at Pei Yuan, who was no match for him, being quickly subdued and roughly handled. Pei Yuan, in pain, shouted to his attendants and lackeys, "Are you all dead? Get in there." A swarm of students rushed in, wrestling with Su Changhe, while Jixiang, witnessing his master being bullied, rolled up his sleeves to join the fray. Fearing for Su Changhe's safety due to his isolation, Xiao Yi hurried off to fetch their teacher, who finally intervened and separated them. The teacher, his beard trembling with anger, scolded, "What kind of place is this that allows you to run wild?" With blood smeared across his face, Sun Ditsai blurted, "Su Changhe struck me first." Pei Yuan stepped in to mediate, and he went berserk, attacking even Pei Yuan. The other students merely intervened to assist. Jixiang retorted. He only acted after Sun Ditsai brought the homework to Pei Yuan, while spewing foul words. The teacher turned to Su Changhe, asking, "Did you initiate the altercation?"
Su Changhe,
defiantly retorting, "They are far too overbearing. They deserved it." The teacher, stern-faced, replied, "A gentleman speaks but does not strike. After all this time studying, you've made no progress. Return and copy the Analects 10 times. To deal with petty people, one need not resort to gentlemanly methods." Su Changhe bristled at the perceived injustice. The teacher raised his voice, "Shall I summon your mother to discuss this?" Instantly deflated, Su Changhe acquiesced, "Fine, I shall copy it. Who is afraid of whom?"
Sun Ditsai,
smirking behind the teacher's back, made a face at Su Changhe. The teacher then turned his gaze to Pei Yuan, saying, "You incited this ruckus as well. You must also copy the Analects 10 times. Pei Yuan, equally indignant, protested, "Teacher, look at the state I'm in. I demand justice." The teacher shot him a sidelong glance. "So many of you couldn't defeat too? Do not let your grandfather hear of this. You may find yourself on the receiving end of a beating." Pei Yuan had no retort. The teacher then looked at Sun Ditsai, his disdain barely concealed. Chapter 57. The True Dog. Sun Ditsai quickly exclaimed, "Teacher, it was Su Changhe who struck me first. I did nothing." Tang Yongning, who had been quietly reading, then interjected nonchalantly. You were the one who handed Su Changhe's homework to Pei Yuan, and now you wish to extricate yourself from this? He then bowed to the teacher and resumed reading. With a sigh, the teacher lamented, Sun Ditsai, you truly are beyond redemption. Even copying the Analects is a challenge for you. Perhaps you should attempt to copy the 1,000-character classic instead. The room erupted in laughter. The 1,000-character classic was typically for toddlers. Alas! Sun Ditsai had commenced his studies late and was of mediocre talent. Had he dedicated himself, he might have achieved the rank of scholar. Instead, driven by malice and disinterest in his studies, it was only through pressure from Xin Tianyu that the principal had reluctantly accepted him. Among the classmates, aside from Xiao Yi and Tang Yongning, everyone else received an unwelcome homework assignment package, casting a pall over the entire classroom. Sun Ditsai, unwilling to concede, shouted at Xiao Yi, it must be you who reported me. Otherwise, the teacher wouldn't have arrived so swiftly. Young Master Pei, it was Xiao Yi who caused you to be punished with copying. Tang Yongning, displeased, set down his book and retorted, the teacher was summoned by me.
Pei Yuan.
Surely you are not so foolish as to let that simpleton, Sun Ditsai, deceive you twice and use you as a pawn. Pei Yuan scratched his head, suddenly enlightened and infuriated, realizing he had been played for a fool by Sun Ditsai. He approached, clapping a hand on Sun Ditsai's shoulder, and with a beaming smile, said, Ditsai, wait for me after class, I have a gift for you. Pei Yuan had never spoken so amicably to him, which filled Sun Ditsai with dread. Knowing he was dealing with the grandson of Tang Taisher, and thus dared not provoke him. When class ended, Pei Yuan indeed awaited Sun Ditsai, forcing him to bark like a dog for half the day in front of everyone, even performing a comedic act of gnawing a bone, drawing the attention of all. In the end, Pei Yuan tossed a silver ingot at him, stepping on his back as he declared, a dog should behave like a dog. Do not think you can act like a master just because you have support. Scram. Sun Ditsai, already insecure from his humble beginnings, had hoped that aligning with Pei Yuan would elevate his status, only to find himself the laughingstock of the entire academy. Everyone now regarded him as a mere dog. He felt utterly humiliated, as if he were less than a dog, ruining the face of scholars everywhere. He resolved never to associate with someone like that again. The others avoided him like a plague, and Sun Ditsai sat on the ground, feeling stifled, until his father, Zhou Quan, came to collect him. Zhou Quan did not notice his son's bruised face and tearful eyes, but rather the silver ingot on the ground. My goodness, this silver must be worth 10 taels, he exclaimed, picking it up and biting it to test its authenticity. Well done, son, you've made a name for yourself. Studying has its rewards. Sun Ditsai burst out in despair, all you think about is money. Do you even know this was a reward for barking like a dog and gnawing on a bone? Zhou Quan looked at his son in confusion. What are you shouting about? You earned 10 taels for barking like a dog. This is a profit. Why not ask if they need an old dog? I can do that too. He then proceeded to bark a few times for effect. Sun Ditsai wished he could sink into the ground. It was all the fault of the Su family, especially his grandmother. Had she not replaced his mother, she would never have brought home such a useless son-in-law. He wouldn't be so foolish. He would be like Su Changhe or Tang Yongning, a respected young master and a favored student of the teacher. But now he was a clown pointed at and laughed at, while his father only cared about the silver ingot on the ground, completely disregarding his well-being. Filled with disgust, he stormed off, leaving Zhou Quan behind. Upon returning to their dilapidated courtyard, his dissatisfaction grew. He kicked over the beans drying in the sun, startling his sister, Sun Yingying, who burst into tears. What on earth is wrong with you? Why are you kicking the beans? Sun Kaidai scolded as she came out, only to see her son's bruised face. She dropped what she was doing and anxiously examined him. Who did this to you? Tell your mother, and I will have your grandmother avenge you. Sun Ditsai, irritated, pushed aside Sun Yingying. Grandmother, what good does it do to mention her all the time? How long has it been since she sent us money or gifts? She must think that since she is favored by the emperor, she has forgotten us. Even if she knows I was beaten by that impostor, she likely wouldn't lift a finger for me. They are all deceivers. With another kick, he broke the fence of the chicken coop, causing the hens to scatter in a frenzy. They live in luxury, enjoying the best of everything. If I want to eat an egg, I have to raise the chickens myself. Grandmother has long abandoned us, abandoned you. Sun Ditsai yelled as he stormed to his room, leaving Sun Kaidai alone to observe the chaos of chickens and droppings in the yard, tears streaming down her face. Ever since the last incident, life had indeed become less generous. The money they received was only a few taels at a time, barely enough for anything. She decided she must visit her mother. If she refused to give money, she would expose the situation. Suddenly, the wailing daughter stopped crying, and Sun Kaidai turned to see her little girl attempting to eat chicken droppings. Furious, she shouted, "Zhang Ma, where have you been? The young lady is eating chicken droppings, and you're not watching her." Zhang Ma, dropping the seeds she was holding, muttered, "What young lady? You haven't paid me my wages for 3 months. Do you expect me to work like a horse? Just a country girl, pretending to be a young lady." After saying this, she leisurely walked out of the kitchen, coldly remarking, "Here I am, all alone, having to cook and take care of the child. You should help out too." With that, she disdainfully picked up Sun Ying from the ground and tossed her into a basin of water. Then she smacked her forehead. "Oh dear, look at my memory. The chicken soup will boil dry. Madam, please wash the young lady, and I'll get some soup for the young master." Sun Kaidai opened her mouth to protest but closed it again, opting to wash her daughter instead. If it weren't for Zhang Ma's binding contract with Lu Shi, she would have left long ago. Now, everything in the household depended on her, and she truly dared not offend her. If Zhang Ma were to quit, she would have to do all the work herself. Zhang Ma picked out the chicken leg meat and ladled out the soup, and after everyone had eaten their fill, she added a scoop of water to the soup and served 3 bowls. "Madam, here's your chicken soup. Why hasn't the master returned yet?" Sun Kaidai took a sip of the bland soup, dropped her spoon, and said, "Watch over the young lady. I'm stepping out for a moment." She walked alone toward the Duke of Jinggua's residence. Zhang Ma spat in her direction, penny pincher, acting like a big shot. She regretted it. Had she stayed quietly in Lady Zhao's courtyard, she wouldn't be burdened with this fatigue now. After class, Su Changhe specifically arranged to meet Zhao Yi to wait for Tang Yongning. Although the Tang Taisher family never mingled with the Duke of Jinggua's, he was a man who repaid kindness. He had to express his gratitude to Tang Yongning. As they waited, Tang Yongning, accompanied by his attendant, slowly exited the academy. Even in the sweltering heat, he wore heavy clothing and occasionally coughed, clearly unwell. Just before he boarded his carriage, Su Changhe called out, "Young Master Tang, thank you for today. If it weren't for you, Pei Yuan would surely have held a grudge against Zhao Yi. You have helped me, and we shall be friends from now on." Tang Yongning replied coolly, "I merely spoke the truth. There is no need for gratitude, Su Gongzi." Zhao Yi also wished to express his thanks but, being naturally shy, did not know what to say and could only smile at Tang Yongning. Tang Yongning gave a slight nod, a silent farewell, and then boarded his carriage, departing without another word. Jixiang pouted, "That young Master Tang is rather aloof. You and Xiao Gongzi waited for him for so long, and he just leaves like that." Su Changhe chuckled. "Young Master Tang may be reserved in demeanor, but he possesses exceptional character. He is the grandson of Tang Taisher and never bullies others. He helped us today, and from now on, he is my friend." Zhao Yi sighed as he watched the carriage roll away. "Changhe, I fear you might be one-sided. Young Master Tang may not feel the same way." Su Changhe dismissed this. "Whether he wishes to be friends or not is of little consequence. I have recognized him as a friend in my heart, just as you did with me once. Look at us now, we are good friends." Jixiang, with a worried expression, said, "Young Master, we should return quickly. Look at our appearances. We ought to consider how to explain ourselves to the lady." Zhao Yi, aware of Su Changhe's fear of his mother, dared not delay further, and quickly climbed into his own carriage. Su Changhe and Jixiang mounted their horses and sped away, slowing down as they passed Tang Yongning's carriage. Su Changhe called out, "Brother Tang, see you tomorrow," and then hurried off. The book boy of Tang Yongning muttered, "This young master Su really doesn't regard himself as an outsider. He clearly knows our families do not associate, yet he still calls you brother. With his demeanor, he is certainly not in the same league as you." However, Tang Yongning lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing with a smile at the vigorous figure of Su Changhe as he strode ahead, murmuring, "Friend? How amusing." As they neared home, Su Changhe dismounted, handed the horse to Jixiang, and stealthily climbed over the wall into the courtyard, quietly slipping into his own quarters. His mother was undoubtedly waiting for him at the front gate. As long as he remained indoors, she would remain oblivious to his brawl. He pushed open his door and gulped down a cup of tea, collapsing onto his bed with a sigh of relief. "Finally, I can lie down. My bones feel like they are about to shatter." Yet, he was startled by his mother's booming voice from nearby, "Su Changhe, get up this instant." Su Changhe was so frightened that he scrambled up, only to see Zhao Wanqing brandishing a rolling pin, her expression filled with fury. "Mother, how did you come in? You moved like a ghost." Su Changhe thought he might just die from embarrassment. "Mother, please don't be angry, I didn't get into a fight. I just fell off my horse." Zhao Wanqing surveyed her son's bruised eye, swollen cheek, and tattered clothing, her heart aching like it was pierced by needles. Tears brimming in her eyes. Xiao Xiao has been broadcasting live from home today. It seems the news of your fight came from the Academy's crickets, which relayed the tale to the sycamore tree at the entrance. The oriole perched on that tree then informed the peony at the town lord's residence. Xiao Xiao has been sitting under the peony all day. Zhao Wanqing recalled that Xiao Xiao mentioned Sun Dicai called her brother the son of a criminal, and that he was incredibly brave, beating both Pei Yuan and Sun Dicai into a pulp. She had intended to frighten Su Changhe, but to her dismay, he had ended up worse for wear. Seeing her mother in tears, Su Changhe panicked, preferring to receive another beating. "Mother, please don't cry. I promise I won't do this again." Zhao Wanqing tossed aside the rolling pin and carefully applied medicine to his wounds. "Does it hurt?" Su Changhe nonchalantly replied, "Mother, it's just a scratch. It doesn't hurt at all." Yet, beads of cold sweat were already forming on his forehead. Zhao Wanqing's heart ached for him. She wished the injuries were all hers. As she tended to Su Changhe, she advised, "Be more astute in the future. If you can't win, just run. They outnumber you. After all, how could you and Jixiang possibly stand against them?" Su Changhe chuckled, "So you've already heard. Don't worry, they didn't fare well either. Especially Pei Yuan and Sun Dicai, they are worse off than I am. Rest assured, Pei Yuan wouldn't dare tell old Master Pei about this. Our teacher has already reprimanded him." Zhao Wanqing sighed, "Your teacher is worrying about you, so you should take it easy and stop causing him trouble every day." Su Changhe did not agree with his mother's words, saying, "Mother, you always teach me not to provoke trouble, but also not to back down in fear. Sun Dicai insulted father as a criminal and spoke ill of my sister. I simply couldn't endure it. Pei Yuan was foolish enough to fall into Sun Dicai's trap. In times like these, we must not bow our heads. Otherwise, they might truly believe father has committed a wrong." This argument left Zhao Wanqing momentarily speechless. And she smiled softly. "My son has grown up, learning to outmaneuver his mother. However, you've offended your classmates like a rooster fighting, who will want to be your friend in the future." Su Changhe was unperturbed, waving his hand dismissively. "What nonsense, mother. I only dealt with those who deserved it. I have no common ground with them. Fortunately, Tang Yongning spoke up for me. Xiao Yicai was not implicated. I have already recognized Tang Yongning as my friend. Although he hasn't agreed yet, I feel we are kindred spirits." Zhao Wanqing, intrigued, asked, "Is Tang Yongning the grandson of Grand Tutor Tang? What exactly happened?" "You must tell me." Su Changhe recounted how Tang Yongning had assisted him and how he expressed his gratitude. Once Zhao Wanqing finished applying the medicine and offering him some advice, she returned to her own quarters, weighed down by her thoughts. Grand Tutor Tang's legitimate daughter was the lawful wife of the Duke of the town, who had tragically died in childbirth. After several years, the Duke fell ill, losing his faculties, and was sent to Winspring Mountain Villa for recuperation. The Tang family had since severed ties with the Su family. According to Xiao Xiao, Grand Tutor Tang was the maternal grandfather of Su Bowen. Su Bowen had only Liu as his relative since childhood, and now even that mother was a mere facade. Zhao Wanqing understood how desperately Su Bowen craved familial affection, especially since Grand Tutor Tang had doted on his daughter. This matter had long been a source of concern for the couple. Now that the elders were advancing in years, even if they could not recognize each other for now, they should still engage with the Tang family to express their filial piety. Grand Tutor Tang had spoken on Bowen's behalf in court, and Tang Yongning had testified for Changhe in the academy. These two matters were sufficient for her to convey her gratitude to the Duke. Just as Zhao Wanqing exited Su Changhe's courtyard, she spotted her daughter Su Lingxi arriving with Xiao Xiao. "Mother, I brought Xiao Xiao to see Changhe." "Indeed. I'm here to tend to his injuries." That cricket only spoke half the truth. Had I known my brother was in trouble, I would have sent Xiao Hong to deal with them long ago. Zhao Wanqing felt her heart racing. Her son was already so combative, and now her half-year-old daughter was the same. What a worry she would become in the future. Chapter 59. Truly exceptional acting. Zhao Wanqing gave Su Lingxi a barely perceptible look. "Well then, take Xiao Xiao to see him. Let her understand that fighting is not a good thing." Is mother hinting at me? Anyway, I am still young. Fighting is still far off for me. Zhao Wanqing sighed silently, choosing to feign ignorance. Seeing his sister, Su Changhe felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly pulled the covers over his head. "Is my brother too ashamed to face anyone? Didn't you say you won? Had I known, I would have helped you."
Listening to Su Yaoya's monologue, Su Hane felt increasingly mortified.
Su Lingxi lifted his covers. "You weren't afraid of fighting. Why are you shy now? Let me see how badly you're hurt." Su Lingxi genuinely felt for her brother. Yet upon seeing his bruised left eye and swollen right cheek, she couldn't help but laugh, nearly dropping Su Xiaoxiao in the process.
Goodness.
To be beaten up like this, and still call it a victory. If you weren't my brother, I would have thrown you away. Su Changhe hadn't felt this despondent when he was actually being beaten. Truly, they were his real sisters, one mocking him and the other disdainful. He wrapped himself tightly in the covers again. I've had my fill of laughter. You may leave now. This was entirely unnecessary. Su Lingxi realized she had laughed too loudly, so she gently consoled him. Don't be upset. I didn't mean it that way. Well, it really is quite funny. Ha ha ha, you look like a one-eyed panda. It's just hilarious. Su Lingxi had intended to hold back her laughter this time, but Xiao Xiao's inner commentary was too infectious. And she couldn't contain herself. Are you really my biological sister and brother? Su Changhe felt genuinely hurt and wanted to see for himself if he really looked that ridiculous. He threw off the covers and angrily walked to the mirror. Shocked at his own reflection, a large bump on his forehead, and his left eye surrounded by bruises, resembling a lump of coal, apart from the whites of his eyes. Not a single spot remained unblemished. His left cheek was somewhat better, only 3 claw marks, but the right side was a dismal sight, swollen larger than a bun. He had mocked Sun Ditsai for looking like a pig's head, never anticipating he would appear even worse. No wonder Jixiang and Xiao Yi had continually advised him to wait until his injuries healed before thanking Tang Yongning. No wonder they looked at him with pity. Su Changhe slumped to the ground, truly embarrassed for Tang Yongning. In such a state, he had boasted of wanting to be friends with him. Yet he hadn't fled in terror. Su Lingxi had never seen her brother in such a despondent state, feeling quite distressed. Changhe, do you feel unwell? Do you want me to apply more medicine? I feel unwell all over, especially in my heart. I even arranged to meet Tang Yongning at the academy tomorrow. In this state, how can I face anyone? Today is not the first time they have seen me. Is it too late to worry about appearances now? Su Lingxi firmly agreed, adding, they have seen you today, even if you swell up at night. It won't be to such an extent that they wouldn't recognize you. Are you two genuinely trying to provoke me?
Sister.
You need not feel obliged to comfort me, Su Changhe lamented, having lost even the desire to cry. It was only upon Su Changhe's reminder that Su Xiaoxiao recalled that she had not come merely to mock her brother. Look at my memory. I came here to tend to my brother's injuries. A mere scratch will heal, with a puff of breath. There's no reason for despair. However, the way you look right now is quite amusing. Perhaps I should wait until tomorrow to treat you, she mused.
Su Lingxi,
aware that Su Changhe could discern Su Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts, shot him a glance, refraining from speaking. Suddenly, Su Changhe rolled over from the ground, suppressing the pain as he clung to Su Xiaoxiao, whining, Xiaoxiao, brother is in so much pain. I wonder if it will hurt even more tonight. I know you are the best and won't tease me like sister does. Ouch, it really hurts. Su Changhe's exaggerated performance was almost unbearable for Su Lingxi to witness. Yet Su Xiaoxiao was thoroughly entertained. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she remarked, actually, I'm laughing louder inside than sister. Does it hurt that much? A puff for me will surely help. Sure enough, she embraced Su Changhe's face and blew gently. A refreshing breeze, laced with a hint of milk scent, met Su Changhe, and the fiery pain on his cheeks instantly subsided. The discomfort in other areas of his body vanished, and he felt invigorated.
Su Hanesen Su Yaoyao's Marakelas effect.
While Su Lingxi witnessed this enchanting moment, after a few gentle blows, the swelling on Su Changhe's forehead diminished, the bruises on his cheeks faded, and the scratches disappeared, restoring his usual appearance, save for one eye that remained darkened. Su Xiaoxiao, holding onto Su Changhe's neck, curiously examined his eyes, saying, perhaps we should let your eye recover for a few days. It's rather entertaining. Su Lingxi couldn't help but chuckle. Her sister was far too mischievous.
Rivaling Su Hanesentix.
Sister, we can't do that. A good person must see things through. Xiaoxiao, my eyes hurt so much I can't even open them. Su Changhe groaned, covering his eyes. That can't be. My healing powers are unparalleled. They absolutely cannot fail. It must be that those ruffians inflicted such heavy wounds on your eyeball. Just wait. Those who harmed my brother will face consequences tonight. Su Changhe genuinely wished for his sister not to seek revenge. He merely desired to restore his handsome visage to present himself, while the following day.
Xiaoxiao.
Please help me with my eyes. They hurt so much, he implored. What a pity. You look quite good like this, Su Xiaoxiao lamented, reluctantly blowing gently again in front of Su Changhe's eyes, finally revealing their original state. Xiaoxiao, you are simply marvelous. With your help, I feel no pain at all. Su Changhe exclaimed, embracing her while stealing a glance in the mirror. To his surprise, he thought he looked even more handsome than before. Surely, he must have done many good deeds in his past life to deserve such a remarkable sister. Su Xiaoxiao beamed with pride. I have many more talents. I will protect you both from now on. Su Lingxi gave her a thumbs up, astonished at her impressive acting skills. Su Changhe, turning his back to Su Xiaoxiao, made a shushing gesture, realizing that children are indeed easy to coax. Seeing her brother was no longer in distress, Su Lingxi remarked, I will take Xiaoxiao to find mother. Since you are better now, you should focus on copying the analects 10 times, as mother will not grant you an excuse.
Su Han's smile instantly faded.
He had been so preoccupied with winning over Tang Yongning that he had forgotten about the punishment of copying. Had he known his eye could remain swollen for a few more days, it would have been better. This was truly a case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the hare, inadvertently shooting himself in the foot.
Now.
He desperately wished for Xiaoxiao to revert his eyes back. Su Lingxi, with a single glance, discerned Su Changhe's unspoken thoughts and hurriedly whisked Su Xiaoxiao away. If they continued to linger, the secret that they could hear Su Xiaoxiao's inner voice would be exposed. What would they do if Xiaoxiao stopped speaking in the future? After all, it was merely copying texts. They could always forego sleep. Chapter 60. A collective affliction of the eyes. That night, Su Changhe persevered until the rooster crowed, finally completing the tasks assigned by his teacher. When Jixiang came to call him, he was astonished. Young master, how did your face heal so quickly? Although your eyes still seem a bit sluggish. Wait, weren't you injured in your left eye? Why does your right eye look equally lackluster? Su Changhe glanced in the mirror. That was no injury, merely a consequence of staying up late. He scrutinized Jixiang, asking, your injury seems to have healed rapidly as well. Did you hold Xiaoxiao? Jixiang smiled sheepishly. Last night, the young lady gave me a pill, claiming it had miraculous healing properties. The third young lady insisted I hold her. She smells delightful and is quite adorable. Su Changhe rolled his eyes. Look at you. So utterly unrefined. Though Xiaoxiao is indeed charming. Upon arriving at the school, Su Changhe found that only Xiao Yi and Tang Yongning were present in their class. Where is everyone else? He inquired.
Well,
Pei Yuan and Sun Dicai are injured more severely and may take leave, but the others should be fine. Their fighting prowess is not that impressive, right? I don't know. Tang Yongning replied without lifting his head. All the other students have inexplicably suffered from my ailments. It is said that they are so swollen they cannot open their eyes. The teacher even requested the imperial physician to examine Pei Yuan closely to see if it is contagious. It shouldn't be contagious, Tang Yongning asserted, his head still down. He had experience with this. If it were contagious, he would have been the first to suffer, as he was naturally frail. The slightest sneeze from someone else would leave him bedridden with a severe cold. Since he remained unharmed, it was clear that the eye affliction was not contagious. Xiao Yi pondered aloud, it's quite strange. How did everyone suddenly develop eye problems? If it weren't for the teacher sending me to confirm, I would suspect they were merely slacking off. Have you noticed that all those who took leave are the ones who fought with Changhe yesterday? You fought too. How come you are fine and healed so quickly?
Su Changhe interrupted Xiao Yi. Wait.
Are you saying that everyone who fought with me yesterday is now afflicted with eye ailments? Indeed.
Xiao Yi nodded vigorously.
Su Changhe felt a sense of foreboding. He had performed too enthusiastically last night, and Xiaoxiao, thinking his eyes were gravely injured, declared that none of those who harmed him would go unpunished. Could this be the handiwork of Xiaoxiao? He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the unrealistic notion.
How could that be?
No matter how capable Xiaoxiao was, she couldn't possibly handle so many people at once. You still haven't told me how your injury healed so quickly. Yesterday, you looked like a pig's head. I thought you wouldn't show up today, Xiao Yi pressed, curiosity evident in his tone. Su Changhe laughed it off. My mother applied a very potent medicine, and besides, my injury wasn't that severe. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. What kind of medicine? Is there a prescription? My family runs a medical clinic. We could develop it and sell it in bulk, and we can split the profits. Internally, Su Changhe chuckled. That was a magic remedy from his sister. And no amount of money could procure it. Externally, he wore a face of regret. What a pity. My mother said that the medicine was gifted by a distinguished individual, and there's only a small vial. Besides, it would be rather unscrupulous to disclose the prescription. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi had no choice but to relent. Meanwhile, Jixiang, waiting outside, regretted having consumed such an extraordinary medicine. Had he known it was so precious, he would never have taken it. What a waste to give such valuable medicine to a mere servant. Though Tang Yongning remained fixated on his book, he too was genuinely curious about how Su Changhe had healed so quickly. Having heard it was due to the pill, He marveled at the medicine's efficacy in his mind. Su Changhe, wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic, pulled Xiao Yi over to sit beside Tang Yongning, seeking a new discussion. Brother Tang, I find this section a bit unclear. Could you explain it to me? Tang Yongning displayed no expression, yet he accepted the book and inquired. Here? Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, this was precisely what he had explained to himself 2 days prior. Had Changhe lost his wits? Before Xiao Yi could finish his thought, Su Changhe covered his mouth, exclaiming, Surely, you wouldn't be ignorant of this as well? Then why hesitate? Let us all listen together. Thus, it became a routine for Su Changhe to periodically approach Tang Yongning with questions, successfully prying open his lips and forging a friendship. But that is a tale for another time. At present, Lu Shi was in a foul mood. Sun Kaidai had returned from the corner gate, weeping and wailing that Dekai had been beaten by Su Changhe, demanding Lu Shi take action on his behalf, lamenting that he had lost all his injury compensation. Lu Shi could not help but soothe Sun Kaidai with kind words and even handed her 100 taels of silver. Upon seeing this Sun Kaidai became even more despondent. In the years gone by, her mother had provided her with various items in shops, and money had flowed in thousands of taels. Now, with the shop reclaimed and the residence sold, receiving only a few dozen or 100 taels barely sufficed for anything. Clutching the money close, Sun Kaidai pitifully remarked, Mother, do you no longer wish to acknowledge me? The money you provide grows ever less. Dekai has been so severely beaten. Yet you do not take action against that rascal Su Changhe. Lu Shi, burdened with unspoken grievances, reflected on how the expenses of the Duke's household had largely relied on Zhao Wanyue's dowry over the years. Now that she had reclaimed her dowry and shown no interest in household matters, Lu Shi's private funds had been drained to fill the gaps left behind. Maintaining the Duke's estate with the meager family resources and her title as a noble wife had become increasingly arduous. Seeing her daughter's ingratitude only added to Lu Shi's irritation. You dare speak? If it weren't for your ruckus at Nanju Pavilion, Zhao Wenyue would never have discovered the income from her shop was being pilfered by us. Now that she has reclaimed her shop and estate, where am I to find excess funds? This is all I have for my old age, and you and Zhou Quan ought to exercise some restraint. Otherwise, you will surely drag me down. Sun Kaidai, sensing her mother's anger, dared not retort and suggested, Mother, in my opinion, it would be wise to deal with Zhao Wenyue sooner rather than later, then all our troubles would vanish. Lu Shi had pondered this herself, but with the Crown Prince visiting Su Xiaoxiao daily and Su Bowen having returned, she dared not act rashly. However, with Su Bowen now in trouble and sent to the southern frontier, and with no word from the palace for quite some time, she thought that if Zhao Wenyue were removed now, her dowry would become her own. Shen Tianyu had stated that this time, Su Bowen would surely not return. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Shi whispered a few words to Sun Kaidai, who broke into a grin. Mother, your methods are astute. This is even more satisfying than killing her. With Lu Shi's implicit approval, Sun Kaidai no longer felt the 100 taels were insufficient and joyfully slipped away through the corner gate. As soon as she departed, Bai Ji informed Zhao Wenyue of her visit. Money can indeed work wonders. The maids in Lu Shi's courtyard had been bribed by Bai Ji. Any hint of movement would swiftly reach Zhao Wenyue. Madam, Lu Shi and Sun Kaidai spoke for quite a while, but she sent them away. So, I couldn't hear the specifics. Zhao Wenyue set her needlework aside, calmly responding, There's no rush. Someone is watching Sun Kaidai, and nothing will go awry. Prepare yourself. We shall visit the Grand Preceptor's residence tomorrow. Chapter 61. Even elixirs are of no avail now. Zhao Wenyue had long desired to establish a connection between Su Bowen and the Tang family, for blood is thicker than water. The Grand Preceptor and his wife would surely be gratified to learn that their daughter still had kin. However, despite her intentions, she felt utterly unprepared. Although the Grand Preceptor had spoken a word of justice on Bowen's behalf in the court, it was merely a matter of public interest. Tang Yongning's testimony on behalf of Changhe merely indicated good upbringing. The two families had not interacted for decades, and with her apparent identity as Lu Shi's daughter-in-law, it seemed improbable that she would gain entry into the Grand Preceptor's gates. As the legitimate daughter of the Jing'an Marquisate, Zhao Wenyue had seen much in her life. Yet this time, she found herself in a state of disarray. She changed her attire multiple times, each time either too plain or too ostentatious. And her jewelry was swapped out repeatedly, never quite striking the right balance. Lian Xiao teased, Madam, you seem more particular about this visit than when meeting the Emperor and Empress. Zhao Wenyue sighed softly. You do not understand. The Grand Preceptor is highly esteemed. and the old matron is renowned. I must exercise caution. Is Lingxi ready?
Su Lingxi.
Clad in a pale green muslin dress with only a single golden hairpin adorning her hair, appeared both simple and serene. Zhao Yuanyuan nodded in satisfaction. Our Lingxi has grown. Su Lingxi had never witnessed her mother's meticulousness before. Through Xiao Xiao's insights, she had gleaned some understanding of her family's connection to the Tang clan, making her mother's caution all the more comprehensible. She retrieved a gold hairpin from her jewelry box and inserted it into her mother's hair, smiling. This is perfect, elegant, and dignified. Yet Zhao Yuanyuan remained unconvinced. Might it be too flashy? Not at all. It is just right. Mother. Even an unsightly daughter-in-law must present herself well to her in-laws. Besides, you are dignified and graceful. There is nothing to worry about. Zhao Yuanyuan sensed her daughter's words carried a deeper meaning, but she chose not to pursue it, merely responding with a faint smile. You are quite the chatterbox. Bai Zhi had already changed Su Xiaoxiao into her attire and was now diligently styling her sparse hair into small bunches. As she tied a red ribbon around her hair, she remarked, "Third miss, Madam is quite concerned about this visit. You must behave well, and upon our return, I shall reward you with a meat bone. Mother is simply overly anxious, fearing we may not gain entry into the Tang residence. Yet those from the Tang family who wish to visit are already on their way. Could this be a case of mutual understanding?" Zhao Yuanyuan and Su Lingxi exchanged puzzled glances at this, wondering how the Tang family could possibly come to invite them personally. Just as their doubts surfaced, the doorkeeper indeed arrived to announce that the Tang family's chief steward had come to call. At this, Zhao Yuanyuan finally believed Xiao Xiao's words and ushered her daughters to welcome the chief steward, Tang Shun, into their abode. Before Zhao Yuanyuan could extend her customary pleasantries, the steward knelt down without hesitation, exclaiming, "Madam Zhao, I am aware that my visit is presumptuous, but in urgent matters, one must act. Please, madam, save us." Zhao Yuanyuan, bewildered, hurried to assist him, inquiring, "Why must you pay such respects, Steward Tang? Speak plainly." Despite the impropriety, the steward disregarded formalities, stating, "I have come seeking medicine, for my lord accidentally fell yesterday and has remained unconscious. The imperial physician claims he has sustained severe injuries, with meridian severed, and there is no hope of recovery. Young master mentioned that madam possesses a miraculous pill, a remedy that cures all ailments, akin to divine medicine, prompting our bold visit. It is inappropriate for a mere servant to come, but the old master and matron are distraught and have fallen ill, and with madam busy caring for my lord, I had no choice but to make this journey." Upon hearing this news, Zhao Yuanyuan felt a jolt of alarm and asked, "Is Tang Darren injured?" After all, Tang Darren was Su Bowen's uncle. Although anxious, she felt helpless, as she possessed no miraculous pill. Su Lingxi, however, grasped the situation. After Xiao Xiao treated Su Changhe and Jixiang's injuries, fearing Jixiang might overthink, she had given him a black sesame pill. The so-called miraculous medicine the steward spoke of must surely be the black sesame pill. Just as Zhao Yuanyuan was about to decline, Su Lingxi stopped her, insisting that it depended on whether Xiao Xiao could manage this. Indeed, they soon heard Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Upon calculation, my uncle's life hangs by a thread. I fear this scare may also affect my little cousin. I have life-saving elixirs in my bracelet space, but how can I get them to mother? Zhao Yuanyuan's heart soared with joy upon hearing this, and she instructed the steward to wait, cradling Su Xiaoxiao as she and Su Lingxi returned to the room. She laid Su Xiaoxiao upon the bed and patiently inquired, "Did you treat your brother and Jixiang's injuries?" Su Xiaoxiao proudly patted her chest, nodding with satisfaction. "Mother is truly clever for knowing to come to me. This makes things much easier." Zhao Yuanyuan then inquired, "Can you treat Lord Tang's injuries? He is of utmost importance to your father." Although Xiao Xiao was aware of the relationship between the Tang family and her own, Zhao Yuanyuan felt compelled to ask. Xiao Xiao was astute and cautious. She nodded, thinking, "Mother is truly wise. She has already deduced that the Tang family is my father's maternal lineage. Fear not. With me around, no one in our family shall be lost." Zhao Yuanyuan felt a pang of shame. Were it not for Xiao Xiao, she would have remained oblivious to Lu's malicious nature and would never have been able to locate her husband's kin. Zhao Yuanyuan gently encouraged then, "Mother shall take you to the Tang residence, and you can treat Lord Tang." Xiao Xiao obediently nodded, yet her heart raced with anxiety. What are we waiting for? We must hurry. It will be too late otherwise. Zhao Yuanyuan and Su Lingxi dared not delay, swiftly taking Xiao Xiao to the Tang family's carriage, urging the driver to hasten their pace. Tang Shun, observing this, mused to himself that this lady from the Su family was truly commendable. Despite having no familial ties or prior acquaintance, she was so invested in the matter, far more considerate than Liu. The Tang residence was in chaos. Tang Yuanyuan's pulse was weak. With only the faintest breath of life remaining, there was no longer any outgoing breath. The imperial physician had already begun preparations for the aftermath. Upon hearing this, the Grand Tutor and the matriarch both lost their breath and fainted, while Tang Yongning, in a state of panic, coughed up blood and was hastily taken back inside. Only Tang Yuanyuan's wife, Qi, maintained her composure, managing the household, though she too would have succumbed to fainting had she not feared leaving the family unattended. Upon entering, Xiao Xiao was enveloped by a heavy gloom that hung over the Tang residence. According to the narrative she had read, the presence of the Grand Tutor's family would obstruct the protagonist's grand plans. Thus, Tang Yuanyuan's fall seemed to threaten the very lineage of the Tang family. With a cold smirk, Xiao Xiao thought, from the moment I was born, I was destined to navigate this storyline. I shall not allow my ancestral kin to perish unjustly. Not on my watch. With a flick of her wrist, she dispersed the foul air that clouded the room. Sunlight poured in, infusing the courtyard with renewed vitality. Tang Shun hurriedly announced, "Madam, I have brought Zhao Madam, as you requested." Zhao Yuanyuan and Su Lingxi bowed to Qi. Greetings, Madam Qi." Qi, hurriedly returning the gesture, apologetically said, "I am truly sorry for the trouble. I did not mean for you to come here in person. But I fear that even the most miraculous elixirs may prove futile at this point." Qi was anxious and, in her haste, failed to notice that Zhao Yuanyuan and her daughter had bowed in respect, a gesture befitting one of elder status. Chapter 62. The Turmoil of the Tang Residence. Xiao Zhao's eyes shone brightly. "This is indeed a miraculous elixir. Even if I must venture to the underworld, I will bring my uncle back." Having finally found family, each of whom were kind-hearted, Xiao Xiao could not bear to see them suffer. Encouraged by Xiao Zhao's unwavering confidence, Zhao Yuanyuan regained her composure and said, "Madam Qi, since we are here, let's see Lord Tang. Perhaps there is still a chance." Qi, having no objections, promptly led the way. At the entrance, Zhao Yuanyuan stated, "Madam Qi, I have a humble request. This elixir is rare, and it must be administered in private, with only myself and my daughter present. Would that be acceptable?" Qi readily understood, dismissing the attending servants and waiting outside as Zhao Yuanyuan entered with Xiao Xiao in her arms. She thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Seeing her aunt so worried, Su Lingxi reassured, "Madam Qi, do not fret. The Grand Tutor is esteemed, and Lord Tang is devoted to the nation. Surely, fate will favor the righteous." Qi managed a forced smile. "Thank you, Miss Su." Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanyuan had placed Xiao Xiao beside Tang Yuanyuan, whose expression was a furrowed nod of concern. Whose foolish narrative is this? Xiao Xiao thought angrily. To pave the way for the protagonists, they have inflicted such agony on my uncle, leaving him on the brink of death with shattered meridians and scorched organs. What kind of reasoning is this? A mere fall could not have wrought such devastation. Noticing Xiao Zhao's serious demeanor, Zhao Yuanyuan assumed the worst, only to see Xiao Xiao turning away, bent over, as though searching for something. After rummaging through her bracelet space, she produced a luminous silver pill, satisfied as she thought, "This is it." The 9-turn Great Revival pill, known for its life-restoring properties. She administered the elixir to Tang Yuanyuan, and in a matter of moments, color returned to his pallid face. She then retrieved a red pill, gesturing animatedly to Zhao Yuanyuan. "How do I explain to mother that this is for the Tang family's young master?" Technically, she should address Tang Yongning as uncle, yet she was reluctant since he was only a few years her senior. Zhao Yuanyuan, perceiving her daughter's thoughts, feigned ignorance, and inquired, "Is this pill meant for Lord Tang?" Xiao Xiao shook her head vigorously. No. This is a substance of pure yang, meant to detoxify the young Master Tang, whose constitution is purely yin. If my uncle consumes this, even deities would be unable to save him. Then it must be for the others in the household. The Grand Tutor? Zhao Yuanyuan conjectured. Xiao Xiao shook her head again. The Grand Tutor will soon realize his son is safe, and will recover swiftly. What about the matriarch? Xiao Xiao hesitated. The matriarch is indeed quite unwell, but I can simply channel some spirit energy to her. Mother, it must be for young Tang Yongning. Zhao Yuanyuan wished it were otherwise, but considering Tang Yongning was just a child, it seemed illogical for him to be the recipient. Xiao Zhao's frustration was palpable, as she flailed her hands in agitation. "Surely, it cannot be for the young Master Tang." Xiao Xiao nodded. "Finally, you guessed correctly. My head nearly shook off." Zhao Yuanyuan smiled and lifted Xiao Xiao, opening the door to let Qi in. "What has transpired?" Despite the physician's grim prognosis, Madame Qi was not ready to yield. Zhao Wanyue's eyes sparkled with hope. He seems to be improving. Madam, do come in and see. Upon hearing this, Qi rushed to Tang Yanjuan's side. The frail figure that had once seemed so breathless now breathed steadily. Grabbing Zhao Wanyue's hand, she attempted to kneel in gratitude, but was halted by Zhao Wanyue, who could not bear such a gesture. This bow is one I cannot accept. You are truly deserving of it, Zhao madam, Qi insisted, sincerity etched on her face. Just as Zhao Wanyue pondered how to respond, a maid rushed in, breathlessly announcing, Madam, something has happened to the young master. Qi's heart, which had just begun to settle, surged to her throat. Ignoring Zhao Wanyue, she hastily instructed the steward to summon the physician to attend to Tang Yanjuan again, then dashed to her son's room. Zhao Wanyue, clutching the pills Xiao Xiao had given her, followed closely, carrying Xiao Xiao. They found Tang Yongning lying motionless, his complexion a ghastly shade of green.
Qi,
who had held back her tears until now, finally broke down, wailing, Why must my life be so cruel? Our entire family, young and old, sick or injured. If anything were to happen to you, how could I endure it? Zhao Wanyue felt her own tears welling. The Tang family's plight was indeed tragic. Were it not for Xiao Zhao's miraculous pills, Tang Yanjuan would already be lost, and now, it seemed Tang Yongning's condition was equally dire. The Grand Tutor and his wife would face the sorrow of burying their child. How could they withstand such grief? Poor Qi, still young herself, bore the weight of it all alone. Stepping forward, she inquired of the physician, Doctor, what exactly is the matter with the young Master Tang? The physician, with a sorrowful expression, replied, Initially, it was merely a case of excessive heat causing a coughing fit. But young Master Tang has a naturally cold constitution and a frail body. Ordinary remedies are ineffective. Now, his heart's meridians are blocked with stagnant blood, and I regret to say there is little I can do. Upon hearing this, Madame Qi turned to the physician, grasping his sleeve as tears streamed down her face. I beg you, save my son. If you can restore him, I will dedicate myself to serving you in any capacity you desire. The physician gently extricated himself from her grasp, sorrowfully replying, Madam, I truly lack the ability to assist. I must take my leave. Lady Qi gently cradled her unconscious son in her arms, murmuring to herself, From the moment you were born, you exhibited wisdom beyond your years. Aside from your frail health, you have caused us no worries. The entire family has nurtured you with utmost care, not seeking anything in return, but merely hoping for your perpetual tranquility. Oh, heavens! The Tang family has always been benevolent and upright. Why can't you grant them your grace? Not to mention Zhao Wenyu and Su Lingxi. Even Su Xiaoxiao felt a pang of distress at Lady Qi's words. Zhao Wenyu steadied Lady Qi's shoulder, suggesting, Madam, I have a pill here. Perhaps we should let young Master Qi try it. Lady Qi nodded fervently. If this pill could save Yanjun, it should surely be able to assist Yongning as well. Zhao Wenyu produced the pill, which glimmered with a brilliant orange-red hue, clearly not an ordinary concoction. With meticulous care, Lady Qi pried open Tang Yongning's mouth and placed the precious pill within, then gently laid him back on the bed, her gaze unwavering. However, as a stick of incense burned away, Tang Yongning showed no signs of change, causing Zhao Wenyu to grow anxious. When Tang Yanjun had taken the pill, it had almost immediately taken effect. Why was Yongning unresponsive for so long? Su Ling, she felt a surge of worry as well. Although it was their first meeting, she had heard much about this remarkable young man from Su Changhe, and to think that someone so gifted could pass away at such a tender age, how heart-wrenching it must be for his mother.
Su Xiao Xiao, gradlinga milk
Quietly observed Tang Yongning, sensing that he was no ordinary person. Chapter 63. Children surrounding the knees. Half an hour passed, and Tang Yongning's eyelids fluttered. His hand stirred. Su Ling, she exclaimed, Mother, Lady Qi, young Master Tang seems to be waking. Lady Qi, her eyes dazed, regained her composure and looked toward her son, who indeed began to slowly open his eyes. Upon hearing that his father was gravely ill, a rush of blood surged within him, a weight pressing against his heart, followed by a struggle for breath. He gradually lost consciousness, feeling an overwhelming chill enveloping him, as if he were descending into an icy abyss, sealing him within its grasp. Time became indiscernible until a warm force entered his body, lingering within, gradually melting the frost that had taken hold of him. As he opened his eyes, a tempest surged within him, as though the burdens that had lodged within his heart were about to erupt. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he could not suppress the urge to vomit, expelling a blood clot the size of a fist, dark purple and resembling amber. Yongning, are you all right? Why are you vomiting again? Lady Qi gasped, nearly losing her senses. Zhao Wenyu turned to Su Xiaoxiao, seeking to understand the situation.
Su Xiao Xiao.
Her heart finally easing, replied, it's good that he expelled it. That was the cause of his affliction. However, it is curious that a mere mortal could withstand such intense cold. Upon hearing that Tang Yongning was out of danger, Zhao Wenyu casually speculated. It is likely the pressure from that mass that caused young Master Tang's unconsciousness. Now that it has been expelled, he should be fine. We have several esteemed physicians in the household. Let them check his pulse. Upon learning of Tang Yanjun's severe injury, the emperor had dispatched half of the imperial medical office, and thus, one physician was in the old master's room, another in the old lady's, and yet another had just exited Tang Yongning's chamber, only to be directed back to Tang Yanjun's room. While it was evident that he was on the brink of death, there was a miraculous sense of renewal, leaving the physician responsible for Tang Yanjun perplexed and calling for reinforcements. It is truly miraculous. Lord Tang has a fortunate fate, although he is not yet awakened. His pulse and breathing have returned to normal. It seems he is out of danger. The two physicians marveled, only to be summoned to Tang Yongning's room. Physicians, my young master has awakened and expelled some matter. The lady requests your presence to examine him. The physician responsible for Tang Yongning felt a sense of dread. If the father was recovering, why was the son in such distress? What a perplexing situation. He once more checked Tang Yongning's pulse, his jaw dropping in disbelief.
Su,
you must come and have a look. The other physician, after examining Tang Yongning, declared, young Master Tang is perfectly fine. There is nothing amiss. Isn't it strange? Just a moment ago, when I examined him, his condition was quite dire, one physician remarked. Su replied, had it not been for Lord Tang's sudden miraculous recovery, I would have suspected you had misdiagnosed him, for young Master Tang is entirely unscathed. Lady Qi was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. Oh heavens, your eyes have finally opened. She then expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Zhao Wenyu. I owe you a great debt for your miraculous pills. You and your family are our benefactors, and I shall remember this kindness forever. The two physicians were baffled by the recoveries of both Tang Yanjun and Tang Yongning, exchanging glances before deciding to visit the old master. They wished to see if perhaps the old master and old lady had also recovered without medication. Such a phenomenon would be miraculous indeed. Hastily, they investigated and found that upon hearing of her son and grandson's well-being, the old master felt significantly better and insisted on getting up to check for herself. The old lady, having lost her daughter in her middle years and having since succumbed to melancholia, was in frail health. Upon hearing the news of her son's dire condition, she had nearly given up on life, now sustaining herself with ginseng soup. Having already consumed 2 miraculous pills from the Tang household, Lady Qi could not ask for more in her efforts to save her mother-in-law. Zhao Wenyu, unaware of the origins of Su Xiaoxiao's pills, realized the rarity of such treasures. She knew that obtaining such a valuable item could not have been easy, and since Xiao Xiao had only produced 2 pills, she must have had her reasons and could hardly request more. With a tinge of guilt, she stated, Lady Qi, these pills were also a fortuitous find for me. I only have 2 left, and I truly cannot assist with the old lady. Lady Qi, already filled with gratitude, felt a pang of sorrow for her mother-in-law. Such a kind and loving elder, was there truly no hope for her? Zhao Wenyu's mind sparked an idea. The Grand Princess and the Queen Mother both mentioned that my Xiao Xiao possesses a certain fortune. During the recovery of young Master Yu Tang and the Crown Prince, Xiao Xiao was present. Perhaps we should allow her to visit the old lady. However, this notion lacks any foundation, so I cannot guarantee its efficacy. The current empress was Lady Qi's elder sister, and the Tang household was well aware of this fact. When Tang Yanjun fell ill, Tang Yongning had insisted on seeking pills from the Duke of the State. Lady Qi had already contemplated this possibility. But given the current state of the old lady, who would not feel cautious, how could she possibly suggest sending a child to visit her? However, now that Zhao Wenyu had broached the subject, she was eager to oblige, exclaiming, that would be splendid. I have long worried that the illness might be passed on to the child, making it difficult to voice such a request. Zhao Wenyu smiled gently. The old lady is deeply blessed. It would be a stroke of fortune for these younger generations to visit her. Ling Shi, you should accompany them and pay your respects to the old lady. Su Ling Shi understood that her mother wished for her to stand in for her father to meet their great-grandmother. Witnessing the miraculous recovery of the 2 gravely ill members of the Tang family, the physicians refrained from making any definitive statements. The old lady is trapped in her own mental turmoil and unwilling to awaken. Her physical state is already weak. But if she could awaken, the situation would not be critical. Lady Qi instructed the steward to serve tea to the 4 physicians, as they were needed in the household for the time being. Zhao Wenyu sat beside the old lady, holding Su Xiaoxiao, who grasped the old lady's hand. Feeling her vitality slowly ebbing away. This is not good. Great-grandmother is trapped in a nightmare and unwilling to awaken. I must enter her dreams to bring her back, Su Xiaoxiao thought, and thus, she fell asleep beside Zhao Wenyu. Seeing the child asleep, Lady Qi remarked, "The child is exhausted. Zhao madam, please take her to the guest room for a rest." Su Lingxi, fearing that her mother might disturb Xiao Xiao's dreams, whispered. Xiao Xiao feels at ease watching over the old lady. Let her remain for a while longer. Zhao Wenyu nodded in agreement with a gentle smile, and Lady Qi chose not to press the matter further. Tang Taisher, having gazed upon his son and grandson, felt a measure of solace. With the assistance of others, he made his way to the old matriarch's chamber, where he beheld her gently holding the hand of a small child, peacefully resting. Beside her sat a girl of 13 or 14, with both Qi and Madame Zhao standing vigil nearby. A wave of melancholy washed over Tang Taisher. Had their eldest daughter still been alive, would he not be surrounded by a multitude of grandchildren, with boys and girls by his side? Zhao Wenyu and Qi hurried to pay their respects, but were halted by the old patriarch's raised hand. A clever young servant swiftly brought over a chair, allowing the patriarch to sit beside the matriarch, joining the gathering in watchful attendance. Chapter 64. A direct abduction. Old Lady Tang wandered through a fog of confusion. Although she held her daughter's hand in her left and her son's in her right, in the blink of an eye, her children had vanished. She searched and searched, finally spotting her son galloping towards her on horseback. Panic enveloped her as she cried out, "Be careful, slow down." Yet, despite her frantic pleas, her son fell from his steed, bloodied and broken. No matter how hard she tried, she could not awaken him, and soon both horse and son were lost to her sight. Suddenly, from afar, a soft whimper pierced the silence. "It hurts. I'm so cold." The old matriarch's heart raced. Was that not her daughter's voice? Following the sound, she approached and inquired, "Xiao, is that you?" The young woman looked up and smiled at her. Indeed, it was her beloved Xiao. Tears streamed down the old matriarch's face as memories flooded back. It had been so long, and all she could recall was her daughter's youthful radiance. "Xiao, I have missed you dearly. Have you come to take me with you?" Xiao took her mother's hand, leading her deeper into the fog. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Stop. Your daughter is gone, but your son and grandson remain. Even your great-grandson is safe. Taizu, do you not wish to return and see them?" The old matriarch turned to see a small child clutching a milking pot, beaming at her, while her son approached from the opposite direction, smiling. "Xiao, may be lost, but your daughter's child is alive and waiting to call you grandmother." Though the child did not speak, the old matriarch could hear the words clearly. "Is Xiao's child still here?" She trembled. The child turned to Tang Yuanyuan, urging, "Quickly take Taizu mother back. Everyone is waiting for you." The old matriarch looked at her daughter. "Xiao, come back with me." Xiao glanced at the child, nodded, and waved farewell to her mother and brother before vanishing into the mist.
"Xiao."
The old matriarch cried out, awakening abruptly, with Su Xiaoxiao stirred by the sound. "Mother!" Upon waking, she noticed Qi and Prince Gu Huaiyan gazing at her with concern, alongside Gu Huaiyan and 2 unfamiliar faces. In her hand, she still grasped the tiny hand of a baby. Old Lady Tang looked at Su Xiaoxiao, tenderly stroking her head. "Child, you have saved me. Where is Yuanyuan? Has he awakened?" Just as she finished speaking, a young servant rushed in with news. "The master is awake and his first words were to inquire about you." Old matriarch. Old Lady Tang understood now. It was this little treasure who had pulled her and her son back from the brink of death. Tang Taisher had already learned of the miraculous medicine and insisted on paying grand respects to Zhao Wenyu's family. Despite her earnest protests, Su Xiaoxiao covered her forehead, saying, "Taizu, that is not appropriate. She is your granddaughter-in-law. To bow would diminish her lifespan." Gu Huaiyu paused, realizing the implications of granddaughter-in-law. Understanding that Su Bowen was indeed her husband, he hurriedly grasped the old patriarch's arm, stating, "Taisher, this isn't how to show gratitude. Madame Zhao is nearly frightened to death, and even the emperor does not require you to kneel." Zhao Wenyu wiped the sweat from her brow, relieved by the prince's timely intervention. "Thank goodness for the timely arrival of my brother, the prince. Taizu's blessings are profound, filled with countless merits. This bow could spell disaster for my mother." Wait a moment. Zhao's clan could hear Xiao Xiao's inner thoughts, but what of the Tang family? Observing the old patriarch's serious demeanor, she noted, "They have saved the Tang family. A bow is indeed warranted. What brings you and why here?" From the patriarch's reaction, it appeared that they could not hear her thoughts, likely due to the distance of their bloodline connection. "The emperor and empress are worried about you. They sent us to check on you. Had it not been for our status, they would have come in person." Gu Huayu explained, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Xiaoxiao, who had grown taller in recent days. "Come, brother prince, embrace me," he said with a charming smile. Su Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks and turning her face away. "Humph, it's been ages since you brought me any good treats, no gifts either. How ungrateful. You think you can just hug me?" Zhao Wenyu felt a pang of anxiety. This was the prince, and thankfully, he could not hear her daughter, lest the entire clan face dire consequences. The prince, aware of Su Xiaoxiao's displeasure, sweetly remarked, "Xiaoxiao is angry. Though I haven't visited you. The royal kitchen has been working tirelessly to create new dishes for you. Would you like to join us in the palace?" Gu Huayan added, "Sister, on my birthday, I received a bucket of luminous pearls from the empress. I saved some for you. Come with us to the palace." Zhao Wenyu declined graciously. "We appreciate the prince's and ninth prince's kindness, but my father's matters remain unresolved, so it may not be suitable for Xiaoxiao to enter the palace. If mother says I can't go, then I shan't. Who cares? It's been so long since anyone sought me out. I'm furious." Su Xiaoxiao puffed her cheeks in indignation. Gu Huayu could not allow Su Xiaoxiao to return home. If he failed to charm her today, how would he have any peace in the future? Father misses Xiaoxiao dearly, unable to eat or sleep well lately. I'll bring her from the Tang residence without anyone noticing. The old patriarch chuckled. "Are you trying to steal people from my house? You'll have to wait in line. Madame Zhao and the others have worked hard today. They deserve to enjoy a meal at my residence. Chiu, please take good care of Madame Zhao." Though his spirits were high, his energy seemed somewhat waning. Zhao Wenyu hurriedly placed Su Xiaoxiao into old lady Tang's arms. "You must thank the old matriarch." Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "I was just thinking of bestowing some spiritual energy upon the old matriarch for protection." In the embrace of the old patriarch, Su Xiaoxiao flailed her arms, and seizing the moment, she patted his shoulder. The old patriarch felt invigorated, his spirits lifted in an instant. Seeing that Xiaoxiao had finished, Gu Huayu did not miss a beat in taking her away. "Let Madame Zhao eat. I'm taking Xiaoxiao." Gu Huayan followed, running swiftly. Fearful that his sister would be snatched back, she could only smile helplessly. "I thought the prince was composed. I didn't expect him to be so playful." The old patriarch laughed heartily. "The prince is indeed stable. Having someone to liven him up is a good thing." Zhao Wenyu laughed awkwardly. "So much has transpired today. Madame Qi must be tired. Lingxi, and I shall not impose further." Seeing Zhao Wenyu's determination to leave, the old patriarch did not insist, recognizing that today was not an opportune moment for festivities. "Then, I shall not press Madame Zhao. Once my daughter-in-law recovers, I will personally come to express my gratitude." Zhao Wenyu naturally exchanged polite words, while Madame Qi personally took her hand to escort her from the estate. "Dear sister, today your generous gift of medicine and Xiaoxiao's assistance have ensured the Tang family's safety. Such kindness cannot be repaid with mere words. In the future, if you require anything, the Tang and Qi families will surely lend their full support. I have neglected you today, but I will personally visit to express my gratitude." Zhao Wenyu dared not claim credit, knowing it was all Xiaoxiao's merit. That medicine was merely a fortunate coincidence. It seems it was meant for this day. Ultimately, it is the accumulated merits of old Lady Tang and the matriarch over the years that I have benefited from. Chapter 65. A calculated move. Su Xiaoxiao could never have imagined being whisked away by Gu Huayu. Although she longed for the palace delicacies, she was a child of principle. As soon as she boarded the prince's carriage, she began to wail. "As a child, I was often seen as an easy target. They promised to bring me delicious treats every day, yet it has been ages since they last appeared. I resorted to tears, hoping to frighten them into action." Upon witnessing Xiao Zhao's tears, Gu Huayan became quite anxious. "Brother, our sister has been crying incessantly. Does she truly wish to remain with us? Perhaps we should return her to her mother." Gu Huayu glanced at the tearless Su Xiaoxiao, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said with a hint of regret, "It appears Xiaoxiao genuinely does not wish to leave. What a pity! For today the royal chef has prepared roasted squab and venison. Let us return Xiaoxiao to Madame Zhao, and those delectable dishes shall be yours, little Jiu." Having said this, Gu Huayu made a show of intending to lift Su Xiaoxiao from the carriage. Suddenly, her sobs ceased. "Roasted squab? Venison? I have never tasted either. They say dragon meat is found in the heavens and deer meat on the earth. It must be delicious. Gu Huayu feigned ignorance, lifting Su Xiaoxiao with ease while instructing Gu Huayan, "Little Jiu, stay patiently in the carriage while I return Xiaoxiao to Madame Zhao. I shall take you home." Desperate, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "I was merely pretending to cry. I shall not weep any longer. Take me to eat roasted squab." Gu Huayu showed no signs of relenting, and Su Xiaoxiao clutched at his clothing, nearly overwhelmed with urgency. Gu Huayan, ever observant, suggested, "Brother, our sister has stopped crying. Why don't we take her into the palace?" At last, Gu Huayu paused, looking at Su Xiaoxiao and saying, "I understand you are upset. Allow your elder brother, the crown prince, to take you to enjoy some delicacies as an apology, shall we?" Su Xiaoxiao found a way to save face. "Very well. I shall forgive you for the sake of the roasted squab and venison. And what of the night pearl? Will you, Brother Jiu, remember to bring it for me?" Gu Huayu could hardly contain his laughter. How endearing she was. He turned to Gu Huayan, saying, "Little Jiu, our sister is so well behaved. Do remember to bring her the night pearl." Little Jiu responded gallantly, "Of course. I have had it all wrapped up."
Su Xiaoxiao just.
How fortunate it is to befriend the wealthy. I remember on my birthday, my brothers pooled their savings to buy me a bowl of beef noodles. Gu Huayu, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, could scarcely fathom the need to crowdfund for a bowl of noodles. He looked at Su Xiaoxiao with affection, realizing why she cherished food so dearly. Her past had been fraught with hardship. He gently tousled the little bun atop her head and assured her, "From now on, your elder brother will take you to savor the finest delicacies in the world." Gu Huayan, unwilling to be outdone, proclaimed, "Brother Jiu will find you all the beautiful and valuable things." Upon entering the palace gates, Gu Huayu placed Su Xiaoxiao inside a delicate bamboo basket, originally intended for carrying items, which now served a most fitting purpose. He instructed Su Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, do not make a sound. I shall take you to the Hall of Diligence to meet father." Gu Huayan, puzzled, inquired, "Why must we sneak our sister into the palace?" To avoid alarming any ill-intentioned individuals, Gu Huayu simply replied, a sufficient explanation for little Jiu. Emperor Xiaoda was engrossed in reviewing memorials when Gu Huayu, noticing the absence of others, announced, "Father, I have returned. Madame Zhao and Xiaoxiao have brought extraordinary medicine. Lord Tang is now safe. And both the Grand Tutor and the old matriarch are in good health." The emperor's eyes sparkled. "You have seen Xiaoxiao. Has she grown taller?" "It is all due to those treacherous scoundrels. They have made it so that I must tread carefully when bringing Xiaoxiao into the palace." Seeing his father's anger, Gu Huayan approached with a smile, saying, "Father, my brother and I have brought you a gift that you will surely love." The emperor remained unmoved. No gift could compare to the joy that Xiaoxiao brings. "Since I have not seen her eat, my appetite has waned." Gu Huayan lifted the lid. "Father, do take a look at this." Giggling, Su Xiaoxiao drooled with delight at the sight. It was indeed Xiaoxiao who had arrived. The emperor quickly scooped her up, suddenly alert. No one discovered her, did they? Gu Huayu reassured him. She was picked up from the Grand Tutor's residence and brought here in the basket. No one noticed. Without a doubt, Su Xiaoxiao feasted heartily within the palace. The emperor playfully entertained her for some time, unable to comprehend why he felt such affection for her. During their time apart, he had sensed an emptiness within him. Perhaps it was because his grandfather had once revealed in a dream that Su Xiaoxiao was a fated child, destined to preserve the foundation of the Showa dynasty for a century. As an emperor, he prioritized the empire's interests and would never admit to harboring paternal sentiments for a child who was neither kin nor acquaintance. That evening, the crown prince, disguised, returned Su Xiaoxiao to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, accompanied by a sack of night pearls and an abundance of suitable jerky and dried fruits. Meanwhile, that night, a shadowy figure trailing Sun Katie's movements delivered news. She had procured a washed-up old man from Nanfeng Pavilion and settled him in an inn. Lien Qiao scoffed, "Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. That man's daughter is no paragon of virtue either, but why resort to an old man?" Zhao Wenyu shook her head. "Things may not be as simple as you think. Sun Kaidai and that individual seem to be up to no good. Mother is so clever. They are likely attempting to hide someone in my mother's chamber while she is away, thus tarnishing her reputation, allowing them to cast her aside and seize her dowry. As for the choice of an old man, it is merely because he is inexpensive." Zhao Wenyu felt a wave of disgust. This mother-daughter duo was excessively malicious. Such vile schemes revealed a profound lack of morals. Coincidentally, Su Lingxi was also in the room, playing with Xiaoxiao. Being an unmarried young lady, Zhao Wenyu refrained from sullying her ears with such talk and suggested, Lingxi, take your sister out to play. I have matters to discuss with Lian Xiao. However, Su Lingxi would not yield, placing her serious expression on display as she instructed Bai Ji to carry Su Xiao away. Daughter understands that mother wishes to protect me. But have you considered that such sordid schemes may one day befall you as well? Mother, let us devise a plan to counter them. Zhao Wenyu reflected on this, realizing that her parents and brothers had spoiled her like a precious gem, cultivating her naivety. Being deceived by Lu Shi was a harsh lesson. Perhaps it was for the best that she learned of the world's treachery sooner rather than later. Su Lingxi continued, Mother, I believe you need to assign more personnel to the courtyard to prevent intruders. Zhao Wenyu smiled and said, Lingxi, while we may have evaded this time, there will be another occasion. Sometimes, we must take the initiative to strike down our enemies. What do you mean, Mother? Su Lingxi sensed that her mother was not her usual gentle self. Zhao Wenyu's eyes glinted with determination. We shall turn the tables on them. Chapter 66. A harmonious alliance of the blind cubs. While Zhao Wenyu plotted against Lu Shi and Sun Kaidai, Su Chonghe had suddenly become the star of the academy, a development that traced back to a recent altercation. Pei Yuan's grandfather was the chancellor of Deshua, his status rivaling that of Grand Tutor Tang. The two had been in quiet competition since their youth, vying for superiority, yet after decades, neither had emerged victorious. The only distinction was that the Grand Tutor Tang's lineage had dwindled, with his legitimate daughter passing away prematurely. He had only one son, Tang Yanjun, to continue the family line. The Pei family, however, thrived with many descendants, a point of pride for Pei Yuan before Grand Tutor Tang. Regrettably, ever since Pei Yuan became classmates with Tang Yongning, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Tang Yongning was notorious for being a prodigy, while his grandson was infamous for his debauchery, stirring trouble daily at the academy. Given his high position, the parents of those bullied by him dared not confront him, or else they would find themselves at the Pei residence's threshold. Thus, the esteemed Prime Minister Pei maintained an exceedingly strict regimen in the upbringing of his grandson. Whenever he chastised Pei Yuan, Pei Guangming, the father of the boy, was required to be present. The reason was simple. Pei Yuan was exceedingly troublesome, and despite the old man's relentless efforts, he could scarcely bring himself to discipline the boy effectively. Each attempt only served to intensify his ire. At such moments, Pei Guangming was obliged to intervene, and after administering punishment to his son, he would be subjected to a severe reprimand from his father for his perceived failure in parenting. Madame Pei, the matriarch, held a particular affection for her youngest son, Pei Guangming, and her youngest grandson, Pei Yuan. Consequently, shielding Pei Yuan from scrutiny became her utmost priority. With the protective charm of his grandmother, Pei Yuan endured 3 days of bruises without the Prime Minister's knowledge. However, the limits of Madame Pei's influence were soon reached. The Prime Minister had a habit of unexpectedly reviewing his grandson's studies, and it was inevitable that Pei Yuan would have to face the music soon. To complicate matters further, Pei Yuan's eyes were severely swollen, and despite repeated visits from physicians who could discern no significant injury, only prescribing remedies to dispel heat and detoxify, his condition seemed to worsen, leading to an unfortunate case of diarrhea. The entire Pei household was in a state of frantic anxiety, skirting around the Prime Minister, while feeling as though they were walking on thin ice. Pei Yuan's attendant, Ah Fu, became the target of their frustrations, facing relentless scolding from both Madame Pei and Lady Pei for failing to keep a watchful eye on the young master. Ah Fu could only grit his teeth and swallow his grievances. In all honesty, if they could not manage the young master, how could he? However, he dared only to entertain such thoughts privately, continuing to follow along with the prevailing sentiment. He overheard another attendant mention that Su Chonghe possessed miraculous medicines for treating injuries. Despite having sustained the most severe beating, the next day when he went to school, he bore no marks at all, while his close friends, Xiao Yi and Tang Yongning, must have also received the remedy, as they exhibited no signs of affliction either. Elated by this revelation, Ah Fu hurriedly relayed the news to Pei Yuan, who was fraught with trepidation, fearing a sudden inspection from his grandfather. Should his grandfather discover his injuries, he would undoubtedly invoke family discipline, potentially endangering Pei Yuan's very life. He instructed Ah Fu, go seek out Su Chonghe, spare no expense in procuring that medicine for me. Ah Fu, with a grim expression, replied, I have already visited him. Su Chonghe stated that anyone wishing for the medicine must personally visit him at Wuli Tun near the school early tomorrow morning. Though Pei Yuan was averse to the idea, he deemed the prospect of losing his life far graver than any embarrassment. After all, was it not simply a matter of bowing to Su Chonghe? As a man, he must be able to endure and adapt. Thus, he locked his door from the inside and climbed out the window. Upon reaching Wuli Tun, he found Su Changhe absent, yet his entourage was present, all bearing similar injuries. Their eyes were so swollen that they appeared as mere slits, making it difficult to distinguish one from another. Save for their attendants. What are you all doing here? Pei Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Surely they were not all here to seek the medicine as well. Treating it as a wholesale transaction? This was a miraculous remedy, not merely sesame pills that everyone could acquire. Su Changhe was particularly obstinate. Unlike others who would defer to Pei Yuan's high status, he would surely impose a hierarchy for receiving the medicine. Pei Yuan's heart sank at the thought of potentially missing out on the remedy. Young Master Pei, we too have come to seek medicine from Su Changhe, they replied,
their voices trembling.
Having previously harbored thoughts of overshadowing the other young masters, their bravado dissipated in Pei Yuan's presence, for who would dare to challenge him? Seeing their meekness, Pei Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him and cheerfully suggested, since we are all here for the medicine, why don't you line up behind me in the same formation? At his words, those who had contemplated jockeying for position fell silent, realizing that today, Pei Yuan would be the one to dictate the order. He was there to procure the medicine and would adhere to Su Changhe's rules, avoiding unnecessary conflict. A line of elegantly attired young gentlemen stood in perfect formation, a sight most pleasing to the eye. Fortunately, Su Changhe had chosen a location that was relatively deserted, with only a few laborers passing by who could not help but comment on the spectacle. Where did all these affluent young masters come from? But why are they standing in a line? Isn't that rather foolish? They pondered. Let us go to the front and see for ourselves. Oh my, how come their eyes are all just slits? What a pity! What a pity! Pity for what? Even with larger eyes, they would still be fools, a group of fools. Such splendid attire wasted on them. The young masters collectively buried their faces in their hands. With such masters, it was truly embarrassing. After standing in line for what felt like an eternity, subjected to both scrutiny and mockery, their legs grew weary. Yet they dared not move for fear of disrupting the formation. Pei Yuan, at the front, was spared this concern, occasionally stamping his feet or shaking his legs, inadvertently causing the line behind him to sway, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Finally, Su Changhe, accompanied by Ji Xiang, arrived, pushing a small cart. The crowd sighed in relief. If he had come with a cart, surely there was a substantial quantity of medicine to be had, and even those at the back should be able to obtain a dose. However, as Su Changhe drew nearer, they sensed something was amiss. The cart did not seem to contain medicine, but rather something that appeared to move. Let me take a look, someone exclaimed, peering closer. Indeed, it was moving. Except for Pei Yuan, the others turned their heads left and right, forming a peculiar fan shape. Su Xiaoxiao, observing from a distance, mused, my brother's companions are quite amusing. While he is a thousand-handed guanyin, they resemble a thousand-headed guanyin. Seeing this, Su Changhe remarked, you lot are quite blind. This is no guanyin, but rather a chaotic dance of demons. Look, is there a child in that cart? Someone exclaimed. Oh my, it truly is a child. Su Changhe is playing tricks on us again. Chapter 67. Black Sesame Pills. Pei Yuan and his companions had endured a lengthy wait, becoming the subject of entertainment. Having seen neither miraculous medicine nor any remedy, but instead, they witnessed Su Changhe huffing and puffing as he pushed a small child towards them, leaving them utterly exasperated beyond description. Each clenched their fists in frustration, yet none dared to act out. With a disdainful glance, Su Changhe addressed them. Why do you all wait for me in such a peculiar manner? Your faces are already quite disgraceful. Why add such an ostentatious display?
Pei Yuan,
recalling his grandfather's furious expression, concluded that a few jests from Su Changhe were inconsequential. Taking a deep breath, he inquired amicably, Su Changhe, have you brought the medicine? How much is it per pill? Su Changhe pointed to a large gourd at Ji Xiang's waist, thumping his chest as he declared, there is plenty of medicine. But I am not selling it. If you wish to procure it, you must fulfill one of my requests. At this, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. These young masters, though affluent, were accustomed to straightforward transactions, money for goods, with no debts owed. The idea of a conditional request was unsettling, particularly from someone as mischievous as Su Changhe. Pei Yuan appeared particularly flustered. He was notorious as a bully in the academy, having gained infamy long before the institution relocated to the capital. At Yulin Academy, he continued his reign of terror, and Su Changhe had openly expressed his discontent on multiple occasions. Pei Yuan felt a sense of dread, convinced that Su Changhe sought personal revenge. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, "What is the condition?" With a nonchalant gesture, Su Changhe replied, "It's nothing too significant. My father has encountered some troubles. And while our home was once bustling, now it is devoid of visitors. I fear my mother may be saddened, so I would like to ask your mother to visit our residence to share tea with her and liven up the atmosphere. Is that all?" Pei Yuan questioned, somewhat incredulous. A wise individual remarked, "Su Changhe, you are placing undue expectations upon us. Your father has committed a transgression, and neither the emperor nor the crown prince is inclined to attend. Whoever does so would be opposing the emperor. Indeed, my grandmother expressed, the Duke of the State's residence is doomed. Are you attempting to drag us down with you?" Pei Yuan, slow to grasp the implications, began to understand the situation. "You are overthinking this," he retorted. "Minister Tang is aware, and his daughter-in-law, Madame Qi, the wife of the Minister of State, is also to attend. My mother enjoys lively gatherings. I merely wish to please her. Naturally, if you are reluctant, it matters not. Those who can attend may retrieve the medicinal pills from Jixiang, ensuring a swift cure." Pei Yuan hesitated, aware of the long-standing discord between Minister Tang and his grandfather, and feeling his own inadequacies. Attending would mean being overshadowed by the Qi family, which would surely displease them. However, with his grandmother in attendance, the dynamic shifted. Should the venerable matriarch choose to come, she would undoubtedly take the lead, expressing gratitude to the one who healed her grandson. Pei Yuan pondered the pros and cons while others were already at Jixiang collecting their pills. His father, a mere minor official, felt it was a grand honor to visit the duke's residence, and his mother would be most grateful. Jixiang, clutching a gourd, was heartbroken, lamenting the extravagance of his young master, giving away such treasures and even footing the bill for a meal. Was he out of his mind? Reluctantly, he produced a pill and handed it to the individual, who received it as if it were a priceless treasure and promptly swallowed it. Su Changhe observed his sister, silently praying, "Dear sister, do not falter at this crucial moment. We had an agreement that upon receiving the Jima pill, you would restore her health." Little did he know the effort his sister had exerted to establish a means of communication with the otherwise mute Xiao. For the sake of their mother, Xiao surely wouldn't fail. After all, she had only to blow a breath, and she would be well. Xiao lay in the carriage, disdainfully thinking, "What right do these people have to receive my breath of healing?" Su Changhe's thoughts were singular. "It's over, we're finished." He watched as Xiao waved her hand toward the recipient, internally muttering, "Consider yourself fortunate this time." The man's eyes suddenly regained clarity, and his injuries healed. Ecstatic, he leaped about, exclaiming, I am cured, I am cured. This medicine is miraculous." Witnessing this, the onlookers hesitated no longer. The doctor had stated the cause of the eye ailment was unknown and untreatable. Surely no one could endure a lifetime of squinting. They surged toward Jixiang, trampling Pei Yuan in the process. When he finally rose, Jixiang was already encircled by a throng. Fearing the pills would run out, he squeezed his way through the crowd, losing a shoe in the process but managing to secure a pill. He placed it in his mouth, savoring it, and found it oddly reminiscent of the Jima pill. He turned to the person beside him and inquired, "Does this taste like a Jima pill to you?" The man considered responding in the affirmative, but upon reflection, he realized no ordinary Jima pill could possess such efficacy. It was commonly said that the Pei family bore bitter fruit from their towering tree. And Pei Yuan was indeed a simpleton. "Are you addressing me?" Pei Yuan lifted his foot from atop Afu and kicked him lightly. The man, suppressing his disdain, replied, "Young Master Tang, if this were truly a Jima pill, you wouldn't have lost your shoe in the process." Pei Yuan found his reasoning compelling. How could this possibly be a Jima pill? We have all consumed it. Why have we not seen any improvement? A few anxious individuals began to argue with Su Changhe. Calm down, calm down. We must wait for Xiao. We must allow the pills to take effect one by one," Su Changhe declared, his voice robust, though his gaze flickered toward Xiao, questioning whether she could handle such a multitude. He had not anticipated that, aside from Sun Detsai, everyone else would come. Xiao yawned, having sacrificed her sleep to support her brother. She waved her hand, urging, "Wrap this up quickly, so we can return home for some rest." "Are you well?" "Look, I am well," Pei Yuan inquired eagerly, standing on one foot. Jixiang almost cried with joy. The young master's face had returned, and he no longer had to address a pig's head, declaring, "Young master, you are truly handsome." Finally, he was spared the ordeal of answering Lady Pei and Lady Pei's inquiries 800 times. "You are well, truly well." Jixiang felt an overwhelming urge to bow to Su Changhe. "Brothers, since we are all well, Remember to invite your mothers to my home tomorrow evening for a visit. The crowd bowed in gratitude. Brother Changhe, we will surely do so. Pei Yuan's gaze fell upon Xiao Xiao in the small cart. What an adorable child she was. How he wished to embrace her. He enviously remarked, Su Changhe, may I hold your sister? Su Changhe, immediately protective, responded, this is my sister. Why should she be offered to you? Pei Yuan, with a mischievous grin, countered, if you allow me this favor, I shall persuade my grandmother to express her thanks to your family. Chapter 68. This brat has gained an advantage. My grandmother's influence surpasses that of Madame Qi. Should she visit, no one would dare look down upon your mother. Pei Yuan spoke with conviction. Su Changhe merely wished for everyone to attend a performance at his home. However, it was true that recently, people had been avoiding his family. If the ladies of the Duke and Minister's residences were to visit, those who had previously looked down upon his mother and sister would surely think twice. After some consideration, Su Changhe replied, that depends on whether my sister is willing.
Xiao Xiao.
Young Master Pei wishes to hold you. Are you agreeable?
Pei Yuan?
According to the narrative, the Pei family had always walked the path of moderation and remained unscathed. Brother was nearly humiliated to death at Nanfeng Pavilion, and it was Pei Yuan who saved his life. Let him hold you, as a gesture of gratitude. Xiao Xiao. Obediently extending her small hand, Pei Yuan, elated, scooped her up without a thought for his bare foot. Su Changhe, your sister is far more endearing than you. As Su Changhe contemplated Xiao Xiao's earlier sentiments, he questioned whether Pei Yuan had ever intervened on his behalf. Surely, what Xiao Xiao stated was true. Despite Pei Yuan's boorishness, Su Changhe was a man of gratitude and found himself softening in tone toward Pei Yuan. She is my sister, naturally charming. Pei Yuan hesitated. Sensing this was the first time Su Changhe had not clashed with him. Uncertain of the reason, Pei Yuan gazed at Xiao Xiao, feeling an unexpected fondness. He was reluctant to release her. Xiao Xiao, observing Pei Yuan's handsome features, couldn't help but think, no wonder he appears somewhat dim-witted. His intellect has yet to blossom. But his perception is sound, recognizing my charm. I will assist him in awakening his mind, lest he continue to be used as a pawn. With this in mind, Xiao Xiao swiftly caught a small insect in the air and stuffed it into Pei Yuan's nose. He attempted to scratch his nose but, with Xiao Xiao in his arms, resisted the urge. Fu, alarmed, exclaimed, Young master, a bug has entered your nose. Pei Yuan shot him a glance. What are you making such a fuss about? What if you frighten Xiao Xiao? You are indeed fortunate. That is the awakening bug. It will circle through your 7 orifices, and soon, you shall become wise.
Su Changhe.
Enviously eyeing Xiao Xiao, thought, are we still family? Such a marvelous gift. And you bestow it upon Pei Yuan, a mere acquaintance? I, too, am in need. This remarkable gift has been squandered on that insufferable brat. Young master, are you unwell? Fu remained unconvinced. Knowing his master was prone to overreacting even to an ant crawling on him, yet today he seemed unusually composed. Pei Yuan assessed himself. Relieved to find that after an initial itch, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he sensed clarity of mind. Su Changhe was incredibly envious, yet he could not voice his feelings. Instead, he remarked, have you had your fill of holding her? My sister rose early today and wishes to rest for her afternoon nap. If you continue to hold her, what if she, in a moment of impulse, offers you something else? Fu added, young master, we ventured out early this morning. If we return late, it will not bode well with the old lord. The image of his grandfather's composed yet imposing demeanor sent a shiver down Pei Yuan's spine. Reluctantly, he placed Su Xiaoxiao back into her little cart and said to Su Changhe, you ought to take your sister out to play more often. Su Changhe shook his head. You bully the weak daily. I cannot let my sister play with you, for fear you would lead her astray. Observing the soft and tender Su Xiaoxiao, Pei Yuan felt a fondness swelling within him. Surely, his sister would not enjoy being perpetually tormented by her brother. Pei Yuan flatteringly proposed. I promise not to bully anyone in the future. Will you allow me to take your sister out to play together?
Su Changhe pondered seriously, considering.
If you truly can amend this habit of preying on the timid, I shall acquiesce. With this affirmation, Pei Yuan felt a swell of satisfaction as he bid farewell to Su Changhe and Su Xiaoxiao, contentedly boarding the carriage home. He dared not use the main entrance, nor even the side gate, but instead scurried through a dog hole with Fu. Upon entering, he found the window of his room ajar. As Pei Yuan clambered over Fu's back to squeeze into the room, he discovered that both his grandmother, Lady Pei, and his mother were present. His mother, pulling him aside, exclaimed, Oh dear, Yuanyuan, you have finally returned. Your grandfather is waiting to review your studies. How do you intend to explain your face? Initially, Pei Yuan's mother was anxious. Despite her son's shortcomings, he was still a part of her, and the past few days had already been quite arduous. If Pei Qinxiang discovered he had been fighting again, a severe punishment would surely follow, and the thought gave her a headache. Resolutely, Lady Pei pushed Pei Yuan back toward the window, saying, "Yuan, perhaps you should slip back through that dog hole and hide. I shall bear the brunt of your grandfather's wrath." Grateful, Pei Yuan cast a thankful glance at his grandmother. In critical moments, she was indeed his steadfast ally. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the windowsill, declaring, "Grandmother, I am leaving now." Suddenly, the door was kicked open. "You wretched boy. Where do you think you can hide? You haven't come to me for 3 days to check your studies. You think you've grown wings, have you?" Pei Yuan found himself perched awkwardly on the windowsill, unable to ascend or descend. Lady Pei glared at her husband, exclaiming, "Look at what you've done to Yuan. He is unwell and can barely open his eyes. What studies can he possibly undertake?" Pei Qinxiang glanced at his wife, exasperated. "Pei Yuan is stubborn beyond belief, and you have coddled him. He can hardly open his eyes. Yet you claim he is well?" Only then did Pei's mother scrutinize her son, whispering to her mother-in-law, "Mother, how is it that Yuan's eyes appear fine now? Even his injuries seem to have vanished." Upon closer inspection, Lady Pei realized indeed that her grandson's face bore no scars, and his eyes sparkled with vigor, even more so than before his ailment. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she queried, "What is the meaning of this? He appeared as swollen as a pig's head just moments ago." Sighing, Pei Qinxiang remarked, "Enough of this charade. Pei Yuan, come down this instant. I shall await you in the study. If you cannot answer my questions today, the family discipline shall be enforced." With that, he stormed off, leaving a tumultuous atmosphere in his wake. "Grandmother," Pei Yuan cried, tears of despair welling in his eyes. Once Pei Qinxiang had departed, his father strode in, kicking Pei Yuan. "Not even your grandmother can save you now. Hurry, or I shall thrash you." Who understands? He was over 30, and his words held weight in the office. Yet at home, whenever his son misbehaved, he faced the consequences alongside him. This wretched boy. Why could he not flee more deftly? It was exasperating how long he delayed. He truly was beyond redemption. In frustration, he unceremoniously dragged Pei Guangming over, fuming, "Come along, you worthless child. Grandmother, save me. Mother, help me." Pei Yuan cried in despair. Lady Pei and her daughter-in-law remained bewildered, pondering how he had suddenly recovered, hardly attending to Pei Yuan's pleas. "Mother, this is uncanny. I thought Yuan would be disfigured. How is he suddenly well?" Lady Pei nodded in agreement. "The doctor refused to come, claiming his illness was peculiar. How has he improved so?" Pei Yuan relinquished his struggle, convinced he must have been adopted. Chapter 69. Is there anything left? Pei Yuan was unceremoniously expelled from the room by his father. He stumbled to his feet, discreetly brushing off the hay and dirt from the dog hole, making an effort to smooth the creases in his clothing, only to discover he was wearing only one shoe. The other had been lost during the scuffle for the medicinal pill. "What are you dilly-dallying for? You better perform well today." Pei Guangming was even more apprehensive than Pei Yuan. He had arranged to drink with a colleague, and to miss another appointment would be the source of endless ridicule. Pei Yuan trudged with a heavy heart into the place he dreaded even in his nightmares, his grandfather's study. "Grandfather," he called out, his heart racing with trepidation. Pei Qinxiang's anger had dissipated considerably by then. Throughout the journey, he had been self-soothing, reasoning that with so many descendants, it was only natural to have one or two who were less than exemplary. Fortunately, he was still vigorous, and the only child of the Tang family, though sickly, was indeed of remarkable talent. He would rather contend with Tang Taisher and his numerous descendants than feel the sting of a petty victory. Yet, today he felt somewhat guilty for his domineering attitude. Habitually, he picked up the ruler and tapped it against his palm, inquiring, "What has the teacher imparted lately?" Pei Yuan replied, "Honestly, we have been studying the Analects." "Then enlighten me, what is to review the old and learn the new is to be a teacher mean?" Pei Qinxiang, in his mind, thought such a simple query should be answered easily. However, upon glancing at his grandson, who was staring blankly, he felt perhaps he had overestimated him. To review the old and learn the new means we must revisit what we have learned previously and derive new insights from it. Such a person is fit to be a teacher, Pei Yuan articulated, a sudden realization jolting him. How had he found something so simple previously indecipherable? Pei Qinxiang straightened in his chair. After 5 years, Pei Yuan had finally answered correctly. Surely, he had not experienced a sudden epiphany? He was not greedy. He did not expect Pei Yuan to be as eloquent as Tang Yongning, but He merely hoped Pei Yuan would not embarrass himself with his first utterance. Pei Chenxiang hesitated, contemplating whether to accept this stroke of fortune and avoid further aggravation. But then he thought of Pei Yuan's mischief and his unfortunate father, deciding to press on. What about this? A gentleman engages in no disputes. He must also shoot. He bows in humility before ascending the platform and toasts after the competition. Such disputes are the domain of a gentleman. Pei Yuan blurted out, this means a gentleman has nothing to quarrel about with others, if there is a dissent. It is akin to archery, humble before ascending the stage, and afterward, respect one another with toasts. Thus, even in competition, one remains a gentleman. Pei Chenxiang's ruler fell onto the table as he stared wide-eyed. Who taught you this? Pei Yuan, perplexed, responded, naturally, it was the teacher.
No, wait.
The teacher hasn't reached this part yet. We have merely read through it. Then how do you comprehend its meaning? Pei Chenxiang could not believe he had arrived at such understanding on his own. Pei Yuan, confused, wondered, did I get it right? How curious. I couldn't fathom it before, yet today it seems so evident. Seeing his bewilderment, Pei Yuan surmised he had stumbled upon the answer by sheer luck and solemnly stated, you, my boy, knowing is knowing, and not knowing is also knowledge. Knowing is knowing, and not knowing is not knowing. That is true understanding? Pei Yuan gasped, covering his mouth in shock. Oh my, is this what it feels like to be articulate? Even when I fabricated stories before, I could never weave them together like this. Pei Chenxiang quickly drew Pei Yuan close, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. Yuana, you have finally awakened.
Ha ha ha.
The ancestral graves of the Pei family are surely smoking with pride. Guangming, come here. Pacing nervously at the entrance, Pei Guangming felt his legs weaken, almost stumbling to the ground. What a name to bear, Pei Guangming, with all his brilliance squandered on that little rascal, Pei Yuan, day in and day out. It was as if he were shrouded in perpetual darkness. He lifted his leaden legs, glancing back 3 times as he made his way to the study. Where could his mother be? Pei Guangming, you have given birth to a fine son. Upon hearing the chancellor's words, Pei Guangming instinctively knelt down. Father, please, quell your anger. It is I who have failed in my duties as a father, and I am willing to accept punishment. Pei Yuan, covering his eyes, peered at his father, through the gaps in his fingers. What was the point of kneeling when grandfather had not even expressed his anger yet? This gesture was wasted. And he would have to kneel again shortly. The chancellor regarded his son with curiosity. Why are you kneeling so? A man's knees are worth gold. Yet here you are, showing such weakness. Is this a case of fearing your wife? Pei Guangming dared not utter a word, his heart in turmoil. Is it not true that fearing one's wife leads to prosperity? I fear not only my wife, but also my father. The chancellor, unusually amiable, added, why are you still kneeling? Today is a joyous occasion. Pei Yuan performed remarkably well. At the age of 10, you could not have answered such difficult questions. Trembling, Pei Guangming rose. He performed well? Father, you must be jesting. I feel it is safer to remain kneeling. Otherwise, my knees cannot bear it. The chancellor affectionately placed an arm around Pei Yuan's shoulders. Tell grandfather why you have made such progress. Indeed, 3 days' absence has led to a fresh perspective. Pei Yuan interrupted. There is no need for further examination today. You have done enough. We can save some for tomorrow. But you have yet to respond to grandfather. How have you achieved such rapid advancement in your studies? The tardy matriarch and Pei Zaifuren were taken aback by the scene before them. The matriarch patted her daughter-in-law. Linger, am I seeing things? How is it that your father is so intimate with Pei Yuan? Pei Zaifuren rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then confirmed, Mother, have we encountered a ghost today? An odd occurrence indeed. The matriarch shot her a disdainful look. I see you resemble a ghost more than anything. Your father must have taken measures to keep Yuan in check, lest he make a run for it. Pei Zaifuren found her mother-in-law's reasoning sound and urged. Then you must hurry, or your grandson will suffer the consequences. Do not remind me, the matriarch retorted with a glare, hastening forward, with Pei Zaifuren quickly following. Pei Yuan was lost in thought, pondering how he had suddenly become so clever. Was it because he had been beaten by Su Changhe? Unlikely. His head had still been buzzing this morning. It was a miracle he had not been rendered foolish. But after taking that pill from Su Changhe this morning, not only had his injury healed, but it seemed his mind had also sharpened. Previously, he had not known how to evade capture at the main gate. Always caught by grandfather. Pei Yuan exclaimed, It must be, because I took the magical pill from Su. It has to be. Pei Guangming and the chancellor were both astonished. Mouths agape. Today in court, there had been much discussion about the miraculous nature of the Su family's pills. Even Tang Yuanyuan had been revived after taking one. Do you have any left? They asked in unison. Chapter 70. The Ancestor's Tomb Smokes with Green Flames. Pei Yuan looked incredulously at his grandfather and father. What are you two thinking? The father and son duo realized they had been overly greedy for such a treasure. Even receiving one pill was already a blessing for the grandson. The chancellor felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Tang's son and grandson both received a pill. In this round, I have lost. The matriarch kicked him. At your age, still behaving like a child. What do you think you are comparing yourself to Tang Taisher for? Greed leads to downfall. Pei Yuan nodded in agreement. Grandfather just taught me that a gentleman engages in no disputes. You should not compare yourself to Tang Taisher. How long has it been since you had a proper conversation with him? You are not acting like a gentleman at all. Pei Guangming felt the glimmer of hope he had just perceived snuffed out by his son's unyielding words. You little rascal, must you always bring up old grievances? Why drag me down with you? You should keep your mouth shut. The chancellor's expression darkened, and the matriarch ticked him again. Look at you. Even your grandson is more astute than you. It is all because of you that I have not seen Tang Laofu for so many years. After being chastised, the chancellor became considerably more subdued, finding an excuse for himself. Yuan has indeed opened his mind, and can now apply what he has learned. My dear wife, it seems our ancestor's tomb is smoking with green flames. We should hold a ceremony to honor them. Yes, a ceremony, exclaimed the matriarch.
Oh.
My Yuan no longer has to endure punishment. The matriarch, who had been tirelessly serving tea, felt a wave of relief. No, Pei Yuan interjected repeatedly. I promised Su Chongha I would thank grandmother at his house tomorrow, and then we can hold the ceremony. His voice grew softer, aware that he was becoming rather presumptuous. The chancellor approved. Such a significant matter deserves gratitude. I have heard that the Tang family will also be attending. We must not fall behind.
Linya.
You shall accompany your mother. The matriarch sighed, exasperated by her husband's relentless competitive spirit. It was said that the pill was extraordinarily precious, capable of curing all ailments. Since Yuan's injury had healed and his mind sharpened, gratitude was indeed in order. Not just a simple thank you, but a grand one. The matriarch waved her hand. Linger, come with me to the storeroom. We need to find some suitable gifts. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Duke of Jinggua's residence to express our thanks. Pei Guangming felt immense pride. His son had made a name for himself. No longer would he face punishment from his father. What joyous news! The Pei household was bustling with excitement as they prepared their tokens of gratitude. Pei Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. Ji Xiang, let us go and catch crickets. Ji Xiang kindly reminded him, Young master, your injury is healed, and you must return to school tomorrow. You have yet to touch the 10 copies of the Analects. The Analects again. The endless cycle continued. Despite his reluctance, Pei Yuan obediently returned to his studies. If the teacher informed grandfather, the offerings for the ancestral ceremony would not be pigs and cattle, but rather himself. At the Duke of Jinggua's residence, Su Xiaoxiao was engaged in a tussle with the jerky sent by the crown prince. It was deliciously fragrant yet quite tough. She had been gnawing on it all morning, uncertain if any had even made it into her stomach. Lian Xiao remarked, the imperial kitchen is truly extraordinary. It serves dishes that are both delectable and unattainable. The third young lady is perfectly suited for such a treat. Zhao Wenyu looked at her daughter, whose face was smeared with drool, smiling indulgently. This child has been spoiled before she could even speak. She will surely become unruly in the future. Su Xiaoxiao, clutching the jerky, had no time to protest, only objecting in her heart. Not true. Xiaoxiao has always adored food and wealth, and now she has added love for her mother. She will not become unruly. Zhao Wenyu smiled knowingly, appreciating her child's thoughtfulness. Zhao Wenyu inquired, what is happening over there? Lian Xiao replied, the matriarch has arranged a banquet for tomorrow evening. The second lady is preparing the seating. She will likely come to our courtyard shortly.
Indeed.
It was not long before Lu Shi arrived. In just half a year, she appeared to have aged considerably. Since Zhao Wenyu's arrival, she had not had to worry about anything. All affairs in the household were managed impeccably. Zhao Wenyu's dowry shop had been firmly in her grasp, supporting the family of Sun Kai-dai, while Zhao Wenyu diligently served. As a result, she had been nurtured so well that when standing next to Zhao Wenyu, others would assume they were sisters. In contrast, Zhao Wenyu had not lifted a finger at her family home. Upon marrying into the Duke of Jinggua's residence, she had taken on the responsibilities of managing the household, successfully restoring the dilapidated marquise. Not only had she become a weary matron, but she had also struggled to manage her children. Over the past 6 months, holding on to her own dowry, she only oversaw her small domain. maintaining a loving relationship with her husband and raising sensible children. Her spirit and appearance had even improved, surpassing her looks before marriage. In stark contrast, Lu's anger flared as she beheld Sun Kaidai standing alongside Zhao Wenyu, resembling a mirror made beside a young lady of privilege. With a smile gracing her features, Zhao Wenyu greeted, "Mother, what brings you here?" "I feared the noise might disturb you, and thus refrained from paying my respects." Lu feigned a smile in response, saying, "You have your hands full with the child. There's no need for such formalities among us. However, I come bearing an important matter for discussion. Lingxi is no longer a child, and while the marriage proposal from the Duke of Dunqin has been rescinded, we cannot allow the child to linger in uncertainty. Tomorrow evening, I've invited a few old friends over for tea. I would like you to bring Lingxi along for them to meet. Who knows? Perhaps one of them will take a fancy to her." Zhao Wenyu internally scoffed, recognizing the futility of such invitations, suspecting they were merely a means to solidify her own humiliation. Yet, she outwardly displayed gratitude, replying, "How thoughtful of you, mother. As it happens, Madame Qi from the Taisher Manor has also indicated she would be coming tomorrow. We shall combine our gatherings." Lu's smile radiated sincerity. "Excellent. The more, the merrier. It has been far too long since our household has seen such liveliness. With so many present, it will be difficult for you, Zhao Wenyu, to escape unscathed." Zhao Wenyu submissively suggested, "Shall I prepare a few more dishes?" Just then, Su Changhe dashed in, exclaiming, "Mother, merely adding a few dishes won't suffice. Several mothers of my classmates are also coming over tomorrow." Zhao Wenyu felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, thinking, "This rascal, has he stirred up trouble again?"
Su Changhe hastily protested. "No, no.
I merely assisted them with a minor favor, and their mothers wished to express their gratitude for your excellent parenting." Zhao Wenyu felt a disquieting sense of disbelief wash over her. Lu recalled Sun Katie's words about Su Changhe getting into a brawl with his entire class. Indeed, it was trouble that had come knocking at their door. She seized the moment, asserting, "Wenyu, what nonsense. Guests are guests, even if they come with ill intentions. Can we really turn them away? Since Bo Wen's incident, everyone has been avoiding us. This could be an opportunity to dispel some of that ill fortune." Zhao Wenyu dutifully replied, "I will defer to your judgment, mother." Chapter 71. Confrontation on Narrow Paths. The following day, the Duke of Zhengua's residence prepared an elaborate banquet well in advance, and several ladies familiar with Lu arrived as promised. Lu's maternal lineage was of little consequence, once merely a concubine. She had only been recognized as the legitimate wife after the demise of the First Lady and the birth of a son. Thus, the esteemed ladies of the capital held her in disdain, regarding her as beneath their notice. The women Lu had invited were all from humble beginnings, and although they had not been in touch for years, they felt compelled to attend, harboring unspoken resentment. Now, witnessing the grandeur of the Duke's residence, their hearts ached with envy, especially as her son had recently sullied the family name. Lu intended to leverage the presence of her old friends to bolster her standing. Greeting them with exaggerated warmth, "I've long wished to invite you for a visit. Though I have a husband, I find myself busier than a widow, having to play both father and mother. You've come at such a rare moment. I've prepared a few trinkets for you to take back for your daughters." Upon hearing of gifts, the elderly ladies perked up, following Lu to select some jewelry before settling down for the feast. Suddenly, a servant announced, "The matriarch of the Taisher Manor and Madame Qi have arrived." Although they were ostensibly there for Zhao Wenyu, Lu felt the need to put on a show before her old acquaintances. "Please sit tight. I shall receive the Taisher matriarch and return shortly." The group of elderly ladies sighed with nostalgia. "In our youth, we were not better off than she is now, yet look at her fortune. Becoming a concubine has turned out to be a boon, truly a case of differing fates." Indeed, another chimed in, "Choosing a husband is an art. For the Taisher matriarch to visit in person indicates their affairs aren't too dire. If one can secure a marriage with her granddaughter, it would be a fortunate match." The speaker, lacking suitable heirs, had noted that families with children of a similar age to Su Lingxi's had dismissed her as the daughter of a felon. As soon as the words were uttered, the elderly ladies fell silent, pondering how to boast about their grandsons in the ensuing conversation. The instigator, unwilling to relinquish her hold on the exquisite blue and white porcelain on the table, thought to herself, "Let them scramble for it. Such treasures are not for me alone." Soon after, another servant announced, "The matriarch of the Prime Minister's residence, along with the young Madame Pei, have arrived." The presence of the Pei matriarch elicited murmurs of astonishment. Aside from court banquets, these two had never appeared together at the same gathering. This clearly indicated the significance with which they regarded the Duke of Zhengua's household. While many speculated that the Duke's fortunes were waning, the current atmosphere suggested otherwise. The elderly ladies Lu invited felt increasingly fortunate to be associated with the Duke of Zhenghua. At the entrance of the residence, a multitude of carriages had gathered, belonging to the families of Su Chonghe's classmates. The children had ventured out, inexplicably recovering from their ailments, claiming they had consumed the Duke's unique miraculous pills and insisted on expressing their gratitude. However, the current circumstances of the Duke's household made them hesitant to approach. Yet, their children were adamant, and so they lingered outside, observing. Upon witnessing the arrival of both the Taisher matriarch and the Prime Minister's wife, they felt no further hesitation and proceeded inside. Madam Minister of Revenue has arrived. The wife of the Vice Minister of Rights has arrived. The wife of the Chief Minister has arrived. The servant at the door nearly strained his voice from shouting, overwhelmed by the sheer number of guests. Yuanyuan had not anticipated such a commotion. After all, without evidence to reveal Lu's true nature, she wished to avoid any undue embarrassment. Yet, the Qi matriarch had sent an invitation, insisting on expressing her gratitude, and she could hardly refuse such an overture. With Su Chonghe mentioning the arrival of his classmates' female relatives, Yuanyuan was taken aback by the grandiosity of the event, which included not only Madame Pei, but many other esteemed ladies. Just how much trouble had Chonghe stirred up? After welcoming the Taisher matriarch and Madame Qi, Yuanyuan steeled herself to greet the Pei matriarch, resolved to endure any affronts with grace, allowing the Pei matriarch to vent her frustrations. To her surprise, the Pei matriarch greeted her with unexpected warmth, taking her hand and exclaiming, "Madame Zhao, you have such a talent for child-rearing. You've raised Chonghe to be so affable and generous. Linger, you should seek advice from Madame Zhao on how to educate children." Madame Pei smiled sincerely, adding, "Mother, I am eager to learn. I implore Madame Zhao to share her insights." Yuanyuan's smile froze in place, sensing an undercurrent in the Pei matriarch's words. Remembering that just days prior, her son had pummeled the Pei matriarch's grandson to the point of being unable to attend school, she wondered if the Pei matriarch's restraint stemmed from her cultivated demeanor. Yuanyuan humbly responded, "You flatter me, Madame Pei. My son is unruly. It is my failure in discipline. I shall ensure he is properly corrected." The Pei matriarch smiled benevolently. "Linger, observe Madame Zhao's humility. You should learn from her example." Yuanyuan felt an overwhelming urge to vanish, while Madame Pei showed no signs of irritation, smoothly continuing, "We came in haste today and brought a small token of appreciation. Though modest, it comes from the heart. I hope Madame Zhao does not find it lacking." Yuanyuan was utterly bewildered. This confrontation came with gifts? Surely, these presents were not intended as a form of aggression? Fortunately, Madame Pei did not keep Yuanyuan in suspense for long, as she soon had the gifts brought in. The treasures included priceless writing materials, an entire set of headpieces crafted from pure gold, several adorned with various gemstones, numerous jade bracelets, exquisite silks, and rare medicinal herbs such as thousand-year ginseng and Tianshan snow lotus. The sight alone was overwhelming, and the gifts rivaled those from the Taisher matriarch, blurring the lines of opulence. Yuanyuan was utterly bewildered. While she could comprehend the gratitude expressed by old Master Tang for their life-saving assistance through such lavish gifts, she was at a loss regarding the intentions of old Madame Pei. With a sense of trepidation, she remarked, "Old Madame Pei, you truly humble me with such a generous gift. I feel unworthy to accept it. You have raised a commendable son, and these offerings are indeed deserved. Let the two children enjoy them together." Just as Yuanyuan struggled to grasp the situation, Su Chonghe entered, much to her surprise, as Pei Yuan had summoned both his grandmother and mother. Despite his tender years, Su Chonghe exhibited no signs of timidity. He graciously bowed to old Madame Pei and Madame Pei, inviting his mother to welcome them to their seats while he went to fetch his classmates. Indeed, Pei Yuan had also accompanied them. Yuanyuan promptly instructed the staff to set up several tables in the outer courtyard for Su Chonghe to manage. She cautioned, "Feel free to decide on any additions, but remember, you're still young and should not indulge in alcohol." Afterward, she personally guided old Madame Pei and the others into the inner courtyard, sensing that old Madame Pei was not there to cause trouble. What had Su Chonghe accomplished? Old Madame Tang was engaged in casual conversation with Lu Shi when she spotted old Madame Pei, her expression stiffening at the sight of a rival. Yuanyuan felt her head spinning. The entire capital was aware of the discord between Grand Tutor Tang and Prime Minister Pei, which had led to their families avoiding each other. Now, with both matriarchs in close proximity, was this not a battlefield of sorts? With old Madame Tang already positioned at the head of the table, it was inappropriate for her to relegate old Madame Pei to the side. Yuanyuan made a bold decision to add a table beside old Master Tang, ensuring the two would sit side by side, as neither could afford to offend the other. Ignoring their past grievances, she respectfully declared, "You two are the most esteemed matriarchs in the capital. Having you both here today is a matter of great pride for the younger generation." Old Madame Tang turned her back with a huff. Old Madame Pei, equally unyielding, refused to engage. The other ladies present offered their respects to the two elder women, observing the situation with bated breath, none daring to break the silence. Lu Shi remained particularly reticent, both due to her guilty conscience and the fact that the two women were her superiors, especially old Madame Tang, who had never treated her kindly because of Tang Xiaoer. The old friends she had invited could only be seated at the lowest table, so she chose to hide among them, reasoning that if the two matriarchs were to clash, it would not concern her. Zhao Wanyue's discomfort was her own delight. Zhao Wanyue, at a loss, had no choice but to have the servants begin serving dishes and to summon a troupe of performers, hoping to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Yet the two elder ladies remained obstinately at odds. Su Lingxi, anxious for her mother, contemplated whether this performance would proceed as scripted, given the palpable animosity between the two. Sitting beside her, Su Xiaoxiao casually suggested, if they perform Peach, Plum, and May, perhaps the two grandmothers will recall the friendships of their youth and reconcile. Su Lingxi's eyes flickered. Peach, Plum, and May, wasn't it a tale of the Hai sisters? Especially the remarkable Hai Yume, who disguised herself as a man to achieve success and defied a bully to marry her true love alongside her sisters. Could it be that old Madame Tang and old Madame Pei had once been friends? Quietly excusing herself, Su Lingxi conveyed this thought to her mother. Although Zhao Wenyue was unaware of the elder lady's past, she recognized the wisdom in Xiao Xiao's words and immediately instructed the troupe to perform Peach, Plum, and May. As the lead performer began to sing, the two elder women involuntarily turned their attention to the stage. As the melody filled the air, old Madame Tang even took out a handkerchief to dab her tears. Old Madame Pei's eyes glistened, and she coldly remarked, "Putting on such a show for whom? One might think you are truly sentimental." Old Madame Tang retorted with a raised brow, "Even if I lack sentimentality, I would never forget my sisters after marrying. I once vowed that men would come after sisters, yet here you are, having turned your back on us." The tension escalated as old Madame Pei shot back. "How can you speak of betrayal? You are the one who has forgotten me, despite my sending you numerous invitations that you refused to acknowledge." The anger in old Madame Tang flared. "You might as well be the one who forgot our bond. I waited for you at Dafu Temple for 3 days. You never came, nor did you send a word. Even if Tang Lu won against your Pei-san in the imperial examination, that was merely a matter for the men. We have been sisters for all these years, yet you turned your back on me." Old Madame Pei was utterly confounded. "Dafu Temple? When did you ever inform me that you were waiting there? Once the examination results were announced, I couldn't even celebrate with Pei Lu. I had Autumn Ling deliver a message to you, saying I was at Dafu Temple waiting for you. Day after day, you did not come. After descending the mountain, I intended to visit the Pei residence, but instead, you had Autumn Ling return my gift, saying you wished to sever ties with me." Reflecting on the years, old Madame Tang felt a pang in her heart. Old Madame Pei, too, was dismayed, placing a hand on her chest as she said, "Once the examination concluded, fearing you would misinterpret my intentions, I left Pei Air and sought you at the Tang residence. Autumn Ling, bearing my jade bracelet, informed me that you wished to part ways with me forever. I was furious, but ultimately could not bear to sever our long-standing friendship. And I sent Autumn Ling multiple invitations, only for her to return, scolded." With these revelations, the two elder ladies finally grasped the truth. Autumn Ling had been the instigator all along. Old Madame Pei trembled with anger. "We treated her like a sister. Why would she do this to us?" Old Madame Tang pondered. "We were simply too trusting of her. Our families are of higher standing. And while our husbands took the same examination, Tang Lu topped the list while Pei Er was second. Her husband, however, was at the bottom. We were so preoccupied with the rivalry between the top two that we neglected her feelings. From the moment Tang Lu and Pei Er met, they never saw eye to eye. It was only natural for us to be anxious. Despite this, Tang Lu and Pei Er continued to look after their family. How could she allow us to misunderstand for decades? I truly misjudged her." Old Madame Pei felt a wave of frustration. Old Madame Tang chuckled. "Your temperament remains unchanged. You still despise injustice as you did in your youth. It is commendable, for it shows that Pei Er has treated you with genuine affection. allowing you to remain so carefree after all these years. Old Madame Pei's eyes sparkled with intensity. Tang Lu has always been obedient to you. If he were to mistreat you, I would not care whether you acknowledged me or not. I would storm into the Tang residence and confront her. Old Madame Tang's eyes moistened. As your elder sister, I have failed you, allowing us to harbor misunderstandings for so many years. Old Madame Pei produced her handkerchief to wipe away Old Madame Tang's tears, jesting, you still weep so easily. It is fortunate you learned the truth before it was too late. Old Madame Tang playfully slapped her hand, chiding, at your age. You should know better than to speak so freely. The two women exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile, their past grievances finally dissolving. Madame Qi and Madame Pei were so engrossed in eavesdropping that they neglected the performance, discovering that their mothers had a story more captivating than the play itself. The other ladies, seated further away, could not discern the specifics of the conversation between the two matriarchs, but observed a quarrel followed by tears. Witnessing Old Madame Pei even wiping Old Madame Tang's eyes. Everyone was riveted, the exquisite banquet losing its appeal. Ultimately, Old Madame Tang removed a golden hairpin from her head and placed it in Old Madame Pei's hair, while Old Madame Pei took off her jade bracelet and adorned Old Madame Tang's wrist with it. The two clasped hands, smiles illuminating their faces as they enjoyed the performance together. What a remarkable turn of events! Su Xiaoxiao clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, a grand reconciliation. Such a momentous occasion surely deserves a toast. Zhao Wenyue found her daughter's words, no, her thoughts, profoundly reasonable. Lifting her wine cup, she proclaimed, it is indeed an honor to have you all here today, illuminating my humble abode. What is most remarkable is the affinity shared between the two esteemed matriarchs. As a younger generation, I shamelessly propose a toast to both of you. Observing Zhao Wenyue down her drink, Lu smiled with satisfaction, raising her own cup to drain it entirely. Zhao Wenyue, your streak of good fortune is about to come to an end. In Chapter 73, Catching Adultery, the elderly Lady Tang and Lady Pei exchanged smiles, dispelling any animosities, and both matriarchs, now in a benevolent mood, engaged in a lengthy conversation with Zhao Wenyue, expressing gratitude for her role in resolving misunderstandings. The atmosphere lightened significantly as the gathering comprised solely of women, who felt no reservations in toasting and exchanging cups, leading Zhao Wenyue to indulge in several more drinks. She shook the wine jug before her, now completely empty. Her cheeks flushed, she felt slightly unsteady on her feet. After bidding farewell to the two elder ladies, she staggered out of the banquet hall. An elderly woman beside Lu remarked, you are far too indulgent with your eldest daughter-in-law. With guests present, how could she have overindulged? Lu, with an air of magnanimity, replied, she has had too many worries lately. Let her be. The woman felt embarrassed by Lu's response. Sister, you are truly too lenient with her. Lu smiled silently, finding the wine particularly sweet today, and consumed several more cups along with a generous amount of food. She was contemplating how to maximize the ensuing commotion when she suddenly felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach and hurriedly excused herself from the table. Upon reaching the latrine, she experienced no discomfort, but after several such trips, she found herself utterly exhausted and decided to return to her own quarters to take some medicine. Her second daughter-in-law, Yuanyuan, noticed her unusual demeanor and rushed over. Lu, with a flash of inspiration, said, these ladies are all my intimate friends. After this performance, please take them to your sister-in-law's room and let her discreetly present the gifts she has prepared for them. The elderly ladies exchanged knowing glances. With so many guests, it was impractical to present gifts to all. As the music concluded, before Zheng Yaxian could speak, others grew impatient, urging her to quickly inquire about the gifts from Zhao Wenyue. At the courtyard entrance, they saw Lian Qiao assisting Zhao Wenyue as she emerged. Sister-in-law, Mother said she prepared gifts for the ladies, and she asked me to bring them to collect. Zhao Wenyue appeared puzzled. Gifts? Mother did not mention this to me. Perhaps she has had too much to drink. The gifts must be in her room. Let us go and inquire. Some elderly women expressed their dissatisfaction. Is this how the Duke's residence treats guests? If there are gifts, fine. If not, why drag us around like this? Zhao Wenyue quickly smiled to appease them. Annies, you misunderstand. The gifts Mother prepared are sure to be splendid. If I act on my own, I fear Mother might think me too presumptuous. Lian Qiao, fetch the jewelry awarded by Her Majesty from the box. Let the esteemed aunts choose some to take home. Hearing that they could each receive 2 gifts, the women became enthusiastic. They insisted, the gifts are not the most important. We're concerned about your well-being, sister. We should check on you first. Zhao Wenyue expressed her gratitude. It is a burden to trouble you, dear aunts. The group made their way, chatting and laughing, towards Lu's courtyard, with the elderly ladies eager, fearing they might miss out on something valuable. Upon arriving, they found Lu's courtyard dark and deserted, with even the gatekeeper mysteriously absent. Zhao Wanyue's expression darkened. Where are the servants in the courtyard? Is this how they attend to the matriarch? Sister-in-law, as you assist mother in managing the household, you should be more attentive to such matters. Zheng Yaxian, unaware that the servants had been bribed and deliberately dismissed, felt unjustly reprimanded. Perhaps they were drawn away by the festivities. I will be sure to enforce stricter oversight later. Zhao Wanyue frowned. Let us address this later. Mother is unwell, and the courtyard lacks even a light. There is no one here to attend to her. We must ensure she does not injure herself. With that, she quickened her pace. The elderly women, enviously whispering about Lu's fortune in marrying a well-bred lady with a dowry vast enough to pile high, mused aloud how the heir's wife treated the matriarch even better than her own mother. It seems the saying holds true. Zhao Wanyue sighed. Father has been ill for so long, and mother has single-handedly managed the household since she was quite young. Naturally, I must show her due filial piety. Speaking of this, the women no longer felt Lu was particularly fortunate, realizing that at under 20, she had already been left in such a state. No amount of wealth could alleviate the discomfort of her situation. Zheng Yaxian, wishing to divert the conversation away from further praise of Zhao Wanyue, interjected, "Oh, do you hear that? It sounds as if something is happening inside." Indeed, there were urgent gasps emanating from within. Zhao Wanyue, lantern in hand, exclaimed, "Could it be that mother has fallen and cannot rise? Quick, someone bring a light." With that, she rushed into Lu's chamber. The attendants, having returned just in time, illuminated the room, revealing a shocking sight. Lu, unclothed, entwined with a somewhat older man, caught in a passionate embrace. In that instant, the women were rendered speechless. Their eyes widened in disbelief. It was truly her, indulging in reckless abandon. Zhao Wanyue, astonished, asked mother, "What are you doing?" Lu's fervent mind abruptly cleared. Indeed, what was she doing? She had intended to confront Zhao Wanyue, yet here she was, engaged in such scandalous behavior. She had merely returned to take her usual medicine. But upon entering the courtyard, finding it devoid of servants, her irritation had led her inside. As her body grew warm and her mind lost control, a man had seized her, every word and action igniting her dormant desires. Lu, in a moment of heated folly, abandoned all restraint, convinced that Zhao Wanyue had Zheng Yaxian to handle matters on her behalf. Little did she know, Zhao Wanyue had brought her old friends to catch her in the act. Lu shoved the man away, frantically shouting, "Get out, all of you." Bai Ji rushed in, panicked. "Madam, it is dire." In the old lady's chamber, we discovered two people engaged in unspeakable acts, and we caught them red-handed. Hearing the commotion from the back courtyard, Lian Xiao remarked, "The madam drank too much and insisted on visiting the old lady. Could there be a problem?" Lady Tang and Lady Pei, worried for Zhao Wanyue, decided to check in person. The guests, now apprehensive, hurriedly followed to Lu's courtyard. They arrived just in time to witness the disheveled Sun Kai-dai and a man, along with Lu, who cowered beneath the covers, unwilling to show herself. Lu, in a frenzy, cried out, "Zhao Wanyue, you schemed against me." Zhao Wanyue, feigning innocence, replied, "Mother, you witnessed how many guests are present today. No one forced you to leave your seat and secretly meet with this old man. You. Lu was rendered speechless with fury. The matriarchs, Lady Tang and Lady Pei, exchanged glances before solemnly stating, as a distinguished second-rank noblewoman, "How can you be so shameless?" It is no wonder that Wanyu is excessively filial. She rushed over, fearing for your well-being. Who could have anticipated your impatience? Do you not fear that your descendants will be humiliated in front of others because of your actions? Lady Pei was even more forthright. What a disgrace. A splendid banquet ruined just like that. The truth of this matter is as clear as day. Since I have encountered it, I shall ensure that the innocent do not suffer unjustly. Lu, put on that shame-covering garment at once. It is utterly mortifying. Lu babbled incoherently. I am truly being wronged. This is all Zhao Wenyu's scheme. Lian Xiao retorted defiantly. Elder madam, there's a saying that one catches a thief red-handed. You claim Our Lady is framing you. Why not investigate and see where this rogue man comes from? Lian Xiao, be silent. Family matters should not be aired publicly. Let this matter rest. Zhao Wenyu feigned a look of enduring humiliation. Lady Pei would not be placated. How can we let this go? The girl is right, as a second-rank noblewoman. She does not uphold her duties as a wife. This matter has transcended family affairs. Lady Tang paused, instructing everyone to return to the banquet hall. This situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Lady Pei, disregarding her outsider status, observed Lu's demeanor and discerned her contempt for Zhao Wenyu. She decisively took Zhao Wenyu aside. "Bring that shameless man here. I demand to know his true identity." Lady Pei nearly spat out her tea. "What? Someone has paid you to come to the Duke's residence for this purpose? Could it really be Zhao Wenyu's doing?" The elderly man continued. "She gave me 20 taels of silver, claiming the other party was a beauty in her 30s. Who knew it would turn out to be an old woman older than me?" Lady Pei was momentarily speechless. 20 taels was no trivial sum, after all. It could be seen as an old cow taking advantage of tender grass. Lady Tang swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Wasn't he the only woman in her 30s in the Duke's residence, Zhao Wenyu or Jing Yixian? Could it be that they were plotting against their own family savior, Zhao Wenyu? With a cold expression, she inquired, "Who sent you here?" "Zhou Quan from East Village." "His wife, Sun Kai-dai." He blurted out, "Her husband often visits the brothel across from us. She frequently comes to catch people." He had long realized that the individuals before him were not ordinary and had no desire to offend them. Bai Ji whispered softly. The old lady's chamber caught that one, Sun Kai-dai. She even claimed to be the old lady's own daughter. Bai Ji's voice was low, yet it was loud enough for both matriarchs to hear. Lady Pei widened her eyes at Lady Tang, realizing the enormity of the situation. Not only was there infidelity, but also a potential illegitimate daughter involved. Lady Tang shot her a glance, understanding that matters had escalated. Fortunately, none of this implicated Zhao Wenyu directly. It was apparent to any discerning eye that Lu held Zhao Wenyu in far lower regard than the rumors suggested. In fact, she viewed Zhao Wenyu as an enemy, so they might as well take advantage of the situation and vent their grievances on behalf of their benefactor.
"Hongye,
Let us go meet that Sun Kai-dai." Lady Tang, ever cautious, thought it prudent to privately interrogate her first, in case the situation turned against Zhao Wenyu, allowing for timely measures to be taken. Years had passed, and upon hearing Su Ruping call her by her maiden name once more, Lady Pei was filled with the nostalgia of sisterhood in their shared endeavors against wrongdoing. Lady Pei energetically declared, "Let us go. This old frame hasn't moved in ages." Su Xiaoxiao, her cheeks aching from gnawing on dried meat, set it aside, lifted a jug of milk, and gulped down half, exclaiming, with these two venerable ladies around, "There's no need for mother to intervene. Lu and Sun Kai-dai's schemes will surely be unraveled." Su Ling she exchanged glances with Zhao Wenyu. The two spirited old ladies were so eager that there was no stopping them, so they might as well enjoy the show and let them have their fun. Sun Kai-dai was still in a daze. She had sent the old man from Nanfeng Pavilion to Zhao Wenyu's courtyard, accomplishing her task before retreating, having clearly exited through the back door to board her carriage. How she ended up entangled with a filthy groom in such a ludicrous affair was beyond comprehension. Zhao Wenyu was equally perplexed by Sun Kai-dai's continued presence the moment the old man entered the courtyard. He was subdued by the shadow guards and delivered to Lu's quarters. The wine Lu had consumed was swapped with Zhao Wenyu's, a fitting retribution for her misdeeds. Su Xiaoxiao let out a burp, patting her belly and chuckling. Little Hong is truly mischievous. Not only did she bring back Sun Kai-dai and the groom without anyone noticing, but she also used an aphrodisiac intended for harm against them. Truly, a case of treating one's enemy with their own medicine. Lady Pei produced a dagger from her waist, twirling it with expertise. "You had better confess to me. I haven't wielded this knife in years, and my hand is itching." Sun Kai-dai was already terrified beyond measure, stammering, "I don't know anything, I swear. I know nothing. There are ghosts, real ghosts. Ghosts? If you do not speak the truth, I shall carve countless wounds into your flesh until your last drop of blood is shed, leaving you more terrifying than a ghost." Lady Pei threatened, lightly grazing the blade against Sun Kai-dai's wrist, drawing forth a trickle of crimson blood. Lady Tang, unable to bear the sight, shook her head disapprovingly. "Is it necessary to frighten her so?" Sun Kai-dai looked towards Lady Tang, perceiving her as a savior incarnate, and was about to plead for mercy, when Lady Tang interjected, "Why not summon Zhou Quan from East Village to identify this interloper who has sullied the Duke's residence?" Lady Pei objected, "That might not be prudent. It could lead to her being discarded." Lady Tang countered, "That is far better than allowing her blood to drain drop by drop, becoming a desiccated corpse in endless agony." Sun Kai-dai thought, "This is hardly a savior. This is a demon demanding a life." Zhao Wenyu, Qi Shi, and Lady Pei's daughter-in-law all gasped in horror. Were the two old ladies truly this mischievous? Sun Kai-dai, overwhelmed by the banter between the two matriarchs, broke down. No, no. I will do whatever you ask. Please, just stop tormenting me. This is utterly dull. Lady Pei, still unsatisfied, sheathed her dagger and inquired, that old man from Nanfeng Pavilion, did you bring him? Sun Kai-dai nodded obediently, yes. Who did you intend for him to harm? Chapter 75. A casual stroke of a rune. Sun Kai-dai still held on to a glimmer of hope. I do not know. Lady Pei, having just put her dagger away, found it mysteriously back in her hand, the cold blade pressed against Sun Kai-dai's neck. If you do not know, then you have no reason to continue living. My title as the Lady of the Underworld is not merely for show. The Lady of the Underworld? That was the moniker of a certain male constable who had disguised himself as a woman 50 years ago, capable of silencing a child's night cries, instilling fear in all. Sun Kai-dai, not the sharpest tool in the shed, pondered this and realized the age matched perfectly. She trembled uncontrollably. I will speak. I will speak. We poisoned Yuanyuan's wine, intending to ruin her reputation today, while there were many people around. Yuanyuan, horrified, anxious, and wronged, exclaimed, who instructed you to do this? What wrong have I done to deserve such vile tactics against me? Faced with the gleaming knife in Lady Pei's hand, Sun Kai-dai could hardly withstand the pressure and, shutting her eyes, confessed, it was the Duchess. She is the one who sent me. So it would be justifiable to divorce you and claim your dowry. Yuanyuan, upon hearing this, staggered back repeatedly. Impossible. Mother has always treated me with utmost kindness, like a daughter of her own. For over a decade, I have served her dutifully and selflessly. How could she possibly resort to such despicable means to harm me? You are speaking nonsense. Sun Kai-dai burst into laughter. Does she regard you as her own daughter? Do you even deserve that? Your man is nothing but a bastard. She would never consider you as kin. In her wildest dreams, she wishes to rid herself of you. I am her true daughter. The wealth and splendor of the Duke's estate rightfully belong to me. You would do well to release me, or else my mother will ensure you face dire consequences. Lady Pei was left speechless. Your mother is Lu? Are you serious? She could hardly believe it. No genuine daughter would seek a lover for her mother. Indeed. It is true. Or, how else could I move freely within the Duke's estate, you old hag? It would be wise for you to treat me with respect. My biological father holds considerable power, and perhaps once I am recognized as the legitimate daughter of the Duke, I might grant you the mercy of a complete corpse. Yuanyuan deliberately provoked her. You speak nonsense. Su Bowen is the legitimate son of the Duke and destined to inherit the family fortune. You, a wretched insect, have no place here to utter such drivel. Sun Kai-dai continued her tirade. If it weren't for the fact that Su Bowen is a boy, he would have perished alongside his short-lived mother long ago. He deserves to languish in obscurity, while I am the true daughter of the Duchess. Su Xiaoxiao nestled in Su Lingxi's embrace, observing calmly while secretly approving. This truth-revealing talisman is indeed effective. The more one speaks, the more they reveal. It was then that Su Lingxi understood why Sun Kai-dai had exposed Lu's secrets. Lady Tang felt a jolt of excitement, asking fervently, repeat that. Whose child is Su Bowen? Sun Kai-dai, fully aware she should remain silent, found herself unable to control her tongue. He is the child of the Duke's legitimate wife, Tang Xiaoer. When my mother learned of the legitimate wife's pregnancy, she couldn't bear it and deceived the Duke into believing she was also with child. While the Duke was away at war, she sought to bear a son. Had I been a boy, Su Bowen would not have lived to see today. Upon hearing this, Lady Tang trembled with excitement. Xiaoer did not die in childbirth. Her child is alive. Is this true? She never anticipated that the gossip would strike so close to home. Yuanyuan and she both noticed Lady Tang's unusual reaction and quietly moved to protect her, standing on either side. Lady Pei was also furious at Sun Katie's words, seizing her by the throat. What did you say? Tang Xiaoer was killed by that wretched concubine. Though she had not communicated with Lady Tang for years, in her heart, Tang Xiaoer was her own niece. Sun Kai-dai struggled to breathe, nodding vigorously, but the furious Lady Pei remained oblivious to her distress, demanding, speak. As Sun Kai-dai neared the brink of unconsciousness, Su Lingxi interjected at the right moment. Lady Pei, perhaps it's because you are choking her that she cannot speak. Finally realizing, Lady Pei pushed Sun Kai-dai back and commanded, now, speak. Filled with resentment, Sun Kai-dai replied, the Duke's heart belongs solely to Tang Xiaoer. If my mother had not acted thus, she would have remained in obscurity forever. Lady Pei was nearly beside herself with rage, kicking out in response, you heartless wretch. Lady Tang, struggling to maintain her composure, coldly instructed, Hongya, go question Lu and seek justice for Xiaoer. Only then did Lady Pei release Sun Kaidai, gently addressing Lady Tang. Ruping, do not lose your temper. The child is still alive. This is a good thing. Let us clarify the matter together. It seems the truth is about to be revealed. I had hoped to wait until I could speak before dealing with them. But who could have anticipated that mother and the two grandmothers would be so formidable? The case is solved without my involvement. Yuanyuan reflected on the situation, realizing that if it weren't for Xiao, their mother might never have discovered her own fate, nor would they have unearthed their father's lineage. Truly, it was Xiao who was remarkable. Yuanyuan wished to shield her sisters from such sordid affairs, turning to Su Lingxi. Lingxi, sister is tired. Please take her to rest. The adults will handle things here. But mother here. Su Lingxi was unwilling to leave her mother alone. Lady Tang nodded approvingly at Yuanyuan, recognizing the children's presence was indeed inappropriate, and tenderly said, "Go on. I am here with Lady Pei. Your mother will not suffer any harm." With the elders speaking, Su Lingxi ceased her insistence, bowed, and said, "Thank you, ladies." Su Xiao widened her eyes. "No, I am not tired. I can handle this. I still want to hear Lu confess her misdeeds." Su Lingxi gently urged, Xiao, mother has matters to attend to. We must listen to her." Resigned, Su Xiao doodled in the air, tossing her fingers toward Lu's chamber. "If we are to leave, we must first ensure Lu is made to confess her own wicked deeds." Su Lingxi patted Xiao. Sister is truly obedient. Watching as Su Lingxi led Xiao away, Lady Tang finally made her way into Lu's courtyard with the support of Yuanyuan and Qi. Madame Pei intended to assist her mother-in-law but was abruptly interrupted as Lady Pei seized the collapsed Sun Kaidai, exclaiming, "Bring this wretch along for questioning." Madame Pei retracted her outstretched hand, realizing the gravity of the situation. No wonder her husband feared his mother-in-law. She was indeed ferocious. Lu had already dressed and was being guarded by the maidservants beside Lady Pei. Lady Tang forcefully suppressed her ire, demanding Lu, "How did my daughter, Tang Xiaoer, truly die?" Lu's face displayed panic, and with a guilty tone, she replied, "She died in childbirth." Chapter 76. The Truth Revealed. Lady Pei flung Sun Kaidai before Lu, sternly declaring, "Stop your futile struggles. Your daughter has already confessed." Seeing Sun Kaidai in their grasp only heightened Lu's disarray, yet she was a cunning old fox. Darkening her expression as she said, "I do not know her. This must be a scheme by Yuanyuan against me." Her gaze turned angrily toward Sun Kaidai. Filled with disappointment, Sun Kaidai understood the enormity of her blunder. She never intended to betray her mother, yet her mouth betrayed her. "I did not wish for this. But whenever I attempt to lie, I feel an unbearable discomfort, and the truth spills forth uncontrollably. I truly cannot help it." Silence. The moment Lu finished her sentence, she felt as if countless insects were gnawing at her insides, a painful and itchy sensation compelling her to confess. "I replaced her prenatal medicine with safflower, leading to her premature death." Upon hearing this, Lady Tang nearly fainted from the heartache. Her daughter had indeed been murdered by this vile woman. Lu, horrified, clamped her hands over her mouth, unable to fathom how she had spoken the truth. Sun Kaidai, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned witness, said, "Mother, I did not deceive you, did I? I cannot tell a lie. It is impossible to suppress the truth." Yuanyuan recognized that Xiao's truth-revealing talisman was at work and quickly inquired. Madame Tang was already full term. What of her child? Lu bit her lip, unable to utter a word, knowing nothing. Yet an overwhelming force compelled her to speak, revealing her innermost thoughts. "It is truly unjust that Tang Xiaoer was born a rich lady, receiving all the love and luxury, while I, despite my lesser pedigree, endured constant humiliation as a concubine. In the year of our marriage, he never once stayed in my chamber. Tang Xiaoer had him utterly captivated, all the while pretending to be kind, promising to persuade Su Bingquan to grant me a child, so I might have some security in the Duke's estate." As the head of the household, Madame Qi believed that the late sister's treatment of Lu was exceedingly lenient, asking, "The head of the household shows you compassion, yet you repay her with schemes?" Lu chuckled coldly. "Compassion? She personally escorted Su Bingquan to my quarters. Yet no sooner had she departed than Su Bingquan cautioned me against harboring foolish hopes, for his heart belonged solely to that wretched Tang Xiaoer. They conspired to humiliate me, and feeling indignant, I lit an aphrodisiac incense in my room. However, he preferred to throw himself into cold water rather than touch me. In desperation, I administered a sleeping drug to him, creating the illusion of consummation. When Tang Xiaoer became pregnant, he was overtaken by anxiety. I bribed a physician to declare that I, too, was with child, to which he merely responded with a well-deserved caution. My heart burned with resentment. If he did not cherish me, there were others who would. 3 months later, I finally bore a child, my own offspring. Seeing the matriarch of the Tang family in a state of agitation, Yuanyuan realized that only the knowledge of her grandson's safety could alleviate her distress, and thus pressed her with questions. So, the child you carry is not of the Duke's bloodline. You have yet to inform me of what became of Lady Tang's child? Lu's eyes brimmed with indignation. Tang Xiao'er clearly suffered a significant hemorrhage and fainted, yet somehow found the strength to awaken and deliver a son. Initially, I deceived Su Bingquan into believing I was pregnant. Now, it is indeed time for me to give birth. However, my child was only 6 months along, and since the infant was a boy, I chose to keep him. Later, I bore a daughter, and to secure my position as the Duke's wife, I had no choice but to place my daughter in foster care, nurturing the enemy's son day by day. Upon hearing this, the assembly sighed in relief. Thankfully, Xiao'er's child was indeed alive. She hastily reassured the matriarch. Mother, did you hear? The eldest daughter's child survives. It's Su Shitzi. The matriarch of the Tang family finally broke into tears, lamenting, Xiao'er, my poor daughter, you have suffered so much. Heaven has eyes. In this lifetime, I will see your child. Lady Pei shared in the sorrow of her dear friend and, with a swift kick to Lu's heart, inquired, who is your paramour? The Duke is robust and healthy. How could he suddenly fall ill and become unresponsive? Did you play a hand in this? Lu spoke at length, revealing Su Bowen's lineage. Yet as she sensed her impending doom, she found solace in the fact that she had not betrayed Shen Tianyu. No one knew that Su Bohea was not of the Su family bloodline. He was her only son, and even in death, she could not reveal this truth. With steely resolve, Lu bit down on her own tongue, rendering herself incapable of uttering another word, regardless of the force that sought to compel her to speak. Yet, for the matriarch of the Tang family, this was sufficient. She trembled as she caressed Zhao Wanyua's head, exclaiming, Good child, it turns out you are my granddaughter-in-law. Heaven has eyes, Xiao'er, you have a wonderful daughter-in-law who has saved our Tang family. Zhao Wanyua, finally able to acknowledge the elder, was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down her face. Grandmother, your granddaughter-in-law bows to you. Once the matriarch and Zhao Wanyua's emotions had settled, Lady Pei remarked, rupeeing, although Lu cannot speak, her daughters still can. With so many present today, we must make this matter widely known, so that everyone understands Lu's true nature and vindicates Xiao'er and Bowen's family. Sun Kaidai, under the influence of a truth-revealing spell, found her mother unreliable and thus recounted everything she knew before the gathered ladies, who were taken aback by Lu's treachery. As a concubine, she poisoned the matron, abandoning her children. More alarmingly, she repeated her vile intentions, aiming to eliminate Zhao Wanyue as well. All present, being the heads of their respective households, united in outrage, collectively condemned Lu and her daughter, and upon returning home, resolved to firmly establish rules for the household concubines. Zhao Wanyue desired to repay Lu in kind, ensuring her reputation was tarnished to prevent continued mischief. Unexpectedly, the support from the two elder ladies, along with Su Xiaoxiao's covert assistance, resolved a dilemma she had long struggled with. Apologizing to her guests, she said, I am truly sorry that your first visit coincided with such a farce. Once I have tidied the mess in my household, I shall host a grand banquet to properly entertain you all. The guests waved their hands, dismissing her concerns. Madame Zhao, you are too gracious. Your esteemed son gifted us with a miraculous remedy that restored our little rabbit's vision. We came to express our gratitude. It is indeed an honor to witness Su Shitzi uncovering his true lineage. Once you are finished with your affairs, we shall gather again. Watching the ladies depart, Lady Pei, in a daze, asked, Linger, did they all receive the pills from Changhe? Lady Pei Xiaofu replied, It seems so. The two women simultaneously remarked, Then isn't Yuanyuan still the most foolish of them all? Chapter 77 Steamed Buns? No, it is the antidote. Although Lady Pei felt sorrow for her grandson, her heart was filled with joy for the matriarch of the Tang family. They had found their grandson, and now, like herself, they had a great-grandson and great-granddaughter, a truly delightful turn of events. Sun Kaidai and Lu were both imprisoned. The older sisters Lu had invited, upon learning of her misdeeds, no longer dared to covet gifts but merely hoped that the Duke's household would not retaliate against them. Just as they were contemplating a discreet escape, Zhao Wanyue called out to them, Aunties, you are my elders. How could I allow you to leave empty-handed? Lian Xiao, bring forth the items. Lian Xiao presented each elder lady with a golden hairpin, exquisite in both design and quality, beyond their reach. The women gazed in astonishment. One remarked, "Sister Lu truly should not have committed such a heinous act." Indeed, another chimed in, the Shizi's wife treated her with such kindness. Had she only treated the Shizi and his wife well, the events of decades past might never have come to light, allowing her to live a glorious life. What nonsense! Someone cautioned, and the woman promptly fell silent. Yet, all knew in their hearts that Lu was foolish, having seized the position of the Duke's wife. She should have kept the secret buried, and lived quietly. Alas, she squandered a winning hand, having benefited from Zhao Wanyue's generosity while witnessing Lu's malice. They would undoubtedly embellish Lu's disgraceful tale upon their return, ensuring it became common knowledge. The other ladies, upon receiving this news today, would ensure that by tomorrow, all of the capital would know that Lu was not Su Bowen's true mother, but that Su Bowen was indeed born of the legitimate wife, Tang Xiaoer. Zhang Yaxian felt that this day was longer than a lifetime. The banquet had already been explosive with the matron caught in bed, but it was surpassed by even graver revelations. Her elder brother was not born of the matron, and there was a layer of separation between him and Boheo. With the matron's shameless actions, she feared that her life with Su Boheo under Su Bowen and Zhao Wanyue would only become more arduous. She seethed at the thought, realizing that Lu's stinginess towards her stemmed from the fact that all the good things had gone to her biological daughter. How pitiful she was! Having previously courted Lu's favor only to now have to ingratiate herself with Zhao Wanyue, her fate was truly lamentable. After seeing off the elder ladies, Zhao Wanyue felt a sense of numbness wash over her. This day had been too thrilling. Zhang Yaxian took the opportunity to support Zhao Wanyue, saying, "Eldest sister-in-law, I never imagined the matron was such a person. How angry must brother and Boheo be upon learning this?" Zhao Wanyue, having overheard Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts, understood that Su Boheo and Su Bowen were likely not half-brothers. Lu's desperate attempts to silence her were likely aimed at protecting Su Boheo. Zhao Wanyue was not in a hurry to deal with Zhang Yaxian. She was not particularly clever, and while Su Boheo was a wastrel, he still treated her with respect. How to handle them required evidence, and also the opinion of Su Bowen. She sighed, stating, "Who can argue with that? What was meant to be a pleasant meal has turned into this. From now on, the Duke's household will rely on us to uphold it. I am utterly exhausted today. I shall take my leave to rest." This statement served as a reassurance to Zhang Yaxian, for at least for now, Zhao Wanyue did not regard her as an outsider. On the following day, the entire capital was abuzz with the scandal surrounding the lady of the Duke of Zhenghua, who was accused of conspiring to murder the rightful wife, abandoning her mother for her child, and attempting to repeat her nefarious deeds by plotting the death of the heir's wife. There were even whispers suggesting that the Duke had suddenly fallen ill after discovering the illicit affair, leading to his demise. Upon hearing this news, Shen Tianyu was so frightened that he fell from his chair, his complexion ashen. Shen Qingyu dismissed the servants and helped her grandfather to his feet, saying, "Grandfather, I have already investigated. Lu and her daughter fell victim to a curse that compels them to speak only the truth. However, she was clever enough to take her own life by biting her tongue to protect her son. Although she is still alive, she can no longer utter a word." Shen Tianyu showed no concern for Lu's fate. Her death was perhaps for the best. He anxiously inquired, "Is that curse truly so powerful?" "The curse is known as the truth-telling charm. Once afflicted, one must answer any question posed, unless they can no longer speak," Shen Qingyu explained, her admiration for Lu's desperate courage evident. Shen Tianyu was consumed by dread, fearing the possibility of someone casting such a curse upon him, rendering him utterly defenseless. Understanding her grandfather's fears, Shen Qingyu calmly reassured him, "There is no need for alarm, grandfather. I possess a method to counteract the truth-telling charm. Simply consume this, and the charm will hold no power over you." With that, she produced a black orb the size of a steamed bun. Despite his disbelief that such a thing could be a remedy, Shen Tianyu had no choice but to give it a try. Reluctantly, he asked, "Do I have to eat the entire thing? Will it truly work?" Shen Qingyu felt somewhat guilty. She understood the poor taste of the concoction, a result of her arduous efforts to create it. "Grandfather, perhaps you should simply take the day off from court," she suggested. Shen Tianyu shook his head. To take leave at such a critical moment would only arouse suspicion. "I must go. I will finish this in the carriage. As for Lu, I cannot let my guard down. Someone must take care of her." He no longer held any secrets before Shen Qingyu, speaking freely. "If you send someone to silence her, it may leave evidence behind. Leave this matter to me. With the shock Lu has endured, it would be reasonable for her to lose her mind. As for Sun Kaidai, she knows too much, but should remain untouched. Perhaps we should spare her, Shen Qingyu suggested, sensing her grandfather's desire to protect his daughter. Without hesitation, Shen Tianyu declared, "Those two foolish women have caused more harm than good. If they go mad, so be it." Shen Qingyu felt satisfied with this partnership. Decisive action was the best course. "Then I shall take care of it," she affirmed. Shen Tianyu uneasily asked, "Are you certain you do not need my assistance to enter the prison?" "I have my own methods, grandfather." "You may attend court," Shen Qingyu replied confidently, clutching his precious remedy and instructing his attendants to prepare a water flask. He mounted the carriage, while nibbling on the orb. The essence within Shen Qingyu was that of the holy maiden of the demon sect, making her entry into the prison remarkably uneventful. Due to Lu's noble status, the guards did not unduly trouble her, even tending to her wounds and confining her with Sun Kaidai. Stripped of her support, Sun Kaidai was in a frenzy, repeatedly asking, "Mother, what shall we do now? Will father come to save us? Who is father after all?" Lu, in excruciating pain, felt her heart turn to ash and remained motionless, with her eyes closed. "Mother, please say something. When will we be free? I cannot return. What will happen to Dekai and Yingying?" Sun Kaidai persistently tugged at Lu. Lu was not devoid of concern for her daughter and grandchildren, but with her own survival at stake, she could no longer protect Sun Kaidai's family. All she could hope for was that Shen Tianyu would safeguard Su Boheo, preserving their only son. Even now, she could not comprehend why her tongue had become uncontrollable. Sun Kaidai continued her incessant whining, prompting Lu to open her bloodied mouth. Terrified, Sun Kaidai recoiled, daring not to utter another word. The cell fell silent, with the mother and daughter trembling in their respective corners. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, causing everyone in the prison to fall into a deep slumber, leaving only Lu and her daughter awake. "Mother, what is that?" Sun Kaidai asked, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the approaching shadow. Lu looked up to see a grotesque creature with 5 heads slowly advancing toward them, each mouth dripping with thick, repulsive saliva. The heads breached the prison door, looming before them. When Lu met the gaze of one pair of eyes, she felt herself being drawn in. Tang Xiaoer, drenched in blood, stood before her, coldly declaring, "Wretched woman, pay with your life." As she spoke, her elongated nails lunged toward Lu's throat. Lu attempted to evade, but there was nowhere to flee. She tried to scream, but no sound escaped her lips. In a frantic bid for escape, Lu collided with Su Bingquan, the Duke of Zhenghua, who brandished a sword. His face twisted in rage. "Poisonous woman, how dare you kill my beloved wife and harm my child? I shall not spare you." With that, he thrust the sword at her with deadly intent. Lu could not dodge in time, feeling the blade pierce her body, pain coursing through her as she writhed on the ground, only able to emit faint cries of despair. Yet the nightmare did not end there. Tang Xiaoer transformed into a beautiful figure, and Su Bingquan appeared, cradling a child in one arm while embracing Tang Xiaoer with the other. The 3 of them radiating warmth and joy. This sight was far more tormenting than the thought of her death at Su Bingquan's hands. Lu staggered to her feet, desperate to separate them, but they walked away, laughing and chatting, never casting her a glance. Consumed by rage, Lu could not allow Su Bingquan and Tang Xiaoer to remain together, not for a moment. She had spared Su Bingquan's life not only for the sake of Su Boheo as future, but also to prevent him from crossing paths with Tang Xiaoer in the afterlife. She yearned to keep them apart, ensuring they would never meet again. Yet now, they were together, and Lu's sanity shattered in an instant. She screamed in madness, unwilling to accept that her intricate schemes had led her to become merely a concubine in Su Bingquan's eyes, where only Tang Xiaoer mattered. As the years passed, it was still only Tang Xiaoer who held his heart. Lu felt as if she had returned to the night before her entrance into the Su household, surrounded by friends who were not truly happy for her, mocking her and belittling her. How could General Su ever love someone as lowly born as you? Do not harbor such foolish dreams. You forsake your dignity to become a concubine, just like your mother, a disgraceful legacy, a wanton woman, even in death. You shall remain a wandering spirit, unworthy of entering the ancestral tomb of the Duke of Zhenghua. Those hurtful words morphed into venomous serpents, gnawing at Lu's very being. Terror clouded her eyes as she clawed at her skin, leaving no part of her unscathed. "Mother, what is wrong? Please, do not scare me." Sun Kaidai called out from a distance, too afraid to approach. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu turned her gaze and fixed it intently on Sun Kaidai. In a sudden frenzy, she charged towards Sun Kaidai, biting and clawing at her. Lu had completely lost her sanity, and Sun Kaidai, terrified by her mother's horrific demeanor, succumbed to madness as well. Shen Qingyu retracted the 5 beasts, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 deranged women in the cell, and remarked with contempt, easily frightened, indeed. These 5 beasts possess the ability to ensnare the soul, awakening the deepest fears within a person, and Lu was driven to madness by her own inner demons. Meanwhile, Shen Tianyu had been gnawing away and had finally consumed the colossal pill capable of countering the truth-revealing talisman. When describing something unpalatable, we often say it tastes like chewing wax. However, Shen Tianyu found this medicine even more distasteful than wax itself. It was dry and hard, accompanied by a pungent odor. He had to drink an entire pot of water just to swallow it down. The coachman and attendant exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Lord Shen had suddenly developed a taste for coarse grains, making them hesitant to bring out the white buns and pickles they had tucked away. For how could a servant eat better than his master? The events surrounding the Duke of the State had become known to a great many court officials. Their wives had spent the previous night gossiping, not only clarifying the entire situation but also compelling many gentlemen to be dragged from their beds to answer whether they had, in private, favored concubines over their wives, or whether there were unsightly mistresses lurking outside. Some even suspected that, due to their husbands' poor conduct, they had conspired with a favored concubine to swap their own children. After all, who could be that foolish? In any case, very few officials had managed a good night's sleep, all appearing with dark circles under their eyes for court. Conversely, the emperor, residing in the depths of the palace, was only made aware of the situation when Grand Minister Tang requested to interrogate Lu and Sun Kaidai to provide justice for his deceased daughter. It struck me that Su Bowen bore a striking resemblance to Grand Minister Tang Yanjun. They must indeed be family. Moreover, one couldn't help but notice how Su Shitzi walked just like the young Grand Minister Tang. Whispers circulated among others, and Grand Minister Tang's conviction that Su Bowen was his grandson grew stronger. No wonder he felt such a sense of familiarity upon seeing Su Bowen. It was the bloodline of his daughter. The emperor, likewise, was taken aback. He commanded the Minister of Justice, Xia Yicheng, to oversee the case, but Xia Yicheng appeared troubled. "Your Majesty, this case cannot be tried," he stated. The emperor, filled with rage, thundered, "Preposterous! How can you, a dignified governor, declare that a case cannot be tried? Are you merely idle?" Xia Yicheng replied calmly. "The case cannot proceed because the key witnesses, Lu and Sun Kaidai, have both inexplicably gone mad. I received this news only on my way to court." Murmurs spread among the assembly, without witnesses, who can verify Su Shitzi's identity. Yet it was not insurmountable. If they were to locate Lu's lover, the truth would soon be unveiled. Chapter 79. A Fateful Flatulence. Upon hearing that they needed to find Lu's lover, Shen Tianyu was suddenly alarmed. After consuming the massive pill and drinking too much water that morning, he felt the dry pill being gradually diluted within him, increasing in volume. His anxiety caused his stomach to cramp, and he could hear gurgling sounds emanating from within. He sensed impending disaster, but it was already too late. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the court, filling the air with a putrid stench. All the officials turned their gazes towards him, and Shen Tianyu wished he could vanish into the ground. However, he could not, for what followed was far from a mere flatulence. Bending over, with a pained expression, he said, "Your Majesty, forgive me. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for the emperor's permission, he rushed out in search of a restroom. Yet, within the palace, finding a lavatory was no simple task. Shen Tianyu, too embarrassed to act recklessly, could only shuffle along. The palace maids and eunuchs regarded him curiously, until one overseeing eunuch approached and inquired, "Lord Shen, what are you looking for?" Shen Tianyu, disregarding his dignity, directly replied, "Eunuch, I am seeking the restroom." But before the eunuch could direct him, Shen Tianyu could no longer hold back. Another ear-splitting sound erupted, followed by a wave of fecal odor that nearly overwhelmed the supervising eunuch. Holding his nose, the eunuch disdainfully remarked, "What is this, Lord Shen? I am unwell. I must take my leave." Shen Tianyu had never felt such humiliation in his life. He uttered those words and fled the palace in haste. The supervising eunuch's attendant was left dumbfounded. Did Lord Shen just soil himself? The supervising eunuch pinched his nose and expressed his irritation. What a misfortune this morning. Inform someone to thoroughly clean and wash this path, then incense it, lest it offend the master's nose. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Diligence, numerous palace attendants were present, wafting incense around to mask the stench. It was not that the emperor was overly fastidious, it was simply that Lord Shin's release had been too potent, causing two frail officials to faint from the stench. For the sake of the health of the civil and military officials, the emperor instructed Minister of Justice Xia Yicheng to keep a close watch on Liu and her daughter, ensuring that if the case could be tried, it would be rigorously pursued. He also reassured Grand Minister Tang regarding the matter of Su Bowen's lineage, as it pertained to the passing of bloodlines, and left the matter entirely in the hands of the Tang family before hastily departing the court, unable to tolerate the overwhelming odor any longer. Xin Tianyu returned to his carriage in utter disarray, where the coachman and attendants were chewing on the breakfast they had dared not eat. As he approached, they were immediately repulsed. The coachman muttered, "What is that foul smell? Which family's restroom has exploded?" The attendant, having just finished his breakfast, vomited it all out, intending to chime in, when suddenly another muffled sound erupted from the carriage, and the familiar stench intensified. "Quick, let us return to the manor." Shen Tianyu felt as though his insides were being twisted into knots. He managed to utter those words before daring not to move again. The coachman and attendant exchanged glances, and the coachman finally realized the gravity of the situation. Stifling his nausea, he urged the horses back to the minister's manor. All along the way, the sounds of flatulence persisted, saturating the entire street with an unbearable stench. "Is it fragrant?" Su Changhe waved a large chicken leg in front of Su Xiaoxiao. The girl had stayed up late last night and was still groggy. "Where is that delightful aroma coming from? It smells so good."
Indeed.
Su Xiaoxiao was roused by the sight of the chicken leg. "Wow, a big chicken leg." Her mouth watered uncontrollably. Su Changhe smiled at his sister, for her sake. All his classmates admired him. Even that fellow Pei Yuan claimed he would listen to him from now on. At that moment, he was indeed the most popular person at Yuan Academy. Therefore, upon hearing their mother say that Xiaoxiao had grown several teeth and was ready to try gnawing on a chicken leg, Su Changhe couldn't wait to express his gratitude. Seeing Xiaoxiao awake, he excitedly said, "Xiaoxiao, let Baizhi help you wash your face and get dressed. We're having chicken leg." Baizhi was already waiting, rushing to help Su Xiaoxiao change her clothes. As she took off her nightgown, Baizhi gasped, "Xiaoxiao, where is your pendant?" They were unaware that the pendant was a miniature jade bracelet gifted by the princess, but they knew she wore it daily and cherished it greatly. With so many people around yesterday, it might have been stolen. Su Xiaoxiao touched her neck and found it bare. Baizhi, not daring to take it lightly, hurriedly sent a little maid to inform Yuanyuan while she quickly dressed Xiaoxiao. "What's the rush? Xiaohong must have gone out to play again. It's outrageous. It can come and go as it pleases, yet I need help just to get dressed. But I have chicken legs to eat. Xiaohong will miss out, ha ha." Su Xiaoxiao's voice was so loud that Su Changhe could hear her clearly from outside, yet he did not comprehend a single word. He was aware of the origins of Xiaoxiao's pendant. He had shrunk the bracelet himself, and he and his sister had been astonished for quite some time. How could the pendant wander off on its own? He would never believe it, and he needed to search immediately. When Yuanyuan arrived, the room was in disarray as everyone searched for the pendant. Having witnessed the red string transform into a small snake, she and Su Bowen were well aware that the object could not be lost. "Stop looking, it's not gone. You all may leave now." Yuanyuan instructed the young maidens to exit. Su Xiaoxiao, having secured a chicken leg, was entirely absorbed in it, her mind and eyes fixated solely on the sumptuous morsel. However, Baizhi was less composed, anxiously exclaiming, "But that was a gift from the Grand Princess. Losing it would be quite unfortunate." As soon as she finished speaking, a red object flew in through the window, heading straight for Su Xiaoxiao's neck. While Baizhi was distracted, Su Changhe observed the scene clearly. Fearing for Xiaoxiao's safety, he dashed forward and yanked the red object away. Upon closer inspection, he realized it bore a striking resemblance to a small snake, albeit with two tiny horns atop its head and four delicate whiskers. The creature squirmed slickly in Su Changhe's grasp. Although he would not admit to being frightened, courage welled within him as he declared, "Monster, do not harm my sister." Before it could disguise itself as a red string, the small creature, Xiaohong, let out a pained cry. Alas, being a spiritual beast, only Su Xiaoxiao could hear its lament. "Master, hurry and tell your brother to let me go. It hurts terribly."
Xiaohong pleaded.
Yet, Su Xiaoxiao remained engrossed in her chicken leg, seemingly oblivious to the cries that were mere inches away. Xiaohong, in excruciating pain, implored, "If you do not rescue me soon, I shall use my spiritual power." Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she snatched Xiaohong from Su Changhe's grasp and disdainfully cast it to the ground. "How dare you threaten me?" Do you wish for your demise? Xiao Hong, with an expression of humility, protested, I would never threaten you. I was merely pleading. I rushed to assist you with Shen Tianyu this morning, and this is how you repay me? It is so disheartening. With that, Xiao Hong began to weep. Zhao Yuanyuan and Su Changhe, unable to hear Xiao Hong's voice, could only observe as the little creature lay on the ground, tilting its head up pitifully towards Su Xiaoxiao, tears streaming down its face, creating a damp patch beneath it. Zhao Yuanyuan feared that if the weeping continued, a lake might form. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up as she gazed at Xiao Hong. You went to prank Shen Tianyu, didn't you? How did it go?
Tell me all about it.
Zhao Yuanyuan and Su Changhe, accustomed to Xiaoxiao conversing with flowers and plants, were not surprised by her interaction with such a peculiar creature. Yet they were intrigued by the notion of pranking Shen Tianyu. Xiao Hong's mouth moved as if recounting the tale, and soon Su Xiaoxiao was in fits of laughter. Xiao Hong, you truly are a spiritual beast worthy of my attention. So, did the laxative work? Ha ha ha, he let out a fart in the court and oh my. The hall of governance became a stench-ridden abode. He even soiled his trousers on the way, how amusing. I wish I could see the emperor's expression.
Su Xiaoxiao chakel tan controllably.
While Zhao Yuanyuan and Su Changhe were astounded. Did they comprehend correctly? Shen Xiangshu had embarrassed himself in front of the emperor and the entire court? Xiao Hong continued to speak, its voice humble, but Su Xiaoxiao quickly stowed away her smile, hiding the chicken leg in her embrace. I didn't send you to do that. Why should I share my chicken leg with you? Zhao Yuanyuan felt a pang of sympathy. After all, that was her newly acquired garment being used to hide a chicken leg. Xiao Hong protested with a series of head shakes, prompting Su Xiaoxiao to soften her tone. Fine. I'll give you the chicken bones later. Both Zhao Yuanyuan and Su Changhe were taken aback. They had witnessed stingy individuals before, but none as miserly as Su Xiaoxiao. What? You dare compare me to your sister's parrot or your brother's dog? They chose to keep their pets willingly, while you cling to me like a leech. If you want meat, there is none. You only get bones. Take it or leave it. Fuming, Su Xiaoxiao glared at Xiao Hong, who hung its head in dejection and began to cry once more. Su Changhe also felt that their pets were incomparable. If only he had a creature as spirited as Xiao Hong, he would forego meat for life, devoting all sustenance to his pet. Su Xiaoxiao was truly unaware of her fortune. Perhaps realizing her words were a tad harsh, Su Xiaoxiao leaned down to comfort Xiao Hong. You too are fortunate. Only you can still enjoy the leftover bones. If it were anyone else, there would be no bones at all. Xiao Hong, surprisingly moved, flew back up to perch around Su Xiaoxiao's neck. After observing this exchange, Su Changhe feigned astonishment, remarking, Xiaoxiao, you aren't afraid of it? Is this truly your pet? Both Su Xiaoxiao and Xiao Hong nodded in unison, affirming their bond. It looks utterly magnificent, like a dragon.
Su Changhe marveled.
May I touch it?
Xiao Hong,
Touched by the admiration, shed a few tears, feeling recognized and no longer regarded as a mere snake. Su Xiaoxiao gave Xiao Hong a gentle tap on the head. What's the fuss? Being a dragon is impressive. Let my brother touch you. Instantaneously, Xiao Hong ceased its tears and shyly leaned towards Su Changhe. Awestruck, he carefully reached out to stroke Xiao Hong. The creature recoiled slightly, but seemed to communicate something to Su Xiaoxiao. You plan to rebel? Just because my brother touched you. You want to transform into gold? A golden chain would be too ostentatious. It would only suggest that I am wealthy and others might covet my possessions. Simply remain a red string, plain and unadorned. After being scolded by Su Xiaoxiao, Xiao Hong hung limply around her neck, appearing utterly despondent.
Su Changhe,
Realizing that it genuinely was a dragon, was left agape in disbelief. Tentatively, he inquired, Xiaoxiao, what does your pet eat? Is chicken leg acceptable? Xiao Hong perked up. Nodding vigorously, chicken legs would be splendid.
Su Xiaoxiao quickly echoed, Ura.
I can share my chicken leg with Xiao Hong. Zhao Yuanyuan and Su Changhe exchanged incredulous glances. While Xiao Hong lamented, this is outrageous. Even my pet food is being snatched away. With a swift motion, Su Xiaoxiao delivered a playful slap. Stop crying. You are a spiritual beast. Be spirited. I'll save you some meat later. Not daring to slight the spiritual beast, Zhao Yuanyuan promptly ordered a platter of chicken legs to be brought forth. With a possessive grip, Su Xiaoxiao shielded the platter, declaring, mine, all mine.
Xiao Hong,
With your size, you are best suited for bones. Zhao Yuanyuan, not one to indulge her, handed a chicken leg to Su Xiaoxiao, leaving the rest in front of Xiao Hong. Xiaoxiao, you are so small, you shouldn't eat too much. Xiao Hong gazed at the chicken legs in disbelief, nearly moved to tears. Since finding her master, she had only had leftovers, and today she finally had her very own large chicken leg. Before indulging, Xiao Hong politely bowed to Zhao Yuanyuan, recognizing her kindness. Mother, this little dragon is too small to consume 3 large chicken legs.
Su changel protested.
Thinking he could reserve a couple for himself. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hong coiled her tail around a chicken leg, deftly guiding it to her mouth. In a flash, the meat disappeared, leaving the bones intact. The other 2 chicken legs met the same fate, devoured in mere moments. Seeing Xiao Hong's voracious appetite, Zhao Yuanyuan felt a pang of guilt, realizing the little creature likely had not been well fed alongside Su Xiaoxiao. Without hesitation, she ordered another platter of chicken legs. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao, with only 4 incisors, had barely made a dent in her first leg, while Xiao Hong had already savored 2. As Su Lingxi lazed about, she chanced upon a diminutive figure, a small dragon, intently gnawing on a chicken leg. The pile of chicken bones beside the little dragon resembled a miniature mountain. Noting Su Lingxi's astonished expression, Su Changhe earnestly introduced, "This is Xiaoxiao's pet. It is entirely crimson, so let us provisionally name it Little Red." Su Changhe secretly praised his own cleverness, narrowly avoiding blurting out its actual name. Gazing at Little Red's petite form, Su Lingxi incredulously inquired, "Pray tell, do not tell me that all of these bones belong to it?" Xiaoxiao sighed internally. Little Red is a 5-clawed golden dragon. Its true form stretches 9 zhang long. This mere handful of chicken legs is hardly sufficient to satisfy its appetite. Zhao Yuanyuan felt a jolt of anxiety. If such a creature existed, the Duke of the State could scarcely afford to keep it. Su Lingxi and Su Changhe could only express their envy. In this world, who could possibly keep a 5-clawed golden dragon as a pet but Xiaoxiao alone? However, Little Red possesses profound cultivation and no longer relies on food for sustenance. It merely indulges its cravings. Do not consume it all. Leave some for me. The latter remark was evidently directed at Little Red. Observing that the 2 were on the verge of bickering again, Zhao Yuanyuan decisively declared, "Someone, remove all the chicken legs. They are but children. Too much will upset their digestion." Little Red, feeling quite indignant, thought, "I am thousands of years old, you know." Yet, aside from Xiaoxiao, no one heard this. Chapter 81. Achieving Fame on One's Own. Su Changhe, reflecting on how long Xiaoxiao had cared for this pet without their knowledge, inquired of Zhao Yuanyuan, "Mother, where does Xiaoxiao usually keep this dragon?" Zhao Yuanyuan shrugged her shoulders. "Today is my first encounter as well. This matter likely only Xiaoxiao knows."
Xiaoxiao,
being merely 7 months old, felt a surge of pride at her brother and sister's fascination with her pet, and her desire to show off ignited. She reached out to pat Little Red's head, stating, "Having devoured chicken legs, let us showcase a performance for them." Little Red seemed rather loquacious, responding to Xiaoxiao with some words of its own. "These are all my closest kin. There is no need to conceal them. Just exercise caution in front of outsiders. My only concern is their timidity, for I fear it may frighten them to death." The 3 women exchanged glances, saying nothing. But all felt Xiaoxiao's sentiments were sensible. It was always prudent to be cautious. Upon receiving the instruction, Little Red leaped into the air, soaring directly to Xiaoxiao's neck, where it nestled, then clamped its mouth shut, transforming into a most ordinary red string. Su Lingxi, realizing that the collar around Little Red's neck was in fact Xiaoxiao's pendant, marveled at the cleverness of it all. Su Changhe, still unconvinced, examined the red string repeatedly, refusing to believe. "Are you certain this red string was transformed by Little Red?" Feeling discomfort by the scrutiny, Little Red lifted its head, its crimson eyes seemingly harboring immense power and majesty. Su Changhe involuntarily shuddered and sheepishly responded, "Fine. I believe it now."
Xiao gleefully exclaimed, "Brother is scared. Ha ha ha."
Zhao Yuanyuan and Su Lingxi could not help but join in the laughter, the family sharing a moment of joy. At that moment, Lian Xiao arrived to announce that Madame Zhao, the wife of the Marquis of Jing'an, along with her eldest son Zhao Hongjing and the matron Qian, had come to visit. Upon hearing that her mother and elder brother had arrived, Zhao Yuanyuan promptly ushered the children to greet them. "Mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, what brings you here? Come inside." Madame Zhao, with a pained expression, remarked, "I have heard the news. Lu has once again attempted to scheme against you. The mere thought sends shivers down my spine. If she were to succeed, your entire life would be ruined. It is all my fault for believing she was virtuous, unaware of her venomous heart." Zhao Yuanyuan hurried to reassure her mother, "See, I am perfectly fine. Nothing has happened." Qian, maintaining a stern demeanor, added, "Indeed, Yuanyuan is well and unharmed. She has not suffered any great grievance. Zhao Yuanyuan thought, my sister-in-law remains as insufferable as ever. Her words, meant to ease mother's worries, only make her seem heartless. Especially after my sister-in-law nearly lost her reputation due to her actions. Zhao Hongya shot her a glare. If you cannot speak wisely, then be silent. I have told you time and again not to follow us, yet you insist on coming, intentionally seeking to vex Yuanyuan? Although Zhao Yuanyuan harbored no fondness for Qian, she recognized her as family and a guest, so she attempted to smooth over the situation, saying, elder brother, sister-in-law is merely straightforward. She means no harm. Upon hearing this, Qian grew even more audacious. After 20 years of being with you, I find Yuanyuan understands me better than you do. I am simply forthright. Zhao Hongjing, exasperated, stamped his foot while Madame Zhao, having heard Xiao Xiao's sentiments, realized that Qian had harmed their family in a previous life and thus held a strong aversion to her. Now, witnessing her irksome demeanor, she remarked, you are not forthright. You simply left your brain behind at birth.
Xiao gran mujer sa kumbat prubas ramain sumatsa.
Qian took a moment to process before retorting, Mother, are you implying I lack intelligence? Madame Zhao nearly succumbed to frustration. How could she not comprehend such a simple statement? She reflected on how blind she had been, always defending Qian and suppressing Li Yunshu, believing her to be a refined lady, never realizing how foolish she truly was. Zhao Hongya, wearing a cold expression, silenced Qian and comforted his mother. Mother, do not engage with her. We must not forget the matters at hand. Madame Zhao smacked her forehead. Look at me, so vexed by your wife that I nearly forgot the important matters. Qian still wished to assert that she had not angered Madame Zhao, but a single glare from Zhao Hongya silenced her. Zhao Yuanyuan then inquired, did you and elder brother come for a specific reason? Madame Zhao sighed. It is still concerning the matter of Bowen's lineage. Lu and her daughter have suddenly gone mad. There is no way to interrogate them. Although old Lady Tang heard the news yesterday, without solid evidence, it is understandable that they would hesitate to acknowledge him. I truly worry for you. Madame Zhao did not mention the rumors circulating outside, which claimed that Lu's madness was a scheme orchestrated by Zhao Yuanyuan to prevent the exposure of Su Bowen's true identity. Zhao Yuanyuan understood her mother's concern that the Tang family might deny Bowen, thereby jeopardizing his position as heir to the Duke's estate. However, she herself was unperturbed, smiling brightly as she stated, time has passed, and Lu is the only one privy to the truth. Given the current circumstances, if the Tang family does not acknowledge him, we cannot argue. Even if Bowen loses his title as heir, or even his official position, it matters not. We are well and healthy and possess considerable assets. So we need not worry about sustenance. Madame Zhao sighed again. It is not as simple as you think. Losing one's status means severing ties with the upper echelons. The marriage prospects of Lingxi and Changhe will inevitably be affected. Su Lingxi, unperturbed, replied, Grandmother need not worry. Joining a noble family is not necessarily a boon. Marrying a commoner could be a virtue in itself. Besides, I have no intention of marrying at all. I wish to remain at home, tending to mother.
Su Changel,
brimming with confidence, thumped his chest, declaring, I have no reason to worry. I shall earn my own fame and win my own bride. Madame Zhao, initially startled by Su Lingxi's disinterest in marriage, could not help but laugh at Su Changhe's boldness. You two are still young and have no understanding of the intricacies of life. It is not that simple. Zhao Yuanyuan chuckled. Though their thoughts may be a bit fanciful, there is truly no cause for concern. But how are things with my second brother and sister-in-law? Upon mentioning her sister-in-law Li Yunshu, Madame Zhao's brow relaxed. They are doing well. Your second brother has truly come to his senses. Recently, Bai Shuang brought her daughter to the house again, and it was the same old song. Having a woman living outside is not convenient. She urged your second brother to take her in once more. Zhao Yuanyuan frowned. Surely, second brother has once again fallen under her spell? Madame Zhao chuckled. Your second brother has become quite assertive lately. He told Bai Shuang, my wife is unwell. Your presence here disrupts her recuperation. If you truly believe it inconvenient for a woman to stay, I have several colleagues of your age, either divorced or widowed, all of commendable character and background. I could introduce you to them. Did he truly say such a thing? I would not have expected it. And what of the second sister-in-law? I have heard she has not been well, which has caused Zhao Yuanyuan some concern. Chapter 82. Why don't you marry yourself? Second aunt is doing quite well. She is expecting a little one. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanyuan cast a curious glance at her mother. Madame Zhao subtly nodded, her eyes curving into a smile. Your second sister-in-law is fine. The doctor has confirmed her pregnancy. Your second brother is quite anxious about it. He doesn't even know if this child will be a boy or a girl. Yunshu and your second brother have always longed for a daughter. If they were to discover that second aunt is expecting a little sister, how delighted they would be. I personally implored the goddess of fertility to ensure she delivers a daughter. The others present, save for Qianshi, couldn't help but gaze at Su Xiaoxiao. When she had previously petitioned the Dragon King for rain, now she seemed to be conversing with the goddess of fertility. Just how many deities does Xiaoxiao know? Yet, the protagonist, Su Xiaoxiao, sat innocently on the mat, diligently sipping from her milk bottle. Feeling a bit perplexed, Su Xiaoxiao wondered, why are my maternal relatives looking at me like that? I haven't wet my pants. It was Zhao Hongyi who, with keen insight, approached Xiaoxiao and said, come here, little niece, let your uncle hold you. By the time I return, our Xiaoxiao will surely be walking. Zhao Yuanyuan gasped. What do you mean by that, elder brother? Where are you going? Zhao Hongyi smiled faintly, to Xiling, to assist in disaster relief. The emperor has commanded me to provide aid after the recent earthquakes. Xiling, farther than the southern border, plagued by frequent tremors. Elder brother, do take care. Zhao Yuanyuan expressed her concern, but the emperor's orders were paramount, and as a minister of works, her brother's duty was unquestionable. She could only urge him to stay safe. Zhao Hongyi laughed heartily. Fear not, I am your elder brother. I can take care of myself. Upon learning of Zhao Hongye's impending journey to Xiling, Su Xiaoxiao ceased her drinking. Uncle must be wary of someone named Jiao Er. He has substituted all the building materials with substandard ones. After a minor earthquake, all the houses, bridges, and embankments that took a year to construct were destroyed overnight, and Uncle was unjustly accused of embezzling disaster relief funds and imprisoned. With a sigh, Su Xiaoxiao lamented, what a dire situation. How can I inform Uncle? Should I send Xiaohong to leave a note at his home in the dead of night? What if he doesn't believe it? The little girl furrowed her brow in deep concern. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao so anxious, Zhao Yuanyuan could not bear it any longer and said, elder brother, as you oversee the restoration efforts, ensure that all materials are meticulously scrutinized. If ill-intentioned individuals exploit any loophole, it would not only jeopardize your career but also affect the citizens of Xiling. Zhao Hongyi nodded in agreement. Sister, your warning is wise. I shall thoroughly inspect all materials and strive to achieve something worthwhile. Madame Zhao added, merely being stringent with the materials is insufficient. It is imperative to investigate the backgrounds of your subordinates, especially the unfamiliar faces, particularly those who can allocate materials. It would be prudent to replace them with trustworthy individuals. Zhao Hongyi acknowledged, I will heed Mother's counsel. I have heard of several unfamiliar faces among those accompanying me, and will conduct a thorough investigation. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback. No. Aren't they physically weak? A mere foot soldier could incapacitate them. How have they grown so formidable? If that's the case, who could possibly sabotage them? Well, it seems this is no longer my concern. With that thought, she felt lighthearted and resumed her milk. Su Xiaoxiao's relatives were filled with myriad sentiments, but it was she who had saved them. Qianshi, unfazed by her husband's impending departure, could only hope that upon Zhao Hongye's return, he would have ascended several ranks, allowing her to bask in glory before her peers. Today, however, she had come with a purpose, stating, your elder brother's favor with the emperor is a positive development. We shall await his triumphant return. I have come today to discuss a significant matter with you all. Madame Zhao shot a sidelong glance at Qianshi, coldly remarking, what significant matter could you possibly have? Unperturbed, Qianshi cheerfully replied, Mother, is Lingxi's marriage not a significant matter? Zhao Hongyi scoffed, Lingxi's marriage is to be managed by my sister. Why are you fretting over it? Qianshi retorted, as Lingxi's aunt, why should I not be concerned? Yuanyuan, you must be exasperated with my cousin, the Minister of Revenue's husband. He has a son, handsome and well-bred, who seeks Lingxi's hand.
Zhao Yuanyuan's contenance darkened.
Isn't that child already married a few years ago? He must be around 20 now, correct? Upon hearing this, both Madame Zhao and Zhao Yuanyuan's expression soured. Yet, Qianshi remained unbothered, saying, that was ages ago, his wife was frail and passed away months ago. Our Lingxi is a fine girl. If she marries him, she will surely be groomed as the head of the household. Zhao Yuanyuan, valuing familial connections, could no longer tolerate such disrespect towards her daughter, and coldly interjected, there is no need for sister-in-law to worry. I have my own plans for Lingxi's marriage. Qianshi, having made promises to her cousin, insisted, Yuanyuan, as Lingxi's aunt, I would never harm her. Although my nephew is a bit older, having been married once, he knows how to cherish someone. Furthermore, with the situation in the southern border still unresolved and his background unclear, which noble family would want to marry Ling Shi? It is I who, out of familial obligation, sought a match for her with the son of the Minister of Revenue, a position with a promising future. Many eligible young ladies are vying for him.
Su Xiao Xiao,
In a fit of anger, hurled her milk bottle, puffing her cheeks and glaring at Qian Shi. If it sounds so wonderful, why don't you marry him yourself? Your nephew is cruel and twisted. His late wife was literally tortured to death by him. Madame Zhao, incensed, retorted, your nephew's wife truly died of illness. It cannot have been from torture. Let me make this clear. Ling Shi's marriage is not your concern. You must abandon this thought regarding your nephew. Mother, I'm not speaking harshly. If Ling Shi misses this opportunity, she may never find such a good match again. Qian Shi genuinely believed this was a good match. Were it not for the consideration of Lady Tang and Lady Pei toward Zhao Wenyu, her cousin would not even have considered Su Ling Shi. Upon hearing the nature of the suitor, Zhao Wenyu could no longer contain her anger and directly stated, Sister-in-law, if Ling Shi cannot marry, I will support her for life. She will never marry your nephew. You should relinquish this notion. Qian Shi grew frantic. You truly do not recognize a good opportunity. I assured my cousin this matter would succeed. How shall I explain this now? Madame Zhao, seizing a teacup from her side, hurled it at her. My granddaughter is not yours to decide. I should never have brought you here. Leave immediately. Seeing their anger, Qian Shi stormed out, grumbling. So be it. Who cares to stay here? Just a child of an unknown lineage. Zhao Hongyi attempted to pursue her, but was stopped by Zhao Wenyu, urging him to let it be. Madame Zhao, recalling the uncertainty surrounding Su Bowen's lineage, sighed heavily. Just then, Lian Xiao entered to announce, Madam, the Grand Tutor Tang and others have arrived. Chapter 83, Genuine Blood Relations. The esteemed Grand Scholar Tang personally visited, a momentous event indeed, prompting all present to hastily adjust their attire and step forth to extend their greetings. With a vigorous spirit, Grand Scholar Tang appeared, accompanied by the venerable Lady Tang, her countenance radiating warmth. Please, do rise. There is no need for excessive formality. We have come today to acknowledge kinship, and I wonder if you would indulge these two old souls in their desire for grandchildren to surround them. Zhao Wenyu was taken aback. The notion of recognizing kinship was suddenly at hand. The Tang family boasted a prestigious lineage, and it seemed bewildering that such connections could be established so recklessly. For the purity of bloodline was of utmost significance. Hesitant to speak, Zhao Wenyu began, Grand Scholar, the origins of Bowen remain unclear. Lady Tang interjected. On that fateful day, when you saved my entire family, I contemplated this union, yet hesitated due to our family's relations. However, since Lu claims that Bowen is Xiao heir's child, then he is indeed Xiao heir's child. Wanyu, I trust you do not harbor any disdain for this old woman. Before Zhao Wenyu could express her gratitude, the acknowledgement of this betrothal by the Tang family silenced any dissent regarding Su Bowen's identity. Moreover, as Xiao Xiao had proclaimed Bowen to be the Grand Scholar's grandson, it seemed irrefutable. She quickly responded, Your words are too kind, dear lady. To be able to serve as your granddaughter-in-law is a fortune one you has accrued over several lifetimes. Lady Tang smiled gently, her eyes curving with delight. Oh, silly child. You are already my granddaughter-in-law. Why still call me Lady Tang? Zhao Wenyu, awakening to the realization, declared, Granddaughter-in-law Zhao Wenyu pays her respects to grandfather and grandmother. Greetings to my uncles and aunts. Su Lingxi and Su Chong, he also gracefully offered their bows. The elderly couple, filled with excitement, rushed to help them rise. In Zhao Hongyi's embrace, Su Xiao pondered. Though the Tang family harbors a kind heart and refrains from delving too deeply into matters, I cannot shake this unease. If only Grand Scholar Tang could see the birthmark on my brother's arm. Upon hearing the mention of the birthmark, Su Chong seizing the moment as Grand Scholar Tang approached to assist him, deliberately rolled up his sleeve, revealing the mark before the elderly scholar. Chong behave yourself. Wanyu chided softly, sensing her son's mischief. Grand Scholar Tang, however, took hold of Su Chong's arm, scrutinizing the birthmark intently, and then trembled as he exclaimed, Madam, Bowen is indeed Xiao heir's child. Look, Chong bears the plum blossom birthmark as well. Upon hearing this, Lady Tang Yanjun, and Qishir hurried to inspect. Even Tang Yongning, who had been quietly observing, turned to gaze at Su Chong's arm, recognizing the identical birthmark. Confounded, Madame Zhao stepped forward to inquire, Lady Tang, This birthmark has been present since Chong He's birth. His sister Ling, she bears it as well. What is amiss? Qi Shi, chuckling, clarified, the Tang family's lineage bears this birthmark. With this evidence, none can dispute that Bo Wen is indeed the eldest daughter as child. Grand Scholar Tang, overtaken with emotion, proclaimed, "Heaven has eyes, allowing me to find Xiao heir as child in my lifetime. Madam, you too have become a great-grandmother now." Lady Tang, wiping her tears, added, "Indeed. Who would have thought we'd witness this day?" Qi Shi hurried to console her mother. "This is splendid news. Take care of your health." Tang Yanjun explained to Zhao Hongyi, "The loss of my sister greatly affected my mother's health. She has been unwell for many years and has only recently begun to recover." Worried, Zhao Wenyu also stepped forward to offer comfort.
Su Xiao Xiao,
Watching Lady Tang chuckle, remarked, "What is the rush? When I infused energy into both grandmothers the other day, their health improved significantly. Living to 99 will be a mere trifle for them." With that, Zhao Wenyu felt reassured and welcomed them into the house. The Tang family had prepared an impressive array of gifts, over 10 carts worth, but Zhao Wenyu persistently declined, stating, "A few days ago, my grandmother and aunt bestowed numerous fine gifts. We cannot accept any more." While Qi Shi instructed the servants to bring the items in, she remarked, "You and Bo Wen have endured considerable hardships with the child. What do these gifts amount to? From this day forth, the entire Tang and Qi family shall stand as your kin, offering you support." Grand Scholar Tang concurred, "Indeed, these gifts are but trifles. You have continued the bloodline of Xiao heir, for which I should express my gratitude. Tomorrow, I will report to the Emperor that Bo Wen is the genuine grandson of the Tang family. Henceforth, anyone who dares to challenge you will think twice." Lady Tang shot her husband a glance. "You simply indulge in idle chatter. Was it not you who hastily sent Bo Wen to the southern borders? Who knows how many perils he faced along the way?" Her genuine concern for her grandson was palpable, having raised him with the love usually reserved for one's own. She lamented the hardships he endured, including the massacre he had been caught up in. Grand Scholar Tang replied in a measured tone, "You must understand. The situation in the southern borders is clearly a plot against him. If Bo Wen does not investigate this matter himself, others, whether coerced or tempted by greed, will not pursue the truth with diligence. Had he known Bo Wen was his grandson, he would have surely dispatched capable aides to assist him." Seeing the two elders at odds, Zhao Hongyi interjected, "Please do not fret. Bo Wen wrote recently, stating he has uncovered that the perpetrator of the village massacre was not the bandit chief Zhang who, his name has been cleared. However, the forces involved are rather complex, which is why he will take some time to return to the capital. Rest assured he is unharmed." Lady Tang then felt a sense of relief and turned to Zhao Wenyu, with Bo Wen absent. "Your opinion is paramount. Lu and her daughter have both gone mad. According to the laws of Deshua, those who are insane cannot be executed. Shall we simply imprison them? Imprisoning them would be a waste. Let us send them back to the home of Sun Kai Dai in the east suburb. For decades, Lu has cared for them meticulously. It is time for them to repay her kindness." Zhao Wenyu reflected, impressed by Su Xiao's astuteness in considering Lu's situation. Thus, she followed Su Xiao's sentiment and declared, "Regardless of Lu's faults, Bo Wen has called her mother for 30 years. And I have treated her as my own mother for over a decade. It would be unconscionable to let her spend her remaining days in prison. Let her return to the east suburb and settle in a house arranged by Sun Kai Dai, allowing her family to care for her." Grand Scholar Tang nodded in approval. "Originally, I believed I must seek vengeance for my daughter's murder. However, she inadvertently left behind Bo Wen and has now gained such a wonderful granddaughter-in-law and great-grandchildren. I shall heed your words and allow them to return." The Tang family dined at the Duke's residence, engaging in pleasant conversation for quite some time before departing. Throughout, Tang Yongning and Su Chong he entertained Su Xiao with playful banter. Su Chong he, feeling despondent, said, "Tang Yongning, can I no longer be your friend?" Tang Yongning, puzzled, thought it strange that he had previously been aloof, and now that he considered him a good friend, Su Chong he would say such things. Chapter 84. She is not my wife. Tang Yongning, bewildered, asked, "Why can't you be my friend?" Su Chong he, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Now that you are my cousin and elder, how can we still be friends?" Tang Yongning was taken aback. "We are of similar age and classmates. What does being cousins matter? Let us simply be friends." Su Chong he sighed in relief. "You said it yourself. From now on, we are brothers. And you must not let your elder status weigh upon me." Tang Yongning found himself at a loss for words. After all this, it turned out Su Chong he was merely afraid of being overshadowed. With a cheerful laugh, he replied, "Very well, let us be brothers from now on." He finally had a friend again. Su Xiaoxiao, overhearing their discussion about familial titles, grew anxious. If Tang Yongning is a cousin, then the crown prince is Tang Yongning's younger cousin, meaning the crown prince also becomes my elder. No, I cannot let them have that advantage. Deep in thought, Su Xiaoxiao failed to notice Tang Yongning curiously observing her. "Changhe, your sister is quite adorable. I too wish to have a sister." "You are out of luck. The one in your mother's womb is still a brother." Su Xiaoxiao spoke without a moment's hesitation. Having just observed the lively child within Qi's womb, Su Changhe, feeling quite pleased, remarked, "Do not hold your breath for a sister. Your mother may well bear you another brother." Tang Yongning, intrigued, responded, "Is that true? A brother would be welcome. Perhaps he would be even better."
Su Chang'e, somewhat displeased,
retorted, "What is wrong with a sister? A sister is 1,000 times superior to a brother." Tang Yongning sighed, "It's not that I think a sister is lacking. It is simply that my health is so frail that I do not know how long I shall last. If I had a brother, he could uphold the Tang family, caring for our grandfather, grandmother, and father." Su Changhe was utterly unprepared for Tang Yongning's pessimism. Yet he recognized the frailty of Tang's health and found himself at a loss for words to comfort him. "Do not worry, after consuming my elixir, all your long-standing ailments have surely healed. You shall not meet an untimely demise. It would be a great pity for someone so handsome to perish." Su Changhe cast a glance at Su Xiaoxiao, acknowledging that his sister was indeed a true beauty enthusiast. Nevertheless, it was good news that Tang Yongning need not face death. And he patted Tang's shoulder, declaring, "Have faith in me. You shall be just fine. Let me share a secret. Since Xiaoxiao came into our lives, we have truly been able to turn misfortune into fortune. She is our family's talisman. Embrace her often, and you will surely be free from ailments." While Tang Yongning remained skeptical about the notion that holding a baby could change one's fate, he could not deny Su Xiaoxiao's undeniable charm. His grandfather, appreciating Su Changhe's sentiment, took Su Xiaoxiao into his arms, saying, "Changhe, Xiaoxiao is so delightful. You should bring her to the Tang residence to see grandmother. Once she sees Xiaoxiao, her spirits will lift, and her health shall improve." Tang Yongning believed that seeing Su Xiaoxiao would indeed bring joy to his grandmother. Su Changhe readily agreed, saying, "What is there to worry about? In the past, your family was too formidable for us to approach, but now that we are kin, we shall visit often." The Su and Tang families had finally reached a point of mutual understanding. However, the Sun family faced a series of unfortunate events. Sun Dezai's eyesight had been failing and was now worsening. He often raged at home, instilling a sense of fear in Zhou Quan, who remained silent about the fact that Dezai attended Yuan Academy and mingled with influential individuals, which could potentially serve as a means of future connections. Thus, Zhou Quan patiently cared for him, waiting for Sun Kaidai to return, hoping to curry favor and obtain some benefits from Lu Shi. Yet, Sun Kaidai had now been gone for 3 days, an unprecedented duration. Zhou Quan was not concerned for her safety but feared she had taken the money and was indulging herself elsewhere, which only heightened his anxiety.
Sun Dezai,
increasingly irritable due to his deteriorating vision, snapped, "Did I not instruct you to fetch a doctor for me? Are you truly hoping for my blindness?" Zhou Quan, growing impatient, replied, "Consulting a doctor requires funds. Your mother has gone off who knows where with a wild man. What can I do? Just endure a little longer."
Sun Dezai,
already disdainful of his father, grew more incensed by Zhou Quan's remarks about his mother, retorting, "If you had not squandered our family's wealth, we would not be in such dire straits." Zhou Quan, unwilling to back down, scoffed, "Do not place all the blame on me. You squander dozens of taels a month on indulgences, depleting our finances more than anyone else. As the eldest son of a Sun family, I am entitled to spend. You, with your lack of skills, have no right to speak on what a father should be," he shot back. The father and son began to hurl insults and engage in a physical altercation, and in the midst of their struggle, a loud pounding came from the door. "Open the door, quickly," came the commanding voice from outside. Zhou Quan, irritated, shouted back, "What is the commotion? We are in the midst of a fight. We have no time." The voice outside was unyielding. "We are officials of the court. If you do not open the door, we shall force our way in." Both father and son ceased their quarrel, surprised that their scuffle had attracted the attention of the authorities. Zhou Quan hurried to the door, exclaiming, "Officers, we were merely playing around. There was no fight." The officer, looking bemused, inquired, "Is this the residence of Sun Kaidai?" "Indeed, it is. I am her husband." Zhou Quan proclaimed, convinced that Sun Kaidai had successfully completed a significant task and had sent for them to enjoy a life of luxury. The official, maintaining a stern demeanor, continued, that is correct. Sun Kaidai and her mother, Lu Shi, have committed a crime. They were to face severe punishment, but alas, both have gone mad, and the plaintiff, feeling pity for them, has chosen not to pursue the matter further. We are here to return them.
What?
How could they go mad for no reason? Zhou Quan exclaimed in disbelief, peering past the officer to see Sun Kaidai and Lu Shi, disheveled and disoriented, standing behind him, giggling foolishly. Unsure whether their madness was feigned or genuine, Zhou Quan realized that Lu Shi's current state likely indicated that their misdeeds had been exposed, rendering them of no further value to him. In a panic, he attempted to shut the door, exclaiming, "No, she is not my wife." The officer did not delve deeper, but simply stated, "If you are not the husband of Sun Kaidai, then this house does not belong to you." The official records clearly state that the property is owned by Sun Kaidai. A burly man with a thick beard interjected, "If he is not the master of the house, why waste words on him? We have been instructed to ensure the proper care of these two individuals and to remove this interloper." As he spoke, two men seized Zhou Quan, intending to throw him out. Zhou Quan struggled fiercely, insisting, "On what grounds do you detain me? This house is rightfully mine." The house belonged to Sun Kaidai, and the deed bore only her name. Since he had no familial ties to her, he had no right to remain, one officer declared, as they forcibly ejected him. Zhou Quan, in a state of alarm, pleaded, "Officers, I am indeed Sun Kaidai's husband. I have a son and a daughter. The neighbors can attest to my claims." The officer, maintaining a surprisingly calm demeanor, asked, "Then do you recognize this woman as your wife?" "Yes, indeed."
Zhou Quan responde a Jarly.
"Then sign here, and you will be responsible for their care from now on. We will conduct regular inspections, as she is the true owner of the property."
Zhou Quan,
eager to appease, replied, "Officer, she is my wife, but I do not recognize that old woman. I can only take my wife home." Zhou Quan was not foolish. He would not take in two lunatics unless it was for the sake of the house. The house belonged to Sun Kaidai, and this elderly woman was her mother. In accordance with the principle of filial piety, if he was unwilling to support her elderly mother, he should leave. The court would send someone to take over. The officer had been clearly instructed to ensure that Zhou Quan felt justified in taking in these two individuals. How he treated them was his own affair. But he could not abandon them. These officials were astute, aware that someone above had deliberately set them up for this. Yet they could not help but feel that the two women had brought this upon themselves. In the end, it was simply a matter of poetic justice.
Zhou Quan,
not particularly astute, felt his mind racing. If he did not accept Lu Shi, he would find himself cast out, homeless and destitute. Although the presence of two mad women was indeed distressing, at least the courtyard would be preserved. The constable merely stated that he needed to take them in. So Zhou Quan resolved to regard them as two additional dogs in the yard, vowing to care for them. With a mournful countenance he lamented, "Ah, it appears that my dear mother-in-law has truly fallen into such a state. I didn't recognize it at first. I will sign. Rest assured, my lord, I shall treat them well." Once the constable completed the necessary formalities and witnessed Zhou Quan taking the two madwomen back, he took his leave. As soon as the door closed, Zhou Quan's expression shifted dramatically, and with irritation, he exclaimed, "Are you two truly mad, or are you merely pretending?" Sun Kaidai, her gaze vacant, suddenly lunged for the chicken droppings on the ground, exclaiming, "Pearls! Exquisite pearls!" Meanwhile, Lu Shi stood in a daze, muttering, "Cursed be you, even in death. You cannot be together." "No, absolutely not." Zhou Quan felt a rush of anxiety, delivering a kick to each of them, shoving them into a corner, and muttering, "What a misfortune." Sun Ditsai, having waited until the constable departed, finally approached, inquiring about the earlier commotion. Zhou Quan scoffed, "Enough with the airs, you foppish fool. Your mother and Lu Shi have both lost their minds. From now on, we must fend for ourselves. I must make it clear, do not expect anything from me, for I am scarcely able to manage my own affairs." Sun Ditsai felt as though struck by a thunderclap, with both Sun Kaidai and Lu Shi gone mad. Who could he rely upon? His eyes had become increasingly swollen, rendering everything indistinct. Without Lu Shi's support, how would he manage his sustenance and pleasures? He stumbled toward Lu Shi, discontented. "Grandmother, look at me. I am Ditsai. I need money for my eyesight, for my education. Bring me the money." Lu Shi's gaze shifted upward, locking onto Sun Ditsai. With a scream akin to seeing a ghost, she wailed, "Ah, do not approach. I understand my wrongs. Spare me. She commenced a fervent series of bows, as though the boy before her was not her beloved grandson but a demonic specter. Sun Ditsai's expression gradually turned cold as he shifted his gaze to Sun Kaidai.
Mother, it is Ditsai.
Please awaken. Where is the money? You must give it to me. I will succeed and honor you. Sun Kaidai tilted her head, as if struck by sudden realization. Ditsai, my son, I have money.
Come.
I will take you to retrieve it. Sun Ditsai's previously dim eyes reignited with hope. I knew you cared for me the most. Where is the money? Sun Kaidai, with a conspiratorial whisper, said, Hush. Quietly. Do not let others know. Sun Ditsai eagerly replied, quietly. He followed Sun Kaidai beside the chicken coop, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he watched her rummage by the nest. Zhou Quan, in a fit of rage, declared, I knew your heart was distant from mine. I cannot believe you have hidden the money here. With that, he thrust Sun Kaidai aside, leaning in himself. However, Sun Ditsai was not about to let Zhou Quan have his way, and a scuffle ensued. As they grappled, Sun Kaidai, witnessing them tumble away from the nest, lunged forward to gather whatever she could into her arms. The two continued their fierce struggle, each gripping the other's hair and tearing at clothing, both emerging bruised. In a fit of desperation, Sun Ditsai seized a stone and hurled it at Zhou Quan's forehead with great force, causing Zhou Quan to falter and release his grip. Sun Ditsai, in a frenzied state, lunged at Sun Kaidai, urgently demanding, Give it to me. All of it. Sun Kaidai hastily stuffed the items she had gathered into his embrace. Hide it well. Do not let anyone find out. Sun Ditsai felt the weight of his bulging pockets, only to realize they were filled with the sticky residue of chicken droppings. Enraged and humiliated, he shoved Sun Kaidai away. You madwoman. Is this your idea of a jest? Where is the money? Where have you hidden it? Covered in filth, he felt on the brink of collapse. Unfazed by her own injuries, Sun Kaidai approached him again, stuffing the chicken droppings back into his pockets, scolding, Ditsai, these are treasures of gold and silver. How could you discard them? They are for you. Sun Ditsai, filled with indignation, kicked her several times, his eyes blazing with fury. Stay away from me, you lunatic. You absolute madwoman. Zhou Quan, nursing his bleeding head, could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Did you not ask your mother for treasures? Why discard them? Why not pick them up and hide them? In a fit of exasperation, Sun Ditsai kicked Zhou Quan, shouting, Zhangma, hurry, fetch water for me to bathe. Chapter 86. Retribution in this life.
Zhangma retorted.
You haven't paid me for months. Do you truly think I am your servant? Let me make this clear. Unless you settle my wages, I shall do nothing. You, assigned servant bound for life, still expect wages? You must be tired of living. Sun Ditsai, like a rabid dog, charged at Zhangma, but she, seasoned by years of labor, was not one to be trifled with. She deftly sidestepped, causing him to stumble and fall flat. Although Zhou Quan had just fought with his son, he felt Sun Ditsai's words were justified. Zhangma should indeed remain a loyal servant and not flaunt her authority in front of her masters. Struggling to rise, he seized a nearby wooden stick and swung it at Zhangma. You wretched servant. Have you lost sight of your position in just a few days? Zhangma regarded his unsteady stance with disdain. A man who lives off others still believes himself a master. If you possess any ability, produce my contract of servitude, and I shall acknowledge you as my master. You wretched servant. I will not hesitate to strike you down.
Zhou Quan buasta.
Yet Zhangma did not even bother to evade. His indulgent lifestyle had rendered him weak. Before he could reach her, he collapsed unconscious. Sun Ditsai, unable to rouse Zhangma, cursed as he trudged off to prepare his own bath. Zhangma surveyed the yard, filled with those who had lost their minds or were simply foolish, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer madness. She lamented her own folly in leaving the Duke's estate. Now that Lu Shi was mad, her contract of servitude was lost to her forever. She could not endure this humiliation indefinitely, so after much contemplation, she resolved to leave this wretched place. With both Lu Shi and Sun Kaidai in their current states, and Zhou Quan and Sun Ditsai being nothing but incompetent nuisances, she saw no reason to remain. Determined, Zhangma wasted no time and returned to her quarters, gathering her belongings and scouring the house for valuables, even uncovering the hidden silver that Sun Kaidai had hoarded. With 3 heavy bundles in tow, she stepped out of the house. Sun Yingying, sensing something amiss, began to wail. Zhangma glanced at the emaciated girl, feeling a twinge of compassion. Though she had never cared for Sun Yingying, she recognized that this household was the only place where the girl might receive a morsel of food. After deliberating, she returned, scooped up Sun Yingying, and thought to sell her to a good family for a bit of silver, ensuring her own survival. Once Zhang Ma departed, the small courtyard belonging to Sun Kaidai fell into desolation day by day. Since striking his mother, Sun Dicai's eyesight had suddenly deteriorated, leaving him completely blind. Lu Shi and Sun Kaidai scavenged whatever they could find in the courtyard, while Zhou Quan, having spent his meager savings, turned his attention to his son for sustenance. Every day, he mercilessly beat Sun Dicai, continuing until Sun succumbed to his will. Each morning, he would deliver Sun to the bustling market, providing him with a tattered bowl to beg for alms, only to retrieve him in the evening. During good harvests, Sun might receive a single bun. During poor harvests, he faced a barrage of beatings. Yet, relying solely on Sun's beggary could not sustain the household, leading him to set his sights on Sun Kaidai and Lu Shi. However, these two madwomen were of little use, and despite his best efforts, he could not devise a solution. He considered abandoning them, but the officials conducted monthly inspections to ensure their presence. Initially, he painstakingly tidied them up to present to the inspectors, but soon realized that the officials would merely glance before departing, so he lost interest in their upkeep. The mother and daughter duo languished beside the chicken coop. Though they had lost their sanity, they were still aware of heat and cold, gathering some straw and rags to make a semblance of a home. Due to the constant beatings and scoldings from Zhou Quan, the pair trembled in fear, cowering in corners at the sight of him, infested with fleas and filth. Worse than the stray dogs on the street. Unable to think of a way for them to earn, Zhou Quan sent Sun Dicai out to the street and retreated to the nearby tavern. He ordered a jug of cheap wine and a plate of peanuts, savoring them slowly. His mind occupied with the chatter of patrons nearby, never once contemplating the disappearance of his daughter. Suddenly, he overheard a slovenly man at the next table say, "Don't go back tonight. Here's 10 coins for you." Another man, unceremoniously, took the money and replied, "You're impressive, still going strong." They shared a knowing laugh. The slovenly man drank a bowl of wine and left, while the others teased the one who had received the coins. "Ergo, you're quite the strategist. Willing to part with your own wife." Ergo, far from feeling ashamed, retorted proudly, "What do you mean parting with? I received money for it." Zhou Quan pieced together the nature of Ergo's business and realized he had 2 ready candidates at home. Though they were mad, that was of little consequence. He frequented places of ill repute and knew the ways to subdue them with certain substances. Lu Shi, though nearing 50, still retained a hint of allure from a life of comfort. Sun Kaidai, though plain, was youthful enough that with some grooming, she could still be presentable. Zhou Quan felt as if he had discovered a new world. He hastily returned home, abandoning his drink. The 2 women lived in squalor, sharing their existence with the chickens, their bodies crawling with lice and fleas, emanating a foul odor. This did not trouble Zhou Quan. He bound them with rope and tossed them into a small pond in the yard for half a day before retrieving them. Their hair was a tangled mess, impossible to comb, and Zhou Quan, lacking the patience to detangle it, simply shaved their heads. After doing so, he regretted his hasty decision. How could a woman attract attention without hair? Yet, the deed was done, and he had to accept it. A spark of inspiration struck him. He purchased 2 monks' robes for them, giving them the semblance of alluring nuns. However, the lingering stench was unbearable, so he locked Lu Shi and Sun Kaidai inside, lighting a copious amount of low-quality incense, which finally masked the foul odor. Zhou Quan was greatly satisfied and ventured into the streets to seek customers. Being a rogue, he was well acquainted with others of his ilk, and soon, individuals were willing to give it a try. The low price meant that they were unconcerned with the women's mental state, and once the illicit substances were employed, the pair became notably compliant. In just a few days, the Sun family's small courtyard gained a modicum of fame, even requiring a queue. When Yuanyuan heard this news, her worldview shattered. Forcing her son to beg and allowing her wife and mother to take clients, what kind of scoundrel was Sun Kaidai? Lian Xiao, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "This is what we call karmic retribution." Chapter 87. The Innocence of Youth. Yuanyuan was no saint, while Lu Shi was indeed pitiable. If it were not for Xiao Xiao's transformation of the family's fate, they would have long been dead, their children harmed, and their kin slaughtered. The fact that she could refrain from further disparaging Lu Shi and Sun Kaidai demonstrated her remarkable composure. She calmly stated, "The people over there can be dismissed. There's no need to waste manpower and resources on a few unrelated individuals. What of the little girl from the Sun family? That child is only a few months older than Su Xiaoxiao and knows nothing. Unlike Sun Dicai and Sun Kaidai, who are steeped in sin." Yuanyuan could not help but inquire. The child was taken by that old maid and brought out of the city, sold to a trafficker with plans to be resold. The secret guard reported. Zhao Wenyue hesitated for a moment before speaking. Keep an eye on the situation. If a good family buys her, let her go. If she falls into the hands of the wicked, purchase her and find her a kind and ordinary family so she can live a stable life. The secret guard acknowledged the command, but Bai Ji, confused, asked, Madam, why care about the child's fate when they have harmed you so? Zhao Wenyue sighed. The innocent child is blameless. Though her parents and brother are selfish and malevolent, she knows nothing of it. In truth, aside from this reason, Zhao Wenyue wished to accrue some merit on Xiaoxiao's behalf. Xiaoxiao's foresight into the future might have ramifications for her own life. Since Xiaoxiao's birth, Zhao Wenyue had been donating incense offerings monthly in her name, and every 1st and 15th day of the month, she set up a porridge stall for the city's vagrant children. Even when Zhao Hongye went to Xiling for disaster relief, she contributed 2,000 taels of silver in Xiaoxiao's name for the children there. Fortunately, news soon arrived that the family who purchased Sun Yingying was kind-hearted, having come to the capital for small business, but now planned to return home due to the illness of an elder. Zhao Wenyue found this satisfactory. She did not inquire further and instructed the secret guard to cease any pursuit, let the child be reborn. Recently, Su Boheo had been transferred to the training grounds, completely unaware of the events at home. Those who accompanied him might have known, but who would dare share such news? Thus, when he returned home and heard from Zheng Yaxian, he learned that his mother had killed the Duke of the State's main wife to rise to power. This was a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and unable to accept the reality, he sought solace in alcohol, drinking to a stupor. When he awoke, he found himself in an inn, seated beside the Minister of War, Shen Tianyu. Su Boheo jolted awake, the fright sobering him, and he stammered to greet Shen Tianyu. The minister, devoid of his usual authority, spoke with a gentle demeanor. You're awake? Minister Shen, I know one shouldn't drink during training. I will not do so again. Through this period of hardship, Su Boheo had undergone some transformation, and now, without a mother, he had to rely on himself. I watched you grow up. I know you are hurting. The northern border garrison is changing. If you do not wish to remain in the capital, I can arrange for you to go there. The northern border is adjacent to the weak Beiqiu, with a peaceful frontier. You can train there for a few years, and when this matter settles, I will bring you back. With such a mother, Su Boheo indeed felt he could no longer remain in the capital. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Shen Tianyu, believing it was due to the minister's friendship with his father. In reality, Shen Tianyu understood that he could not conceal the truth for long. Sending Su Boheo to the northern border was the only way to ensure his safety. Even if the truth came to light, it would be distant from the imperial court, and he merely wished to preserve a bloodline, for titles and ranks were no longer within reach. Moreover, he has more pressing matters to attend to, as there have been several failed assassination attempts in the southern border, and Su Bowen is expected to return soon. Su Boheo departed, leaving only a letter behind. And Zheng Yaxian, clutching the letter, found Zhao Wenyue in a daze, weeping profusely. Zhao Wenyue gently patted her hand, saying, Boheo has always been aimless. His willingness to venture to the frontier for training is indeed a positive development. I understand, but what am I to him now? Zhao Wenyue could sense her genuine anxiety. With her mother-in-law gone and her husband departed, her current position in this household is fraught with discomfort and awkwardness. Returning to her family home would not be welcomed either. Zheng Yaxian may be somewhat simple-minded, yet she harbors no ill intentions. Zhao Wenyue, not intending to confront her, reassured her, you should remain in the residence and take good care of Changming. Or, if you feel you lack support, I can provide you with a farm and 2 shops for you to manage. This way, you and your son will have a foundation to rely upon. Is this for real? Zheng Yaxian's eyes sparkled with hope. She had long desired a shop and had sought Lu Shi's approval in vain, never expecting Zhao Wenyue to agree. Zhao Wenyue smiled. Of course it's true. However, once you acquire the shops, you must manage them diligently. Any profits will be yours, and any losses, I shall not concern myself with. A woman must possess some skills to ensure her own security. You may choose whichever farm you wish. After contemplating for a moment, Zheng Yaxian asked sister-in-law, may I have the farm in the western suburbs? I've heard there's a private school there that is quite good, and I wish for Changming to receive his early education there. You know he cannot possibly attend a place like Yulin Academy. Very well. Zhao Wenyue agreed, without hesitation. Zheng Yaxian was not as foolish as she often appeared. She recognized the importance of guiding her child. I will select 2 profitable shops for you. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to approach me.
Sister-in-law, I have one more request.
I wish to move Changming to the farm. This would facilitate his education and help him understand his identity. Zheng Yaxian believed that Su Boheo's erratic behavior stemmed from a lack of clarity regarding his own identity, taking advantage of his mother's affection to act recklessly. Rumors swirled outside, suggesting that Su Boheo was not the legitimate son of the duke. Regardless of the truth, Zhao Wenyu and Su Bowen now held authority in the household. And Lu Shi bore a grudge against them for the death of her mother, nearly causing harm to Zhao Wenyu and Su Xiaoxiao as well. They could not genuinely regard Changming as one of their own. Now that Zheng Yaxian had a farm and shops to her name, it was wise to distance herself from such troubles. Zhao Wenyu felt relieved. Su Boheo's departure was beneficial. And Zheng Yaxian's move was favorable as long as they could live peacefully. The misdeeds of Lu Shi would eventually catch up with her. Zhao Wenyu not only agreed, but also put the shops and the farm in Zheng Yaxian's name, documented in black and white. Regardless of whether Su Boheo returned, the ownership would remain with Zheng Yaxian. Zheng Yaxian, along with Changming, bowed to Zhao Wenyu and prepared to move to the farm. Along the way, she instructed the 3-year-old Su Changming, "You must remember the kindness of your lady. She has provided us with a means to survive." The innocent voice of the child chimed in, "Mother, I know. Grandmother made mistakes and father no longer wants us. Don't cry, dear mother. I will protect you from now on." Chapter 88. The princess is expecting. With Lu Shi's matters reaching a resolution, Zhao Wenyu penned a letter to inform him of the household affairs, disclosing that Lu Shi had gone mad and was now residing with her biological daughter. The Tang family had acknowledged him as Tang Xiu'er son, awaiting his return for recognition. She also expressed her desire to bring her father-in-law back, believing that perhaps seeing Xiao Xiao might improve his condition. Su Bowen was well aware of Zhao Wenyu's intentions. Xiao Xiao had saved many lives, and perhaps she could help heal their father. Previously, they felt it was too cruel to leave him alone at the hot spring villa, wishing to bring him back. But Lu Shi had countless reasons to refuse. However, the hot spring villa was hundreds of miles from the capital, and their father was in a state of unconsciousness. The journey could prove too taxing for him, and Xiao Xiao was only 7 months old. With their absence, sending her to the hot spring villa was not a comforting thought. Thus, he wrote back to Zhao Wenyu, suggesting they discuss it upon her return. Before his reply could reach the southern border, Su Xiaoxiao had already conveyed the contents of the letter through her heart's voice. There was little she could do. She had many friends, including Feng'er, who assisted her. Father truly worries too much. The entire family is concerned. Su Xiaoxiao pouted, recalling her father's letter. As for Lingxi's marriage, I trouble the lady to be attentive. It matters not how lofty the family background, but the character must be upright and the family values pure. Only then can Lingxi avoid suffering. We would rather have none than a poor match. Changhe is indeed clever, yet too unruly. He must be restrained more. I noticed that previously. The young master Kong Luan could manage him well. They should spend more time together. If he becomes too mischievous, feel free to give him a few spankings to instill some sense. Su Changhe rubbed his behind, thinking, how true that is. My father is indeed my father. It's my turn. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, staring at her little feet. Sister Xiaoxiao has grown a few more teeth, right? Because of my matter. Did you feel upset for not being able to eat from the imperial kitchen? There's a fruit in the southern border, covered in fine fur, green and luscious, soft and sweet within, perfect for children. I had the courier bring a basket. By the time it reaches the capital, it will be just right for you. Remember to give some to Xiao Xiao. Su Xiaoxiao perked up, flailing her arms joyfully. Father is the best. He brought me fruit. Su Changhe felt a pang of jealousy. Xiao Xiao received exotic fruits while he was left with stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork. This family was unbearable. They favored daughters over sons, while their household prioritized daughters over sons. Madam, I must trouble you regarding both the Yu family and the Tang household. Everything is well in the southern border. Progress has been made, yet the long nights are difficult to endure. Su Xiaoxiao did not continue reading. She furrowed her brow, pondering. The nights in the southern border are longer than in the capital. No wonder father says he needs to hold mother to sleep peacefully. I, too, sleep better when I hold mother. Zhao Wenyu, who had been listening intently, was taken aback by the sudden shift in tone as Xiao Xiao candidly shared such private thoughts, causing her to blush deeply and fall silent. Su Lingxi and Su Changhe exchanged amused glances, unable to contain their laughter, unexpectedly witnessing their usually stern father display such affection towards their mother. Su Changhe felt he could not face his father for the foreseeable future, fortunate that his father would not return soon. Su Xiaoxiao looked curiously at her mother and siblings. What are you all laughing about? Did I miss something good? Su Lingxi and Su Changhe could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Just then, the oblivious Bai Ji, concerned, added, Madam, Why is your face so red? Have you caught a chill? Zhao Wenyu replied, I must thank you. You are quite kind. Just then, a servant announced that young Master Kong Luan had come to borrow books again. Zhao Wenyu straightened herself, coolly instructing, Su Changhe, young Master Kong has arrived. Accompany him to the study and learn from him what it means to be composed. Su Changhe understood his mother's embarrassment and complied, leaving the room. She then called Su Lingxi, saying, The Grand Princess has sent several letters requesting my presence at her residence. I refrained from going earlier, fearing that your father's affairs might implicate her. However, she sent another summons this morning. If I do not go today, she might come to the estate herself. Change your clothes and accompany Xiao Xiao and me. Consider it a refreshing outing. We are going to visit Annie the Grand Princess? How wonderful! I can also bestow some spiritual energy upon the little sister in her belly. Soon, I will be someone with 2 sisters. How delightful! Su Xiao Xiao returned to her cheerful musings. Zhao Wenyu felt a jolt of surprise. The Grand Princess was expecting. No wonder she hadn't come directly to the Duke's residence. However, the imperial physician informed that she was injured during the birth of Yutong, rendering her unable to conceive again. This unexpected pregnancy might adversely affect her health. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Yuanyuan could no longer remain seated. She hastily gathered her things and made her way to the residence of the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess, with a stern expression, spoke in a low voice. I had thought that Miss Zhao would never again cross the threshold of my palace. Zhao Yuanyuan, with utmost caution, replied, Your Highness, you are magnanimous and surely will not hold my previous transgressions against me. I have brought you your favorite jade dumplings as an apology. You wouldn't possibly bear a grudge against me, would you? The Grand Princess swallowed hard and coldly retorted, You think a few dumplings can win me over? Let me tell you, had it not been for Lingxi and Xiao Xiao, I would not have allowed you to enter. Yet, despite her words, she had already linked her arm with Zhao Yuanyuan's and led her to the main hall. You heartless one, do you know how worried I've been about you? I sent so many invitations without a reply. If it weren't for the prince stopping me, I would have stormed into your residence with a sword. The Grand Princess was still quite agitated as she recalled the situation. Zhao Yuanyuan chuckled gently. During that time, neither the emperor nor the crown prince sought Xiao Xiao. I feared that matters had escalated to such severity that it would implicate you. Why are you so incensed? Zhao Yuanyuan, are you a fool? I am the Grand Princess. For heaven's sake, I can protect you. Zhao Yuanyuan felt a surge of warmth in her heart. The Grand Princess was still as protective of her as in their childhood. She inquired with concern, I noticed you have lost quite a bit of weight recently. Are you unwell? The Grand Princess, though slightly wan, had a sparkle in her eyes. You finally asked. I was about to burst if you hadn't tea. Now, with Lingxi present, I must tell you, I initially intended to establish a girls' school. After much effort, I finally secured the Emperor's approval, but unfortunately, my health has deteriorated. Currently, 2 matrons in the palace are drafting regulations in the flower hall. Could you perhaps offer them some advice? Zhao Yuanyuan waved her hand dismissively. She is just a child. What chaos could she possibly add? The Grand Princess laughed. Do not heed your mother's words. Those 2 are the matrons in charge beside the Empress Dowager. Just yesterday, they remarked on Lingxi's intelligence. If you were present, you could certainly be of great assistance. Consider it a favor to your aunt. Chapter 89. Is it still possible to return now? After sending off Su Lingxi, the Grand Princess pulled Zhao Yuanyuan to sit down, eagerly exclaiming, Quickly bring forth the jade dumplings you made. For days, I have been unable to think of anything else. Zhao Yuanyuan handed over the dumplings, gazing at the Grand Princess, who was devoid of decorum, with eyes full of affection. Slow down. How can you eat so heartily? The Grand Princess paused after devouring 4 in one go and said, You have no idea how miserable I've been recently. Whatever I eat has come back up. I nearly expelled my bile. What has happened, Your Highness? Zhao Yuanyuan dared not overstep, knowing that the inability to conceive was a thorn in the Grand Princess's heart. The Grand Princess looked at Zhao Yuanyuan with a mysterious expression and declared, You would never guess, I am with child. Though Zhao Yuanyuan had prepared herself for this revelation, she could not help but feel delighted for the Grand Princess. Is it true? That is indeed monumental news. Have you consulted the physician? Will your body be able to endure this? The physician has visited and stated that all is well, though I find it difficult to eat. The Grand Princess's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhao Yuanyuan felt increasingly guilty. You kept this pregnancy from me, and I have been burdening you with worries daily. Had I known earlier, I would have refrained from troubling you. I shall come to cook your favorite dishes every day. That is not necessary. Just bring Xiao Xiao over occasionally to alleviate my boredom, the Grand Princess replied, dismissing the attendants and conspiratorially said, Yuanyuan. I believe this child is a blessing bestowed upon me by Xiao Xiao. Zhao Yuanyuan was puzzled. After all, the Grand Princess could not hear Xiao Xiao's thoughts. How could she know this? The Grand Princess continued, One night, I had a dream in which I saw my mother. She told me to express my gratitude to Xiao Xiao, even suggesting that I revere her as a deity. Zhao Yuanyuan, startled, quickly rose and said, Your Highness, Xiao Xiao is still a child. She cannot bear such exalted praise. The Grand Princess pressed her back into her seat. Do not be so apprehensive. Perhaps my mother's words were exaggerated, but ever since Xiao Xiao visited my home, everything has gone smoothly. Not only has Yutong prospered, but the prince has also shown me greater affection. Now that I am with child, I must properly thank Xiao Xiao. How will you thank her? Have you received some splendid items? Xiao Xiao chimed in, eagerly extending her hands for the Grand Princess to embrace her. The Grand Princess wished to hug her, but was stopped by Zhao Yuanyuan. Your Highness, now that you are with child, you must not exert yourself. Just hold Xiao Xiao's hand. In Zhao Yuanyuan's experience, Xiao Xiao could transfer her energy without physical contact. Merely holding hands would suffice. Xiao Xiao seized the opportunity to impart some energy to the Grand Princess, who indeed appeared rejuvenated. She cheerfully remarked, Xiao Xiao is truly a precious one. I have been so listless lately, but today upon seeing her, I feel invigorated. I have only eaten 4 dumplings and now I am hungry again. Do you see how well I am? What will you reward me with, aunt? Xiao Xiao did not forget this point. Just then, Yutong arrived. After months apart, he had undergone a transformation, shedding his previous naivety and exuding a newfound confidence. He gracefully bowed. I have come to greet my mother and to see Madame Zhao. The Grand Princess beamed with delight. Why are you so drenched in sweat? How was your day at the Guozijian? Li Yutong, with a shy smile, replied, The instructor graded my work and mentioned that I have made some progress. I heard that Xiao Xiao was here, so I hurried to see her. The Grand Princess laughed even more heartily. Then take Xiao Xiao outside to play. Bring along a few maids for company. Mother, a highly skilled acrobat troupe has come to the capital. The Crown Prince and the 9th Prince invited me to join them. May I take Xiao Xiao with me? Li Yutong knew his request was abrupt and glanced anxiously at Zhao Yuanyuan. Tang Yongning, Su Changhe, and Pei Yuan will also be attending. With Changhe there, Xiao Xiao will not feel out of place. The Grand Princess gently asked, Are you all going? Does Xiao Xiao wish to go? Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously. I want to go. I love to join in on the fun. The Grand Princess chuckled. Since you all wish to go, it is a pity that I cannot make the decision. This matter must be consulted with Aunt Zhao. She turned to Zhao Yuanyuan. Are you willing to let your precious daughter accompany you, Tom? Zhao Yuanyuan, knowing Xiao Xiao's temperament, realized that she could not prevent her from going, especially since it was Yutong himself making the request. She replied, Then I must trouble young Master Yutong. Li Yutong joyfully thanked Zhao Yuanyuan and the Grand Princess, then instructed the servants to prepare Xiao Xiao's spare clothing, filled 2 flasks with milk, and packed various snacks suitable for Xiao Xiao before leading her out the door. Just as they exited the palace, they spotted the 9th Prince's carriage racing towards them. The Crown Prince, seeking to avoid unnecessary complications, had used the 9th Prince's carriage. Li Yutong observed the hurriedly disembarking Crown Prince and inquired, Did we not agree to meet in the east of the city? Why are you in such a rush? The Crown Prince, composed, replied, I was feeling rather bored, so I decided to come pick you up directly. The 9th Prince, Gu Huayan, immediately chimed in. The Crown Prince first went to the Zhengguogong residence to fetch Xiao Xiao. Upon learning she was here, he hurried over without pause. I nearly ran myself sick. The Crown Prince coolly remarked, If you are feeling so unwell, perhaps you should rest at your aunt's residence? I am perfectly fine, as lively as ever. Gu Huayan quickly changed his tune. Just moments ago, he had claimed discomfort in the carriage, and the Crown Prince had suggested he disembark, offering to send him home. He had no intention of being left behind, especially since Xiao Xiao was with them. Li Yutong, confused, asked if you went to the Zhengguogong residence. Did Su Changhe accompany you? Gu Huayan swiftly covered his mouth, aware that he could not divulge the fact that Su Changhe had pursued the carriage for an entire street without the Crown Prince allowing it to halt. Though he was uncertain of the reasons behind the silence, he sensed that speaking of it today would lead to dire consequences, likely resulting in being cast aside by the Crown Prince. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. Gu Huayu responded with equanimity, asserting his status as the Crown Prince, someone not easily persuaded to accommodate anyone. Xiao Xiao, come here for a hug from your big brother, he said, extending his arms. Li Yutong, displaying his good-natured demeanor, handed over Su Xiao Xiao, saying, Xiao Xiao is familiar with you. You can take her to your carriage. As Gu Huayu embraced Su Xiao Xiao, a sense of reassurance washed over him. The carriage of Xiao Jiu was spacious enough for them to sit together, and he knew she harbored affection for Xiao Xiao as well. Let us go together, with the attendants following behind. I also adore Sister Xiao Xiao, Gu Huayan declared, unwilling to concede. The trio erupted in laughter. While Su Xiao Xiao remained blissfully unaware of her transfer, her little face contorted in worry as she sighed inwardly. Oh no! How could I become so overly excited at the mere mention of an outing? Auntie Princess promised to reward me, yet I have received nothing. What a loss this is. Is it too late to turn back? Chapter 90. The acrobatic performance Gu Huayu found it amusing, marveling at how endearing Xiao Xiao was. Typically boisterous. Gu Huayan noticed something amiss in Xiao Xiao's expression. He extended his chubby little hand, saying, Don't be unhappy, Sister Xiao Xiao. There are plenty of delicious treats and fun outside. How about I buy you some candied hawthorns? Oh, and that acrobat troupe can perform astonishing feats. Astonishing feats? That sounds rather dull. But for the sake of the candied hawthorns, I suppose I can endure it. Su Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity, even as she feigned indifference. Gu Huayu simply smiled in silence as the three brothers escorted Su Xiao Xiao onto the carriage, heading towards the bustling marketplace. Li Yutong teased, Your Highness, with your prudent nature, one would think that an acrobat troupe wouldn't pique your interest. Little Joe insists on going. There's no helping it. 9-year-old Gu Huayu appeared remarkably composed, almost more mature in comparison to Li Yutong. Gu Huayan grumbled, So I'm merely here to take the blame? It was second brother who informed me of this remarkable acrobat troupe in the capital, deftly persuading me to convince mother to allow us to leave the palace. How did it come to this? He sighed, resigned to the situation. After all, being able to leave the palace to watch acrobatics and spend time with Sister Xiao Xiao was a privilege he could not forego. There was no alternative. Lest second brother send him back. Being utilized in this manner only served to affirm his worth. Although merely a little over 3 years old, Gu Huayan possessed a sharp mind. Besides, second brother was often buried in his studies. He deserved to see the world, after all. Gu Huayu appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was racing, pondering the true nature of this acrobat troupe. They had seemingly emerged from nowhere, maintaining an impeccably clean reputation with no discernible flaws. Within a single night, they had garnered notoriety throughout the capital, their promotional efforts evident. Reports from the Shadow Guard suggested they were not motivated by greed, raising significant suspicions. He had intended to visit the Duke of Zhan's residence to warn Su Chonghe against bringing Xiao Xiao along, but then reconsidered. Although Xiao Xiao could not speak, she had 1,000 ways to find out, and it would be wiser to keep her close, especially since he had set up a protective web around her. He hurried over, concerned for his cousin Yutong's naivety in bringing Xiao Xiao along. Any mishap could be disastrous. He felt an inexplicable fondness for Su Xiao Xiao, and his father constantly reminded him to safeguard the foundation of the Dazhua dynasty, emphasizing the importance of caring for Xiao Xiao. No amount of affection was excessive. The area was teeming with people. Even with Su Xiao Xiao perched on Li Yutong's shoulders, she could see nothing, while the 9th prince fared even worse. Only able to glimpse a parade of backs before him. Su Chonghe wriggled through the crowd like a loach, raising his voice. What are you all watching? Pei Yuan has already secured the best seats. Let us go. Indeed, Pei Yuan was the epitome of a spoiled rich kid, and this vantage point offered an unobstructed view of the acrobatics. Gu Huayan settled comfortably in his seat, saying, Pei Yuan, why didn't you mention this splendid location sooner? I've been staring at backsides for ages, and I've smelled enough to last a lifetime. Su Chonghe shrugged. I chased after your carriage to inform you of this. But who knew you would bolt ahead? Glancing at his second brother, Gu Huayu casually picked up a milk jug to offer Su Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, are you thirsty? Have some milk. Before Gu Huayan could fully grasp the situation, he found himself captivated by the resounding drum beats as the performance commenced. The performers on stage donned masks and wore peculiar attire, slowly beginning to dance, yet their movements exuded an aura distinctly different from the dances of Dazhua, carrying an unsettling quality. Pei Yuan tossed a peanut into his mouth, lazily remarking, this resembles some sort of shamanistic ritual. It's hardly as extraordinary as rumored.
Tang Zhongning,
Sitting upright, commented coolly, it appears akin to a sacrificial rite. This acrobat troupe is quite peculiar. Su Xiao Xiao merely cast a fleeting glance before her attention was drawn to the towering skewers of candied hawthorn rising above the crowd. Wow, candied hawthorn. My master promised to buy me some upon descending the mountain. Alas, I never made it down before. I wonder what candied hawthorn tastes like. Su Xiao Xiao pointed excitedly at the candied hawthorn. Her heartfelt longing resonated deeply, prompting Gu Huayu to prepare to send someone to procure some. Only for Su Changhe to nimbly leap down from the platform, declaring, "Xiao Xiao, wait here, I'll go buy you some candied hawthorn." Gu Huayu quietly lowered his hand, realizing he was a moment too late. Even pampering his sister required swiftness. At least my brother understands me. In that moment,
Su Xiao viewed Su Changela sa true hero.
with a mere glance, Gu Huayu signaled for the shadow guards to protect Su Changhe. For this heroic figure was still just a 10-year-old child. Before long, Su Changhe returned, shouldering an armful of candied hawthorn skewers, brimming with treats. It's just candied hawthorn. Let Xiao Xiao indulge to her heart's content. Su Changhe's clothes were crumpled, his shoes nearly trampled, and his hair disheveled, yet he remained blissfully unaware, exclaiming, "Xiao Xiao, look. I brought you candied hawthorn." Everyone present, including Tang Yongning and the Crown Prince, now held a skewer of candied hawthorn, finally embodying a semblance of youthful exuberance. Su Xiaoxiao took a lick of her candied hawthorn, and tears streamed down her cheeks. So this is the taste of candied hawthorn. Observing the dirty-faced children below, gazing at her with envy, she couldn't help but reflect. Before meeting my master, I was just like them. Now my master may be gone. But I have a brother, many brothers. Thankfully, she added the part about having many brothers. Otherwise, our little crown prince might have found himself in a fit of jealousy. Su Changhe, moved by Xiao Xiao's sentiment, nearly broke down in tears himself. How could a mere candied hawthorn evoke such profound emotions? Gu Huayu, feeling a pang of discomfort, addressed Su Changhe, "Brother Changhe, why don't you share the remaining candied hawthorn with those children down there? Consider it a reward for the Xiao Xiao who once couldn't enjoy them." Su Changhe, hesitant to turn back, replied with a simple, "All right." And together with Pei Yuan, he set off to distribute the candied hawthorn. The unfortunate children received the treats as if they were treasures, showering Su Changhe and Pei Yuan with heartfelt thanks. For the first time, Pei Yuan realized that when others spoke to him, their eyes held genuine sincerity. Being a kind person brought a satisfaction that far surpassed mere displays of power. Once the candied hawthorn had been distributed, the peculiar opening dance finally came to a close. Next, a young maiden clad in revealing attire led a formidable tiger onto the stage, the stark contrast of visuals sending the audience into a frenzy of excitement. Their cheers echoing throughout. "A tiger? She's leading a real tiger," the ninth prince exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Having witnessed numerous tigers at the zoo, he had never encountered one as docile as this. The tiger performed tricks, such as leaping through fire hoops and riding a unicycle, eliciting continuous applause from the audience. Suddenly, the seemingly gentle tiger shook off the girl beside it, opened its enormous jaws, and lunged directly towards the viewing platform where Su Xiaoxiao and her companions sat. Chapter 91. Ancient Artifacts. As the tiger charged towards Su Xiaoxiao, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock, and Gu Huayu and Su Changhe instinctively moved to shield her. Su Xiaoxiao inwardly protested. "What are you two doing? Step aside, I want to see what it intends to do." She tugged at their sleeves, trying to pull them away. Gu Huayu was witnessing firsthand the audacity of youth, understanding that despite the distance from the stage, the tiger could easily leap over to them. Both he and Su Changhe were sweating profusely. Gu Huayu's hidden guards had already drawn their arrows, aimed at the tiger's vital points. However, the fierce tiger gradually came to a halt, closing its mouth and tilting its head curiously, resembling a large domestic cat, as it gazed in their direction. "Let me see what is happening." Su Xiaoxiao was anxious, unable to discern the situation. With the threat dissipated, Gu Huayu subtly gestured for his guards to stand down, allowing him and Su Changhe to step aside. The audience fell silent, unsure of the tiger's intentions. The youthful tiger trainer, having concealed her initial surprise, gracefully approached the tiger and enthusiastically declared, "Our tiger is no ordinary beast. Its sudden gentleness is due to the presence of a pure-hearted individual. The chosen one by the tiger will get to participate in our performance and experience the magic of our tricks." As she spoke, her gaze fixated on Su Xiaoxiao. Today's lucky participant is a delightful little darling. The crowd exchanged wary glances and Su Changhe scoffed, "Lucky participant? My sister is just a child. Do you intend for her to become the tiger's meal?" The girl laughed heartily. "Dear young sir, you misunderstand. She is to participate in the next act, the great transformation." Perhaps to reassure Su Changhe and the others, the girl led the tiger off the stage, and an elderly man with a head of white hair appeared, holding a small rabbit in his hands. He spoke slowly. "Today I shall demonstrate my signature trick. I hear our spotted tiger has selected a lucky individual tonight. Let us see who has captured its favor." Tang Yongning, with a calm demeanor, replied, "We are merely here for entertainment. Do not try to deceive us." Su Xiaoxiao is his young niece. He would not allow anyone to have ill intentions towards her. The old man stroked his beard and burst into laughter. "Young sir, do not be so impatient. Allow me to finish my explanation. The one chosen by the tiger is indeed a valued guest of our troupe, and there is a reward involved." Pei Yuan laughed heartily. "Old man, do you think we care about your meager rewards? We are seated here for a reason." The old man replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, young sir, you may not lack wealth, but today's reward is a rare treasure that cannot be bought with gold." Someone in the crowd shouted, "You're just boasting. If you had such a treasure, why would you be here performing at your age?" The audience joined in, echoing their skepticism. The old man chuckled, "Let us reserve judgment until you have seen today's reward." With a wave of his hand, someone appeared carrying a tray with a sword. The scabbard was worn and weathered, clearly aged. Discontent murmurs arose from the crowd. "It's merely an old sword. What makes it so special?" The old man lifted the sword, declaring, "This sword is called the Moonslaying Sword, an ancient artifact. I travel far and wide seeking a worthy individual to bestow it upon." Gu Huayu and his companions were unimpressed by the sword. Even if it were truly an ancient relic, they would not risk Su Xiaoxiao for it. Yet, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were glued to the sword, her excitement palpable. The Moonslaying Sword. It truly is the Moonslaying Sword. Wasn't it supposed to be in the mountains? How did it end up here? Could something have happened to my master? I must retrieve it. As she thought this, she waved her small hands eagerly, chattering away. "Let me up there. I want my sword back." Pei Yuan, puzzled, asked, "Changhe, what does your sister mean? Does she want to go up and play?"
Su Chang'e replied,
"Perhaps Xiaoxiao is fond of that sword." Pei Yuan laughed. "That's simple enough. I'll go play with her." He started to step down from the platform. The old man interjected, "The spotted tiger has chosen that young girl. No one can take her place." "Nonsense. You just think she's adorable and want to steal her away." Pei Yuan's words were crude, but this time, Gu Huayu and the others felt he had a point. The old man looked regretful. "The girl is indeed a bit young. But this trick is entirely safe. Allow me to demonstrate it first. If you are still unwilling, then I shall seek another worthy individual." With a flourish of his sleeve, the sword vanished from sight. Su Xiaoxiao cursed inwardly, thinking, "I intended for Xiaohong to take the sword back. But I didn't expect the old man to have such tricks. It seems I must go up and play with them. Those young gentlemen around me. Let me go. That is my treasured sword." As she pondered this, the old man on stage covered the rabbit with a black cloth and began chanting. When he unveiled it again, his hands were empty. The audience erupted in excitement, clamoring for more. Gu Huayu observed the old man with a critical eye. "Isn't the trick supposed to revert back? It should be a complete transformation." The old man laughed heartily. "Naturally, when I transform the person, they too will return to their original state." He shook his hand, and the rabbit reappeared in his grasp. The young gentleman contemplated whether they should allow the young girl to test the old man's patience, which seemed to be waning. They were hesitant, but Su Xiaoxiao needed that sword. The audience below buzzed with anticipation. The old man shook his head. "This troupe relies on the spotted tiger. I must act according to its wishes. Alas, today's performance must conclude here. Please return in 3 days. If not this, can we see something else? We've stood around all day and have only witnessed 2 acts." The audience grumbled, directing their dissatisfaction towards Gu Huayu and his companions. Gu Huayu remained indifferent. "Let us go." Once he spoke, the crowd, despite their reluctance, dared not defy the prince and obediently stood to leave. "We can't leave. I haven't gotten the Moonslaying Sword yet. It's the only token left by my master." Su Xiaoxiao protested, unwilling to part with the sword. Having seen it, she could not accept being left behind. She knew this was a trap, yet she was willingly stepping into it. Chapter 92. The Disappearance of Xiaoxiao. "Let me go up. I need to find the Moonslaying Sword."
Su Xiaoxiao screamed internally, feeling frantic.
Unable to speak or move, she was at her wit's end. Desperate, she resorted to her ultimate weapon, tears. Her loud, piercing cries echoed above the stage, drowning out the crowd's anger. She reached towards the stage, crying with all her might.
Su Chang'e said inwardly.
It was clear that Xiaoxiao truly yearned for that sword. Gu Huayu's heart sank. In her previous life, Xiaoxiao endured immense suffering. That master must have held significant importance to her. He couldn't bear to see Xiaoxiao so distressed. With so many hidden guards nearby, it should be manageable, right? The others were also moved by Xiaoxiao's sorrowful cries, hesitating over whether to allow her to give it a try. Gu Huayan spoke up. his voice childishly sweet. "Second brother, let me accompany Xiao Xiao. She must be eager to experience the magic firsthand." He then addressed the elder, saying, "I will join my sister. She is too young and needs someone to hold her. At 3 years old, I am also a child, so the spotted tiger will have no objections." The elder, initially anxious that they might leave, was taken by surprise at this unexpected turn of events and hurriedly agreed. Observing the child's demeanor, he recognized her as a destined one for the ancient artifact. Thus, he invited both of them to the stage. Gu Huayu interjected, "Wait. I have a condition. Once my brother and sister are on stage, you must hand that ancient sword to my sister. The performance can wait." The elder readily acquiesced. Of course. The sword, in a state of disrepair and covered in a greenish rust, did not strike him as particularly remarkable. Su Xiao cast a grateful glance at Gu Huayu. Indeed, Brother Prince understands me best. Yet, Gu Huayu remained somewhat apprehensive, a shadow of unease crossing his brow. Su Changhe felt a chill in his heart. Could he still claim his sister? The peculiar enlightenment pill had been given to Pei Yuan, and admiration and gratitude had been directed towards the prince. With the 9th prince of a similar age accompanying her to the stage today, they would forge a bond of childhood camaraderie. Meanwhile, Li Yutang and Tang Yongning eyed her with predatory intent, fearing that his sister might be taken from him. While Su Changhe lamented, Gu Huayan had already hurriedly scooped Su Xiao into his arms, scurrying toward the stage. He paid no heed to any jealousy, fixated instead on ensuring Su Xiao's safety, fearful of any unforeseen incidents. Su Xiao inwardly grumbled. What business does this little radish, the 9th prince, have in this commotion? I still have to keep an eye on you. Gu Huayu could not help but smile faintly. This girl even had the audacity to complain about the 9th brother. Gu Huayan struggled to carry Su Xiao onto the stage, being so young. And considering her insatiable appetite, it was quite the challenge. Nevertheless, he refused assistance. As Su Xiao clutched the treasured sword, Gu Huayan gently reassured her, "Sister, do not fear. Brother will protect you." Su Xiao rolled her eyes. Who is protecting whom is still uncertain, but this brother isn't so bad. Let us protect each other from now on. Su Changhe face-bombed, exasperated by his sister's absurd sense of protectiveness, unbeknownst to anyone. As the sword Jianyu came into Xiao Zhao's possession, the rust on it began to gradually fade, revealing its true brilliance. The elder once more recited incantations before unveiling the black cloth, leaving only himself on the stage. Su Changhe sensed impending doom and shouted, "Quick! Turn my sister back!" The elder merely smiled faintly, then smashed something onto the ground, unleashing a cloud of black smoke that obscured all vision. "Quickly find Xiao and the 9th brother," Gu Huayu commanded, and the hidden guards swarmed the stage, searching high and low. They even dismantled the stage, yet found nothing. The troupe had mysteriously vanished. They soon realized they had fallen into a trap. The troupe had come specifically for Xiao. Gu Huayu felt as though, at that moment with the black cloth, he and Xiao had plunged into a vast abyss, endlessly plummeting until they landed heavily on the ground. Xiao, are you alright? Gu Huayan inquired, feeling as though his backside had cracked from the fall, tears welling up from the pain, yet his priority remained checking on his sister. Su Xiao sat in Gu Huayan's embrace, shielded by his form, so the pain was somewhat mitigated. However, unable to speak in the inky darkness, she offered no response, merely nodding, which was invisible in the gloom. Gu Huayan foolishly waited for the elder to revert them back, only to realize that he and Xiao were being whisked away in the darkness. He fumbled for a fire stick, igniting it to check their surroundings, and nearly fainted from shock. They were indeed in a carriage, and more alarmingly, it was being pulled by a massive black bear, the real deal. Gu Huayan tumbled back onto the carriage, trembling as he said, "Xiao, do not fear. Let us play dead. Brother said bears do not eat the dead." Su Xiao patted Gu Huayan, offering him a sweet smile. "Poor little thing, so frightened. Do not worry, with me here, it cannot harm you." Gu Huayan clung to Su Xiao, shaking uncontrollably. "We're doomed. We can't go back." Unable to verbally comfort him, she nestled in his arms, gently patting him. Yet the rhythm was so soothing that it lulled her to sleep. Suddenly, someone kicked her hard, waking her abruptly.
Su Xiao, furious,
had just been dreaming of roasted chicken, freshly cooked, and she hadn't taken a single bite. How outrageous. She drew the Yuanyuan sword, and before it even touched the intruder, a domineering wave of sword energy surged forth, sending him sprawling several paces away, blood spilling from his mouth. 2 masked figures approached, demanding what happened. "Master, That girl's sword is formidable. We cannot approach her. One man bellowed. Useless fools, you can't even handle a mere child. He retorted, storming forward. As he neared Su Xiaoxiao, he too was repelled, staggering back. The woman helped him up, seething. She actually activated the Yuanyuan sword. Heaven knows how much effort I exerted, blood offerings, devotion, polishing for months on end, and it remained inert. How is it that in her hands, it activated so effortlessly? Su Xiaoxiao was equally perplexed. In her previous life, she had possessed great cultivation yet failed to reveal the sword's true form, but today it seemed to respond. However, she dismissed overthinking. It was fortuitous, and pondering too much was headache-inducing. If I don't sheath the sword, we cannot enter. The woman sounded both frustrated and furious. What do we do? That one inside is Gu Huayan. These fools. How could they have captured him? Losing a child is one thing. But losing the Empress's most cherished son? They will scour the capital. The man panicked. Chapter 93. 500 taels of silver? No, 5 roasted chickens. The woman replied slyly. Isn't that perfect for your revenge? Rest assured, this place is very secretive. Even if they turn the capital upside down, they won't find this location. This person is truly wicked.
Su Xiaoxiao scoffed.
What does it matter if they can't find us? Right now, we cannot approach her at all. Didn't you claim that sword was just scrap metal? The man was clearly losing his patience. The woman, feigning bravado, declared, she is just a little girl. How could we possibly be at her mercy? Yet internally, she was in sheer panic. This little girl was a tough nut to crack. Listening to their conversation, Su Xiaoxiao realized they did not regard her as an outsider at all. Well, if they were so uninviting, perhaps it was time to extend an invitation? With this thought, she sheathed the Yuanyuan sword and reached for the sleeping Gu Huayan. Awakened, Gu Huayan found himself and Su Xiaoxiao trapped in a labyrinthine cave, instantly losing his drowsiness. Mother, second brother, come save me, he cried, utterly terrified, a child of just over 3. Su Xiaoxiao looked at him, his face streaked with tears, and felt genuine disdain. Children were such a hassle. Outside, the 2 intruders, sensing the sword's aura had dissipated, rushed in, aiming directly for the Yuanyuan sword. An activated Yuanyuan could cleave mountains and forge paths. Who wouldn't want it? However, the once unremarkable broken sword in her possession now felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds, rendering it impossible to lift. The man beside her exclaimed, "Allow me." Yet, the outcome was no different. Both exerted every ounce of strength they had, yet the sword remained utterly unmoved. It was Su Xiaoxiao's kind nature that prompted her to casually pick up the Moonslayer, babbling some whimsical words. Moonslayer, since you have nothing better to do, would you indulge them a bit? You can have a sword, but I demand a roast chicken. No, make it 5. Su Xiaoxiao extended her 5 chubby fingers. Was she asking us for money? The man appeared somewhat puzzled. That must be it. The woman replied gruffly, is it 500 taels or 5,000? Su Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless. This was clearly the crown prince and Xin Qingyu, donning masks and speaking in rough voices, thinking they could escape recognition. Nevertheless, the prospect of 5,000 taels was excessive. Otherwise, she would have to make do, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Upon hearing this, the Moonslayer became irate, its scabbard unable to contain its fury. Su Xiaoxiao gently patted the hilt. All right, no need to cry. I was merely jesting. We have only met in a past life. What do you take me for, an ancient demon? I can't exchange for 5,000 taels, but at least trade me for 5 roast chickens and some goat's milk. The Moonslayer, having just calmed down, began to tremble once again. Come now, why are you so straightforward? Once the goods are in hand, you'll return, won't you? The real challenge lies in making them aware of my desires. This mouth of mine seems only fit for eating. Su Xiaoxiao felt somewhat disheartened, but quickly rallied her spirits. If words failed, gestures would suffice. After much effort, the crown prince and Xin Qingyu only grew more bewildered, utterly lost as to her intentions. Gu Huayan, unable to contain his tears, hurried to console Su Xiaoxiao. Sister, do not fret. Second brother and father will surely come to our aid.
Su Xiaoxiao, feeling helpless,
resorted to clucking like a chicken, but alas, it came out quite absurdly. Why are these people so dull? Can't they understand my performance? This is clearly a chicken. The seemingly lifeless Xiao Hong interjected rudely. Is it possible that your imitation is simply lacking? Oh, you think you're clever, do you? Go on. Use your tail to write that I want 5 roast chickens. Su Xiaoxiao was already irate, and now Xiao Hong dared to undermine her. Xiao Hong immediately fell silent, resuming its act of feigned death. Being a literate creature, It felt utterly bullied by the demand to write. The last encounter with the chaotic symbols still haunted it. Are you going or not? If you refuse, I shall chop you up for soup. Even if you chop me up, I still won't go. None present, save for the Moonslayer, could hear their quarrel. They merely observed Su Xiaoxiao sitting on the ground, at times with hands on her hips, at others puffing her cheeks. A peculiar sight indeed. The crown prince behind the mask remarked, "Is this the exceptional child you spoke of? She doesn't seem particularly clever." Shen Qingyu echoed his skepticism. "I too find her rather strange. Could she be frightened into foolishness? You are the fool, your entire family is fools. Roast chicken, can't you comprehend? I haven't had a single bite of the greasy roast chicken for my dreams." The more Su Xiaoxiao pondered, the angrier she became, and ultimately, she collapsed on the ground in tears. Gu Huaiyan, at a loss for what to do, joined her in weeping. The crown prince grew increasingly irritated by their lamentations, thinking, "This child is hardly remarkable. We might as well deal with her all at once." Their original intention was to eliminate Su Xiaoxiao and seize the bracelet space. But Shen Qingyu still wished to acquire the Moonslayer. However, with the Moonslayer present, they could not harm Su Xiaoxiao in the slightest. Su Xiaoxiao's pathetic sobs were unbearable for the Moonslayer to witness. With no other option, it could only indulge its master. It soared into the air, darting about against the hard stone wall. "Bring me 5 roast chickens, and you may have the Moonslayer." When Gu Huaiyan thought of these words, he nearly died laughing. This little brat had stirred up such a fuss, and all for 5 roast chickens?
Su Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction,
indicating that this was indeed her intent. In critical moments, one must rely on the Moonslayer. Look at how beautifully the Moonslayer writes. It's nothing like your chaotic scribbles. Su Xiaoxiao retaliated by tugging at the red cord around Xiao Hong's neck. Xiao Hong felt increasingly uneasy, as an ancient divine beast. It had been unique in Su Xiaoxiao's presence, but with the arrival of the Moonslayer, it felt overshadowed. Now, with Su Xiaoxiao's words, its sense of crisis intensified. "My master is so biased. After all the hardships I've endured to find you, your heart only belongs to the Moonslayer." Su Xiaoxiao ignored it, thinking to herself that all she truly cared about was the roast chicken she had missed in her dreams. Shen Qingyu caught sight of the red string around Su Xiaoxiao's neck and suddenly had a brilliant idea. If she obtained the Moonslayer, she could surely sever that monster's head and gain access to the bracelet. "Quick, prepare 5 roast chickens," she commanded immediately.
Su Xiaoxiao shook her empty milk bottle.
Realizing that mere meat would not suffice, she also needed fresh cow's milk. And make it fresh cow's milk, the sooner, the better. Shen Qingyu felt she was on the verge of reclaiming the world as fate. As the destined heroine, and with Gu Huaiyan, the valiant and wise hero by her side, they would conquer all of Deshua together. Although Gu Huaiyan did not believe Su Xiaoxiao possessed the extraordinary abilities Shen Qingyu claimed could thwart their plans. Having witnessed the Moonslayer's prowess, he too believed that if they could acquire such a divine artifact, charming a child was not out of the question. The roast chickens and cow's milk have arrived. At last, Su Xiaoxiao was able to feast on the roast chicken. She pushed one toward Gu Huaiyan, saying, "Hurry and eat. A full belly makes for better play." Though Gu Huaiyan could not understand, he was indeed hungry and tore off a chicken leg to devour. Shen Qingyu, with a hint of flattery, remarked, "Now that we have both the roast chicken and the cow's milk, can you hand over the Moonslayer to me?" Chapter 94. Bound CPs, Su Xiaoxiao, relishing her meal, casually handed over the Moonslayer. The Moonslayer was utterly unwilling, yet it had clearly stated that if she were to take the sword, it would be honored as a promise. Shen Qingyu caught the sword, straining with all her might, only to discover it was not nearly as heavy as before. What a fool! A few roast chickens have secured us the sword. Su Xiaoxiao, hand over the bracelet, and I shall spare your life. With the Moonslayer now in her possession, Shen Qingyu spoke menacingly, the sword already poised at Su Xiaoxiao's neck. So it was all for the bracelet. Su Xiaoxiao scoffed, recalling how she had once used the dark arts to unlock the bracelet's space. Was this simply avarice? She looked up at Shen Qingyu, cradling the roast chicken protectively, her mouth glistening with grease. Gu Huaiyan approached, ominously saying, "Why waste your breath with her? She can't comprehend. Just take it." Shen Qingyu's hand froze midair. The last time she attempted to snatch it, the monster's icy and fiery attacks had nearly ruined her hand, and the memory still caused her pain. Gu Huaiyan placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, speaking softly, "If you desire it so much, I shall retrieve it for you." The thought of doing so terrified Shen Qingyu, and with a touch of feigned fragility, she replied, "No, that thing is very sinister. Her display of vulnerability ignited Gu Huaiyan's protective instincts. Shen Qingyu was typically so assertive, rarely exhibiting such a delicate demeanor, and he finally saw an opportunity to prove himself. "Leave it to me." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already pressed his hand down on Su Xiaoxiao's head while using all his strength to fiercely tug at the red cord around her neck.
Ah!
Gu Huai's anguished scream pierced the air as the flesh of his hand had decayed, revealing bone beneath. "Brother, are you all right?" Shen Qingyu exclaimed, her face paling in horror. My hand. Gu Huai had completely lost the demeanor of a gallant protector, and his words were filled with lamentation. Upon witnessing Gu Huai's injury, Shen Qingyu felt a surge of panic and fury. She drew the Moonslayer sword and swung it towards Su Xiaoxiao's neck.
Su Xiaoxiao.
"You truly are one who refuses a toast, and instead chooses a punishment." Su Xiaoxiao, reveling in the chaos, provocatively extended her neck and declared, "When an ancient artifact faces an ancient divine beast, I am genuinely curious to see who is superior. Little Red, Moonslayer, why not have a contest?" The artifact and the divine beast reached an unprecedented consensus. "What sins have we committed to deserve a master like you?" At that moment, the usually timid Gu Huaiyan, who would shy away from even the sight of a slaughtered chicken, unexpectedly stood in front of Su Xiaoxiao, trembling and stammering, "You shall not harm my sister. If anyone should die, let it be me." Shen Qingyu, enraged, shoved Gu Huaiyan aside and raised her sword to strike. Su Xiaoxiao, prepare to pay with your life. With the Moon Slayer in her possession, she was resolute that she could sever the creature. However, as Little Red readied for battle, the blade's brilliance failed to harm it in the slightest. Instead, Shen Qingyu was forcefully repelled, the Moon Slayer slipping from her grasp. "You are deceitful. You promised me roasted chicken and milk in exchange for allowing me to wield the Moon Slayer." Shen Qingyu, realizing she was outmatched, resorted to reasoning. Gu Huaiyan, wiping away his tears, innocently retorted, "Did I not give it to you before? What more do you want?" The Moon Slayer, swaying in agreement, seemed to nod in affirmation. "You are going too far." Shen Qingyu seethed. Gu Huai, raising his bloodied and mangled hand, spoke with venom. "Why are you still wasting words with them? Let the bears come to deal with these two brats. They have ruined my hand, and I want them obliterated." Shen Qingyu was about to retort when the furious Gu Huai growled, "Be it a treasured sword or a bracelet. We shall disembowel them if need be. Can we not retrieve them?" Shen Qingyu recognized that Gu Huai's suggestion bore merit, though she was loath to admit it. Even if Su Xiaoxiao's intellect was yet to blossom, she was still no match for her. The most infuriating aspect was that Su Xiaoxiao did not regard her as a rival at all, leaving her utterly defenseless. Supporting Gu Huai, Shen Qingyu clenched her teeth and said, "I will follow your lead. Let us proceed as you propose." Their eyes met, and in silent accord, they both stepped back, revealing a sturdy iron gate that separated them from Su Xiaoxiao and her companions. Seeing this, the Moon Slayer charged toward Shen Qingyu, indignant at the sight of its master being bullied and treated like a mere ornament. In a surprising turn of events, the typically cold-hearted Gu Huai shielded Shen Qingyu with his own body, taking the blade meant for her. Despite his exquisite golden silk armor, he collapsed at once. "Why are you so foolish? Why would you take a blade for me?" Shen Qingyu was clearly taken aback by Gu Huai's actions. Born as a lowly daughter, with a mother of humble status, she had always lived a life beneath that of even the maids. As the holy maiden of the demon sect, her mother was merely a minor demon who had climbed into the bed of the demon lord. The title of Holy Maiden, though illustrious, yielded no true advantages. She was often thrust forward as a sacrifice. Yet, as the Holy Maiden, she had to bear the bloodline of the demon lord, leading her to become what she was. Throughout her life, she had been a scapegoat, perpetually forsaken. For the very first time, someone had bravely stood before her, and in that moment, her heart cracked open. Gu Huai was no longer merely a tool to fulfill her narrative, but the only one who genuinely cared for her. "Do not die. Hold on. I will save you." Shen Qingyu's voice trembled with emotion. The Moon Slayer, undeterred, relentlessly pursued Shen Qingyu. In a fit of frustration, she pounded the wall and activated a mechanism, causing her to vanish. Simultaneously, in the confined space with Su Xiaoxiao and the others, several ferocious beasts descended from above. There was a spotted tiger from a circus, a massive black bear that lurked in the dark, and even a few starving wolves. "Oh no, Xiaoxiao, we are to become their lunch today. My 4th birthday has yet to arrive." Gu Huaiyan began to cry once more. "Look at you, so pathetic. Even if you make it to your 4th birthday, you'll be a short-lived soul. In the original story, you died before turning 5. Thankfully, Gu Huaiyan could not hear Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been devastated. The beasts, hearing the cries, approached Su Xiaoxiao and her companions, leaving them with no way to escape. Gu Huai, overwhelmed with tears, was beside himself. Yet, as the beasts approached, he wiped his nose with his sleeve, shielding Su Xiaoxiao behind him and tremblingly declared, "You may eat me first. I am plump. And there is plenty of meat." Su Xiaoxiao thought to herself, are all the men in the Gu family lacking common sense? Gu Huai's reckless act of saving Shen Qingyu had already taken her by surprise. That could be explained away by their intertwined fates as a couple. However, Gu Huaiyan, who was clearly terrified, still insisted on standing in front of her. It was regrettable that his wits failed him. How could he possibly have enough meat to satiate anyone? His death would be in vain. Just as Su Xiaoxiao was lamenting this predicament, a swift and agile wolf was the first to arrive, its jaws gaping wide as it lunged toward Gu Huai.